The strength of this country of Jin is not very good, but the spiritual food is quite delicious. Hey, it's not just spiritual food, there are also a lot of beauties, aren't they, beauties? A genius sanctuary hugged the maid in his arms and teased with a wretched expression. A forced smile appeared on the face of the molested maid. As a slave of the Lin family, the maid's loyalty to the Lin family is far from that of ordinary servants, and she also has a strong sense of belonging to the Lin family. Although these sanctuaries were strong, they first despised and insulted the Lin family, and finally injured many strong Lin family members. How could the maid not have any thoughts in her heart? However, the sanctuary is a sanctuary after all. No matter how annoying she is, the maid does not dare to turn her face. Otherwise, not only her and her family will die, but also the Lin family. At present, the Lin family has no sanctuary powerhouse. The rumored Han Feng hasn't returned for so many days, so he's not afraid. Suddenly, among the more than 10 genius sanctuaries, a man with a hook nose in a green robe snorted coldly. The man's face was a little dark, but there was a glint in his eyes that he couldn't look directly at. I definitely don't dare to come. Brother Lien, you are the strongest genius sanctuary within the 100-year-old Tianyang kingdom. How can that Han Feng compare to you? Those rumors outside are ridiculous in my opinion. According to reliable sources, that Han Feng is now in his 20s, how strong can he be at such an age? Killing the sanctuary and killing the holy king will deceive ignorant people. That's right, sanctuary geniuses like me can't be deceived. Haha, Brother Lien, as soon as you use your Tuliang giant bloodline, you might kill that kid in seconds. The genius sanctuary of Santai Kingdom, Xingwu Kingdom, Yuyuan Kingdom, Huibao Kingdom, and Minglu Kingdom complemented each other. They are also genius sanctuaries within 100 years old. They are also at the first level of the sanctuary, and few of them can step into the second level. And this Lien Fei is the strongest genius within the 100-year-old Tianyang kingdom. Now he is in the middle stage of the sanctuary, and at least he will be a powerhouse above the 7th level of the sanctuary in the future. He will also have a point or two to hit the great sanctuary in the future. Possible. Lien Fei was complimented by everyone, and his heart was a little fluttering. The red-haired, triangular-eyed, yellow-eyed man on the side snorted coldly, and the atmosphere in the hall suddenly condensed. Haha, look at our mouths, we forgot brotherly. Presumably with brotherly's strength, he can easily kill that Han Feng. Everyone's compliments immediately turned to the target. Lien Fei's face was slightly condensed, but he could only snort softly. This Li Shan is the strongest sanctuary genius within the Liangshan kingdom within 100 years of age, and is also the strongest genius sanctuary of the 7th-rank empire. Li Shan's strength is even higher than that of Lien Fei. In a few years, he will step into the peak level of the sanctuary triple heaven. Li Shan, his future achievements are also at least in the late stage of the ordinary sanctuary, and he is very likely to reach the 9th heaven of the sanctuary. As for the possibility of hitting the great sanctuary, it is the same as Lien Fei, only 1 or 2 points. Behind Lien Fei and Li Shan, the blue-haired and blue-eyed man was silent, showing no interest in joining the group chat. However, the eyes of many geniuses who swept over from time to time were filled with deep fear. This person is called Zhu Ben, and he is the strongest genius in the sanctuary of Yan Lingguo within 100 years old. It would be fine if it was just that, but Zhu Ben had awakened a powerful strange fire, the level of which was no lower than that of the middle-level top-level holy fire. With Zhu Ben's cultivation at the peak of the 3rd-level heaven, combining these different fires with the unique skills of the sanctuary, he is an ordinary master of the 4th-level peak of the sanctuary, and he will fall into the hands of Zhu Ben if he is not careful. Whether it is Lien Fei or Li Shan, they are not much weaker than Zhu Ben in terms of cultivation, but they are far inferior to Zhu Ben in terms of combat power. Even the two of them together are not as good as Zhu Ben, which has already been confirmed in the battles these days. And Zhu Bin's qualifications are also much more than the two. In terms of age, Zhu Bin is below the two. If Lian Fei and Li Shan may only have 1 or 2 points to hit the Great Sanctuary in the future, then Zhu Bin has 4 or 5 points. The probability of this is already very high. A Great Sanctuary is enough to promote Yan Lingua from a 7th-rank empire to a 6th-rank empire. At that time, both the territory and the resources collected from the subordinate countries will be greatly increased compared to the 7th-rank empire. With these resources, Yanling's development will become stronger and stronger. Therefore, many geniuses are not only afraid of Zhu Bin, but also in awe. Suddenly, Zhu Bin opened his eyes, and the light flashed in his eyes. Everyone, get ready, the people from the Lin family are here again, this time with a strange man, presumably that Han Feng. Jia, is it finally here? Let me see what is the true cultivation level of the genius who can kill the sanctuary and kill the great sanctuary in seconds in this rumor. A genius of the 2nd-level sanctuary sneered. The power of Yuanshan attacked Han Feng with teeth and claws. Outside the hall, Han Feng, who came quickly, sensed the power of Yuanshan, and his eyes flashed fiercely. Boom! Han Feng's primordial spirit surged out and slammed into the opponent's primordial spirit. Puff! In the main hall, the 2nd-level sanctuary only vomited blood and fainted. If there are no exceptions, the genius of this sanctuary 2nd-level heaven has no possibility of reviving. With just one blow, the power of the primordial spirit of this sanctuary 2nd layer was completely defeated by Han Feng. In other words, there is only one human body left in this sanctuary 2nd layer, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a vegetative person. What? How is this possible? Yuanshan suddenly collapsed. Numerous genius sanctuaries were stunned. How big a gap would it have to be able to defeat the primordial spirit of the sanctuary's 2nd-level heaven in one fell swoop? With the foreshadowing of the sanctuary 2nd layer, no one dared to release their primordial spirit casually. It seems that this is not easy. The so-called rumors are really possible. If so, then we are in trouble. Zhu Bin narrowed his eyes and said solemnly. Brother Zhu looks down on this person too much. It is estimated that this person is only stronger than the primordial spirit, but the real combat power is not necessarily so powerful. Brother Zhu, do you think a person in his 20s will be a great sanctuary? Fei still didn't care. Zhu Bin nodded. That's true, but just one blow to defeat the 2nd-level celestial spirit. The sun is enough for us to pay attention to. We should not be careless. You follow me out of the temple. I want to see what this sun is capable of. Zhu Bin and others filed out. Han Feng also reached the outside of the hall at this moment, and the two sides finally met. Without waiting for Zhu Bin and the others to speak, Han Feng said coldly, Who injured Elder Lei? I was injured, boy, can you? Ah. The person who spoke was a strong man at the peak of the 1st layer of the Holy Land, but before this person finished speaking, Han Feng had already slammed away. The surging Xingyuan devoured this person, and instantly smashed the sanctuary 1st-level peak powerhouse into scum. The faces of Zhu Bin and others froze suddenly, their pupils shrank, full of horror. It's still so easy to kill the 1st layer of the sanctuary with one palm, this Han Feng. Han Feng's hands eyes swept to Zhu Bin and others, who injured my mother. Many Saint Domain geniuses swallowed and spit, but no one spoke. The primordial spirit defeated the 2nd layer of the sanctuary with one blow, and smashed the 1st layer of the sanctuary with one palm, which greatly exceeded their expectations. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Back to top. Because of Han Feng's strength, many of the original arrogant geniuses in the sanctuary became dumb one by one at this time, and no one dared to speak first, for fear of being slapped into scum. Involuntarily, many sanctuary geniuses set their sights on Lian Fei and the three of them. Among the dozen or so people present, only these three are sanctuary third heavens. If they show their power, they can kill first heaven with one palm. These genius sanctuaries still do not believe that Han Feng will be as powerful as rumored. In their opinion, Han Feng is at most a genius, comparable to Lian Fei and others. Lian Fei and Li Shan thought the same thing, only Zhu Bin's heart sank. Naturally, they can also kill the peak of the first layer with one punch, but they definitely don't take it lightly when they are empty-handed, unless they use martial arts. But Zhu Bin could see clearly that the other party really just punched casually, and if he died, he punched with anger, and absolutely did not use any martial arts. Not to mention. Zhu Bin took a deep breath, he couldn't feel what Han Feng's cultivation was. If there was no such thing as Han Feng's Yuanshan defeating Erzhongshan with one blow and killing Yizhongshan with one punch, Zhu Bin might have thought that Han Feng had some treasure or secret method that could cover up his cultivation. But now, Zhu Bin dare not think so. In Zhu Bin's heart, a deep sense of unease has risen. At this moment, Han Feng's voice sounded gloomy, and the temperature of the entire space plummeted, as if the endless cold land was coming. This is purely a change brought about by strong killing intent. A strong killing intent burst out, and this time even Lian Fei and Li Shan's expressions changed. Damn, with such a strong murderous aura, how many people did this kid kill? Impossible, under this murderous aura, I actually feel stiff, shame, this is definitely a shame to me. Zhu Bin felt more uneasy in his heart. Forget it, since no one has stood up, let's kill them all. Anyway, everyone here has the blood of my great Jin warrior in their hands. Accompanied by the cold words, Han Feng's whole body surged out. Want to kill this young master? Dreaming. Tuliing giant bloodline, congeal. Earth-shaking fist. Lian Fei turned into a stone-gray giant, and punched Han Feng with a punch of the earth-based Saint Yuan. Li Shan seemed to be competing with Lian Fei, and at the same time, displayed the blood of the devil dog. Magic dog blood, congeal. Evil spirit devours. Li Shan turned into a pitch-black devil dog, and the devil dog opened its big mouth, as if the voice of a resentful spirit roared out. It doesn't matter, let's take action first. Seeing that Lian Fei and Li Shan had already taken action, Zhu Bin suppressed the unease in his heart and suddenly took action. Polestar flame, come out. Fusion meteor flaming. The joint action of the three geniuses shook the palace. The geniuses behind the three geniuses seemed to have seen the end of Han Feng's slaughter, and they all showed smiles, but soon, their smiles froze. The attack of the three did indeed hit Han Feng, but Han Feng stood firmly on the spot, without any damage. How is that possible? Lian Fei and Li Shan were shocked. Han Feng said contemptuously, this is the genius of the three major and seventh-rank empires? But that's all. With such strength, he has come to provoke the great Jin kingdom, provoke me, and even hurt my relatives and elders, go to hell. Han Feng threw a punch. This was just an ordinary punch, but in the eyes of the three geniuses, it seemed like the scythe of the god of death was attacking them. Boom! In the blink of an eye, this punch killed Lian Fei and Li Shan. Do not. You can't kill me. I am a member of Yanlinghua's Zhu family, and I will not let you go if you kill my Zhu family. In response to Zhu Bin, it was still a punch. The hands of the three great geniuses also turned into ashes under Han Feng's punch. The rest of the genius sanctuary were terrified one by one, their bodies trembling, and they looked at Han Feng like a devil. No, don't kill me, I was wrong. I'll kowtow to you. It wasn't me who hurt your mother and the first elder of the Lei family, don't kill me. Spare my life. In the face of life, these geniuses abandoned the dignity of being strong in the sanctuary, crying and begging for mercy one by one. Losing face and dignity is nothing, as long as you can survive, there will always be a chance for revenge. When that time comes, you will get back the lost face and dignity, some genius sanctuaries are ruthlessly thinking in their hearts. Han Feng smiled like a smile. Don't think I don't know what you think. In order to avoid future troubles, you should die. Even Zhu Ben and other three major geniuses are not the opponents of Han Feng, not to mention these people. After a while, the remaining sanctuary geniuses completely disappeared from the world. Han Feng said lightly to the leader of the Lin family, "Go back, I will go to a few empires." After speaking, Han Feng jumped away and disappeared from the sight of the leader. Tianyang Kingdom. Holy Sun Palace. The Palace Master of Sacred Sun Palace is a super powerhouse of the Holy Land Zhuzangshan, and also the #1 powerhouse of Tianyang Kingdom. Even the royal family of Tianyang Kingdom should respect the Palace Master of the Holy Sun Palace. This time, it was Yang Tian, the son of the Palace Master of Xingyang Palace, who led the team to the Great Jin Kingdom. Lian Fei, who was beheaded by Han Feng, was the strongest genius cultivated by the Holy Sun Palace, and both Yang Tian and the Palace Master of the Holy Sun Palace had high hopes for him. Yang Tian, get out of here. Get out. Come out. Han Feng came to Xingyang Palace, and the sound shook the world. Who is arrogant in Xingyang Palace? Since the Holy Sun Palace became the strongest force in the Tianyang Kingdom, no one has dared to do this for hundreds of years. The idiot who came out of nowhere, wait to be killed by the strong men of Xingyang Palace. Hi. This man is so young, no wonder he is so reckless. Alas, another genius is about to fall. Near the Sacred Sun Palace, the strong men who heard Han Feng shout couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. He Feng thief dares to make a noise in my Holy Sun Palace. Yangshao Palace Master is a strong man in the 7th heaven of the sanctuary. How can you come out when you call it out? The guards of Xingyang Palace flew into the sky one by one and kept shouting. The guards of these sacred sun palaces are all at the peak of the heavenly rank. Humph, it turns out to be a sanctuary level, no wonder it's so arrogant. It seems that the achievement of the sanctuary at a young age makes your mind unclear, so this commander will take you down and hand it over to the master of the Yangshao Palace. In the Sacred Sun Palace, a figure suddenly flew out. It was an ugly middle-aged man. It's the commander of Moyuan. This arrogant kid is finished. This commander of Moyuan is a strong man in the 4th heaven of sanctuary, and he is also a master in Xingyang Palace. I heard that Commander Moyuan was distorted by his fiancée's repentance when he was young because of his ugly appearance, and the method of killing is cruel. Very often, life is better than death. In the sky, the commander of Mo Yuan was wearing silver-black armor, and the fierce breath permeated out. Magic shadow shocking palm. Commander Mo Yuan looked excited, his pitch-black palm suddenly became huge, and he slapped Han Feng fiercely. Being able to kill a genius sanctuary greatly satisfied the distorted psychology of the commander of Mo Yuan. Death. Han Feng's eyes were sharp, and even his martial arts were useless, and he killed with one punch. Second more. The 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme P group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. In addition, there is a public group, as long as all readers can enter, whether it is a P reader or an ordinary reader, the group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. Haha, I want to resist the commander's palm with such an ordinary punch. It's just courting death. Commander Mo Yuan laughed when he saw Han Feng's fluttering punch, and his words were full of ridicule. Han Feng's eyes were cold, without the slightest fluctuation. Boom. The ordinary punch collided with Commander Mo Yuan, but Commander Mo Yuan imagined that the situation where Han Feng was slapped into flesh with a palm did not happen, but his palm was easily defeated. It was as if a boulder collided with an egg, and the egg shattered in an instant. Impossible. Commander Mo Yuan shouted. The next moment, Han Feng's punch unrelentingly slammed into Commander Mo Yuan, and Commander Mo Yuan changed his face in horror, and wanted to flee in a hurry. However, the speed of Han Feng's punch is too fast, at least not comparable to the Holy Land fourth layer. As soon as Commander Mo Yuan turned around, he was severely hit by a punch. Hearing a loud bang, Commander Mo Yuan was blasted with a punch. A group of guards who were still waiting for Commander Mo Yuan to show off his mighty power were dumbfounded for a while, and then the aftermath of Commander Mo Yuan's bombardment spread. These guards didn't even have time to react, and were smashed into scum by the aftermath. Outside the Sacred Sun Palace, countless warriors grew their mouths when they saw this scene, and their eyes were full of astonishment. Commander of Mo Yuan, that famous and notorious commander of Mo Yuan, was just smashed into slag by one punch. Where the hell is this kid? It has such strength. This guy seems to have real skills. Being able to blast the Demon Abyss commander with one punch, at least the power of that punch has reached the 6th level of the sanctuary. You must know that the Demon Abyss commander is in the middle of the 4th level of the sanctuary, even if the comprehension of the sacred skills of the Holy Land is only inferior. The comprehensive strength also has the peak of the ordinary sanctuary quadruple heaven or even surpasses it. Hey, there are countless strong people in Xingyang Palace, and there are not a few who are stronger than Commander Mo Yuan. If this kid doesn't leave and continues to be arrogant here, he will definitely be killed by the strong people of Xingyang Palace. Sacred Sun Palace is very strong in Tianyang Kingdom. Naturally, some people are not used to it, but there are also some brainless fans. This cold snort is obviously a brainless fan who worships the Sacred Sun Palace extremely. However, not many people objected to this snort. What is it to be able to blast the Demon Abyss commander with one punch? Several ordinary sanctuary masters in the Sacred Sun Palace can do it. The leader of Mo Yuan is actually dead. This guy has some ability, but that's the end of it. This kid dares to call the young palace master's full name. He is really courting death. The commander of Xingyang Palace is not only the commander of Mo Yuan. After Commander Mo Yuan died, several commanders emerged to capture Han Feng. However, under Han Feng's punch, these leaders were unstoppable and turned to ashes. The commander of the Sacred Sun Palace is also the realm of the 4th and 5th levels of the sanctuary. If it does not even have the 6th level of the sanctuary, how can it be the enemy of Han Feng, who has reached the 8th level of the sanctuary? Han Feng's great power made countless strong men of Xingyang Palace shudder, and the strong people outside saw this, and their evaluation of Han Feng was further improved. Stop it, kid. Finally, the real masters of Sacred Sun Palace couldn't bear it anymore. These are the real elites of Sacred Sun Palace. Rao is the most powerful force in the Tianyang Kingdom, and the Holy Sun Palace has recruited countless powerhouses for hundreds of years. The sanctuary powerhouses are still only a few dozen. 7 or 8, nearly 10, died all at once, and the loss was too great. A figure appeared in front of Han Feng, and said angrily, "This seat is the person your excellency is looking for. What kind of grievance is there between this seat and your excellency?" Han Feng said coldly, "Let's go to Han Feng." Han, what, you are Han Feng? Yang Yangtian finally understood the grievance, and suddenly, Yang Yangtian's face changed greatly. Where is Lian Fei? This Han Feng's strength is beyond imagination, that Lian Fei. Han Feng's expression remained unchanged. Of course he is dead. Yang Yangtian took a deep breath and said in a cold tone, "Okay, well, then you will lose your life." The entire Xingyang Palace put their expectations on Lian Fei, which may have impacted the great sanctuary. With the full support of the Sacred Sun Palace, 1 or 2 points may have 3 or 4 points. Although this possibility is not high, in order to impact the great sanctuary, as long as there is a possibility, they will fight for the Holy Sun Palace. And now that Lian Fei died, all expectations were gone. Kangyi Kong Mingji. Yangyang Tian is already a peak powerhouse of the 7th level sanctuary. In the face of such an outbreak, it was impossible for Han Feng to blast Yangyang Tian with a single punch. Is it a sanctuary of fingering? I'll show you what the real sanctuary of fingering is like. Emperor Burning Heaven refers to the 3rd level. Han Feng's whole body of Saint Yuan poured into his fingers, and a rich flame spurted out. Han Feng stretched out his hand and pressed it down, like pressing a little chicken, and easily crushed Yang Yangtian's fingering-like sanctuary secrets. No. Yang Yangtian let out a mournful cry, and was swallowed by Han Feng's flaming fingers and turned into fly ash. This time, the sacred Sun Palace was truly shaken. Yang Yangtian is no better than others. As a peak powerhouse of the 7th heaven of the sanctuary, apart from the palace master, he is in the top 3 in the Holy Sun Palace, and is the top powerhouse of the Holy Sun Palace. But such a strong man was killed in seconds, which was too shocking. The strong man outside the sacred Sun Palace was sluggish again. The faces of the brain-damaged fans of the Holy Sun Palace also changed. At this time, they can no longer deceive themselves. The strength of this young sanctuary that suddenly appeared is really not ordinary. What the hell did Xingyang Palace do to provoke such a monster? My son. In the sacred Sun Palace, a scream resounded through the heavens and the earth. A burst of old man appeared in the sky with a look of sadness and anger. Boy! You dare to kill my son, no matter who is behind you, this old man will not let you go. The palace master of Xingyang Palace roared again and again. The palace master of Xingyang Palace never dreamed that his son would be killed in seconds, and he didn't even have time to rescue him. Sacred Yang bloodline, coagulate. Saint Yang Ling Tian / The blazing flame was like a dazzling sun, turning into a giant sword that lifted the sky and slashed down. The rage-filled blow from the sanctuary Juzanshan powerhouse after the bloodline was used, its powerful oppression caused countless warriors to breathe a cluster, dripping with cold sweat, and their expressions were horrified. But these people do not include Han Feng. Even Han Feng does not need to use the holy flame battle body and the void immortal body at all. 9 poisonous needles burst out one after another, rushing directly into the flame giant sword. With the top grade of the amethyst inflammation poison needle, it was a dream to melt away the amethyst inflammation poison needle with these flames, and it was impossible even to evaporate the poison on the poison needle through high temperature. The palace master of the sacred Sun Palace was using the sacred Sun Spirit Heaven slash with all his strength, and he would notice that 9 poisonous needles were flying from his flaming giant sword. When the palace master of Xingyang Palace noticed it was too late, there was no time to react, and he could only watch the 9 poisonous needles injected into his body. In an instant, the fire broke out. Even the powerhouses in the early stage of the great sanctuary can be poisoned quickly. How terrifying it is at the level of the ordinary sanctuary. The highly poisonous flames directly broke through the body of the palace master of the Holy Sun Palace and devoured it in a blink of an eye. The dignified number 1 powerhouse in Tianyang Kingdom fell completely without even hitting the enemy with a single blow of anger. This scene shocked countless people. The third one. Thanks to the 2 big rewards of Xingxing Peak 3 and 8960211154. Oh, __intersection, oh. How so? The palace master of Xingyang Palace didn't even hurt a single hair of this person. It's scary. The eyes of everyone looking at Han Feng changed. Although Han Feng was strong at first, in their opinion he was a potential genius, and he might be a super strong in the future, but at present he has absolutely no ability to compete with Xingyang Palace. This is also the impression that Xingyang Palace has left on them for a long time. For so many years, it is not that there are no self-righteous sanctuary powerhouses and sanctuary geniuses provoking the sacred Sun Palace, but the result is without exception. And at this moment, Han Feng ignored the horror of everyone, and the voice full of evil spirits and killing intent resounded throughout the world. I am Han Feng of the Great Jin Kingdom. The sanctuaries of the Tianyang Kingdom have heard me clearly. If I dare to come to my Great Jin Kingdom to be presumptuous in the future, I will definitely destroy the Tianyang Kingdom. This sentence is very arrogant, but Han Feng killed the palace master of Xingyang Palace with one blow, and many warriors have no doubt that Han Feng will really do this. The entire Tianyang Kingdom is also the Holy Sun Palace's palace master, a Saint Realm 9 Heavens, which can instantly kill the existence of the Saint Realm 9 Heavens, and its combat power is at least comparable to the Great Sanctuary level. This level of powerhouse will destroy Tianyang Kingdom with no effort at all. Leaving a group of shocked warriors, Han Feng spread his vermilion bird flame wings and left quickly. After this day, Han Feng's name spread all over the Tianyang Kingdom immediately. Even the rumors of Han Feng in the Great Jin Kingdom also spread to Tianyang Kingdom. What killed the many saints and generals of the Holy Palace in 1 second, bombarded the Holy King of the Holy Palace, and suppressed the Holy Palace Saint Queen were all set off in the Tianyang Kingdom. Shocking waves. If there is no such thing as Han Feng's one-shot killing of Xingyang Palace, perhaps many warriors will sneer at such rumors. However, the killing of the palace master of Xingyang Palace happened, and many warriors fell silent. Even if the rumors are really exaggerated, it is absolutely true that Han Feng has the combat power of the Great Sanctuary. In an instant, Tianyang Kingdom's originally eager thoughts dissipated immediately. The royal family of Tianyang Kingdom even cursed in their hearts. After a Lin Shunsheng finally died, another Han Feng appeared. The national fortune of the Jin Kingdom is too good. At the age of 20, a genius comparable to the battle strength of the Great Sanctuary, no matter how you look at it, he has a much brighter future than Lin Shunsheng. Liangshan Country. Li Family. The Li family is the royal family of Liangshan Kingdom, and it has the blood of a demon dog. At this moment, countless people looked at the scene in the sky in fear. The strongest of their Liangshan Kingdom, Li Xingtian, the ancestor of the Li family, and the dignified sanctuary 8th heavenly powerhouse, could not help a young man in the slightest. Even at this time, the ancestor of the Li family, Li Xingtian, had already displayed the blood of the magic dog. Who the hell are you? Li Xingtian couldn't help Han Feng for a long time, but instead let Han Feng take the opportunity to destroy most of the palace, and couldn't help roaring. Great Jin Kingdom Korean style. What? It's you. Li Xingtian was suddenly surprised, his face extremely ugly. Since you know who I am, you should know why I came today. Go to hell. With a wave of Han Feng's sleeve robe, a golden dim light rushed towards Li Xingtian. Humph, such a small thing wants to kill this old man? Li Xingtian was full of disdain. The demon dog roars. Boom. Suddenly, the golden rays of light flourished, and a golden brick that was thousands of feet high, like a giant mountain, suddenly pressed down. What? Li Xingtian was horrified. He never expected that a small golden light would eventually turn into such a huge mountain. The power of the landslide and tsunami made Li Xingtian full of horror. Today's Tong Tian holy brick, although it has not fully recovered due to time constraints. But with Xiaopeng's efforts to recover, he has also regained the level of the middle-grade holy artifact. The power of the middle-grade holy artifact is so powerful, the golden brick suppressed Li Xingtian, and Li Xingtian was crushed into a meat sauce without any resistance. The golden bricks fell heavily on the palace, and the entire palace collapsed in an instant. I don't know how many people from the Li family fell under the golden bricks. Han Feng stood proudly in the sky, his eyes bursting with cold light. I am the Han Feng of the Great Jin Kingdom. The sanctuaries of the Liangshan Kingdom have heard me clearly. If I dare to come to my Jin Kingdom to be presumptuous in the future, I will definitely destroy the Liangshan Kingdom. After saying that, Han Feng spread the vermilion bird flame spirit wing and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Just like in Tianyang Kingdom, Liangshan Kingdom soon spread the name of Han Feng and events related to Han Feng, including everything Han Feng did in Tianyang Kingdom. For a moment, the sanctuary powerhouse of Liangshan Kingdom fell silent. Yanling Country. Zhu Linlai, the ancestor of the Zhu family, was also smashed by the holy bricks of the sky, but Zhu Linlai not only reached the peak of the holy realm Jizongshan, but also had a rare life-saving holy weapon in his hand, a flower-receiving card. Therefore, Zhu Linlai was not crushed into meat sauce, but escaped. Zhu Linlia's face was ugly, and his eyes revealed a strong panic. Han Feng's strength is really too strong. At this moment, Zhu Linlai has to believe the so-called rumors. Han Feng, it's better to resolve the enemy than to get married. The old man is willing to offer a lot of holy stones to apologize. What do you think? In the face of Zhu Linlia's behavior, Han Feng was unmoved. Han Feng had already learned from the senior officials of the Lin family that the initiator of this incident was Zhu Linlai. If it wasn't for Zhu Linlia's initiation of numerous sanctuaries to Dajin, how could his mother be injured? Zhu Linlai is one of Han Feng's must-kill lists, and ranks first. Stop talking nonsense, you will die today. Han Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Zhu Linlia's face sank. Han Feng, one of the juniors of my Zhu family, has already joined the Dashing Empire Magic Light Saint, and in the first half of the year, he has already retreated to the level of the Great Sanctuary, and it will be successful in a few years. If Your Excellency, if you don't give up this time, there will definitely be another enemy of the Great Sanctuary in the future. Han Feng smiled disdainfully. The Great Sanctuary? If the Great Sanctuary is 8 or 9, I will be afraid. What is the newly promoted Great Sanctuary? Die. The heavenly brick smashed down with a bang. You. Zhu Linlai pointed at Han Feng, who was full of resentment. He didn't expect Han Feng to stop at this point. Is he really not afraid of the revenge of a great sanctuary? In the dark, Zhu Linlai has not figured out why Han Feng is not afraid of the great sanctuary, and has completely fallen. Leaving a sentence, I am Han Feng of the Great Jin Kingdom, the sanctuaries of Yanling Kingdom have heard it clearly to me. If you dare to come to my Great Jin Kingdom to be arrogant in the future, I will definitely destroy the Yanling Kingdom. Han Feng rushed to the sky and left. 3 kingdoms, Xingwu Kingdom, Yuyuan Kingdom, Huibao Kingdom, Minglu Kingdom, the strongest of the 5 kingdoms and the sanctuary who went to the Great Jin Kingdom were all beheaded by Han Feng one by one. Domineering, deeply imprinted into the hearts of the 8 kingdoms sanctuary powerhouses. The powerhouses in the sanctuary of the 8 kingdoms were all intimidated and dared not have any bad thoughts towards the Great Jin state. Since then, Han Feng has created a supreme deterrent in Dajin and the 8 countries around Dajin. Later, he was called the first person under the Great Sanctuary by the 9 Kingdoms Sanctuary. Shocked by the 8 kingdoms, Han Feng returned to the Great Jin Kingdom, developed his family, and at the same time retreated to improve his cultivation. In a blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. The 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme P group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. In addition, there is a public group, as long as all readers can enter, whether it is a P reader or an ordinary reader, the group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Time flies, and 2 years have passed since Han Feng deterred the surrounding 8 countries. In 2 years, the Great Jin Kingdom, or the Han family, has undergone earth-shaking changes. 2 years ago, a medicinal liquid called Origin Liquid and Spiritual Water came out from the Han family. It is said that the source liquid can improve the cultivation of any level under the sanctuary powerhouse, and has no side effects. It is said that the spirit water can improve the qualifications of any grade below the holy grade, and it also has no side effects. Many warriors know that these are from the hands of the Han family, Han Feng, and Han Sage. It is impossible for a Han family to have such a heaven-defying medicinal liquid. Since Han Feng intimidated the surrounding 8 countries, Han Feng not only received a large number of sanctuaries compensated by many sanctuary powerhouses in the 8 countries, but also won the title of many saints. It's just that the powerhouses of the 8 kingdoms sanctuary know what Han Feng's unique skills are, and the title of Han Feng saint has been discussed endlessly, and there is no conclusion. Some of the warriors of the Great Jin Kingdom have seen Han Feng's prowess with their own eyes, so they have the titles of Xuanhuan Saint, Saint Flame Saint, and Void Saint. The title of Sage Xuanhuan naturally comes from the Xuanhuan domain, the title of Sage of Saint Flame comes from the Holy Flame battle body, and the Saint of Void Immortal comes from the Void Immortal body cast by Han Feng. Han Feng has too many unique skills, and Rao is a martial artist of the Great Jin Kingdom who also looked at each other, not knowing which title to choose. In the end, it was Elder Lei De who came to ask. In the end, all 3 titles were withdrawn by Han Feng, and they were matched by surnames. Therefore, the sages of Han spread out. Perhaps the title of Saint Han is not as domineering as the first 3, but Han Feng doesn't care. Sometimes a certain sanctuary powerhouse is good at something, and 1 or 2 can be inferred from its title. For a sanctuary powerhouse, having such a title is both an honor and a danger. In the face of glory and danger, Han Feng naturally chooses safety. Han Xingxia sounds simple, and will not allow some people with bad intentions to speculate. Since the source liquid and the spiritual water have been obtained, the overall martial artist level of the Great Jin Kingdom has jumped to a higher level. 2 years ago, there were no more than 200 heavenly rank powerhouses in the Great Jin Kingdom, but now they have at least doubled. The ground, mysterious, and human steps are as numerous as the hair of a cow. In the past, a small Xuanjia was a master in remote areas, but now it can only be regarded as a mediocre one. The ground steps are considered to be truly entering the room. However, it was the Han family that had the biggest increase in strength. After all, the source liquid and spiritual water were originally handed down from the Han family, and it is estimated that the source liquid and spiritual water that have been passed down are not even 1/10 of what the Han family used themselves. With so many source fluids and spiritual waters, the overall level of the Han family warriors has risen steadily. First, Han Tianqing, Han Tianli, Han Tianmu, Han Tiancheng and other Han-style elders entered the hierarchy of heaven. Before, except for Han Tiancheng, who reluctantly entered the rank, the other 3 were only on the Xian rank. But now, with the assistance of a large amount of spiritual water, the aptitudes of several people have been improving, and they have already been upgraded to the top aptitudes. With the Palace Master of Origin Liquid, it is proper to enter the heaven rank. The 3 of Han Tianqing were only at the early stage of the heavenly rank, so Han Tiancheng, as Han Feng's father, naturally got more benefits, not only entering the heavenly rank, but also the late heavenly rank. As for Han Feng's grandfather, Han Yu, although his aptitude has been greatly improved because of Ling Shui, after all, he is old and his vitality is far less active than his son's. As a result, a lot of spiritual liquid was obtained, but it only stopped at the 12-star peak level of the Earth rank, and it took some time to accumulate before entering the celestial rank. Although he was surpassed by his own son, Han Yu was not at all unhappy. Han Yu has only 2 wishes in this life. One is to become a master of Xuanjia, and the other is to make the Han family grow and develop. Now that the 2 goals have already been achieved, Han Yu is very satisfied and not disappointed. Han Mo, Han Gang, Han Ro, Han Lin and other cousins of Han Feng are not on the ground level now, at least they are at the peak of the mysterious level, not far from the ground level. In the past, the ground level was only in existence for them to look up to, and there was absolutely no ambition to step into the ground level. And now, not to mention the ground level, the sanctuary is their pursuit. Going further down, Han Feng has the consciousness to control the outflow of source fluid and spiritual water. It's not that Han Feng is stingy, but that the next generation cannot give them the character of getting something for nothing. If you want source fluid and spiritual water, okay. The Han family often holds monthly, high school, annual, and other assessments, and they are divided into different stages according to their cultivation bases. In each assessment, the top rankers will be able to get the source fluid and spiritual water, and the higher the rank, the more they will get. When the cultivation base enters the Xian class, it will get rid of the assessment and officially become the elite of the Han family. At this time, the Han family will send the source liquid and spiritual water every month, but if you want more, you need to enter the Han family quest hall to comprehend the tasks to earn contribution points. If you have more contribution points, you can exchange the corresponding source liquid and spiritual water. The overall level of the Han family has improved a lot, and the Lei family is not bad. Today, there are 50 or 60 people in the Lei family who have entered the heavenly rank, and there are also 2 or 3 who have become semi-sacred. This made the Lei family respect Han Feng. Without Han Feng, the Lei family would never have grown so fast. Some Lei family experts could not help but sigh if Han Feng's surname was Lei Duo. It's just that the Lei family's development is great, but it is only the second largest force in the Great Jin state. The first major force is naturally the Han family. However, the reason why the Han family is the largest force is not because of the birth of several heavenly ranks. After all, the previous level of the Han family is too poor and too low. No matter how fast the improvement in 2 years, it is still not so easy to catch up with the Great Jin Kingdom. Several big families of especially the Lei family, also got a lot of source liquid and spiritual water because of Han Feng. The reason why the Han family was able to become the largest force in the Great Jin Kingdom was because there were several sanctuary powerhouses. The first is Han Feng's mother, Lei Yuanjia. A year ago, Lei Yuanjia officially passed through Tianlei at the second-rate semi-sacred level, and achieved the second level of the sanctuary. Lei Yuanjia's surname Lei is correct, but Lei Yuanjia has already married into the Han family, and his fighting power is naturally counted on the Han family's head. When outside, everyone calls Lei Yuanjia the Saint of Thunder, and it is Mrs. Han. The second is Han Feng's maid and boy. The female maid, Bai Cai, has a 6-turn white jade body, and with the help of the source liquid, she has become a top semi-sage in just 2 years, and has directly passed through the thunder to become a 4th-level sanctuary strong, known as the White Jade Sage. The boy Yeju is a little worse, but he is also a first-class semi-sacred realm to cross the sky and achieve the 3rd heaven of the sanctuary. He is known as the Eagle Saint. Finally, it is the follower of Han Feng, the first guest of the Han family, Yiying. It's just that Yiying didn't want to accumulate too long in the semi-sacred realm, so he crossed the sky with the 3rd-rate semi-sacred realm, and finally only became the peak of the 1st layer of the Holy Realm. The 4 strong sanctuaries are the only one of the Great Jin Kingdom. Back then, the Great Jin Kingdom had no second sanctuary except for the Guardians. In just 2 years, there are now 4 more. With the 4 powerful sanctuaries in charge, the Han family naturally and steadily became the first family of the Great Jin Kingdom. As for the cultivation of other members of the family, there are a lot of source fluid and spiritual water. Are they afraid that they will surpass the Lei family and the rest of the family? At that time, even if there is no 4 great sanctuaries, just looking at the level of warriors under the 4 great sanctuaries, the Han family will sooner or later become the first overlord of the Great Jin Kingdom. Second more. Of the 4 sacred areas, Bai Jade Saint Bai Cai and Tianning Saint Yizhu were not only famous in the Great Jin Kingdom, but also made great reputations in the surrounding 8 kingdoms. The sanctuary within 100 years old has the cultivation of the 4th and 3rd heaven, and the real combat power is beyond the level of its own cultivation. Not to mention that the genius of the 8 kingdoms is now damaged in the sanctuary, even Lian Fei and others are still there. In this case, it is far inferior to Bai Cai and Yizhu. Not to mention that both of them are in their 20s now, unlike Lian Fei and others who are in their 80s or 90s, nearly 100 years old. It is conceivable that the future development prospects of the two are far beyond the 3 of Lian Fei. Even Fei and the 3 of them have the possibility of hitting the Great Sanctuary, not to mention Bai Cai and Yizhu. In the eyes of the Zhou Kingdom's sanctuary powerhouses, whether it is Bai Cai or Yizhu, they are the proper Great Sanctuary-level powerhouses in the future. Coupled with the fact that Han Feng, who already had a combat power comparable to the Great Sanctuary 2 years ago, the Great Jin Kingdom is no less inferior to the 6th-rank empire in the eyes of the sanctuary powerhouses of the border countries. The beast's claws fell dormant. Even if there is still ambition and unwillingness in his heart, he has to accept his fate when he is not sure of dealing with Han Feng. It has been 2 years since Han Feng deterred the surrounding 8 countries. In the early morning, 2 years after the Han family, when the first rays of sunlight shone through the window into the house, many young warriors had gathered in the Han family square. These warriors are the younger generation of the Han family today, young warriors under the age of 15. 8 or 9 years ago, in the Han family where Han Feng was located, the 15-year-old younger generation at that time was considered an elite who could step into the middle stage of the mortal rank. The leader of the younger generation. But now, if you haven't stepped into the human level, you're embarrassed to say that you've cultivated seriously. For the younger generation under the age of 15 in the Han family 2 years later, they can only be regarded as elites if they enter the human rank, and those who can break through to the 4-star level or above are the leaders of the elites and the leaders of the younger generation. Figure. This day is the 2nd year of the Han family's annual assessment, and the top 50 will be rewarded. The first place can get 5 caddies of low-grade source fluid and 50 caddies of low-grade spiritual water. The second place can get 3.5 caddies of low-grade source liquid and 35 caddies of low-grade spiritual water. The third place can get 2 caddies of low-grade source liquid and 20 caddies of low-grade spiritual water. The 4th to 10th place can get 1 kilogram of low-grade source liquid and 10 kilograms of low-grade spiritual water. The 11th to 30th place can get 1 kilogram of low-grade source liquid and 5 kilograms of low-grade spiritual water. The 31st to 50th places can get half a caddy of low-grade source liquid and 5 caddies of low-grade spiritual water. In addition to the most anticipated rewards of these young warriors, other rewards such as martial arts, exercises, spiritual stones, and spiritual tools also have different rewards according to the ranking. A group of juniors are grinding their fists, preparing to make a big splash in the annual exam, rushing into the top 50, top 30, top 10, or even top 3. If you can get first place, that's even better. 5 kilograms of low-grade source liquid, a human-level 1-star warrior can easily break through to 3 or 4 human-level stars if he can completely refine it. If the qualification is high, it can even hit a higher level. Hey, this time I will be in the top 50 in the annual exam. The red-clothed boy clenched his fists and worked hard. TSK, only the top 50? It's too unmotivated, I want to hit the top 30. The green-clothed youth curled his lips, then said confidently and proudly. Take it down, you were only over 80 in the last year's examination, and now you are going to hit the top 30, so you are too confident. The red-clothed boy was full of contempt. Humph, don't forget that many people in the last year's assessment were over 15 years old and could no longer participate in the annual assessment. Their training site has been changed to the Elite Hall, and they can become full members of the Han family as long as they break through to the Xian rank. They can earn points by doing tasks in the task hall in exchange for source liquid and spiritual water. Without them, I would be at least 50 or so, and now after a year of hard work, my cultivation has soared. Why can't I enter the top 30? The green-clothed boy was extremely annoyed by the red-clothed boy's contempt and roared loudly. There are many more teenagers like this, but except for a few, most of them aim to be in the top 50 and 30. As for the top 10, everyone has a steel scale in their hearts. They don't know the specific rankings, but they can guess who has the ability to hit the top 10. After all, many warriors have learned from each other in their daily practice. Despite this kind of sparring, everyone will definitely not show their true strength, but everyone can still see something from the sparring. I don't know who will be the first in the annual assessment this time. I guess it's Han Lily. This woman was 13 in the last year's assessment, and now all the people above her have entered the elite hall. I don't know who will be the first this time. This woman has been captured. However, this woman is also 15 years old, and she will be assigned to the elite hall after this assessment, and she will be considered one less opponent in the future. Hey, I guess it was Han Ranyan who won the first place. Although this woman was only in her 20s in the annual examination last year, this woman is 1 year younger than Han Lily, and she surpasses Han Lily in terms of potential. Now that a year has passed, who knows what level Han Ranyan has cultivated to? How can Han Ranyan be compared to my goddess? Fuck, Han Ranyan is the goddess. The two teenagers almost fought over the goddess in their minds. There are also some teenagers who lament that the source fluid and spiritual water are only inferior. It would be great if it was a mid-grade, high-grade, or even top-grade source fluid. If it was a top-grade source fluid, let alone 5 kilograms, it would be a small bottle, and the energy contained in it would make 1 star rise all the way to the 10th grade. There are more than 2 stars, maybe it will directly step into the Shan class. Stop daydreaming, it's just your cultivation. Don't talk about the top-grade source fluid, even if the middle-grade source fluid is slightly inappropriate, you will end up in the end of the explosion. Amidst the excitement and clamor of many teenagers and girls, 9 powerful breaths suddenly descended from the sky. The group of young girls fell silent for a while. The figures of the 9 paths that have descended are either high-level leaders of the Han family or the giant tasks of the younger generation of the Han family. A kind of little brat is full of awe. Sure enough, Lord Han Tianqing is at the very center again, and the patriarch still hasn't shown up. It seems that the rumor that the patriarch will pass on the position of the patriarch to Lord Han Tianqing is true. Master Han Tianqing is a powerhouse in the sky, and he has rich experience in managing the family. It is not wrong to choose Master Han Tianqing. It's just a pity Lord Han Tianqing. With the existence of the young master of the sage Han, if Lord Han Tianqing wants to, he should be able to easily become the head of the Han family. That's because Lord Han Tianqing doesn't care, and now Lord Tianqing's main focus is on cultivation. Besides, even if Lord Han Tianqing cares, Lord Han Tianqing should know that he is not good at managing such things. Many little kids were silent for a moment, and then began to gossip with their companions in a low voice. The faces of the 9 people did not change in the slightest. Han Tianqing's current cultivation base naturally heard the pity of these little guys, but Han Tianqing smiled slightly. He really doesn't have the slightest opinion on the position of the head of the family. Not to mention that he doesn't have this experience, but to talk about the time spent on cultivation, and he doesn't allow him to put too much experience on other things. In order to match Lei Yuanjia, Han Tianqing has become a cultivator now. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. In addition to Han Tianqing and Han Tianqing, the 9 people are Han Feng's second uncle Han Tianli, third uncle Han Tianmu, and several cousins, Han Mo, Han Gang, Han Ro, and Han Lin. Han Mo has been promoted to the second level rank, Han Lin later caught up with the second rank, and Han Ro surpassed, and the cultivation base entered the third rank. Only Han Gang, because he was lazy, was able to touch the edge of the ground level, which was considered a half-step level. The last person is a member of the Heavenly Eagle Hall under the command of the first guest Qing, and he is also a master of heavenly rank. If Han Feng was here, at a glance, it would be obvious that this person was the dark middle-aged man Yi Zhu, called Uncle Li at the beginning. Han Tianqing stepped out and said in a clear voice, "You little guys, you must know what day is today, so I won't say more. I only hope that you don't forget when you are competing for the rankings. You are all juniors of the Han family. Don't be jealous of others, because of failures. Instead, you should reflect on yourself and work hard to improve your strength is the right way. In this competition, some people have reached the age of 15 and have grown from little guys to men. After this test, you will go to the elite hall for training. I hope you will still maintain the courage and bravery here in the elite hall. I wish you all to break through to the Xian rank as soon as possible and become an official member of the Han family. Now I announce that the annual assessment begins. This assessment is divided into 5 venues. The top 10 of each venue is the top 50 this time. After that, there will be 49 battles between the 50 places, and finally the specifics of the 50 places will be determined. Ranking. This competition is a real fair competition, and cheating is not allowed. With me and other 5 heavenly ranks in charge, any cheating behavior is discovered and punished severely. In the last sentence, Han Tianqing's tone was extremely severe, and all the little kids couldn't help shouting, "Yes." Han Tianqing nodded with satisfaction, "Very good, now to collect your respective number plates." The number plates are divided into 2 parts, the upper and lower numbers are one of the 5 venues you will fight. The number of the field. The battle is random. After the allocation, the 5 heavenly steps flew into the 5 fields in an instant, monitoring the battle on the field. The battles unfolded slowly, and all kinds of infuriating fluctuations flashed in the field, and the gorgeous impact was compelling. There are many warriors in the late stage of ordinary, 1-star human, and 2-star human, and it is rare to reach 3-star human. Only human level 4 stars will appear once in an average of 20 or 30 battles. Rock Crack Impact. Spiral Fist. Broken Palm. The battle lasted all morning, and when the afternoon came, 50 places were finally selected. But at this moment, the 2 figures gradually revealed their shapes along with the space distortion. White Jade Saint. Sacred Eagle? It turned out to be them? Our annual exam has alarmed these 2 powerhouses? Many young warriors were all excited and their eyes were burning. Although Han Tianqing and others are strong, the current level of heaven is not a rare level for the Great Jin Kingdom. Only the sanctuary is still an extremely noble existence for many martial artists in the Great Jin Kingdom. See the 2 saints. Han Tianqing and others hurriedly stepped forward and were about to salute. Bai Cai and Yi Zhu hurriedly raised their hands, and there was a force in the air, and this force was still unable to kneel down even by Han Tianqing and other Han Feng's elders. Bai Cai's expression was solemn, "Your Excellency is the elder and father of the young master. You must not bend your knees to a maid like a little girl." Yi Zhu also said, "I'm just an adult's boy." As the relatives and elders of adults, how do you explain this to the adults? Han Tianqing and the others looked at each other with a wry smile and a little envy. These are the 2 sanctuary powerhouses, and there are still sanctuary powerhouses who have the potential to impact the great sanctuary, but they are only Han Feng's maids and boys, which makes them feel that they are not sanctuary. Seeing Bai Cai and Yi Zhu's firm expressions, Han Tianqing sighed and stopped insisting. But Han Tianqing and others didn't really treat Bai Cai as slaves, because they were Han Feng's maid and boy. If they wanted to do that, they would be idiots. And Yi Zhu, 2 promising geniuses, and Han Feng's face. Bai Cai and Han Tianqing and others maintained their respect for each other, and the atmosphere was harmonious. On the contrary, the man called Uncle Li had a good relationship with Yi Zhu. "Sage White Jade, I will trouble you later," Han Tianqing said. Bai Cai smiled slightly, "It's my duty." The following 50 boys and girls started the next ranking competition. For the sake of ranking and rewards, the 50 people struggled to suppress the curiosity of Bai Cai and Yizhu in their hearts. Not long after, the first battle was over, and one of them was injured. Although it was not a serious injury, it had a great impact on the next battle. You know, everyone has to fight 49 battles. But at this moment, Bai Cai pointed in the air, and a white light did not penetrate into the body of the injured Han family disciple. In the exclamation of the Han family disciple, everyone was shocked to find that the Han family disciple's injury was completely healed all at once. Wow! There was an uproar among the disciples of the Han family. At this time, they finally understood the reason why the white jade saint appeared here. It was because of this. Haha, although it's not the first time I've seen it, but every time I see the white jade finger of the white jade saint, I feel very shocked. Han Tianqing exclaimed. However, Bai Cai shook his head slightly. It's just a tasteless skill, and it's not very useful to me and other sanctuary powerhouses. Bai Cai's tone was full of regret. This white jade one finger is a special sanctuary of recovery class, and one finger can instantly restore the injury of a human-level powerhouse. Profound steps take 2 or 3 seconds, earth steps need more than 10 seconds, and sky steps take more than a minute. For the sanctuary, at most, it can alleviate the injury, and it is impossible to really recover the injury. Han Tianqing and the others choked, and rolled their eyes in their hearts. For the sanctuary powerhouses, it was just an accumulation of tricks, but for them, it was completely against the sky. With the white jade finger of the white heart, almost everyone participates in the assessment in a state of prosperity, which is naturally more fair. It's just because of the time issue. Except for the obvious difference, Yizhu will decide the outcome of the two sides, by fighting dozens of moves. There is a holy eagle to be the referee, and naturally no one will doubt it. Soon, the afternoon passed, night fell, and the competition continued. There are sanctuary powerhouses opening the barrier, and it is like daytime here. As a human-level warrior, staying up late is not a big problem. Therefore, the examination is still going on. Noon on the second day. 50 places were finally left with only the first and second places left undecided. These two are beautiful female disciples of the Han family, and they are Han Lili and Han Ranyin, who were mentioned by many Han family disciples before. The two beauties were two beautiful landscapes on the battlefield, which caused many male wolves to howl, each cheering for their goddess. Before the two women fought, the group of male wolves below almost fought. On the stage, Han Tianqing smiled. These two girls, the current popularity situation is so similar to Han Ro back then. Second more. From tomorrow, things will be less busy, and the previous update speed will probably be gradually restored. Han Ro on the side looked shy for a moment before sighing. I was only in the middle of the mortal rank at the time, and these two girls are both at the peak of the 4-star human rank, so they can't be compared. Han Lin smiled. Sister Ro is too arrogant. You must know that the reason why these two girls have such cultivation is not because of Saint Han's source fluid and spiritual water. The aptitude of these two girls at the beginning may not necessarily be higher than Sister Ro, or even slightly weaker. It's just that after taking the spirit water, the aptitude has been improved to the second grade of the lower grade, which is close to the first grade, and the speed of cultivation is naturally faster than that of us. With the help of the source, it is not inconceivable to easily break through to the human level and be promoted to the 4-star human level. Before Han Feng became a sanctuary, Han Lin could still call Han Feng's name naturally, but since Han Feng became a sanctuary, Rao is Han Lin's brother as Han Feng, so he didn't dare to call Han Feng anymore. This is the change brought about by power. The sanctuary was too high and too far for Han Lin. Han Tianqing agreed and nodded. Yes, although they are stronger than you at the same age, they may not surpass you in the future. don't forget that you are also constantly earning contribution points by doing tasks in exchange for spiritual liquid and spiritual water. Thanks to the saints of Han, several babies born in the next generation of our Han family have been tested to have mid-grade qualifications. The mere mid-level qualifications are nothing to the big family, but it is different for the Han family. You must know that the Han family did not have a middle grade or a third grade qualification at the beginning. These babies with mid-grade qualifications have parents of higher status in the Han family. Not only have their strength entered the ground, but because of the spiritual water, their own qualifications have at least reached the first grade, mid-grade or top grade qualifications. It is the high aptitude of both parents that will significantly improve the aptitude of the next generation. Many high-level officials of the Han family are happy to see it. These next generation with higher aptitude are superior and innate, and if they take the source liquid and spiritual water in the future, they will be even more powerful. Han Tianqing and others seem to have seen the future glory of the Han family. Bai Cai and Yi Zhu both smiled when they heard this. As Han Feng's followers, they also hoped to see Han Feng's family become stronger. Only in this way, their adults will feel at ease to pursue a higher level. On the field below, Han Lily and Han Ranyan fought hard. Absolute Shadow Ice Gun. Sword of Thunder. The goddesses in the eyes of the two Han family teenagers fought fiercely, one constantly using infuriating energy to condense an ice-blue spear, and the other condensing a blue thunder sword and slashing. The ice is filled with air, and the thunder and lightning are overflowing. After about 100 moves, Han Ranyan took advantage of the stronger relationship with True Chi to win. Han Tianqing said with a smile, "This girl's body's infuriating chi has already surpassed the 4-star level of human rank. It seems that this girl has not neglected her foundation because of the source fluid." Bai Cai smiled, "This woman is not bad. Although the source fluid of adults has no side effects, it is also because of this that it is easy to become addictive and cause dependence. It is wrong to think that as long as you take the source fluid, you can improve endlessly. After all, the help of liquid is limited, and if you want to go further when you reach the peak of the sky, the effect of relying on source liquid is not enough, and you need to rely on yourself to accumulate. And at this time, because the usual practice relies on the source fluid, and if you rely on yourself to accumulate it, you won't have that much perseverance." Han Tianmu smiled bitterly, "No way, the Han family was only a small human level a few years ago, and there is not even a profound level in the family, not to mention the heaven level, even the earth level is an existence that the Han family needs to look up to. For the Han family at that time, the ground level is an extremely amazing supermaster. Although the Han family has developed rapidly in the past few years, many people's horizons have not been fully opened, and they are still at the level of a few years ago." Yi Zhu's eyes flashed. In this way, it is even more remarkable that this girl can attach so much importance to the foundation. Maybe this girl has greater ambitions. This woman's infuriating strength is enough to compare to a human level 5-star. From this point of view, even if there is no source fluid, this woman will definitely step into the human level 5-star within half a month, and with the source fluid, it's still 5 kilograms of source fluid, so it's not impossible for this woman to soar all the way to the peak of human level 6-star. Bai Yu shook his head, "That's not necessarily true. Since this woman attaches great importance to the foundation, she should not take all the source fluid. If I guess correctly, this woman will not take the source fluid when she breaks through the 5-star level. It is also only taken at the critical moment of breakthrough. In this case, although the cultivation from the peak of the 4-star to the peak of the 6-star will be later than I expected, I can step into the 7-star with a strong foundation." Yi Zhu pondered. On the battle stage, Han Lily sighed, "I'm going to the elite hall soon, and I still haven't won the first place, but I'm not wronged. My sister is waiting for you in the elite hall." Han Ranyan clasped her fists with both hands. "My elder sister will be able to get better teaching when she enters the elite hall." Maybe after half a year, my younger sister will be surpassed by my elder sister. Han Lily also knew that this was just a step that Han Ranyan gave her, no more words, just a slight smile. Han Tianqing flew to the battle platform and announced that Han Ranyan won the first place, and he was about to give the reward. But at this moment, a powerful aura like a giant beast burst out from somewhere in the Han family and shot straight into the sky. At this moment, the sky rolled out a huge vortex, and a force that made the sanctuary powerhouse feel extremely oppressive swept the entire Han family. This is... Bai Cai and Yizhu suddenly stood up and looked at each other with joy in their eyes. At this time, Bai Cai also found that Han Tianqing and the others were oppressed and almost fell to the ground, and quickly displayed the sanctuary enchantment to help the Han family resist this powerful aura. Seeing this, Yizhu waved his hand to release the sanctuary enchantment. Sister Xian, could it be? After finishing everything, Yizhu Kai suppressed the excitement and looked at Bai Cai with excitement. Bai Cai's face was also full of joy. Yes, it must be the adult who is going to break through. My lord has cultivated to the Holy Land, Ninth Heaven Realm a year ago. Looking at this vision, your lord must be impacting the great sanctuary level. Oh my god, your lord is too perverted, that is the great sanctuary. How many people can't get past this step from the ordinary sanctuary to the great sanctuary? The Lord will become a strong man in the great sanctuary in just 1 year. If such a speed spreads out, I don't know how many people will be shocked. And when the Lord is not in the great sanctuary, he has the ability to kill the third and fourth layers of the great sanctuary. Now that the Lord has broken through to the great sanctuary, I don't know how powerful it will be. Yizhu was happy again and again. Said. The vision in the sky is getting bigger and bigger, and the pressure released is getting stronger and stronger. It soon spread to the entire holy city, and it is still rushing around at an astonishing speed. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. The 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme P group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. In addition, there is a public group, as long as all readers can enter, whether it is a P reader or an ordinary reader, the group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / The cities were affected by the vision, and the surging pressure came. Soon, this vision and coercion surrounded the entire Jin kingdom. All the martial artists of the great Jin kingdom were shocked by this vision and coercion. What the hell happened? Could it be that someone invaded my great Jin kingdom? Impossible, Da Jin is guarded by Saint Han, and no one dares to violate it. Otherwise, the fate of the 8 kingdoms such as Tianyang Kingdom 2 years ago will be a lesson from the past. Such a vision, such a coercion, is it like a powerful being making a breakthrough? What kind of existence breakthrough will have such a big vision and coercion? God, I am a heavenly rank powerhouse, so far away makes me have a momentary heart palpitation. This is by no means an ordinary breakthrough. When the White Jade Saint and the Heavenly Eagle Saint crossed the calamity, I was fortunate enough to see the scene where the 2 saints crossed the sky. At that time, there was no such perverted coercion. Wait, more than the 2 saints. The coercion that the breakthrough is still strong. Could it be? There are still a lot of smart people, and soon someone associates such a vision with Han Feng. Saint Han went to the sanctuary Jizanshan a year ago to completely retreat, and now. Thinking of this, the hearts of the warriors became hot, and as long as they took this step, Saint Han would be a great sanctuary. Any great sanctuary can be said to be a master wherever it is placed, let alone a mere great Jin kingdom. All of a sudden, many patriarchs and leaders of the forces sent their servants to the holy city to inquire about the news. However, these gates have not gone far. The leaders of these forces thought about it, and simply went there in person. In the holy city, the sanctuary barrier of Baixin and Yezhu has wrapped the entire holy city. Otherwise, if you are so close to the vision, I don't know how many people will have irreversible things happening because they can't bear such coercion. In a special secret room somewhere in the Han family, Han Feng's whole body is surging with Saint Yuan, madly hitting a higher level. A year ago, Han Feng rose to the peak level of Juzanshan with high-quality lava fire crystal source liquid, and then completely retreated, in order to impact the level of the Great Sanctuary. However, where is the Great Sanctuary so good? With the help of the lava crystals dropped by the Lava Lord, it was not until a year later that Han Feng really reached the limit and could make a breakthrough. During this year, in addition to constantly consolidating the holy essence in the body of the Nine Heavens level, Han Feng has also impacted the higher sanctuary. With the double help of the super-large jadeite and the House of Time, Han Feng quickly realized the four major martial arts of the Holy Flame Battle Body, the Holy Flame Booming Fist, the Holy Flame Armor, and the Holy Flame Booming Heaven Seal to the middle level of the middle grade, and relying on the lava fire crystal dropped by the Lava Lord. The four major martial arts have been truly upgraded to the middle grade and middle grade sanctuary. The four major martial arts are now the fifth realm, but they have not reached their peaks. After all, there are only so many lava fire crystals obtained from the Lava Lord. Except for the Lord Yenha, the rest are in the early stage of the Great Sanctuary, and the improvement is limited. However, this is the case. The four major martial arts have also been upgraded to the middle stage of the fifth layer, which is not too bad among the middle grade and middle grade sanctuary. Abstinence is not bad at all. It is worth mentioning that, with the assistance of a large number of lava fire crystals, the fifth layer of the nine flames and different fire art has gone further, and now the power of Aurorat Songyan is comparable to the top of the middle grade holy fire. In other words, relying on Aurorat Songyan alone, Han Feng is no longer afraid of any suppression under the seventh heaven of the Great Sanctuary. In addition to the four major martial arts such as the virtual immortal body have also been promoted to the middle level by Han Feng. In order to improve the level of the immortal body, Han Feng almost consumed most of the super-large jadeite, and the energy consumed far exceeded the energy required to comprehend the four major martial arts. After all, the void immortal body is a sanctuary secret that Han Feng needs to truly comprehend. After consuming a large amount of super-large sapphire stones, the void immortal body was successfully promoted to the middle grade, and the void immortal 100 dragon palm, void immortal one finger, and void immortal saint destruction were also upgraded to the middle grade and medium grade sanctuary secret knowledge level. Among them, the void immortal 100 dragon palm can swing more than 200 palms this time. As for the void immortal snake dragon finger, its power is no less than that of ordinary middle grade and high grade sanctuary skills, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a half-step middle grade and high grade sanctuary skills. In addition to the four major martial arts and the virtual immortal body, the rest of the other major middle grade and inferior sanctuary techniques, such as the Holy Flame King Fist, the fourth level of the Burning Heaven Emperor's Respect Finger, the Vermilion Bird Flame Wing, and the Yanlong Torn Hand, have all been removed by Han. The wind is in full control and can exert its full force. Not only that, but Han Feng, the fifth realm of Emperor Burning Heaven's Reverence Finger, has also been refined, and he can almost exert 80 to 90% of his power. Emperor Burning Heaven's respected reference to the sixth level Han Feng was also involved, but it didn't involve much, and it was able to exert 1 or 2% of its power. Holy Flame Emperor Fist, as a middle grade, high grade sanctuary, is naturally only involved in the preliminary stages. The higher level Xingyan Taiwanquan is already a top grade sanctuary. At present, Han Feng is not capable of practicing. It ends with physical trauma. Han Feng has made a lot of achievements in martial arts, and the same is true in sacred weapons. The amethyst flame poison needle can already be used by Han Feng to exert most of its power, and now it can exert its full power. Tongtian sacred brick has now been restored by Xiaopeng to the top level sacred artifact level. With Xiaopeng's help, Han Feng's power is not 1 or 2 points, but 3 or 4 points. But don't underestimate these 3 or 4 points. It should be noted that the Tongtian sacred brick is now a middle-grade top-level holy artifact. Even if it is 3 or 4 points, its power is extremely terrifying. Because there is no blood essence from the strong in the great sanctuary, the blood-drinking dragon saber is still at the middle-grade and middle-grade holy artifact level, and has not entered the middle-grade high-grade. In the past 2 years, not only Han Feng, but also the 3 beasts have improved their strength. The Flying Flame Lion and the Phantom Thunder Leopard have been upgraded to mid-level holy beasts, and 2 years later, they have been promoted to the initial stage of the 4th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. And Zhu Tianyunk has already been promoted to the peak of the 6th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, and is also half a step away from the 7th heaven. If it weren't for the 6th layer and the 7th layer, it was the gap between the middle and late stages of the Great Sanctuary, and the bottleneck was quite strong. With Zhu Tianyunk's aptitude, he would have been promoted to the 7th layer. To be honest, the improvement of the 3 beasts is not as big as Han Feng imagined, because Han Feng's middle-grade holy stone is limited, otherwise the strength of the 3 beasts will never be as high as it is now. Especially the Flying Flame Lion and the Phantom Thunder Leopard. If Han Feng had a large number of high-grade spirit stones to further enhance the aptitude and cultivation of the 2 beasts, the cultivation and comprehensive combat power of the 2 beasts would certainly far exceed the present. Thinking back on the progress of the past 2 years in his mind, Han Feng took a deep breath, and the energy of his whole body reached its peak. "Break it for me!" Han Feng roared wildly, and in an instant, an aura that was far beyond Han Feng's previous pressure surged out, and a large number of silver-white flames rose into the sky, wrapping Han Feng's entire body in it. Han Feng can clearly feel that his holy body, Holy Yuan, and Yuanshan's powers are improving at a crazy speed. During this promotion, the outside world was surging, visions were repeated, and waves of powerful coercion swept out, directly affecting the entire Great Jin Kingdom. Second more. It has finally become a great sanctuary. After that, it is probably going to the spiritual race. There are a few things that need to be interspersed in the middle. This needs to be carefully considered. The power of Han Feng Yuanshan continued to expand, and this improvement was far greater than the previous improvement between Zhuzangshan. It even made Han Feng feel a qualitative change, just like breaking through the human level to the Xian level to the earth level, and the earth level to the sky level. Immersed in the rapid ascension, Han Feng couldn't come back to his senses for a while. Every minute and every second of his body, he was improving at an astonishing speed, which made Han Feng deeply intoxicated. Until a long time, the vision of the entire Jin Kingdom gradually slowed down, and the increase of Han Feng's various forces gradually became flat. At this time, Han Feng also got rid of his intoxicated emotions and regained his former composure. Looking at the Saint Yuan in the body, Han Feng couldn't help shaking his face. "I finally broke through to the great sanctuary, and now I have 2,000 years of life. And I'm only in my 20s now." Compared with 2,000 years, this age doesn't even count as a fraction. In the early days of the Great Sanctuary first layer, I don't know what my current comprehensive strength will reach. The holy fruit in the planting space has long been exhausted, and I don't have the middle-grade holy fruit in my hands. Instead of wasting time planting the low-grade holy fruit, I might as well find the middle-grade holy fruit and plant it again. Han Feng's current cultivation has reached the level of the Great Sanctuary, and the low-grade holy fruit has little effect on Han Feng, even if it is the top quality of the low-grade holy fruit, and it has also been refined into source liquid, which improves Han Feng. Also very little. It's no wonder that those geniuses who broke through the peak and semi-sanctified realm in one fell swoop and achieved the 4th level of the sanctuary were able to break through to the level of the Great Sanctuary in just 1 or 200 years. The amount of energy needed to improve each level of the sanctuary is too huge, unless there is a large amount of resources to assist, it is impossible to quickly improve at the level of the Great Sanctuary. Fortunately, I have the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. My improvement may not be worse than those of the top geniuses of the ancient family. But at this moment, Saint Yuan surged in Han Feng's body and poured into Han Feng's eyebrows. A pupil was opened between the eyebrows, and the five-pointed star-shaped pupil spun violently, and a strange force fluctuated out. Could it be? Han Feng's heart moved, and he was overjoyed. Immediately, Han Feng started to attack the hexagonal star pupil level of the holy pupil of the star. The eye between Han Feng's eyebrows is getting brighter and brighter. Powerful soul fluctuations filled the entire secret room. However, when this power reached its heyday, the pupil of the holy star at the center of Han Feng's eyebrows did not change from a five-pointed star to a six-pointed star. Isn't it enough? Then, Han Feng immediately took out Tongyu and absorbed the power in Tongyu. The fluctuations of the soul that had subsided a little again rose up again. The pure power in Tongyu rapidly decreased, and at the same time, the pentagonal-shaped pupil of Han Fengxing's holy pupil rotated more and more violently, as if the space was distorted. If at this time there are ordinary sanctuary powerhouses to look at Han Feng's holy pupil of the star, I am afraid that the primordial spirit will be injured immediately, vomiting blood and wilting to the ground. As time passed by, the energy in Tongyu became less and less, and just after the power in Tongyu was about to be absorbed by Han Feng, Han Feng's body was shocked, and the pupil of the holy pupil of the star began to change. Among the pupils of the five-pointed star, there is an extra corner in a certain place, and this corner is gradually increasing. Soon, the pupils of the holy star were transformed from five-pointed star pupils to six-pointed star pupils. As if the real soul vibrated in the secret room, Han Feng couldn't help but let out a roar. The fluctuation of the soul gradually weakened, and Han Feng laughed loudly. The holy eye of the star has broken through to the hexagram level, which is considered to be a middle-grade high-level holy domain. Continued efforts are needed. I don't know where I can get Tongyu. If I get enough Tongyu, can my holy pupil of the star reach the 10-pointed star level very quickly? The holy pupil of the star gradually dissipated, and Han Feng did not leave the customs. The cultivation base has stepped into the great sanctuary level in one fell swoop, and the control of various sanctuary secrets has the possibility of further improvement. Emperor Burning Heaven respectfully refers to the 5th level middle grade and middle grade sanctuary secret skills. Han Feng has been able to exert 100% of his power after mastering it in the time house for a period of time. Only the middle grade and high grade sanctuary skills such as Emperor Burning Heaven's 6th level Respect Finger, Void Immortal Snake and Dragon Finger, and Holy Flame Emperor Fist can still only master 2 or 3 points. The Holy Flame Tai Huang Fist, which is further up, is still not qualified to practice, and forcible practice will definitely suffer on the bed. Sacred Flame Tai Huang Fist, strictly speaking, requires the peak of the sanctuary to be able to practice. It is only Han Feng of the first layer of the great sanctuary. It is still too reluctant to forcibly practice the Holy Flame Tai Wangquan. Feeling that there is nothing to improve, Han Feng simply went out. See your lord. Congratulations on your promotion to the great sanctuary. Outside, Bai Cai and Yizhu were already respectfully waiting here. Oh? The two of you have also become a sanctuary? Han Feng's eyes lit up and his expression became happy. When Han Feng retreated a year ago, Bai Cai and Yizhu were still at the semi-sacred level and had not entered the holy realm. Now that the two have entered the sanctuary, the Han family has several sanctuary powerhouses in charge, and Han Feng is more at ease with the Han family. It's also time to go to the spirit clan, Han Feng thought slowly in his heart. Sir, there are many clan heads and leaders outside who want to see the adults. Do you want to see the adults? Bai Cai said. Han Feng waved his hand. No, let them go back. With Han Feng's current strength and status, he is not at all worried that the patriarchs and leaders of these families will feel resentful. Yes, my lord, I'll let them go back. Yi Zhu, tell your lord what happened. Sure enough, when Bai Cai asked the heads and leaders of those families to go back, these people did not dare to have any opinions, but took it for granted. The dignified great sanctuary is something they can see casually if they want to see it. If they can see it casually, this great sanctuary is too cheap. Yi Zhu, what did Bai Cai say? After Bai Cai left, Han Feng asked Yi Zhu. Yi Zhu respectfully said, Sir, it will be the imperial examination in a month, sir, can you go? Imperial assessment? Han Feng was stunned, and then suddenly said, so it is. Senior Lin also mentioned this to me at the beginning. Originally, Senior Lin planned to let me go with him, but I didn't expect that in the end. As far as I know, our Dejin kingdom belongs to the Dashing Empire, the fifth great empire. This imperial examination is to be carried out in the Dashing Empire. Yes. Yi Zhu said respectfully, the kingdom of Great Jin belongs to the seventh-rank empire. If there are adults around, our Great Jin kingdom will be able to be promoted to the sixth-rank empire this time. Hearing this, Han Feng shook his head slightly. It's not that simple. When Senior Lin was a peak powerhouse in the Great Sanctuary, his cultivation was incomparable to the sanctuary within the Dashing Empire. Even the Dashing Empire was you have to be more respectful to Senior Lin, but it turns out that the Kingdom of Jin is not just a seventh-rank empire. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. The 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme P group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. In addition, there is a public group, as long as all readers can enter, whether it is a P reader or an ordinary reader, the group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / In a fifth-grade empire, the cultivation of the strongest person is only between the fourth and sixth layers of the Great Sanctuary. Considering that the Dashing Empire is a fifth-grade empire that has accumulated years of history, the strongest person must be the Great Sage. Domain 6th layer, not even 1 or 2. Such a fifth-grade empire is only one step away from a fourth-grade empire. To be promoted to the fourth-rank empire, it is not as simple as the birth of a Great Sanctuary 7th layer. There must also be a certain number in the early and middle stages of the Great Sanctuary to ensure that the next generation of the empire will not be broken. If a fifth-rank empire only has one Great Sanctuary 7th heaven, none in the middle of the Great Sanctuary, and only 2 or 3 in the early days of the Great Sanctuary, then it is absolutely not qualified to be promoted to the 4th rank, and even the 5th rank may not be able to keep it. Lin Shunxing of the Great Jin Kingdom has the peak cultivation of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary. Why is the Great Jin Kingdom only a mere 7th rank empire? Isn't it precisely because the next generation of the Jin Kingdom has no hope of being promoted to the sanctuary? In addition to a great sanctuary, an empire does not even have a semi-sacred place, and there are not many heavenly ranks. If such an empire can maintain the rank of a 7th rank empire, it is because the Dashing Empire looks at Lin Xuanxing's face. Otherwise, the level of military force of the Great Jin Kingdom is not as good as that of the ordinary rank 9 empires. Of course, the current state of Jin is at a time of vigorous development, and naturally, it is not comparable to before. Even if there is no sanctuary, just the level of force under the sanctuary is no worse than some powerful 9th rank empires, and even comparable to some weaker 8th rank empires. Yi Zhu smiled and said, the senior Lin has not seen the junior, but he has heard of many brilliant deeds of the senior, and the junior also admires it. But the junior believes that the adults will definitely be stronger than that senior in the future, even if the Great Jin Kingdom has not been promoted to the 6th rank empire this time, presumably it will be promoted in the next empire assessment. Even in the future, it is not impossible for the Great Jin Kingdom to become a third-rank empire. You do have confidence in me. Han Feng chuckled, and then arrived. Whether you can be promoted this time or not, you must go, otherwise you may not even be able to keep the 7th rank. The sanctuary powerhouses in the sanctuary naturally also have the responsibility to seek welfare for the Great Jin State, otherwise the lowering of the Great Jin State's rank will be harmful to all the families of the Great Jin State. Back then, when Senior Lin was in charge, the younger generation didn't dare to do anything, but this time is different. It seems that there is bound to be a fight in the Dashing Empire, but I'm not afraid. Han Feng looked confident. Although his current cultivation level is only the first level of the Great Sanctuary, under the full force of the explosion, Han Feng is confident that he will definitely have the possibility to compete with the 7th level powerhouse of the Great Sanctuary. But at this moment, Han Feng thought of what the ancestor of Yan Linggua's Zhu family said. I don't know if the junior Zhu family has been promoted to the Great Sanctuary. I can't say that this trouble will be solved this time. A few days later, Han Feng and his party flew to the Dashing Empire at the invitation of Lin Tianqiu. For things like the Empire assessment, how could the royal family of the Empire not go? In the imperial examination, only the sanctuary powerhouses and emperors of various countries can participate, so this time, apart from Han Feng, Bai Cai, Yi Zhu, and the current emperor of the Jin Kingdom, Lin Tianqiu, that is, Lin Huishuan's father. As for Lei Yuanjia, Elder Lei, and Yi Ying, they all stayed in the Great Jin Kingdom under Han Feng's persuasion. In the imperial assessment, there must be a battle between the sanctuaries. Elder Lei De and Yi Ying are too weak, so Han Feng will naturally not let them go. Lei Yuanjia's strength is not bad, how to say there is also a sanctuary triple heaven cultivation base. Not bad in the sanctuary within 100 years old. However, Han Feng was reluctant to let his mother take risks, and besides, his mother did not have any strong blood, and her combat power did not leave the sanctuary. Both Yi Zhu and Bai Cai's cultivation surpassed their respective cultivation levels, and they are enough to rank high in the sanctuary within 100 years of age, and they won't suffer too many injuries even in battle. The Dajin Kingdom was separated by dozens of empires from the Dashing Empire. These empires were all under the Dashing Empire, most of which were the lower third-rank empires, and the 6th-rank empires were few. After all, the Dashing Empire is only a 5th-rank empire, not a 4th-rank empire, nor a 3rd-rank empire, and it has not been able to conquer many 6th-rank empires. Some 6th-rank empires that have accumulated years are not much worse than ordinary 5th-rank empires. How can the 6th-rank empires be willing to surrender to the 5th-rank empires? Some of the 6th-rank empires under the Dashing Empire were originally raised from the 7th-rank empires under the Dashing Empire. Some of the superpowers in the empire were held by the Dashing Empire, or these powerhouses were originally in Dashing. Some powerful strengths in the empire are employed, otherwise these 6th-rank empires may not be so obedient. This is why Han Feng said that it is not so simple to advance from the 7th rank to the 6th rank. The 6th rank empire can already pose a certain threat to the Dashing Empire. Will a lord make his subordinates too powerful? If the Dashing Empire was not a 5th-grade empire but a 3rd-grade empire, I am afraid that the Dajin Kingdom would have been promoted to a 6th-grade empire because of Lin Shunsheng. The upper 3-tier empires have peak sanctuary powerhouses, and naturally they will not take the Great Sanctuary in their eyes, even if it is the Great Sanctuary Jizongshan. Just like the huge gap between Sanctuary Jizongshan and the Great Sanctuary, there is naturally an insurmountable gap between the Great Sanctuary and the peak of the sanctuary. Such a gap makes the upper 3rd-rank empire not need to worry about Lin Shunsheng at all. Because of Lin Tianqiu, a small half-sage, the group speed was not fast, and it took about 4 or 5 days to fly into the Dashing Empire. Flying into the Dashing Empire, everyone can deeply feel the difference between the Dashing Empire and the Dajin Kingdom. Not only because of the difference in territory, but the atmosphere of martial artist cultivation in the Dashing Empire is far from comparable to that of the Jin Kingdom. Now that the Great Jin Kingdom is booming, there are still quite a few ordinary warriors, especially in some backward cities. Ordinary warriors occupy more than half. But in the Dashing Empire, it was as difficult to see a mortal rank warrior as it was to see a heavenly rank in the Great Jin Kingdom. Some youngsters are human-level cultivation bases. Master Saints, since you have come to the Dashing Empire, you can't be so fast. As a fifth-grade empire, the Dashing Empire has many powerful people in the empire, and the hidden masters are even more unknown. Being too high profile makes these powerhouses dissatisfied, and although the three adults are powerful, they are. Lin Tianqiu said cautiously. Han Feng is powerful, and Lin Tianqiu naturally knows it, but he doesn't think Han Feng will be so powerful that he ignores the masters of the fifth-rank empire. The three of Han Feng naturally knew about Lin Tianqiu's scruples. Of course Han Feng was not afraid, but it was better not to provoke some unnecessary troubles. If there was too much trouble, it would be annoying even if they were not worth mentioning. Thinking of this, Han Feng nodded. As you said, let's stop. Anyway, there are still more than 10 days before the imperial examination. We can get there in time if we fly slowly. The group landed in the Dashing Empire, and flew slowly in a sparsely populated place, trying not to go to places with strong atmosphere of the sanctuary. Soon, the group was not far from the imperial city of the Dashing Empire, Xingxiao City. As night fell, the four chose to spend the night in a mountain range. Early in the morning, a roar suddenly resounded through the forest. This is... Lin Tianqiu woke up suddenly, and panic flashed across his face for a moment. Useless novel network, without pop-up window, www.m. Since Bai Cai and others were promoted to the sanctuary, Lin Tianqiu also probably knew the formidable coercion that the sanctuary powerhouse should have. This roar, at such a distance, made him suffocate for a moment, and he must have been a sanctuary warcraft in its heyday. However, Lin Tianqiu soon relaxed. He had 3 sanctuaries on his side, and one of them was the Great Sanctuary. This boy seems to be angry? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Sanctuary warcraft can transform into human form, even if it maintains the animal form. Its words and expressions are closer to that of human beings, and there will be many complex emotions. The powerful aura that belongs to the sanctuary of warcraft is approaching, and Bai Cai and others are waiting. Suddenly, a figure flew over quickly, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a young man in his 20s. This man looks extremely young, but his cultivation is not bad, and he is already a second-level sanctuary. When Han Feng and others saw the man naturally noticed Han Feng and others. Wow, run away, everyone, the leopard is crazy, the man yelled wildly, and behind the man, a huge golden-colored leopard roared repeatedly, go to hell. Contains extremely terrifying golden-colored energy bursting out, like a tornado, with a huge momentum. I don't know how many rocks and trees were involved and smashed by the bombardment. Oops. The man's expression changed. Han Feng and others naturally felt the power of this golden-colored energy tornado, and they were afraid that ordinary sanctuary 4th-level heavenly powerhouses would turn into ashes if they were involved. Just as Han Feng and others were about to make a move, the man suddenly turned around and his face became solemn. One finger cut. A giant finger of energy turned into a giant sword and slashed down. Boom! A huge roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, and a whirlwind of energy flew in all directions, annihilating an unknown number of trees. However, the man's cultivation level is only the 2nd level of the sanctuary. Of course, the comprehension of the unique knowledge of the sanctuary is good, and its power is comparable to the peak of the 3rd level of the sanctuary, which is comparable to the attack of the golden female leopard. However, the man's face didn't change, and he didn't have any fear. He just took out the purple talisman paper from his cuff. Go. The man let out a low voice, and the purple talisman paper immediately flew into the sky, and a shocking force spread out. Under this power fluctuation, the expressions of Bai Cai and Yi Zhu changed slightly, but Han Feng was indifferent. Such power may be extremely powerful for Bai Cai and Yi Zhu, but it is sparse for Han Feng. This power fluctuation is also the level of the 5th or 6th sanctuary, which is far from Han Feng's great sanctuary. The bursting power of the purple talisman continued to increase, and soon a dense purple net was formed, blocking the golden tornado. Not only that, the purple net rushed towards him, trapping the golden female leopard inside. The golden female leopard kept roaring and struggling, but could not break free. Hey, isn't it just touching your ass? Why is it necessary to chase after you like this? Well, as long as you swear you won't bother me anymore, I'll let you go, otherwise I can only continue to trap you and take you with me. I'm home. The elders in the family are not as kind-hearted as this. I accidentally peeled you off. The last sentence, the man's words were meaningful, and the mother leopard's eyes showed a hint of panic. After a long time, the mother leopard said angrily, Ding Tuzi, don't ask me to see you in the future. The implication is no longer care about this matter. And after being annoyed, the mother leopard also regained her former composure. Naturally, she could see that 2 of the few people she encountered here were not bad, and the other was only half sacred and not worth mentioning, but she couldn't see through the last one. It should be noted that she is a holy monster in the early stage of the 4th level of the holy domain. Even she can't see through it, either the opponent's strength is far beyond her, or the opponent has some secret method to hide his breath. If it is the former, it is the best choice for her to leave now. Even if it is the latter, it is enough for her to endure the combination of the 2 sanctuary humans and this disciple. Since it doesn't seem to be good no matter what, it's better to leave. Anyway, she is a magical beast, so she doesn't need to be touched to death like an ordinary human woman. The man let go of the big purple net, but his expression did not relax. The female leopard let out a low roar, a burst of light flashed brightly, and the female leopard turned into a human woman, a young woman in her 20s and 30s, full of temptation. Man's disciple, the next time I see you, I will castrate you. The female leopard glanced down at the man fiercely, soared into the sky, and disappeared from everyone's sight in a few moments. The man quickly put his legs together and shivered. Turning his head, the man wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Oh my God, this bitch is so cruel, she wants to abolish the young master. Fortunately, the young master has a lot of treasures in his hands. Han Feng and the others twitched. They saw a sanctuary warcraft chasing the man, and they thought it was something, but it turned out that the man touched the sanctuary warcraft's butt, which was really serious. I don't know if this person touched a human ass or a female leopard's ass. If the former is fine, if the latter. Han Feng and others looked at the man as if they were looking at a pervert. The man didn't notice the gazes of Han Feng and the others, and said carelessly, I'm sorry, I've implicated all of you, why don't I invite you to have a good meal to make amends for you? The man really didn't expect to meet passers-by on his way to escape. Thinking of the used purple talisman paper, the man was a little bit hurt, but the man didn't regret it, he couldn't do anything to cause trouble. At this time, the man was really looking at Han Feng and others, and couldn't help but be startled. My dear, 1 semi-holy, 2 holy domains, and these 2 holy domains are higher than me. Looking at the appearance of these 2 people, they are very young, they are probably about the same age as me. I really didn't expect to meet such a genius. I can't see through the last one, is there any secret method used? It should be like this, but it seems that this person is the leader of the 4. Even if he hides his cultivation, he should be the strongest. That woman is already sanctuary 4th layer, is this person above the sanctuary 4th layer? Hey, that purple talisman paper is really wasted. This time the man is really in pain, and the pain is extremely painful. Looking at the situation, he only needs to unite with these people to repel the female leopard. Where is the use? Purple talisman paper. This purple rune paper is a one-time use item, use one less paper. Just as Han Feng was about to refuse, he didn't know what he was sensing, and his heart moved. This person did not abandon me and leave when the holy monsters were about to spread to us. His character should not be bad, and it is worth paying. Look at this person's purple talisman. Paper, it should be owned by a force with a deep background. This person must be the son of a big force. Maybe I can learn about the specific situation of the Dashing Empire in recent years through this person. 3 shifts. Holy Ring City. 5th Ring Building. In a private room, the man raised the glass in his hand. I've implicated all of you before, Xiao Ba, and I apologize to all of you here. After that, Xiao Ba finished the cup. Han Feng's face condensed, and Xiao Ba, listening to it, knew that this was not the real name of the other party. Han Feng doesn't care either, as long as he can learn about the various forces in the Dashing Empire through this person's mouth, the rest doesn't matter. I'm under the white heart. In the lower leaf bamboo. Junior Lin Tianqiu. Lin Tianqiu's age can be said to be the oldest among the people, but among the 5, except for Lin Tianqiu, all of them are strong in the sanctuary. In the face of the strong in the sanctuary, Lin Tianqiu can only call himself a junior. Xiao Ba's attention is obviously not on Lin Tianqiu. He has just stepped into the semi-sacred realm at such an old age. In Xiao Ba's view, it is not necessarily whether Lin Tianqiu can break through to the sanctuary in the future, even if he does. Domain, the achievement is bound to be extremely limited. Xiao Ba's attention was mainly on Bai Cai, Yi Zhu and Han Feng, especially Han Feng, who he couldn't see through. Xiao Ba looked at Han Feng. Han Feng smiled slightly, clasped his fists, and said, I'll seal the cold. Xiao Ba didn't say his real name, and Han Feng naturally wouldn't say it either. Bai Cai and Yi Zhu's faces stiffened. As soon as Han Feng said the pseudonym, the two completely understood that Xiao Ba was not his real name, and they were a little embarrassed to think that the two of them had just revealed their real name. Han Feng was not surprised. Although Bai Cai and Yi Zhu were sacred areas, they had little experience. Perhaps the two should take turns taking care of the Han family, one guarding the Han family and the other going out to practice. Han Feng thought to himself. Seeing Bai Cai and Yi Zhu's reaction, Xiao Ba also guessed that Feng Han might just be a pseudonym. Xiao Ba was not displeased, but it was a chance encounter, and there must be scruples between them. Xiao Ba picked up the wine glass and drank another drink. Hey, you are young, but your cultivation is so good. Xiao Ba admires it very much. Han Feng smiled lightly. Brother Xiao, isn't that the case? Next, Han Feng and Xiao Ba led the conversation between the 5, and Xiao Ba soon discovered that the other party was asking about some forms of the Dashing Empire without a trace. Could it be someone from another empire? Also, it's impossible for me not to know the younger generation of the Dashing Empire. The imperial examination is imminent. Are these people here to participate in the imperial examination? Xiao Ba muttered in his heart, and also told some well-known information of the Dashing Empire. Xiao Ba can see that these people will achieve limitless achievements in the future. If they can make good friends at this time, maybe they will have a super strong friend in the future. Xiao Ba secretly regrets that his identity is somewhat special, otherwise he must meet with his real identity. After 3 rounds of drinking, Han Feng and Xiao Ba became more familiar. Han Feng was not dissatisfied because Xiao Ba hid his real name. Just based on what Xiao Ba said before, this person can be handed over. If other people are chased and killed by powerful monsters, the possibility of misfortune is extremely high. How can it be considered that these people will solve the problems caused by themselves, because of being implicated? Only now, Han Feng still twitches at the corners of his mouth about the reason why Xiao Ba was hunted down. Xiao Ba is probably the first person in history to be hunted down for touching the butt of the sanctuary warcraft. After half a day, Han Feng got almost all the general information he wanted to know. Xiao Ba also felt that he and Han Feng and others were good friends, and he was extremely satisfied. Immediately, several people will leave. But when everyone was about to leave the Fifth Ring building, a group of people came in from the Fifth Ring building. Yo, it turns out to be young Master Sun, why are you here? The shopkeeper of the Fifth Ring building was extremely attentive. This Sun family is the largest family in the Holy Ring City. There is a super powerhouse of the Holy Land Nine Heavens in the family. How dare the Fifth Ring building be neglected? The Fifth Ring Tower can become a large restaurant in the Holy Ring City, and it naturally has its backing behind it, but compared with the Sun family, such a backer is nothing. Young Master Sun held a woman in his arms, dressed in revealing clothes, exuding an arrogance with every move, and kissed young Master Sun's temptation fiercely and forcefully. Well, tsk, it's really fragrant. After a few kisses, young Master Sun said with an aftertaste on his face, and immediately said to the shopkeeper of Wuwanlu, this young master wants to have dinner with Miss Xinger, and leave the best private room to Ben. Phew. Feng and the others were stunned, they never imagined that the surnamed Sun would dare to provoke them. There are 5 of them, 4 sanctuaries, and 1 semi-sanctified. Could it be that this slave surnamed Sun didn't have the slightest sense? In fact, the strength of the family slave warriors brought by the young Master Sun is not low. All of them have the strength of the heavenly rank, and some of them are at the peak of the heavenly rank. It's not that these people did not feel that Han Feng and others were unfathomable, but their Sun family had been in the Holy Ring City for hundreds of years, and their bullying had been deeply carved into their bones. Even if they knew that Han Feng and others might not be easy, these family slaves and warriors did not take it seriously. With the power of the Sun family Supreme Elder Sanctuary, Juzongshan, do these people dare to resist? Several family slave warriors showed a touch of disdain and excitement. Even if it is a strong man in the sanctuary, it is not necessary to lower his arrogant head in front of their Sun family slaves. The few slave warriors were very excited when they thought of the existence of a few who might be semi-holy or holy places being utterly helpless by their mere heavenly ranks. Maybe they will not be able to be promoted to the sanctuary in this lifetime, but the strong sanctuary who can force it will not dare to speak, and this life can be regarded as no regrets. The young master surnamed Sun is not very strong, he barely stepped into the ground, and he did not feel the unfathomable nature of Han Feng and others. For the young master surnamed Sun, the rank of heaven is also unfathomable, so the young master surnamed Sun could not notice the difference between Han Feng and others and the servants around him, and just regarded Han Feng and others as ordinary rank. Tisk, it's better for this beautiful lady to follow this young master. She will serve you well in the future, and this young master will treat you well. The young master surnamed Sun said to his heart with fiery eyes. Bai Cai's face was icy cold, and he snorted coldly, how dare you? What kind of thing are you dare to? Bai Cai didn't say the following words, and was really embarrassed to say it. Yi Zhu and Han Feng's expressions turned cold, and they stared coldly at the young master surnamed Sun. Xiao Ba was very annoyed that he had finally made friends with a genius, but was disturbed by such a playboy. The young master surnamed Sun had never been scolded like this, especially by a mere woman. From childhood to adulthood, the young master surnamed Sun only regarded women as a gadget. When he was happy, he rewarded him with good things. When he was unhappy, he was tired of living, so he just dropped it. Just like the previous girl Xinger, because of having a better goal, girl Xinger's status in the heart of the young master surnamed Sun immediately changed from a charming girl to a village girl. You're a shameless thing, grab this young master. The young master surnamed Sun said angrily. Humph. Bai Cai snorted softly, and the pressure of the strong sanctuary descended suddenly. Thump, thump. Every family slave warrior was oppressed on the ground in a state of embarrassment. The young master surnamed Sun is not stupid. Seeing this scene, he guessed that Bai Cai and others are likely to be strong in the sanctuary. What surprised Han Feng and others happened. Stinky girls, isn't it the sanctuary? You dare to be presumptuous in front of this young master. 2 years ago, an old man from the 4th level of the sanctuary provoked this young master, and it was not killed by the ancestors of this young master. You don't want to. If you repeat the same mistakes, you will kneel on the ground and kowtow to this young master to admit your mistake. Han Feng's face froze, and he waved his palm out of thin air, and the fluctuation of strength slapped the face of the young master surnamed Sun. Puff. The young master surnamed Sun slapped him fiercely, vomiting blood again, and he didn't know how many teeth he lost. Bai Cai, who was about to take action, was stunned for a moment. Master. Han Feng said lightly, this Sun is too arrogant, he should be beaten. Xiaoba couldn't help admiring Han Feng. This guy is very agile, but behind this Sun family, there is a strong man from the sanctuary 9 layers, and this kid dares to make such a decisive move. Never dare to do that. The Great Sanctuary is considered a master in any country, and it is an existence that cannot be easily enmity. Although the sanctuary cannot compare to the Great Sanctuary, it has truly entered the stage of the mainland. Even in the upper 3rd-rank empire, the sanctuary is an elite among the elites, which should not be underestimated. Even though the Sun family only has a sanctuary, Xuanhuan has not yet stepped into the Great Sanctuary, but they still have a very high status in the Dashing Empire. As a 5th-rank empire, Dashing Empire cannot say that there are few strong people in the Great Sanctuary, but there are not so many that can be seen everywhere. Some people whose status is not qualified, it is also possible that they will not see the Great Sanctuary for a lifetime. No, I can't let this guy fall here. It's a pity that such a genius has fallen before he has grown up. It seems that it is time to reveal his identity. I just don't know if these will be sincere to me after revealing his identity. I've made friends. Thinking of this, Xiaoba was a little confused. In his identity, he naturally made friends with many geniuses, but those geniuses all took a fancy to his identity and status. Without these two, those geniuses might not be able to get along with him. Xiaoba was not like the friend he had just made in the end. You dare to hit me. The ancestors won't let you go. The young master surnamed Sun covered his face and cursed inarticulately. Ancestor? I want to see how your ancestor doesn't let me go. Han Feng looked indifferent. Okay, you wait. The young master surnamed Sun squeezed off the talisman paper with the notification function, and smiled grimly at Han Feng. Boy, don't think it's great to be a sanctuary strong, a genius sanctuary like you. It's much rarer, and there are a lot of people who have fallen because of offending a more powerful existence in the middle, and the next one is you. The shopkeeper of the 5th ring building was sluggish on the side. One was the young master of the Sun family, and the other was the strong man in the sanctuary, neither of which was easy to offend. The shopkeeper had a bitter face, not knowing what to do. He Fengxiao dared to hurt my Sun family. Suddenly, a loud shout came to everyone's ears, and the space beside the young master Sun was distorted, and a middle-aged man with an ordinary square face appeared beside the young master Sun. Third Grandpa, it's these guys who rewarded the grandson. You want to avenge the grandson? The young master surnamed Sun cried loudly. When the middle-aged man saw the red and swollen cheeks of the young master surnamed Sun, he couldn't help but get angry. Who did it? It's me. Han Feng looked at the middle-aged man indifferently, but his cultivation at the peak of the 6th-level sanctuary was not enough to arouse Han Feng's fear. It's you? Then go die. The middle-aged man said nothing. The surging Saint Yuan surged, and the great coercion filled the entire 5th ring building, and he was about to take action. Bold. Dare to be so presumptuous in front of this prince. But at this moment, Xiao Ba stepped out suddenly, his expression cold, and he shouted. At this time, Xiao Ba was different from the hippie smiling face in front of Han Feng before. A majesty that belonged to the prince permeated out, which instantly made the middle-aged man stagnate. Emperor, Prince? The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Ba with uncertainty. If he could call himself the prince, he must be the prince. The expressions of Han Feng and others also changed. Although they knew that Xiao Ba was a pseudonym, and also knew that Xiao Ba's origin was not simple, Han Feng could not have imagined that Xiao Ba was the prince of the royal family of the Dashing Empire. Second more. Saint Han, I remember that the royal family name of the Dashing Empire seems to be Xiao. Lin Tianqiu seemed to have thought of something and whispered to Han Feng. Han Feng nodded slightly. It seems that Xiao Ba's identity is indeed a prince. If it is a prince, it is no wonder that it is in the dark. Having said this, Han Feng did not continue, which made Lin Tianqiu puzzled. Emperor, Prince. The face of the young master surnamed Sun changed. He could make a fortune in the Holy Ring City, but it was only limited to the Holy Ring City. In Xingxiao City, the imperial city of the prosperous empire, his status is nothing. As for the prince, he can also exist vertically and horizontally in Xingxiao City, which is not something he can compare with. But just swallow the loss? The young master surnamed Sun had a grim look on his face. You said that you are the prince and you are the prince, do you have proof? The middle-aged man also responded, yes, do you have proof? There are not many princes in the Dashing Empire, only 9, of which the first 6 are over 100 years old, and all of them are sanctuaries. Strong. Only the 7th prince, 8th prince and 9th prince were born in the last 30 or 40 years. The middle-aged man, as a strong man in the sanctuary, has been in retreat for decades, and he has never seen these 3 princes at all. In the Dashing Empire of Nuoda, the middle-aged man didn't quite believe that he would be so unlucky, and he casually met a young man who was the prince. You. Xiao Ba was very annoyed, but this time he sneaked out and was in a hurry. The token that symbolized the identity of the prince was accidentally left in the palace. At this time, he really had no way to get it. Give proof. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man smiled. As expected, he pretended to be the prince of the Dashing Empire. He was courting death. If you arrest a daring person like you, the royal family might even reward this saint. The young master surnamed Sun was very excited. Third Grandpa, arrest all of this group. The eyes of the young master surnamed Sun flickered with malicious and resentful eyes. The middle-aged man no longer hesitated, and came to Xiao Ba with a flickering figure and grabbed it with one paw. Xiao Ba's face was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Xiao Ba's cultivation base is only the 2nd level of the sanctuary, and he is definitely not a middle-aged man's opponent. Just when the middle-aged adult was about to grab Xiao Ba in his hands, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Ba and shot it with a palm. This person is Han Feng. Humph, even a mere junior dares to be with this old man, ah. The middle-aged man screamed out. One claw and one palm collided, and the middle-aged man originally thought that the boy in front of him would be torn into pieces by his claw, but he never thought that the final result would be that his entire wrist would be broken. The big man screamed, flew out backwards, and smashed into the wall with a bang. The smile of the young master surnamed Sun froze. The shopkeeper of the 5th Ring building was stunned. The slave warriors of the Sun family all looked horrified. God, this is the 3rd elder of the Sun family, who is at the peak of the 6th level of the sanctuary. He was shot into the wall with a palm. What is the origin of this person? It's so strong. Behind Han Feng, Xiao Ba also swallowed and spit. I'm a good boy, this Feng Han is too perverted. No wonder I can't see through his cultivation base. looking at it like this, it's not that this guy has a secret method to hide his cultivation base, but my cultivation level is too low to see. Shoot the sixth heaven of the sanctuary with one palm, and also vomited blood, and the cultivation base is at least the peak of the seventh heaven or even the eighth heaven. How did this kid practice? You. After all, the middle-aged man is the sixth heaven of the sanctuary, and Han Feng's palm didn't exert much force. Although the big man vomited blood, it was not a big problem. At this time, the big man pointed at Han Feng and was speechless, his eyes full of fear. The reason why Han Feng showed mercy was naturally because he was in the Dashing Empire. No matter how arrogant the Sun family is, it belongs to the family of the Dashing Empire. If the strong Sun family were killed casually, who knows what the attitude of the royal family of the Dashing Empire would be. Han Feng came to participate in the imperial examination on behalf of the Great Jin Kingdom, not to make enemies. Xiaoba's eyes flashed, and he guessed Han Feng's scruples, and immediately stepped out. Senior is the third elder of the Sun family. This prince. The face of the middle-aged man finally changed. Seeing Xiaoba's unwavering expression, he was shocked and panicked. Could it be that this guy is really a prince? Since he is a prince, why don't you take out the prince's waist card? Seeing that Xiaoba was so confident, the young master surnamed Sun also had a bad premonition in his heart. The middle-aged man got up with a respectful expression. Please wait a moment, the old man will visit the elder. In a flash, the big man disappeared in front of everyone. The eyes of Han Feng and others fell on the young master surnamed Sun, with a peripheral expression. The young master surnamed Sun had an ugly face and was silent. On the other hand, the shopkeeper of the fifth ring building was very attentive. At this point, the shopkeeper still couldn't see that this guest was really a prince. No matter how good the young master surnamed Sun is, no matter how good he is than the prince of the Dashing Empire, it is simply the difference between clouds and mud. The private room originally intended for the young master surnamed Sun was now replaced by Han Feng and others. A few people just sat down in the private room, and the middle-aged man has hurried over with an old man with a crane-haired face. The old man's majestic eyes swept towards Han Feng and everyone. The moment he saw Xiaoba, the old man was shocked. Sun Bin sees the eighth prince. Sun Bin, the first elder of the Sun family, immediately bent down. If the eighth prince was only a prince, Sun Bin would still be able to treat him equally with his own cultivation of the 9 heavens of the sanctuary. But Sun Bin knew that the eighth prince was already a strong second-level sanctuary when he was less than 30 years old. In the future, he was fully capable of attacking the great sanctuary. In addition to his status as a prince, his status was not comparable to that of the Grand Elder of the Sun family. Seeing Sun Bin bending over, the middle-aged man didn't know that this young man was really the prince of the Dashing Empire, and immediately the middle-aged man went limp and fell to the ground. I don't know that the prince is coming. I ask the prince to forgive me for any offenses before. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and looked terrified. The old man angrily rebuked, "You dare to be disrespectful to the eighth prince, it's really bold." After speaking, the old man turned his head and said with sincerity, "This person will be handed over to the eighth prince." The face of the middle-aged man was pale in an instant, but thinking of the consequences of the eighth prince's anger, the entire Sun family might be destroyed in an instant. Compared with the safety of the family, the mere life of my own. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man looked blank. The eighth prince will deal with it at will. Xiaoba's face was indifferent. You should feel lucky. If you really hurt this prince before, not only will you die, but the entire Sun family will also be buried with you. The first. Both Sun Bin and the middle-aged man shuddered. Thinking of the consequences, they were afraid for a while. Fortunately, the eighth prince was fine. But at this moment, the eighth prince's tone changed. Although I didn't hurt this prince, it was brother Feng Han who came to the rescue, otherwise. If you want this prince to let you go, it's very simple. After all, you fought with Brother Feng Han. As long as Brother Feng Han doesn't pursue this matter, this prince will also let you go. But regardless of whether Brother Feng Han pursues it or not, you guys, why should the Sun family give Brother Feng Han some compensation? It's natural. Sun Bin saw that the 8th prince didn't intend to pursue the Sun family, and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man knelt in front of Han Feng. Sun Mao is willing to hear the adult's fate. This kneeling, the middle-aged man is sincere. Although he was slapped by Han Feng and his face was stepped on the ground, Han Feng's strength was indeed strong. In this world, the strong are respected, and the middle-aged man believes that he is far from Han Feng's opponent. It is not too shameful to kneel to a strong man. What's more, the middle-aged man has a deep sense of gratitude in his heart. If he hadn't been shot, he would have hurt the 8th prince, and then. Han Feng saw that Xiao Ba didn't want to make things worse, and thought that he didn't suffer any losses, but received a large amount of holy stone compensation. Han Feng shook his hand. This matter is over. The middle-aged man could not have imagined that he would be fined so easily, and a look of disbelief flashed across his face. Immediately, the middle-aged man kowtowed violently. My lord is so tolerant. Sun is very grateful. Xiao Ba didn't expect Han Feng to reveal the matter so easily. He was slightly taken aback, and then he didn't care anymore. The reason why he didn't want to make things bigger was also because the Sun family was completely on the side of the royal family in the dispute between the royal family and the Yun family. Although the power of the Sun family was nothing to the royal family, Xiao Ba didn't want to push a supporter of the royal family for nothing. Go to the cloud house. After the middle-aged man got up, Sun Bin offered the apology he had prepared for a long time. As for Han Feng, Sun Bin had already learned from the middle-aged man. He glanced at Han Feng without a trace, and saw that Han Feng received the compensation. Sun Bin's face became happy. This person has accepted the compensation, and this matter is almost over. It's just who this person is. He is young. Light has such strength. I am afraid that it will also be a very powerful existence in the great sanctuary in the future. But fortunately all the grievances have been resolved now, otherwise it would really be a disaster for the Sun family. Thinking of this, it was the first time that Sun Bin felt dissatisfied with his beloved great-grandson. Perhaps he really favored too much. Just when Sun Bin thought the matter was about to pass, Han Feng suddenly said, although I don't mind, it doesn't mean that my maid doesn't mind. Sun Bin's expression changed. And suddenly he remembered that the most fundamental grievance between the two sides was because his great-grandson, Sijing, took a fancy to the female sanctuary of the 8th prince's companion. Bastard, don't get over here. Sun Bin roared angrily. The young master surnamed Sun staggered and ran in, knelt on the ground with a plop. At this time, how could the young master surnamed Sun be so arrogant and indomitable at the beginning? All his arrogance is based entirely on the backing of Sun Bin. The prince here can't even offend his own ancestors, and he can't offend even more. The young master surnamed Sun was full of regrets. Why did he look around before? If he didn't see Bai Cai, maybe nothing would happen. After all, it was the great-grandson that he loved very much. Sun Bin couldn't help feeling distressed when he saw the great-grandson kneeling on the ground in a panic. But this matter is related to the future saint of the Sun family, and Sun Bin has to harden his heart. If there is no way to calm the female saint, then. Sun Bin's eyes flashed a trace of ruthlessness. Between the great-grandson and the family, Sun Bin obviously paid more attention to the latter. This is also a choice a family elder should make. The third elder of the Sun family, that is, the middle-aged man, did not feel distressed, but was happy. If it wasn't for this son, how could he offend the 8th prince, and offend a young strong man of unknown origin? If it wasn't for the broad-mindedness of these two people, he might have perished at this moment. Bai Cai, what do you think? Han Feng turned and asked Bai Cai. At this moment, Xiaoba just shook his head and didn't care anymore. Although I don't want to push the Sun family to the Yun family's side, this kid surnamed Sun has insulted a sanctuary. Even if I don't want to make things worse, I can't just open it up like this. Otherwise, these few geniuses who have just made friends will break up with me immediately. Xiaoba thought to himself. Bai Cai glanced at the young master surnamed Sun, only looking at the young master surnamed Sun like falling into an ice cellar. Only then did the young master surnamed Sun truly know the terrifyingness of the sanctuary. A look in the sanctuary made him tremble. Forget it, but the words are a little frivolous. Anyway, I didn't have time to do anything, and I didn't lose anything. Let this matter pass. Bai Cai frowned and waved his hands to reveal the matter. It's just a small step, and Bai Cai doesn't take young master Sun in his eyes. In other words, the young master surnamed Sun is not even qualified to let Bai Cai take revenge, which is too small. Thank you for this, girl. Sunbin was overjoyed. The young master surnamed Sun also breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately fell to the ground. It was only then that the young master surnamed Sun realized that his back was wet. The young master surnamed Sun swore that he would never provoke the sanctuary again in the future. Although Bai Cai doesn't mind, Sunbin doesn't really think that Bai Cai doesn't mind. What if he doesn't pay any compensation? After paying Han Feng a lot of holy stones, Sunbin compensated Bai Cai with a large sum of holy stones. Stone. Even if the Sun family has a profound background, it would be a pain in the flesh to compensate so many spiritual stones. Alright, let's all go. Xiaoba sighed. Sunbin and the middle-aged man apologized again and again, and then quit Baojian. Outside the fifth ring building, Sunbin said coldly to the young master surnamed Sun, "It seems that I dote on you too much. In the future, I will practice as hard as the ordinary people of the Sun family." What kind of strength corresponds to what kind of status? The old man will no longer have any favoritism towards you. The face of the young master surnamed Sun changed greatly, but after a long while, the young master surnamed Sun only said decadently, "Yes." Seeing the great-grandson's appearance like this, Sunbin's face softened slightly, and said, "This time is not bad for you, and you will put away your arrogant behavior in the future. You have the power of the blood of my grandson in your body. As long as you can wake up when you step into the heavenly rank, and there is no possibility of hitting the great sanctuary at that time, which is why the old man loves you so much. But if you go on like this, even if you wake up your bloodline, let alone the great sanctuary, even if the sanctuary is not sure, you can't break through. Also, even if you awaken the power of blood in the future, don't have the slightest desire for revenge. Those people are not something you can provoke, even if you really advance to the great sanctuary in the future." What? The young master surnamed Sun was taken aback, and the ancestors' evaluation of those people was so high. For a while, the panic in the heart of the young master surnamed Sun increased instead of decreasing, and the trace of resentment that remained in his heart disappeared. The middle-aged man was deeply touched. At the sanctuary level, because of the long lifespan, most of the sanctuary powerhouses are not very old, and they maintain their youth in their 20s or 30s, unless it is the kind of deliberately making their faces look older. There are women in this world who like to have a youthful face, and naturally, there are also men who like a more mature face. Therefore, it is difficult to judge the age just by looking at the face. Mature faces are not necessarily old, and young faces are not necessarily young. To judge the age, it is generally to feel the vitality of the other party. No matter how young the face of a strong man in the sanctuary is, the vitality cannot be faked. The younger, the more vigorous the vitality. Of course, this youth is compared through comparison. For example, a sanctuary who is more than 100 years old is young, but 600 or 700 years old is not young, and it is relatively large in the sanctuary. But the 600 or 700-year-old great sanctuary is in the prime of life. The peak of the sanctuary at the age of 600 or 700 has become a young man again. This sense of vitality must be very close to each other, and the sense is also very vague, so the middle-aged man can only sense that Han Feng's age is only within 100 years old, but the specifics are not clear. But the middle-aged man guessed in his heart that this young man named Xuanhuan was probably a genius within his 50s. This judgment was made not only because the life force sensed was much stronger than the ordinary genius of the sanctuary within 100 years old, but also because of Han Feng's face. No matter how young the faces of the sanctuary powerhouses are, they are at least in their 20s. After all, when most of the sanctuary powerhouses become sanctuaries, they are not too young, and there is a limit to regaining their youth. The middle-aged man knew that if he wanted to keep his face like Xuanhuan in his 18th or 19th year, he would have to be younger when he broke through to the sanctuary. Even younger. A genius who is most likely to have entered the sanctuary within the age of 30, his vitality is stronger than that of an ordinary genius within the sanctuary within 100 years of age, and the middle-aged man has 9/10 of confidence in his estimation. It is very likely that a genius of the sanctuary who is less than 50 has the strength of at least the 8th heaven of the sanctuary. This is something that can be described as a genius, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a ghost. Such a genius, let alone the great sanctuary, is the peak of the sanctuary. As long as he does not fall in the middle, it is not impossible to reach it. The Sun family did not have the ability to compete with such a genius. In the most luxurious private room in the 5th Ring building, the 5 Han Feng looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry for a while. Originally, the 5 of them were going to be separated in the 5th Ring building, but they returned to the private room because of the Sun family. Xiaoba coughed lightly and raised his glass. Many thanks to brother Xuanhuan for taking action before, otherwise this prince would have to suffer some injuries. The prince was exposed, but Xiaoba's attitude was still the same as before. Han Feng smiled and shook his head. No, even if I didn't take action, the 8th prince would be fine, right? It's time for the seniors to show up. Huh? The 8th prince was stunned for a moment, then turned pale in shock. No way, there are strong people following me? I sneaked out. Brother Xuanhuan, are you wrong? As soon as the words fell, the space around the 8th prince was distorted, and an old man in a white robe appeared in the private room. 8th prince. Ah! When I sneaked out, I shouldn't have caught the attention of the royal father and brother and others. How did you get here, Mr. Huang? The 8th prince is a little crazy. The white-robed old man chuckled lightly. As the lord of the sanctuary, the power of the primordial spirit is so powerful, how could the 8th prince, your sneaky prince, not know? It's just that you are too suffocated in the palace, the 8th prince. I was humiliated, so I pretended not to know, and let the 8th prince come out to relax. The 8th prince gave a bitter face. Then what happened before, Mr. Huang, don't you just? Huang Lao laughed. Yes, the 8th prince stole the butt of the female leopard, and the whole process was in the eyes of the old man. The 8th prince's lien became popular in an instant. He faltered and couldn't speak, and wanted to be annoyed, but this is Huang Lao. As a strong man in the great sanctuary, even the father and emperor respected him. How could it be him able to reprimand? The 8th prince could only hold a sullen face and bear the ridicule of Huang Lao, and he knew in his heart that when he returned to the palace, Huang Lao would definitely tell his elder brothers and elder sisters and his father, his famous name. Regret. Extremely regret. Knowing that Huang Lao was by his side, he would never touch the female leopards but. Hey, I've been in the palace for a long time, and I still can't be a dandy prince. I finally came out to vent, and I was seen. Damn. The 8th prince felt embarrassed and angry. Looking at the embarrassed little face of the 8th prince, even Han Feng and the others laughed unkindly. Seeing this, the eighth prince became even more ashamed and angry. Bastard. Forget it, it seems that I should stay in the palace in the future. Anyway, the father is only one step away from the great sanctuary, and it should not break through in 2 or 3 years. At that time, the father will pass the throne to the big brother, the big emperor. My brother is bound to be busy when he first ascends the throne, so he won't have time to pay attention to me, so I shouldn't attract attention when I sneak out. The eighth prince comforted himself. At this time, Huang Lao also laughed enough of the eighth prince, turned his head to look at Han Feng, and bowed his hand solemnly. This little brother does not know which big family he is. Our dashing empire is so neglectful, and please your excellency, I'm sorry. With Huang Lao's eyesight, even if he couldn't see through Han Feng because of the Jianshan fire tower, it was not as simple as Han Feng, and he even felt a strong threat from Han Feng. Being able to give him such a feeling, Huang Lao is very sure that this young genius sanctuary in front of him is already at the level of the great sanctuary. Before the third elder of the Sun family made a move, Huang Lao deliberately did not make a move just to test it out, but Huang Lao was more certain. Huang Lao was shocked in his heart. It is rare for a great sanctuary of this age in the first-rank empire, but Huang Lao has experienced a lot, but there is no change on his shocked face. When Xiao Ba heard the words, his eyes lit up. Yes, yes, brother, you won't be the son of the super big family of that first-rank empire, right? You even slapped the third elder of the Sun family with one palm. With such strength, I am a genius within 100 years of the dashing empire. No one in this sanctuary can do it. By the way, the real name of this prince is Shao Qi. I have concealed it before. I would like to ask my brothers to forgive me. Han Feng hesitated for a while, thinking that the other party is the royal family of the dashing empire, and his identity has nothing to hide, and immediately said, the eighth prince must also know that the previous Feng Han is a pseudonym, and I will give the eighth prince a name. The Han Feng of the Great Jin Kingdom in the lower 7th rank empire is not a descendant of the 1st rank empire family, and he is here only to participate in the imperial examination. What? Shao Qi and Huang Lao both widened their eyes, such a genius, unexpectedly. It was only a 7th rank empire, and the sun came out from the west? How is this possible? Wait. Great Jin Kingdom. Han Feng. So familiar, I seem to have heard it somewhere. Great Jin Kingdom? Han Feng? I'll go, isn't this the enemy of the apprentice, from the old woman of the Yun family? Shao Qi suddenly remembered something, slammed the table, and stood up in shock. The Yun family? Han Feng frowned. Shao Qi roared excitedly. The old woman of the Yun family accepted a direct disciple Zhu Wanping more than 300 years ago, and she was promoted to the great sanctuary half a year ago. I heard that several strong family members of Zhu Wanping were killed by a small 7th grade. The sanctuary of the empire has been killed, and the strength of the family has dropped greatly, so Zhu Wanping threatened to kill the sanctuary of the Great Jin Kingdom on the spot during the imperial examination, but I didn't expect the sanctuary to be your brother. Good job. Shao Qi gave a thumbs up. The first 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155755437. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Old Huang's eyes narrowed. The Yun family is currently threatening the royal Shao family more and more, and they are becoming more and more disobedient to the Shao family, and secretly have a heart of rebellion. More than 300 years ago, the old woman of the Yun family accepted a direct disciple from the 7th grade empire when she was a child, but there was a lot of trouble in the dashing empire. Although this direct disciple said that he was born in the small 7th rank empire, his aptitude and subsequent growth were also among the best among the younger generation of the dashing empire. Back then, the eldest prince of the Xiao family suffered a big loss from this woman and was injured. The eldest prince is also in his early 300s, and now he is the eighth heaven of the sanctuary. This is already a first-class genius in the Dashing Empire, and he is expected to become a great sanctuary within 500 years of age. But such a genius was overshadowed by the brilliance of Zhu Wanping's achievements in the great sanctuary when he was more than 300 years old. Even the Lord of the Dashing Empire, who is now more than 400 years old, still has not stepped into the great sanctuary. Such a genius has joined the Yun family, and the Xiao family is extremely concerned. Now it is only the first layer of the great sanctuary. If it is promoted to the fourth layer of the great sanctuary in the future, it will be a great disadvantage to the Xiao family. Anyone in the middle stage of the great sanctuary has a supreme position in the great Qing Empire, and even has the right to speak to certain decisions of the great Qing Empire. It is precisely because of the attention to such a genius that the Xiao family learned through the secret Sai placed in the Yun family that the Zhu family came from the Yanling country of the seventh-rank empire. Jin's sanctuary genius was killed. This saintly genius from the great Jin kingdom was named Han Feng. It turned out to be you, little brother. I can't believe that a genius like you, little brother, was born in the small seventh-rank empire. Although the other two are not comparable to the little brother, they are also among the geniuses in the sanctuary within 100 years old. The best, it seems that the goal of the little brother, this time, is the sixth-rank empire. Huang Lao said with a smile. Han Feng nodded, that's right. I have stayed in the seventh-rank empire for a long time, and it's time to rush up. Immediately, Han Feng said, this Yin family is. After the eighth Prince Xiaoqi was excited, his face calmed down slightly, and he heard the words, this Yin family is the second most powerful family in my Dashing Empire after my royal family, the Xiao family. There are 8 middle-stage powerhouses in the Great Sanctuary. 2 of them have reached the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary. Among these 2, one of them has reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the Great Sanctuary, and is only half a step away from the 7th heavenly layer of the Great Sanctuary. This person who is only half a step away from the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary is the Grand Elder of the Yun family, an ambitious and extremely arrogant old woman. More than 300 years ago, this old woman accepted a female disciple named Zhu Wanping in Yanling country. She was very talented. Half a year ago, she was promoted to the Great Sanctuary, completely entering the ranks of the top warriors of the Great Qing Empire. However, after Zhu Wanping was promoted to the Great Sanctuary, not only was he not happy, but he was very angry. According to the news reported by the spies, this Zhu Wanping's family sanctuary powerhouse was killed by a genius sanctuary. This prince really did not expect this person to sit. It's here. Having said this, the 8th prince sighed again, Brother Han, you are really amazing, even if it's only a 7th-rank empire. But I heard that the Zhu family is also ruled by a saint from the 9 heavens, or the peak of the 9 heavens. Presumably, Brother Han, you won't be easy to win. No, not necessarily. Huang Lao said, mysteriously. The 8th prince pouted, Old Huang, don't you mean that Brother Han can slap the Holy Land Zhuzangshan to death with a single slap? It's impossible, no matter how powerful Brother Han is. How much older can he be than me? How is it possible at such an age? Promoted to the Great Sanctuary. The 8th prince doesn't know yet. Han Feng's age is actually younger than him. Huang Lao smiled slightly, why don't the 8th prince ask in person? The 8th prince immediately looked at Han Feng. Han Feng shrugged, acquiescing. Now that Huang Lao has seen it, Han Feng will no longer hide his cultivation in a low-key manner. The 8th prince suddenly fell into an ice cellar. There is an insurmountable gap between the sanctuary second layer and the great sanctuary, which is simply the difference between clouds and mud. Even if Han Feng didn't do anything, just let out a little pressure from his own breath, the 8th prince couldn't bear it anymore. Not only the 8th prince, but also by Xian, Yi Zhu, and Lin Tianxiu, beside Han Feng. Han Feng also knew that the great sanctuary was very oppressive to these semi-sacred and ordinary sanctuaries, and the moment he released his momentum, he took it back. For this reason, the 8th prince and others also gasped for breath. The moment the breath was released, the 8th prince felt as if he was walking in an endless abyss, and he would fall to pieces if he was not careful. Raising his thumb, the 8th prince praised, "Cow. Brother Han is less than 100 years old, right? The great sanctuary is less than 100 years old, then Xuanhuan and Brother Han, you are nothing compared to you." Huang Lao smiled bitterly on the side, the eldest prince and the king are not even more scumbags. After the admiration, the face of the 8th prince also became solemn. "Brother Han, this Xuanhuan is saying that he wants you to look good in the imperial examination, you have to be careful." Han Feng didn't take it seriously. "The same as the first layer of the great sanctuary, I don't think I will be inferior to that Xuanhuan. It's good for Brother Han to be so confident, but the problem is that the old woman in the Yun family is very protective of her shortcomings. Even if you win, Brother Han, the old woman will probably take action to vent her anger on the disciple. That is the 6th heaven of the great sanctuary. Peak, Brother Han, you have to be careful." The 8th prince's expression was still solemn. Han Feng touched his chin. "So, do I have to withdraw from the imperial examination?" The 8th prince laughed. Brother Han thought too simple. If that woman, Xuanhuan, did not achieve her goals in the imperial examination, wouldn't she go to the great Jin kingdom? I have a good idea here, I don't know what Brother Han wants. Don't listen? Han Feng appeared to be attentive. The 8th prince said proudly, "Although the Yun family has great ambitions, there is still a certain gap between the Yun family and my royal family, the Shao family. Unless the old lady of the Yun family is promoted to the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary, the Yun family currently does not have the courage to make peace with them. My Shao family is torn apart. As long as Brother Han is willing to join my Shao family and become the elder Keqing, just like Mr. Huang, the Yun family will definitely be very scrupulous and dare not really kill you, Brother Han. It's just the grievances between Brother Han and that Xuanhuan. It must be no problem for Brother Han." Han Feng smiled in his heart, and he didn't understand that the 8th prince was recruiting him because of his aptitude. Huang Lao stroked his beard and persuaded, "The 8th prince is right, little brother, although you are very talented, you were promoted to the sanctuary at a young age, but you haven't fully grown up. Brother, before you were promoted to the 4th level of the great sanctuary, the Yun family did not dare to make a serious move." Han Feng lowered his head and pretended to think. To be honest, Xuanhuan, Han Feng, had expected it before he came. When the ancestor of the Zhu family was killed, he set about Xuanhuan. However, the Yun family made some exceptions for Han Feng. Han Feng only knew that a genius disciple of the Zhu family was accepted as a disciple by a strong man in the Dashing Empire, but he did not expect that the strong man himself would reach the peak of the 6th heaven of the great sanctuary. There is a powerful Yun family behind it. Second more. This chapter is not right, I deleted it, but I still feel that the taste is not right, but the time has come, so I still posted it. Thank you for the big reward from Bohai Prodigal Son. Oh, ___, oh. Although the power of this powerhouse surprised Han Feng, and the Yun family, the second largest family in the prosperous empire after the royal family, also made Han Feng a little afraid, but that's all. One-on-one, Han Feng is not afraid of the old woman of the Yun family. What Han Feng is afraid of is the combination of the Yun family's many great sanctuaries. Not to mention the Yun family's ordinary sanctuary and the initial stage of the great sanctuary. But Han Feng is not alone. Han Feng also has 3 beasts to help him. Han Feng believes that if he and the 3 beasts unite, it is not impossible to destroy the Yun family. The solicitation and protection of the royal family actually does not have much effect and attraction on the Korean style. Only. Han Feng's eyes flashed. I don't care, but the Han family is different. If I can become the guest of the Xiao family of the Dashing Empire, the Dashing Empire will definitely take care of the Dajin kingdom and even the Han family. In this way, if I leave the Han family and go to the central continent, I will feel more at ease. Thinking of this, Han Feng raised his head and smiled and said, then I will ask the 8th prince to recommend him. If you want to become the Xiaojia Kaching of the Great Prosperity Empire, the 8th prince can't be the master, and it must be a guide. The 8th prince was instantly overjoyed. For a genius like Han Feng, there may not be any benefit to befriending him now, but in the future. The imperial city of Dashing Empire, Xingxiao City. In the palace hall, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe said to the woman below, Yuner, you have also read the news from Xiaoba, what do you think? This woman is called Xuanhuan, and she is the eldest elder sister of the 8th prince. She ranks 3rd among the more than 10 children of King Dasheng, followed by the eldest prince and the 2nd prince. Xuanhuan looked like she was only in her 20s, but in fact she was more than 200 years old, and her cultivation was worthy of entering the 7th heaven of the sanctuary. Father, this son is invited by the 8th emperor to join my Xiao family's guest ministers. My daughter thinks it's feasible. Xuanhuan expressed her judgment. King Dasheng showed a faint smile. Oh? But you also saw that this son not only has a grudge against the Yun family, but also has extraordinary talent. He has been promoted to the sanctuary before the age of 100. Such a genius is rare among the upper 3-tier empires, and I am afraid that it will become the pinnacle of the sanctuary in the future. At that time, my Dashing Empire will no longer be able to hold this person down. On the contrary, this person may overtake my Dashing Empire. Jin State may turn over from now on. At that time, it is not good that our Dashing Empire will surrender to Dajin State. Xuanhuan smiled slightly and didn't care. The rise and fall of an empire is something that happens from time to time, and our Dashing Empire has been like this for so many years since its founding. When it was at its strongest, our Dashing Empire had entered the ranks of 3rd-rank empires, and at its worst, our Dashing Empire had dropped to 6th rank. If the other party is really strong enough to become the pinnacle of the sanctuary, even if it surrenders, so what? Maybe our Dashing Empire will be helped by this, and then be promoted to the 4th-rank empire. The Great Sanctuary, which is less than 100 years old, even according to Mr. Huang, may be younger than 50 this time, which is even more terrifying. Such geniuses are more than the geniuses of the ancient family. It is not impossible to attack the sanctuary small perfection in the future. If this child can really become the sanctuary small perfection in the future, it must be the largest country in the Beizhou continent. Relying on the strength of this child, our Dashing Empire may be able to return to at the peak, stepping into the ranks of the 3rd-rank empire. It may be possible to go further. As for the Heyun family, to be precise, it is the matter of having a grudge with Zhu Wanping, a disciple of the old lady of the Yun family. My daughter doesn't think it matters. Our royal family, the Xiao family, and the Yun family, are only one layer away from tearing their faces. Both sides know that they want to destroy each other. Drop the other party. Whether we help this person or not, the Yun family will never give up being hostile to our Xiao family. Since this is the case, why don't we pull the other party together when they have not fully grown up? It should be noted that it is difficult to send charcoal in the snow, and flowers in the snow. It's easy. Only by giving help in the snow will you gain the greatest friendship from each other. Xuanhuan talked eloquently, and the king of Dasheng was extremely satisfied. As expected of Yuner, you can see so clearly, in the future your eldest brother will ascend to the throne, and you will be relieved to have you as a father. Brother pursues martial arts all day long, and has never worked very hard in politics. My father and you have the same opinion. If it's just an ordinary genius, my father may suppress it so that the dominance of the dashing empire will not be shaken. After all, the other party will achieve the middle stage of the great sanctuary in the future. It's a subordinate again, but a competitor, just like Nawa Yunhua. Speaking of Hua Yunhua, the faces of King Dashing and the eldest princess, Xiaoyun, were all ugly. Taking a deep breath, King Dashing continued, "Forget about Hua Yunhua's troubles. Looking at Han Feng's talent, as long as he doesn't fall in the middle, it is a proper thing to step into the peak of the sanctuary. The Sun and the Great Jin Kingdom are not only impossible to become our competitors, but will become our backers. Befriending this Sun is the wisest decision. We must protect this Sun. When this Sun grows up, the Yun family." Humph! King Dashing let out a sneer. Entrance to the royal palace. The white-haired old man dressed as a eunuch is waiting here. "Eunuch Zhang, how are you?" Seeing this person, the 8th prince was surprised. Back to the 8th prince, the country lord has already been waiting for Saint Han and everyone in the hall. Eunuch Zhang said with a smile. Han Feng turned his head and said to Han Feng, "Eunuch Zhang is the first person by the father's side. It can be said that he is the first eunuch in the palace. The father even asked Zhang Gonggong to wait here, which shows that the father is very important to you, brother Han." Although he was surprised, the 8th prince realized the horror of Han Feng's talent. If it were him, he would have to take it seriously, of course, with the exception of those who are narrow-minded and narrow-minded. "Haha, Sage Han is willing to be the guest of the Xiao family of my royal family. It really makes my Xiao family flourish." King Dashing personally came out to the hall to greet him, showing his respect for Han Feng most vividly. In addition to expressing surprise at this, Han Feng also truly admired the Lord of Dashing. As a lord with such a mind and tolerance, it is no wonder that the Dashing Empire has gradually prospered and has a tendency to be promoted to the 4th-rank empire. Han Feng quickly cupped his hands. "Where is it? The Xiao family values the younger generation so much, but it makes the younger generation panic." "Ha ha ha, how can you talk outside, Saint Han? Please come with the emperor." Dashengwo led Han Feng and others into the hall. Huang Lao guarded the Dashing Empire. After the two sides sat down, they began to introduce each other. Therefore, Han Feng also knew that the woman who came out with the Dashing Empire to greet her was Xiaoyun, the eldest sister of the 8th prince, a very noble palace lord. On the other hand, the king of Dashing also learned more about Bai Xian, Yi Zhu, Lin Tianqiu, and others. Bai Xian and Yi Zhu, both strong in the sanctuary, performed well, but Lin Tianqiu was trembling with excitement because of the courtesy and attention given to King Dashing. After both sides complimented each other with humility, the conversation got on track. Lord Dashing said, "Elder Kaching is divided into 3 classes in my Xiao family, among which the third one." The Lord of Dashing said, "Elder Kaching is divided into 3 levels in my Xiao family, among which the general sanctuary level is the 3rd-class guest minister, the early stage of the great sanctuary is the 2nd-class guest, and the mid-level of the great sanctuary is the 1st-class guest." Saint Han was promoted to the great sanctuary at a young age, and it will not be long before he breaks through to the middle stage of the great sanctuary, so this emperor made the decision and promoted Saint Han to a 1st-class guest. As the 1st-class guest of my royal family, Saint Han's family will be taken care of by my Dashing Empire. This emperor swears here that unless the Dashing Empire has no resistance, other forces will provoke Han Sheng. The family of the scumbag will be severely punished by this emperor. In addition, as a 1st-class guest minister, you will receive a lot of holy stones and resources every year, and these emperors will also be handed over to you, Saint Han. Thanks to the Lord. Han Feng clasped his fists solemnly. Immediately, King Dashing took out 3 tokens, with different colors, corresponding to the 3 grades of guest ministers. The golden Sakeching token is a 1st-class Sakeching. The silver-colored guest officer token is the second-class guest officer. The bronze-colored guest official token is the third-class guest official. Bai Cai and Yi Zhu were both third-class guest officials, and Han Feng was leading the first-class guests. Bai Cai and Yi Zhu's strength is not bad, they are the best in the Genius Sanctuary within 100 years old. It's just that in a top 5 rank empire like the Dashing Empire, there are not a few people who have reached this level within 100 years of age. The two of them are not top-notch at all, so the Dashing King does not pay much attention. Among the three, Han Feng was the only one that the Dashing Empire really valued. If Dashing Empire knew that Bai Cai and Yi Zhu were only in their 20s and early 20s, then Dashing Empire's attitude towards them would change drastically. After chatting for a long time, the king of Dashing had many state affairs to deal with, so he had to hand over the task of entertaining Han Feng and others to the 8th prince, Xiao. After Xiao led Han Feng and others away, the Dashing king said solemnly, "Yuner, can you feel it?" Xiaoyun nodded, unfathomable. Yuner has seen a lot of powerhouses in the early stages of the Great Sanctuary, but no one in the early stages of the Great Sanctuary has ever given me such a dangerous feeling. Huang Lao sighed on the side. I thought it was the old man who felt wrong, even the lord and the eldest princess. It seems that the old man guessed right. This child's cultivation is only the first layer of the Great Sanctuary, but the real combat power is definitely far away. Far beyond the level of cultivation. Only in this way will this old man feel such a dangerous feeling. The old man can see that this sun should have just broken through, and his cultivation realm is just at a stable level. If this old man is right, this sun should have been promoted to the Great Sanctuary recently, that is to say, 2 years ago. This child has not reached the Great Sanctuary. The Lord of Dashing spread out the information. This emperor sent someone to Dajin to inquire about the news secretly. It is said that 2 years ago, this son was not even the Holy Land Jizongshan. It's hard to imagine that he is not as strong as the sanctuary Jizongshan. It's normal to kill many strong sanctuaries in the 8 empires in a row, and it is normal to be promoted to the Great Sanctuary now. However, the stronger this son's combat power, the more it shows that our decision to win this son is correct. This emperor really looks forward to this. When the child grows up completely, I don't know how much this child will eventually grow up to. Sacred Domain Peak 9 Heavens? Sanctuary Small Perfection? Or Sanctuary Great Perfection? As soon as these words came out, the hall fell silent for a while. Not to mention the discussion between the 3 people in the hall about Han Feng. The 8th prince excitedly said, "Brother Han. Seeing how much your royal father values you, as long as you defeat Zhu Wanping on the day of the imperial examination, the old lady of the Yun family will not dare to do anything to you." Han Feng smiled lightly and said thank you, but he didn't take the Yun family very much in his heart. "Brother Han, this is your temporary residence. It's not long before the imperial examination. Brother Han, please wait patiently these days." After bringing Han Feng and others to the location, the 8th prince said goodbye. In the next few days, several princes of King Dashing came to hear the news with curious minds, especially the 1st prince. After knowing that Han Feng's force was amazing, he didn't bother to retreat, and came directly to fight with Han Feng. Naturally pale. But because of the fiasco, the eldest prince was completely attached to Han Feng, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter how he was thrown. After this retreat, it was the day of the imperial examination. This time, the originally quiet palace suddenly became noisy, and many kings and guardians of the sanctuary from the 9th, 8th, and 7th rank empires came to visit the Dashing king. An empty place somewhere in the imperial palace of the Dashing Empire. The king of Dashing sat high at the top, and below were the princes and palace masters of the Dashing Empire, and even some super experts of the royal Xiao family, including some of the powerhouses at the level of the Great Sanctuary. Perhaps because of the importance of the king of Dasheng, Han Feng also sat in the ranks of a group of princes, next to the eighth prince. Further down are the palace masters and sanctuary guardians of many subject countries. Many state lords and their sanctuary guardians were extremely curious about the unfamiliar face of Han Feng, but in the imperial palace of the Dasheng Empire, they did not dare to ask questions, and only planned to inquire about it through their own means. Some people silently speculated that Han Feng might be the illegitimate son of the Lord of Dasheng. Only the Tianyang Kingdom and Yanling Kingdom recognized Han Feng. The Lord of the Eight Kingdoms and the newly appointed guardian of the sanctuary took a deep breath. This Han Feng actually had a relationship with the royal family of the Dasheng Empire. More and more emperors and guardians of the sanctuary are coming. In addition to bringing the strongest guardians of the sanctuary in the empire, each empire also brings the younger generation of powerhouses, which means that their sanctuary has no faults. Whether an empire can be promoted depends on the strongest sanctuary of the empire, and secondly, whether the younger generation of the empire is faulty. The eighth prince was beside Han Feng, introducing these empires and their young talents who were worthy of attention. Seventh rank, eighth rank, and ninth rank are simply ignored. The genius of these empires is nothing to be noticed. Especially in the ninth rank empire, the younger generation are only half saints, which means that they have the potential to advance to the sanctuary. In a mere ninth rank empire, the strongest in it will not exceed the sanctuary. As long as the younger generation shows the potential to advance to the sanctuary, it is not a fault. The eighth prince focused on introducing Han Feng to 3 6th-grade empires. Among the subordinate countries of the Dasheng Empire, only these 3 6th-rank empires are worth noting, and they are not far from the 5th-rank empire. First of all, let's talk about the Wuhua Empire. The founder of the country was a great sanctuary 5-layered heavenly powerhouse called Wuhua Patriarch. The original Wuhua Empire was a 5th-grade empire, but it was a pity that the descendants did not give enough strength and finally fell. It has reached the 7th-rank empire. However, the descendants of the Wuhua ancestors in the past 1,000 years have also begun to regain their former glory. Now they have been promoted to the 6th-rank empire, and they are the top of the 6th-rank empire. According to the father, the Wuhua Empire is among the 3 major 6th-rank empires. It is most likely to be promoted to 5th-rank empire within 100 years. There are 3 genius sanctuaries under the age of 100 from the Wuhua Empire this time, 1 sanctuary of the 4th level, and 2 holy regions of the 3rd level. These 2 sanctuary 3rd level heavens are nothing more than the bloodline in the body is only the middle and lower grades among the primary saints, and the potential of the 2 is the sanctuary 9th level heaven, which will kill the great sanctuary's 1st level heaven. It is worth mentioning that this sanctuary of the 4th level, this person is called Shiliang, who has awakened the bloodline of hell beasts, and his grade is infinitely close to the intermediate sage. Whether it is future potential or combat power, it is extraordinary. Miss Baixin and Brother Yi Zhu have to be careful. The 8th prince didn't let Han Feng be careful. Just kidding, Han Feng is a great sanctuary, and the ordinary sanctuary and Han Feng are completely 2 grades. The remaining 2 rank 6 empires are Ling country and Yang country. Lingwa has nothing to praise from the younger generation this time. It is also a sanctuary of the 4th level and 2 sanctuaries of the 3rd level, but the blood of the 3 is average. If there is no opportunity, it will be difficult to step out of the great sanctuary. But one of Yang's geniuses is worthy of attention. This person is called Zhangya. The awakened bloodline is the bloodline of the holy icon, which is the bloodline of the middle-level holy grade. Yanghua also has the hope of being promoted to the 5th-rank empire. The rest of the 6th-rank empires are not very strong, so I won't introduce them one by one. Han Feng could hear that the 8th prince was somewhat afraid of these 3 6th-rank empires. I am afraid it is not only the 8th prince, but also the imperial family of the Dashing Empire. After all, once the three major sixth-rank empires are promoted to fifth rank, they will find backers again, and it is very possible to find fourth-rank and even third-rank empires as their backers. At that time, the three major sixth-rank empires will not be the vassal states of the Dashing Empire, but the competitors of the Dashing Empire. Han Feng kept reading the introduction of the eighth prince. Shiliang's face was abnormally pale, and Shiliang's body was surrounded by a mixture of destructive properties and scorching properties. No one stayed there on either side of Shiliang, obviously having scruples about Shiliang. Zhang Ye is a strong man with bald head and bulging muscles, just sitting there, like a hill. But at this moment, a loud laugh came from above the palace. Lord, how can I miss the people of my Yun family for such an imperial examination? Above the large clouds in the sky, the silver-haired old woman at the head was leaning on crutches, her body was thin, and it seemed that she would be in the West District at any time. But in this thin body, there is a power that everyone fears. This silver-haired old woman was the supreme elder of the Yun family, who stepped into the seventh heaven of the great sanctuary with half a foot, and was called an arrogant old woman by the eighth prince. There were 8 people standing beside the silver-haired old woman. Except for one of them, a woman in her 30s, the rest were all old men with Hafa and Tongyan faces. They exuded a powerful aura, and they were all at the mid-level of the great sanctuary. Damn old woman! The eighth prince cursed in a low voice. The imperial family and the lord should do things like the imperial examination, but the Yun family has to intervene every time. This simply ignores the Shao family and gives outsiders the illusion that the Dashing Empire has 2 masters. Is the ruler of the Dashing Empire the royal Shao family? Or the Yun family? Unlike the eighth prince, who was simply complaining, the Dashing king's face sank. Even if the Yun family intervened in the empire's assessment in the past, it has never been like today, when all the mid-stage great sanctuary of a family came. Indistinctly, there was an uneasy thought in the heart of the king of Dashing. For more, 10,000 words completed. It turned out to be Senior Yun is here, and I apologize for the loss of the country's lord. Suppressing the anxiety in his heart, Dashing's country lord stood up and clasped his fists. Even as the lord of the country, his status is not comparable to that of the Yun family Taishang elder who only stepped into the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary. With the cultivation base of the 9th layer of the king's sanctuary at the peak, and the identity of the king, the status is at most equal to that of the 3rd layer of the great sanctuary, and cannot be compared with the middle stage of the great sanctuary. The silver-haired old woman was half smiling, and said in a sarcastic tone, "The lord of the country is the emperor of the Dashing Empire, how dare the old lady let the lord of the country welcome him?" A group of imperial emperors and guardians of the sanctuary did not dare to take a breath. Everyone was well aware of the conflict between the royal family of the Dashing Empire and the Yun family. The sarcastic tone of the silver-haired old woman did not take Dashing King in his eyes at all. Even if he is a powerhouse at the 6th level of the great sanctuary and has a noble status, the king of Dashing is the face of the Dashing Empire after all. How can he be more respectful on the surface? But the silver-haired old woman did not do so, which gave everyone some kind of signal. The faces of everyone looking at the royal family of the Dashing Empire also became weird. Dashing Empire's heart sank, and just as he was about to speak, several figures suddenly appeared in the sky, and the aura emanating from each figure was extremely powerful, and it was also in the middle of the great sanctuary. The old man at the head was also in existence who stepped into the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary with half a foot. This old man, named Shao Xiongjian, is the 29th lord of the Dashing Empire. Now he is not only the first person in the Shao family in terms of strength, but also in terms of seniority. See Patriarch. King Dashing hurriedly bowed and saluted. The Dashing Empire is the 33rd country lord, and the great-grandson of Shao Jianxiong. Shao Jianxiong said in a gentle tone, "Get up." Turning his head, Xiao Jianxiong's tone was not so good. You old woman is a bad visitor, this time. The entire great sanctuary has been dispatched in the middle stage. Do you really think you can overthrow the rule of my Xiao family? It seems that the Xiao family's repeated tolerance to your Yun family has completely inflated your ambitions. It just so happens that by taking advantage of the opportunity of today's imperial examination, the grievances between our two families will also be resolved by the way. Humph, what kind of tolerance? It's just an incompetent rhetoric. If your Xiao family is far stronger than my Yun family, how can my Yun family have the intention to replace them? My Yun family has so many talents and many strong people, why should I succumb to you? The Xiao family. For the same reason, if your Xiao family is strong, why should you tolerate my Yun family? It's not that they have the ability to kill my Yun family. However, the old man said that the grievances have been resolved. I also think that today is a good time. The winner will be the ruler of the Dashing Empire in the future, and the loser. The old woman sneered, her eyes flashing coldly. Xiao Jianxiong fell silent, and he naturally knew that the loser was most likely the end of the clan. Up to now, the Yun family has already bullied the door, and Xiao Jianxiong will not be that tortoise, and immediately said with a gloomy face, the Yun family is confident in themselves, I hope you will not regret it later. It's just that the grievances between our two families will end. It is the matter of the Dashing Empire itself. After the assessment of the empire is over, we will talk about the affairs of our two families. This makes sense. The old woman nodded in agreement, and she didn't want to be watched by a group of ants when she was fighting with the Xiao family for the dominance of the Dashing Empire. Turning her head, the old woman said to the woman beside her, Pinger, the lord of the kingdom of Jin and the guardian of the sanctuary, should also be here. Go get your revenge. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the woman behind her. Yes, master. The woman, that is, Xuanhuan, took a step forward. Where is the king of Jin kingdom? This voice was cold. Many strong people heard the words and their bodies were cold. Great Jin kingdom? I remember that it was only a 7th rank empire, right? When did this empire provoke a great sanctuary? TSK, this great Jin kingdom is over. Although the great Jin kingdom is only a 7th rank empire, isn't it said that there are peak powerhouses in the great sanctuary? That strong man is already old. I heard that he died 2 years ago. I see. The emperors of the empire showed doubts and schadenfreude expressions. Lin Tianxu stood up tremblingly under the princes. Everyone's faces were condensed, flashes of incredible expressions, and then their faces became very ugly, especially some people in the 6th rank empire. This Lin Tianxu's position is second only to the prince. Generally speaking, the position of the empire's assessment is also very particular. The top must be the royal family members and princes of the Dashing Empire, and the bottom is based on the strength of the empire. Lin Tianxu sits on top of a group of 6th and 7th rank empires. Does it mean that Lin Tianxu's status in the eyes of the Dashing Empire's royal family is higher than theirs, which makes the kings and powerhouses of the 6th and 7th rank empires feel bad? Before, they were still speculating on the origin of the strange faces such as Lin Tianxu, but they didn't expect that it was only the 7th rank empire. Could the royal family members of the Dashing Empire be blind? Or, what great benefits did the great Jin state give the great Qing Empire? The old lady of the Yun family also found out about this situation and couldn't help but be stunned. Humph, this country of Jin also knew that it had offended my Yun family, so did it take refuge with the Xiao family? But so what, the person my apprentice wanted to kill, even if he was protected by the immortal Xiao Jianxiong, would still have to die. This is the fate of offending my apprentice and my Yun family. The old woman had a sneer on her face. Zhu Wanping stared at Lin Tianxu coldly. You are the lord of the great Jin kingdom? A mere half-sage, also worthy of becoming the lord? The background of the Great Jin Kingdom is too shallow. In any empire, except for the ninth rank empire, most of the empires above the ninth rank are held by the strong sanctuary. The lord of the country also represents the face of the country. You are not required to be strong, at least not too weak. Take the dashing empire as an example. If you want to be removed from the position of the emperor, you can only break through to the great sanctuary. Facing Zhu Wanping's ridicule, Lin Tianxu's face was ashen, but he had nothing to say. A group of imperial lords and powerhouses sneered. Despising Lin Tianxu, Zhu Wanping snorted again, "Where is the Han Feng of the Great Jin Kingdom?" Han Feng slowly got up, "It's down." Zhu Wanping glanced at Han Feng up and down, and found that he could not see through Han Feng. Although Zhu Wanping's cultivation base is high, he is too young and has little experience. He does not have astonishing intuition like Huang Lao and others in the great sanctuary. Although Zhu Wanping couldn't see through Han Feng, he didn't feel the mysterious danger in Han Feng like Huang Lao did, so in Zhu Wanping's view, Han Feng just practiced some kind of secret technique. Thinking of this, the fear that had just risen in Zhu Wanping's heart disappeared. "Good boy, do you know what crime you committed?" "I don't know." Han Feng's expression was indifferent, and the eighth prince couldn't help but applaud secretly by his side. Now the atmosphere in the whole square is dignified, and the Shao family and the Yun family are tit for tat, and there is a taste of storm. Even if the eighth prince is a prince, he can't help but tremble a little, and he can't be calm at all. Seeing Han Feng's expression, the eighth prince could not help but admire. "The first one is complete. Ask for flowers." Seeing Han Feng's expression like this, Zhu Wanping's cold light surged in an instant, and a surging killing intent rose into the sky. "I don't know? I don't know. Then I will tell you that the Zhujia sanctuary powerhouse you killed in Yanlingua 2 years ago is the elder of this saint. Did you expect this day when you killed this saint's elder?" Zhu Wanping looked gloomy. The lords of the 8 kingdoms, including Yanling Kingdom and Tianyang Kingdom, all showed their gloating expressions. Although Han Feng killed all the strongest people in the sanctuary of various countries, and did nothing to their lords, but Han Feng raged in the 8 countries, as the lord of the country, he did not dare to do anything, which is an insult to the lord of the country. Han Feng, the leader of the 8 kingdoms, did not dare to say anything, and he was gnashing his teeth in his heart, waiting for this day. "Let you be arrogant, the lord of the country wants to see what you do now." Offending the genius of the Zhu family is equivalent to offending the Yun family. This guy is doomed. When this arrogant boy dies, I will let the holy stone of the great Jin kingdom eat it and spit it out for the lord of the country. Many empire lords and sanctuary guardians did not expect such a scene to happen, and looked at Han Feng jokingly. The sanctuary of the mere 7th rank empire was sitting among a group of princes. They couldn't get used to it for a long time. However, some careful warriors found that this warrior named Han Feng did not have the slightest fear in his eyes. That was true. Calm, not pretending. Zhu Wanping's mouth is powerful, and he is also afraid of Han Feng's expression in his heart. I can't see through what kind of secret technique this guy is practicing. In that case, let others try it out. Thinking of this, Zhu Wanping said in a high voice, "Every country lord, is there anyone willing to teach the great Jin saint for this saint? This saint has a low-grade, high-level sacred heritage of the sanctuary. If anyone can help this saint to attack, killing this son, this saint will use this sanctuary as a reward." This low-grade, high-class sanctuary was obtained by Zhu Wanping once he entered the secret realm. Unfortunately, it does not fit well with himself. Now Zhu Wanping has been promoted to the great sanctuary. This kind of sanctuary is no longer valued by Zhu Wanping, so he took it out. It doesn't hurt in exchange. The king of Dashing heard the words, with a mysterious smile on his face, but he knew that Han Feng was already a big sanctuary, and letting the other imperial sanctuary powerhouses try to test it would only be a stepping stone for Han Feng. Xiao Jianxiong, as the first powerhouse of the Xiao family, naturally learned everything about Han Feng from the king of Dasheng early in the morning, and at this time he was also looking at a good show. The Xiao family did not speak out to support Han Feng. It's not that they don't regard Han Feng as their own. It is true that they know that the only people who can cause harm to Han Feng are the strong ones who are also in the great sanctuary. The lords of the empire and the guardians of the sanctuary are heartbroken, and they are all super geniuses before they become the sanctuary, and they are all outstanding. But after being promoted to the sanctuary, they became mediocre. Anyone who can become a sanctuary is not a genius. It is extremely difficult to stand out in the sanctuary and still maintain the ranks of super geniuses. In the sanctuary, as mediocre them, the sanctuary secrets that they comprehend themselves are not high, and some of the great sanctuary levels may not necessarily comprehend their own mid-grade sanctuary secrets, only low-grade and high-grade. If you get an extra sanctuary, it will have a non-negligible effect on the improvement of your comprehensive strength. Even, by learning from this low-grade sanctuary, it is entirely possible to make one's own sanctuary a step further. For a time, the eyes of many lords and guardians of the sanctuary were blazing. However, from the position Han Feng was sitting, they could see that Han Feng must have an unknown relationship with the Xiao family. Will they make the Xiao family dissatisfied if they deal with the Great Jin Kingdom and Han Feng? Many warriors hesitated. Don't worry, looking at today's situation, the Xiao family is probably too busy to take care of themselves. Maybe after today, the royal family of the Dasheng Empire will change hands. If you offend the Xiao family, you will be offended. As soon as this idea came out, many imperial lords and sanctuary guardians made a decision. The 3 sixth-rank empires highlighted by the 8th prince had long been dissatisfied with surrendering to the Xiao family of the Dasheng Empire, and immediately fell to the Yun family. In the end, only about 40% of the empire still stood on the same front as the Dasheng Empire. In the sky, Xiao Xiongjian looked at this scene coldly, unmoved. As long as he survived today, then these empires will look good. The old woman from the Yun family said sarcastically, this little guy and the empire must have paid a lot of money to join the Xiao family. The Xiao family is really cold and thin, and they will treat this child as an abandoned child after getting these benefits. A strange look flashed across Xiao Jianxiong's face. The price? It should be that their Dasheng empire has paid a lot of benefits. Damn old woman, when this kid shows the strength of the great sanctuary, what will you look like? Xiao Jianxiong cursed inwardly. In the Yangfengzhong of the heavenly fragrant empire, please enlighten me from Saint Han of the great Jin kingdom. An ordinary-looking pock-faced man jumped out of a certain empire area. Humph, you don't have the qualifications to fight with the adults. Yizhu sneered, and also jumped out, standing opposite the pockmarked man. If you want to fight with adults, pass me first. The pockmarked man shouted angrily, arrogant, then let me see what you can do, kid. Shadow Palm. Emperor Yan Tianning Bloodline, congeal. Sky Eagle Flame Kill. A frenzied flame shot up into the sky and turned into a huge sky eagle that screamed loudly. What? His own sanctuary secret was instantly swallowed up by the flame eagle, and the pock-faced man was horrified. Puff. The flame eagle bombarded the pockmarked man and exploded. The pock-faced man vomited blood and flew out, suffering heavy damage. With just one blow, Yizhu severely inflicted heavy damage on a master of the same level. Many warriors were in an uproar in an instant, and their gazes towards Yizhu also changed. This guy's true combat power definitely surpassed the 3rd level of the sanctuary and reached the 4th level of the sanctuary. With such combat power within 100 years of age, not to mention top geniuses, at least they belong to first-class geniuses. And looking at Yizhu's youthful appearance and the majestic vitality he sensed, this Yizhu is obviously still far from being 100 years old. It is conceivable that when he is close to 100 years old, the strength of this child will be stronger, and it may be comparable to the top genius. Such a genius calls Han Feng an adult, so what is the strength of Han Feng? Yan Lingua and other 8 kingdom lords scolded in their hearts. This surnamed Zhu should know that Han Feng's strength is no longer comparable to ordinary sanctuaries, and he is still wasting time. Hurry up and do it yourself. In the sky, Zhu Wanping frowned slightly. From the very beginning, Zhu Wanping knew that these people would not be able to win. The elders of his family had the powers of the 9 heavens in the sanctuary. At the very least, Han Feng's strength surpassed that of the ordinary sanctuary. The purpose of Zhu Wanping is just to hope that someone can force out Han Feng's means, or Han Feng's fighting habits, so that he can take the lead. Unexpectedly, Han Feng didn't make a move at all, but a subordinate beside him severely damaged the genius of other empires. A bunch of rubbish. It seems that I still need to take action myself in the end. Well, even if I don't see anything, it's fine. If this kid has the ability to reach the sky, how can he be my opponent? Second more. Thank you for the big reward from South of Colorful Clouds 0413. Amazed face, / Zhu Wanping is very confident in his own strength, which is a kind of pride in being a strong man in the great sanctuary. No matter how powerful the ordinary sanctuary is, with its strength far exceeding that of the ordinary sanctuary, is it possible to surpass the level to fight the great sanctuary? The gap between the great sanctuary and the ordinary sanctuary is like the gap between the heavenly rank and the earth rank. How can it be so easily made up? Just speaking of the domain ability of the great sanctuary, it is far from the domain of ordinary sanctuary powerhouses. As soon as the realm comes out, any ordinary sanctuary must kneel. Because of this, Zhu Wanping knew that Han Feng had killed the Holy Land Zhizongshan, but he still did not take Han Feng seriously. In Zhu Wanping's view, Han Feng's combat power may far exceed that of ordinary sanctuaries, but as long as he releases his domain power, Han Feng has no power to resist. The reason why I want to understand Han Feng's ability and fighting style is just to find an opportunity to kill the lords and guardians of the sanctuary with one blow, and also open the door for the Yun family's plans in the future. Baohuan and Wanxiang country, please advise. Yi Zhu's blow severely damaged Yang Fengzhong of the Tianxiang Empire. Although many geniuses in the sanctuary died, it also attracted many conceited geniuses in the sanctuary. Please advise. Sky Eagle Flame Kill. Battle Fist Storm. This Baohuan's strength was even better than Yang Fengzhong's, but he only resisted for a while longer, and was seriously injured by Yi Zhu. At this time, many geniuses in the sanctuary also understood that unless the geniuses under the 4th level of the sanctuary had the same bloodline, it would be very difficult for them to defeat Yi Zhu. Next, several sanctuary 3-layer Tiantians who did not believe in evil came on stage, and they were defeated one by one. But the one who dared to play after knowing Yi Zhu's strength was indeed extraordinary. The strongest resisted Yi Zhu for nearly a minute. These geniuses are all from the rank 6 empire. They are not comparable to the top rank 6 empires such as the Wuhua Empire, the Kingdom of Ling, and the Kingdom of Yang, but they are not the rank 6 empire at the bottom. It is not surprising that such a rank 6 empire sometimes appears some super geniuses. Once such a genius is born, such a rank 6 empire is likely to be promoted to rank 5. No matter how bad it is, it will become an extremely top existence in the 6th rank empire. It didn't take long for some saintly geniuses from the 4th heavenly heaven to be unable to sit still. Du Zijin in the next Du Tianghua, come and give advice. Another figure jumped out, and the surging fighting spirit rose to the sky. Sky Eagle Flame Kill. Batian Bloodline, Congeal. Batian Fist. A powerful punch was thrown out, and it was directly bombarded with the Flame Eagle. Boom. A soaring domineering rage rages in the flames, and the flames continue to swallow and strangle, and the flames shoot everywhere. This Du Zijin actually possesses the power of the bloodline. Although the level of the bloodline and the control over the bloodline seem to be inferior to Yi Zhu, Du Zijin is superior in his own cultivation. Yi Zhu is a third-level heaven, and Du Zijin is a fourth-level heaven. Relying on the first-level heaven stronger than Yi Zhu, Du Zijin began to gain the upper hand. Yi Zhu's eyes flashed, Heavenly Eagle lore. A look of astonishment flashed across Du Zijin's face, and the coercion emanating from this punch was impressively low-grade medium. This turned out to be a low-grade, middle-grade sanctuary secret. Puff. Du Zijin, who had just gained the upper hand, was immediately blasted out and vomited blood. Yi Zhu was also breathing heavily in the same place. The Heavenly Eagle lore was a low-grade and middle-level sanctuary peculiarity that Yi Zhu had just realized, and it was not perfect. What's more, Yi Zhu's cultivation base is only a third-level heaven, and the use of low-grade middle-grade sanctuary absolute knowledge consumes a lot of holy yuan. Bai Cai suddenly flew out. Yezhu, go back and rest, and then leave it to me. Bai Cai said. Yi Zhu also knew that he had indeed reached the limit, so he nodded immediately, and walked back to Han Feng and sat down. Sir, Yi Zhu hesitated. Han Feng patted Yi Zhu on the shoulder with satisfaction. It's very good. I actually realized the low-level and middle-level sanctuary secret skills in the early stage of ordinary sanctuary. Originally, I was a little unconfident about whether you could be promoted to the great sanctuary, but now I am very sure. As long as you continue to develop according to this situation, it is not impossible for you to be promoted to the great sanctuary, and even further to achieve the middle and late stages of the great sanctuary. Being so praised by Han Feng, Yi Zhu was overjoyed. The eighth prince was stunned. I'll go. Han Feng's evaluation of Yi Zhu is too high. No, Han Feng can be promoted to the great sanctuary at such a young age. My eyesight is not comparable to me, maybe Yi Zhu. Looks like I'm going to talk to the royal father about how to value Yi Zhu more. Even Yi Zhu is like this, Bai Cai. The eighth prince's gaze couldn't help but focus on Bai Cai, who had already appeared on the stage. If you want to take action against the young master, the little girl will come to teach you all the tricks. Bai Cai looked around coldly. Hey, it turns out to be a little girl, let me tease you. A young sanctuary jumped out with a frivolous tone. Bai Yuchuan. Bai Cai's expression remained unchanged, and he threw a punch. This young sanctuary had not put Bai Cai in his eyes at first, but as soon as this punch came out, this young sanctuary's complexion changed. It turned out to be the fourth heaven of the Holy Land. What? Puff. The young sanctuary was smashed into the air with a punch, and his chest was sunken. What? In the early days of flying to the sanctuary with one punch, this woman is very powerful, even stronger than before. It's not just the cultivation base, can you see that this woman's body is incredibly powerful? Bai Cai stood proudly in the center of the field. Now Bai Cai has completely mastered the second turn white jade body, and is moving towards the third turn white jade body. The white jade body is not blood, but a special physique, and the increase in the use of the white jade body is not the cultivation base, but the physical strength. Completely mastering the second turn of the white jade body, just in terms of strength, Bai Cai can blast a punch comparable to the early stage of the fifth stage, and with the white jade fist, the power is even stronger. There were several more sacred quadruple worlds in the field, and in the end, they were all beaten by Bai Cai and vomited blood, and no one was able to hold on to a move. For a while, the gazes of many warriors looking at Bai Cai also changed. Looking at the lord of the great Jin kingdom, many warriors became jealous. It was totally unreasonable that such a genius was born in a small seventh-rank empire. Dashing Empire's eyes were fiery. I really didn't expect these two to be so good, especially this Bai Cai, a special physique that can increase physical strength. Looking at this increased strength, it is not inferior to the primary and medium sage bloodlines. And it can feeling the terrifying potential contained in this woman's special system. I'm afraid that the primary and medium saints are only the realm that this woman can master at present. The real special physique will only be stronger, and I am afraid that it is not inferior to the intermediate saints. What does this mean? It means that as long as there are no accidents, Bai Cai can be promoted to the great sanctuary properly, and in the future, even if he cannot reach the peak of the sanctuary, it is very likely that he will enter the later stage of the great sanctuary and eventually become the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. Strong presence. The third one. First-class guest ministers no longer fit the status of these two people, they must be second-class guest ministers. There are 3 people in the state of Dajin. It is inevitable that they will become a top-ranking empire in the future. At that time, our dashing empire will also be sheltered under the state of Dajin. In an instant, the king of dashing paid attention to Yi Zhu and Bai Cai. Up a notch. Xiao Jianxiong was also extremely satisfied. As long as the 3 of them grew up, the Yun family would no longer be a threat. On the contrary, the old woman of the Yun family looked gloomy. Damn, how did the Xiao family recruit these 2 geniuses? That one named Yi Zhu is nothing more than that. There are still many such geniuses in the dashing empire, but this girl named Bai Cai is incredible. The strength of its special physique is no less than that of Zhangya of Yonghua. No, I can't let such a genius belong to the Xiao family, otherwise it will become a big problem for my Yun family in the future. I have to get in touch with this girl in the future. It would be better if I am willing to join the Yun family, but if it doesn't work. A murderous intent flashed in the old woman's eyes. Both of them are so talented, but they call that kid Han Feng an adult. I don't know what's so good about this guy. For a while, the old lady of the Yun family became curious about Han Feng. As for Zhu Wanping, it was pure jealousy. Jealousy by Xin is more beautiful than her. Jealousy by Xin's potential is stronger than her. Smelly girl, since it's that kid's subordinate, don't think I'll let you go. Zhu Wanping had fantasized in his heart that he would use a knife to draw scars on Bai Cai's face, completely disfiguring Bai Cai. In the center of the arena, there is no more genius from the 4th level of the sanctuary. They have already seen that a 4th level heaven like Bai Cai, unless it has a relatively strong bloodline, is difficult to resist. Wuhua Empire, Shiliang's eyes narrowed slightly. It's my turn to play. I thought my opponent was Zhangya, but I didn't expect such a genius to appear in the middle. Such a woman should belong to this young master. What qualifications does that kid from the great Jin kingdom have? In a flash, Shiliang appeared on the field, facing Bai Cai, far away. Bai Cai's face froze slightly. When the 8th prince introduced Han Feng before, Bai Cai naturally heard it. To Xiling. Bai Cai dare not be careless. They are both in the 4th heaven and have the same bloodline power, but the result is really hard to say. Hee, this girl, a genius like you, the mere 7th rank empire is not your home, why don't you join my Wuhua empire? This young master is also the young head of the Shi family of the Wuhua empire. If you marry me, the girl will be in the future. His achievements must be far beyond what he is now. Only this young master is worthy of you as a girl. Your young master is not worthy of you. Shiliang showed a smile that he thought was very handsome, smiling all over his face. Bai Cai suddenly felt a chill. He had never seen such a narcissistic person before. How dare he compare with her young master? Simply overwhelmed. Shut up, you are also qualified to be compared with my young master? If the young master is a nebula in the sky, then you are the mud on the ground. You are not even qualified to carry my shoes for my young master. Everyone did not expect that Bai Cai was not only unmoved and not attracted, but said such contempt for Xiliang. Xiliang's face was flushed, and the next moment he turned blue. He was so despised for the first time since Xiliang was born. At this moment, no matter how beautiful and outstanding Ren Baixin is, Xiliang also has killing intent towards Bai Cai. Stinky bitch, give something shameless to your face. If you are so ignorant, don't blame this young master for taking you to be your son. Concubine. I want to see, what will you look like at that time? Roar. Xiliang suddenly let out a beast roar, and red flames mixed with black rose into the sky, swallowing Xiliang whole. With this roar, Xiliang has already used the blood of the hell beast, and the whole body has undergone earth-shaking changes, turning into a terrifying giant. The giant's body was wrapped in black flames mixed with red, and only 2 pupils that were burning with purple flames were exposed. Flame hell. Xiliang's own cultivation base has reached the level of the late 4th layer of heaven. At this time, he cast the blood of the hell beast and instantly increased to the middle and late 5th layer of heaven. Xiliang's bloodline is infinitely close to the middle-level saint, but Xiliang has not completely controlled the bloodline, and now he is struggling to exert the power of the junior middle saint. The howling of flames is a low-grade sanctuary secret. At this moment, Xiliang's explosive combat power has surpassed the sanctuary's 5th-layered heaven. The violent flame is like a ferocious beast, opening its fangs to devour the white heart. Bai Cai's right fist slammed out fiercely, and the bright white jade light burst out. Bai Cai's white jade body is more advanced than Xiliang's, and the degree of mastering his own blood is even more than that of Xiliang. The power of this punch is no worse than that of Xiliang today. The small jade fist slammed into the violent flames, which seemed so small, but the power it burst out surprised everyone. The violent flame seemed to be overwhelmed, and the entire flame collided quickly. The next moment, countless white jade lights rushed out of the flame and went straight to the sky. The sky was changing, and it took a long time for the white jade light to slowly disappear, and the violent flame that devoured Bai Cai's punch was also torn apart and vanished. There are some tricks. Xiliang's pupils shrank, and then he recovered his disdain. It was just a small fight before. This is the strongest blow of this young master. Hell scream. Black flames surged up, swallowing Bai Cai like a tornado. One turn of the white jade fist. Boom. The sound and energy fluctuations that shook the audience raged, and the waves hit the surrounding like waves. Seeing this, Xiao Jianxiong stretched out his finger, and the enchantment power of the 6th-level peak of the great sanctuary poured down, surrounding the attack of the two. Oh my god, this woman can be on par with Xiliang's battle. Looking at the lord of the Wuhua Empire, that face is really funny. No. No, that woman fought back. Someone suddenly shouted. Second turn white jade fist. Xiliang was able to resist Bai Cai's first turn of white jade fist, and Bai Cai was a little stunned, but after being stunned, he became ruthless and immediately unleashed his strongest punch. The second turn white jade fist, its power has already stood at the top of the low-rank and middle-rank sanctuary secret skills. It is also a low-grade and medium-grade sanctuary, and Xiliang's hell scream is far less than the second turn by Yuquan. If Xiliang's strongest explosion is only barely reaching the edge of the early stage of the 6th level of the sanctuary, then the power of Bai Cai's second turn white jade fist can be said to be equivalent to the middle and late stages of the 6th level of the sanctuary. How is this possible? Pfft. Xiliang's face was full of disbelief, and then he was hit by the fluctuation of the second turn white jade fist. Many strong men were silent. Okay, so strong. The 8th prince was stunned. He, not bad, not bad. In the silence, there was a sudden sound of clapping, and everyone suddenly woke up. Looking at the sound, their faces immediately became playful. Han Feng turned his head. The one who clapped was the strongest genius in the sanctuary under Yang was 100 years old, Zhanya. Zhang Ye stood up, his figure flickered, but he didn't see any movement, and instantly appeared in the center of the field. Zhang Ye said with admiration, "As a woman, I am amazed to achieve such strength, within 100 years old." "You are right, Shiliang's waist is not worthy of you. But this young master is different. Ben young now, it is already the 5th heaven of the holy domain, and the bloodline is also of the intermediate level. You can't be my opponent. Let your young master take action. This young master doesn't want to hurt a woman like you. You are already qualified to be this young master's concubine." Zhang Ye's face was full of admiration, but the words he said were more arrogant than Shiliang. In the past, Shihao was thinking of taking Bai Cai as his wife, but Zhang Ye was directly a concubine. "It's ridiculous, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. If you let me be your concubine, you are also worthy? You and Shiliang are the same thing. I want to be a concubine, and I want to be the concubine of the young master." Bai Cai a sneer. Han Feng coughed lightly on the stage, and his face was a little weird. Zhang Ye's face froze, a little hazy. The next moment Zhang Ye looked directly at Han Feng. "Is your excellency hiding behind a woman like this? Are you going to let the woman run everything for you? If it's a man, I'll give this young master a fight." Bai Cai's face changed. She would never allow anyone to speak ill of the young master. She was about to take action, but she didn't know when Han Feng had appeared beside Bai Cai and stopped him with one hand. "The first one is complete. Ask for flowers." "Master?" Bai Cai was startled when he saw that it was Han Feng who was intercepting. The expressions of the rest of the powerhouses sank. Except for a few people, no one knew how Han Feng moved. This alone is enough to show that Han Feng is not simple. Zhang Ye obviously also noticed this, and his contemptuous heart was immediately put away. The other party's cultivation base is far better than yours, and he has deeper control over your bloodline than you. If you can't win, leave it to me. If Zhang Ye said this sentence, Bai Cai would definitely be dissatisfied, and even if he lost, he would give Zhang Ye a hard blow, but since it was said by Han Feng, Bai Cai immediately stopped. "Then leave it to the young master," Bai Cai whispered. Han Feng was already at the level of the great sanctuary, and Bai Cai didn't say anything to ask Han Feng to be careful. Sanctuary 5th layer heaven seems to be powerful for other sanctuary geniuses within 100 years old, but to Han Feng, he is like a child, fragile and insignificant. After Bai Cai left, the focus of many warriors immediately focused on Han Feng and Zhang Ye. In the sky, a cold light flashed in Zhu Wanping's eyes. "Although Zhang Ye's aptitude is not as good as mine, his bloodline power is stronger than my holy fire, and his comprehension is stronger than mine. Taken together, I am different at the same age." According to what Master said, the Wuhua Empire has already intended to join the Yun family, and I hope this son can force out some of Han Feng's methods, so that I can make some preparations. Zhang Ye stared at Han Feng. Since this young master became famous, he has not lost a single defeat. "I hope your excellency can make this young master feel refreshed," Han Feng said with a smile. "Don't worry, it will make you very happy." "I hope so." Zhang Ye snorted coldly, and then let out a roar. "The blood of the holy elephant, congeal. Icon bash." Zhang Ye's body turned into a golden giant elephant, slamming into Han Feng like a hill. Ordinary sanctuary. In the early and middle stages of being hit like this, 10 will be crushed into meat sauce. But for the Korean style. Boom. A loud bang sounded and the earth shook. The situation that everyone thought Han Feng would be crushed did not happen. Under the stunned eyes of many warriors, Han Feng just stretched out his palm to stop the golden giant elephant from hitting. No matter how hard the golden giant elephant used its milk-feeding strength, its powerful limbs kept stepping on the ground, but Han Feng couldn't make Han Feng retreat at all. From beginning to end, Han Feng had a faint smile on his face, and there was no change. Sitting on the stage, the eighth prince curled his lips. It's a crazy dream to want to compete against the great sanctuary. No. Impossible. The giant elephant roared in disbelief. Seriously, Zhang Ye's strength is not weak. Although Zhang Ye still does not have the ability to control the full power of the bloodline, he can also exert the power of the ordinary junior high-grade bloodline level. The peak cultivation base of the fifth layer of the sanctuary, under the control of this bloodline, the cultivation base has surpassed the sixth layer, and is between the sixth layer and the seventh layer. This collision, the explosive force is catching up with the ordinary sanctuary 7th level early realm. Zhang Ye is very confident in his own strength, which is the confidence condensed from countless battles. But now, this confidence has been completely broken in Han Feng. The giant elephant stepped back again and again, roaring and roaring, I don't believe it. You must be cheating. Holy elephant shines the world fist. The golden giant turned into a golden giant, wearing an elephant-shaped armor with golden energy condensed. The giant punched out, as if to pierce the sky. This golden punch was thrown down. Still caught by Han Feng's palm, the surrounding army under Han Feng's feet cracked countless cracks and completely collapsed. But there was no loss in the area of more than 10 centimeters around the feet. Han Feng stood there firmly, and then the golden punch seemed to hold a piece of wood, without any pressure. No. I don't believe it. This blow was too great. Even if he lost, Zhang Ye would admit it if he could hurt Han Feng, but from beginning to end, everything he did was useless to Han Feng. Anyone who understands can see that the gap between the two sides is too great, as Bai Cai said, it is the difference between clouds and mud. This is an overwhelming disparity. Some powerhouses lost their minds. This Han Feng is also less than 100 years old, and he is so powerful, which makes these old guys feel bad. Some 8th rank, 9th rank empires, and even some sanctuary guardians of the 7th rank empire couldn't help but feel ashamed. Zhang Ye's explosive power was not inferior to them, but in front of Han Feng, he was as weak as a child. The eyes of these warriors looking at Han Feng are no longer the comments of the elders looking at the younger generation, but a kind of awe. Such a genius will inevitably be in existence beyond their reach in the future. Holy elephant destroying heaven fist. Zhang Ye is indeed a super genius who has the hope of leading the Wuhua Empire to be promoted to rank 5, or even rank 4. The previous punch was not Zhang Ye's full strength. This holy elephant destroying the sky is Zhang Ye's strongest punch. This punch is a low-grade, high-grade sanctuary. Even if the grade is not high among the low-grade and high-grade sanctuary, it still makes Zhang Ye's blow truly reach the realm of the 7th layer of the sanctuary, even close to the latter stage of the 7th layer. Peak. However. Puff. Zhang Ye went fast and went backward fast. This time, Han Feng did not take it with his bare hands, but threw the same punch. A simple punch smashed Zhang Ye's fist in one fell swoop under everyone's incredible gaze, hitting Zhang Ye's abdomen. Zhang Ye's face was distorted, she screamed in pain, flew upside down, and fell to the ground. The bloodline of the icon can no longer be maintained. Zhang Ye struggled to get up. Han Feng smiled lightly, I didn't disappoint your excellency, it's completely cool now. Puff. Hearing this, Zhang Ye's face was blue and white for a while, and he spit out a mouthful of blood again, and completely fainted. Some sanctuary geniuses almost laughed out loud. In the warrior group, suddenly a tall old man walked out. Every step the old man took, he left a trail of footprints on the ground like a giant. The old man's face was old and his hair was dry, but his muscles were bulging, which contained explosive power, forming two strange extremes with his face. Your Excellency is a genius of the sanctuary within 100 years old, and also the new guardian of the sanctuary of the great Jin Kingdom. The old man's hoarse voice sounded. Han Feng stared at the old man, not bad. If that's the case, then take the old man's move. The old man's figure suddenly accelerated, and he appeared in the sky above Han Feng like a teleportation, and slammed it down. The empire assessment is divided into two parts. One part is the genius of the sanctuary within 100 years old, and the other part is the guardian of the sanctuary of various countries. Generally speaking, the guardian of this sanctuary is the strongest sanctuary in every country. The comparison of the two parts respectively represents the strongest single force of each country and whether the next generation is faulty. Therefore, some people saw that the old man, relying on his age, to reach the holy realm of the 9 heavens, was not angry, but did not say anything. Because the old man also said that this contest is a contest between the guardians of the sanctuary. Facing the old man's punch, Han Feng's face was still indifferent, and all the strong men murmured in their hearts, facing the punch of the Holy Land Zhuzangshan, "Are you ready to carry it like this?" Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / It's too careless, no matter how powerful, but the age is there, how can it be the opponent of Zhuzangshan? Bing at fire. Chinese. This boy is finished. This old man is very lucky. If he kills this kid, I'm afraid that the low-grade and high-grade sanctuary will belong to this old man. How can the people of the Xiao family act like idiots? Didn't the Great Jin Kingdom take refuge in the Xiao family? Could it be that the Great Jin Kingdom is really regarded as an abandoned child? Already. The conversations of these warriors did not affect Han Feng in the slightest. Han Feng really didn't take this old man to heart. Although it is a Zhuzangshan cultivation base, it seems that he has specially trained his body, but after all, there is no blood power, and there is no low-grade and high-grade sanctuary. The power that the old man can explode is really limited, and it is impossible to threaten the great sanctuary. Therefore, in the shock of everyone's eyes, Han Feng grabbed the punch with one hand. How is it possible? This is the Holy Land 9 heavens. Did the old man drain the water? Is it a show? Only the old man knew that he really didn't let go at all. This power. Could it be? Could it be? The old man was terrified, looking at Han Feng as if he was looking at a monster. With a wave of Han Feng's arm, he threw the old man out fiercely. At the same time, a coercion that was so powerful that ordinary sanctuary powerhouses suffocated erupted with Han Feng as the center, forming an imposing storm. Great. Great sanctuary. It turned out to be the great sanctuary. No way, the great sanctuary within 100 years old has never heard of it. Sensing the coercion that suffocated them, the sanctuary powerhouses were dumbfounded. The great sanctuary, in the dashing empire, the great sanctuary is also a top expert. In any great sanctuary, which one is not 100 years of penance, and some are even more than 100 years of penance. Compared to this kid, they are all scumbags. Impossible, I don't believe that there will be a great sanctuary within 100 years old. This guy is definitely pretending to be tender. Yes, this club must be an old monster of hundreds of years, and it must have swallowed the elixir of the yin-yin pill. Before the contest in the sanctuary within 100 years old, this guy should not shoot, this is a foul. All the sanctuaries are unwilling to believe what is happening in front of him. King Dashing said with a flat smile that made him want to smash it flat, the age of the sage Han is indeed within 100 years old, to be precise, within 50 years old. Hiss. As soon as this statement came out, all the warriors made an uproar again. The great sanctuary within 100 years old has already made them unbelievable, within 50 years old. But as the Lord of Dasheng, as the Lord of the Xiao family, how could he lie to them here? It's amazing, I didn't expect this old man to see such a genius in his lifetime. Pervert, how can I compare to such a genius? The Shao family of the Dashan royal family has seen the treasure. It's no wonder that the Shao family was indifferent before, it turned out that they knew all this. The Shao family is too cunning, looking at the faces of those in the Yun family, it's like eating xiang. Sitting on the stage, both Shiliang and Zhangya had woken up, and they all looked sad when they saw the scene. The woman is right, I really don't have the qualifications to compete with this guy. Among the marvels of the warriors, Han Feng's eyes suddenly fell on Zhu Wanping in the sky. Zhu Wanping, the game is over. If you want to kill me, you should do it yourself. Everyone's eyes fell on Zhu Wanping, their eyes were no longer as amazed as they were at first, but full of pondering. Zhu Wanping felt both disbelief and jealousy in his heart. He clearly got the news that this son was still in the 8th heaven 2 years ago. Why is he now? This guy, his strength is growing so fast, he must be killed today, or in the future. Thinking of this, an unstoppable flash of fear flashed in Zhu Wanping's eyes. The old woman of the Yun family, who faced off against Shao Jianxiong and other mid-stage powerhouses of the Shao family Great Sanctuary, had an extremely ugly expression on her face. Damn Shao family, such good luck has even recruited such a genius. But the old woman's mouth showed a wicked smile. Today, the Shao family is doomed. No matter how talented this son is, there will be no other way than to surrender to my Yun family, except to die. A long spear suddenly appeared in Zhu Wanping's hand, and a powerful breath spread out. Low-grade high-grade holy artifact? No, it is stronger than low-grade high-grade holy artifact, but worse than middle-grade holy artifact. Broken middle-grade low-grade holy artifact? Han Feng's eyes flashed, secretly guessing. Han Feng, you are honored to die under my Fire Phoenix Holy Spear. Zhu Wanping held the Fire Phoenix Holy Spear and pointed at Han Feng from a distance. The Holy Spear shot out an astonishing fiery breath and killing intent, locking Han Feng firmly. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, if you can do it, let's do it. Ming Fengjiu hits hard. As soon as Zhu Wanping made his move, he used the mid-grade sanctuary skills that he learned after he was promoted to the Great Sanctuary. The Fire Phoenix Holy Spear flickered and turned into spear shadows all over the sky. One after another spear shadows carried terrifying flames, and they devoured Han Feng one by one like the flames approaching waves. This attack is already equivalent to an ordinary blow from the second layer of the ordinary Great Sanctuary. Emperor Burning Heaven refers to the 4th level. The flame instantly condensed on Han Feng's fingertips and burst out. Emperor Burning Heaven respected the 4th level, and it was also at the top among the middle rank and lower level sacred arts, and it was not comparable to the Ming Fengjiu heavy attack that Zhu Wanping had just realized. However, Zhu Wanping, relying on the broken middle grade and low grade holy artifact, was on a par with Han Feng. How could it be possible to resist my Fire Phoenix Holy Spear? Zhu Wanping's face changed greatly. Han Feng looked disappointed. This is your strength? You want to kill me with such strength? It's ridiculous. Just relying on a broken middle grade and low grade holy artifact, you think you can overwhelm me? Since that's the case, let you see what the real middle grade holy artifact is? Before he knew it, 9 poisonous needles of amethyst flame had been shot at Zhu Wanping. Oops. Zhu Wanping was shocked. Purgatory Holy Fire, Fusion. Zhu Wanping immediately integrated his holy fire into the 9 heavy blows of Ming Feng, and swept out with the help of the Fire Phoenix Holy Spear. Clang clang. 9 amethyst flaming poisonous needles collided with the Fire Phoenix Holy Spear, and a terrifying aura swept through. The amethyst poison needle is a complete set of middle-grade low-grade holy artifact, which can be compared with the broken Fire Phoenix Holy Spear. Zhu Wanping relied on the unique knowledge of the holy domain and the holy fire of purgatory to force the amethyst needles to fly, but the gun body of the Fire Phoenix Holy Spear was also full of cracks, and it looked like it was going to be scrapped. How dare you? Zhu Wanping was furious. If you have time for the broken anger of the holy artifact, let's think about your own safety first. Holy flame strikes the sky. The dazzling golden fist, like a meteorite, violently slammed towards Zhu Wanping in the shock of space. Now Xing Yan Hong Tianquan is the fifth realm, and it is not weaker than the top middle grade middle sanctuary secret skills. Han Feng is only the first stage of the great sanctuary, but with this punch, he broke out the ordinary blow of the ordinary great sanctuary third level powerhouse. The powerful coercion struck, and Zhu Wanping was shocked. There was still time to consider whether to put away the Fire Phoenix Holy Spear that was about to be scrapped, and immediately fired a shot. Ming Fengjiu hits hard. The Holy Flame Raging Fist defeated Zhu Wanping's attack, and even swallowed the Fire Phoenix Holy Spear and slammed it heavily on Zhu Wanping's body. The third one. No. Zhu Wanping let out a voice of unwillingness and fear, only to hear a rumbling sound. The golden flame completely swallowed Zhu Wanping. The golden flames spread out one after another, and the fiery temperature shocked countless powerhouses. Even in the Great Sanctuary, except for the guardians of the Great Sanctuary Triple Heaven Sanctuary of the Wuhua Empire, Yang Kingdom, and Ling Kingdom, the others seemed to be in a furnace. As sanctuary powerhouses, they, who had not sweated for a long time, were now sweating profusely. How is that possible? In the sky, the pupils of the elders of the Yun family shrank, and she never expected that her proud disciple would be so unbearable and weak in front of Han Feng. Because I didn't expect that when Zhu Wanping was swallowed by the flames, the old woman didn't have time to take action. At this moment, the old woman's anger spewed out, and the world changed color because of this. Court death. The old woman shouted angrily and was about to shoot. Xiao Jianxiong moved and intercepted the old woman. This is all about young people. It's better for the older generation not to interfere. You. The old woman's eyes became more and more cold. The flames gradually disappeared, and Zhu Wanping's body was gradually exposed to everyone's sight. Zhu Wanping is worthy of being a strong man in the great sanctuary. He still has a breath left, but he is already on the verge of dying. Junior, stop. The old woman shouted, Junior, as long as you stop now and join my Yun family, I can ignore the past. I will try my best to coordinate your grievances and grievances. Junior, you are young, don't I have to do something that I regret? If I irritate my wife, even the Xiao family can't keep you. Oh? Senior is threatening me? Han Feng said lightly. You can think so. The old woman said coldly. Humph, what an old woman, who is actually digging her feet in the face of the emperor. Han Feng, you should make a bold move. With the emperor here, this old woman can't help you. Xiao Jianxiong snorted coldly, and his breath burst out. Stop the old woman. Han Feng has no hobby of letting tigers go back to the mountains, even if Zhu Wanping is not a tiger, at most a sick cat. Lift your finger. A shot of holy yuan shot out, and Zhu Wanping stopped breathing for the last time. Bold Junior. If you don't kill your old lady today, you will be a human being. The old lady of the Yun family swelled to the extreme. Yun Song, Yun Meng, I killed this Junior, for my wife. With an order, the middle stage of the digital great sanctuary behind the old woman suddenly shot. However, in the midterm of the great sanctuary behind Xiao Jianxiong, the two sides fought each other in the sky. Are you going to fight against my Yun family to the end? The old woman shouted to Xiao Jianxiong. Today, you came here with such great fanfare and brought all the Yun family's middle stage of the great sanctuary. Aren't you ready to tear up your face with my Xiao family? Since this is the case, how can this emperor have any connivance towards you? Your Yun family ancestors and my Xiao family ancestors are old, and this emperor will definitely not let you go today. In the battle between the powerhouses in the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary, the sky can be said to be a churning of St. Yuan, the space is broken, and the attacks of St. Yuan are like a long river running through the sky. A burst of mighty might, seeing countless powerhouses on the ground, stunned. For the first time, they really felt the horror of the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary, which is not comparable to the first and second levels of the Great Sanctuary. It seems that the Xiao family has to protect the Han style of this great Jin kingdom even if they die. If it were me, I would do the same. This Han Feng is a great sanctuary at a young age and has a bright future. As long as this Han Feng is preserved, the Xiao family will have a super expert backer in the future. Yes, but unfortunately, because of this, the Yun family will never let Han Feng go, and will definitely kill Han Feng in various ways. But in the discussion among the many powerhouses, the guardians of the three heavenly sanctuary of the Great Sanctuary of the Wuhua Empire, the Yang Kingdom, and the Ling Kingdom stood up one after another. Looking at it, they planned to take Han Feng. Many warriors were shocked. What are the sanctuary guardians of these three major empires going to do? Openly rebelled against the Xiao family of the dashing empire royal family, and are you going to join the Yun family? Oops, this Han Feng is dangerous. However, although many warriors saw that something was wrong, they saw the crisis in the Xiao family's situation and were unwilling to take action at all. In the event that the Yun family really wins in the end, and now assisting the Xiao family of the royal family of the dashing empire to help Han Feng, it will inevitably be liquidated in the future. King Dasheng, several princes, and the eldest princess, were furious. Yan Tai, Hao Chen, Qiao Shun, are you planning to betray the dashing empire? The dashing king angrily pointed at the three. Yan Tai sneered, betrayal? My Wuhua empire will surpass the dashing empire sooner or later, but now I just left the dashing empire in advance. The dashing empire is not qualified to lead my Wuhua empire. Yes, Lord, think about what the Xiao family will do. Do you really think this is the last resort of the Yun family? Hao Chen also sneered. Qiao Shun flicked his fingertips. This is the last time I will call you the lord of the country. When I think that the holy land of the great sanctuary will bow down to you, the garbage that is not even the great sanctuary, I can't wait to destroy you. There was not the slightest fear between the words of the three great sanctuaries, and they all ignored the dashing king and the Xiao family. For a while, many empire powerhouses fell silent. These cannon fodders, who want to survive in the battles of these powerful beings, cannot intervene in them. King Dasheng's face condensed. The last resort? The Yun family still has a means? What is it? There was an unease in the heart of the king of Dasheng, and this unease was entrenched in his heart the moment the Yun family arrived. At this moment, the anxiety is growing. However, the three great sanctuaries did not take care of King Dasheng anymore, and if they did not reach the level of the great sanctuary, they were not worthy of their attention. Boy, it's your fault for choosing the wrong camp. Yan Tai grinned. Heaven Slash. Magic Fist. Black Flame Giant Hammer. The three peak masters of the three great sanctuaries, the three heavens, have taken action one after another, causing the space to be turbulent. These three sanctuary secrets have all reached the middle grade middle sanctuary level, and the explosive power of the three has reached the fourth level of the ordinary great sanctuary. The three blows are equivalent to the four-layered blow of the ordinary great sanctuary, and no one thinks that Han Feng can survive. Even if Han Feng had burst out with good power before, it was only equivalent to the ordinary great sanctuary triple heaven, wasn't it? No one noticed that Yi Zhu and Bai Xian were both amused. Void Immortal Body, Congeal. Void Immortal 100 Dragon Palm. Roar roar. The holy immortal aura rose into the sky. Han Feng waved his arms, turned into a real dragon in the senses of everyone, and slammed into Yan Tai and the three men madly and bravely. The virtual immortal body has reached the realm of small achievement, and the level is not weaker than the middle grade and middle level holy domain exercises. Using the virtual immortal body, Han Feng's cultivation level soared to the triple heaven realm in an instant. Compared with Yen Tai and the others, they are only slightly weaker. The Void Immortal 100 Dragon Palm is also a mid-grade middle-grade sanctuary secret, but it is the top level among the middle-grade, far surpassing the middle-grade sanctuary skills of Yen Tai and the three. The middle-grade sanctuary secret knowledge is only the bottom level of the middle-grade. Boom! The attacks of more than 200 real dragons and Yen Tai collided, and they kept roaring and swallowing each other, and the two sides were evenly matched. In the dark, Han Feng had already released the amethyst poison needle. These three people did not have broken middle-grade and low-grade holy weapons, and even if they were warning signs, they didn't have time to resist, and they were immediately shot, one of them three. The flame poison invaded the body of the three people, and the faces of the three people changed greatly. Go to hell. Void Immortal Snake Dragon Finger. The violent energy raged out. Even if Han Feng does not have a high degree of mastery of the false immortal snake and dragon fingers, the middle-grade high-grade sanctuary secret art is still the middle-grade high-grade, and the power is far from being comparable to the middle-grade low-grade and middle-grade. The white snake opened its fangs and bit the three of them. The three of them couldn't exert their full strength, because they were poisoned by the flaming poison, so how could they resist the bite of the white snake, and the white snake swallowed the three of them instantly. The powerful energy in the belly of the energy white snake strangled the three of them in a blink of an eye, leaving no residue behind. The face of the Lord of the Three Kingdoms immediately stiffened. Some of the powerhouses in the early stage of the Great Sanctuary, hidden in the shadows of the Dashing Empire, were still preparing to take action, and their eyes widened at this time. The King of Dashing, the Eighth Prince and others, as well as many other warriors, were all dumbfounded. These are the three peaks of the three great sanctuaries, and they were solved by Han Feng in a few seconds? Sizzle. The sound of gasping for breath kept coming out, and everyone was shocked by the powerful strength displayed by Han Feng. This is too perverted. Thinking about Han Feng's age, many warriors don't know what to say to express their shock. Han Feng ignored the still shocked warriors and immediately flew to the sky. Han Feng could see that the old woman of the Yun family not only protected her shortcoming, but also had a very small mind and a strong desire for revenge. Since he killed Zhu Wanping, there is no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. In this case, it is better to help the Shao family to destroy the Yun family, and to leave the Shao family to go to the central continent. Han Feng first came to the Shao family's side of a fourth-level powerhouse of the Great Sanctuary, who was fighting against the Yun family's fourth-level heaven. Senior, I'm here to help you. Okay, let's join forces to kill this person. The Shao family Great Sanctuary Fourth Heaven also saw what happened on the ground, and was immediately overjoyed. Originally the two were on a par, but now with Han Feng, this Shao family Great Sanctuary has the competence to solve each other within hundreds of tricks. At that time, he will be able to help the other masters of the family, and the situation will inevitably favor their Shao family. However, before the Shao family Great Sanctuary powerhouse could take action, a terrifying aura rose into the sky. What? Shao family Great Sanctuary looked beside him in shock. The fifth layer of the Holy Flame Battle Body, congeal. Facing the midterm masters of the Great Sanctuary, Han Feng had to display the Holy Flame Battle Body. The fifth layer Holy Flame Battle Body made Han Feng's cultivation skyrocket again, and he completely reached the fourth layer of the Great Sanctuary. Unfortunately, it was only the initial stage of the fourth layer heaven. For this reason, both the Shao family Great Sanctuary and the Yun family Great Sanctuary were shocked. The Yun family Great Sanctuary had a lot of secret passages, and they had to run away. Where to escape? Holy flame strikes the sky. Han Feng threw his fists in anger. The fourth and 10,000 words are completed. Ask for flowers. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Sanctuary. With one enemy and two, Yun family Great Sanctuary knew that he had no chance of winning, but seeing that only Han Feng attacked, Yun family Great Sanctuary sneered. Although the cultivation base has skyrocketed to the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary, the old man is surprised, but it is only the early and middle stage of the 4th level, so I can't help the old man. Or a split / Yun family Great Sanctuary made a slashing action with both hands in the void, and in an instant, countless spiritual light spewed out like a vortex. Every aura turned into a giant sword and slashed down. Oops. Xiao family Great Sanctuary couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that Han Feng did not unite with himself. The Xiao family Great Sanctuary was also a little annoyed at himself. He was stunned in the battle, because he was immersed in shock. After all, he had not started for many years, and his fighting consciousness had declined. The Xiao family Great Sanctuary was about to join forces with Han Feng, but his pupils shrank. Boom! The golden fire fist collided with countless auras, and the sound of bombardment resounded in the sky. Han Feng's holy flame raging heaven fist is higher than the Yun family Great Sanctuary's spiritual light split / but Han Feng's cultivation after rising is inferior to this Yun family Great Sanctuary. If Han Feng's current cultivation is the early and middle stage of the 4th heaven, then the Yun family Great Sanctuary is the late stage of the 4th heaven and even the peak. For a while, the two sides were helpless. But Aurora Tsangyan, fusion. The Aurora Tsangyan in Han Feng's Dantian surged out in an instant. Today's Aurora Tsangyan is already the top-level middle-grade flame, and it is only one step away from the middle-grade high-grade flame. When Aurora Tsangyan merged into the 5th layer of the Holy Flame Rising Heaven Fist, the power that erupted was no less than that of a middle-grade, high-grade holy domain. And it's still a top-notch medium. Boom boom boom. The golden fire fist seemed to have taken a potent medicine and became extremely brave. The power of this punch is no exaggeration to say that it is comparable to the 6th heaven of the ordinary Great Sanctuary. Under the power of this punch, the Yun family Great Sanctuary was horrified, and before he could react, it was swallowed up by flames and turned into ashes. Xiao family Great Sanctuary, who has not had time to take action. Since Han Feng flew into the sky, many warriors on the ground have also focused on the sky. Seeing that Han Feng killed the 4th level powerhouse of the Great Sanctuary with one blow, he was very shocked. This is the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary, the peak of the 5th grade empires like the Great Qing Empire, actually. It's too perverted to kill the 4th heaven of the Great Sanctuary in 1 second. What's wrong with this world? I'm less than 100 years old to kill the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary, am I dreaming? I thought I was already looking at this Han Feng very much, but I didn't expect that I would look down on it in the end. I really don't know where this guy's limit is. He won't even be able to kill the 5th or 6th layer of the Great Sanctuary, right? But it has crossed the 5th heaven. A group of strong people are talking. The powerhouses who were still watching saw this scene and couldn't help thinking, could it be that the Xiao family will win this battle? Thinking of this, some strong people can't sit still. If this is the case, then in order to prevent the Xiao family from reckoning after the autumn, gotta get started now. The middle stage of the Great Sanctuary is strong, but if the number of the early stages of the Great Sanctuary reaches a certain level, it can also besiege the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary. Boy. Well done. Xiao family Great Sanctuary was speechless for a while and praised. Senior, let's help others separately. Han Feng suggested. That's how it should be. Immediately, the Xiao family great sanctuary flew to the side of another Xiao family powerhouse. Together, the Yun family masters who were attacking were defeated. What Han Feng helped this time was a 4th-level sanctuary pinnacle, relying on the powerful sanctuary skills to fight on a par with the Yun family powerhouses. This Yun family expert has already reached the early stage of the 5th stage, but his comprehension of the sanctuary skills is not very high. With the help of Han Feng, the strong man was quickly killed. For a while, the Xiao family's strong expression was shocked, and their fighting spirit was high. One by one, the strongest combat power broke out, and the Yun family was beaten to the bottom. The old woman of the Yun family looked anxious. She clearly planned well, but she never thought that in the end, the Xiao family sanctuary hadn't died yet, but the Yun family died too first. Why is this kid so powerful, Yun Song? This kid is handed over to you, and you mustn't let it go any further, otherwise our Yun family will be destroyed, the old woman shouted anxiously. Want to escape? Dreaming. The strong Xiao family, who was fighting against Yun Song, held Yun Song to his death. The old woman, Xuanhuan, broke out and attacked the strong Xiao family, but was intercepted by Xiao Jianxiong opposite. With us old guys here, you old woman can't think of hurting Han Feng. Xiao Jianxiong was also surprised by Han Feng's strength, but he was also very pleasantly surprised. The current situation of the Xiao family is really bad, but with Han Feng, the situation is reversed. Xiao Jianxiong knew that as long as the old woman and Yun Jiayun were stopped from this great sanctuary, the rest of the Yun family masters would be killed with the help of Han Feng in a short time. When the time comes to deal with the old woman and Yun Song together, both of them will die. In this way, the Yun family will no longer have any threat to the Xiao family, and that will be the day of the demise of the Yun family. Xiao Jianxiong can think of this, but the old woman can't think of it. With a flash of vision, the old woman of the Yun family burst out with endless murderous intentions. Xiao Jianxiong, this time the old woman came with only the middle stage of the great sanctuary. Why do you think? Xiao Jianxiong was shocked. Although my Yun family has caught up with the Xiao family in terms of numbers in the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary, the number in the early stages of the Great Sanctuary is not as good as that of the Xiao family. If the Xiao family leads the initial stage of the Great Sanctuary counterattack, unless my Yun family takes over all of the Dashing Empire's subordinates, the powerhouses in the Great Sanctuary of the Empire rebel, otherwise it will only be empty words for me to wait for 8 people to kill the Xiao family. Now the Xiao family's great sanctuary is still hiding in the dark and didn't make a move in the early days. Isn't it because of all kinds of suspicion and caution that you let them be the backup? After being told, Xiao Jianxiong frowned. The old woman sneered. If the old woman dares to come, she is naturally prepared. Big brother, why don't you make a move? What? Xiao Jianxiong's face was horrified. But at this moment, a coercion suddenly erupted from outside the palace that made Xiao Jianxiong and other 6th-level powerhouses in the Great Sanctuary feel suffocated. Big. 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Xiao Jianxiong's voice was abrupt. Beside the old woman, I don't know when an old man appeared. Looking at his face, he was 70% similar to the old woman. You are still alive. Xiao Jianxiong said with difficulty. The old man grinned. Yes, Yun Tianxiong, are still alive. Xiao Jianxiong, you must have never imagined that. You shouldn't have been abolished. You died more than 1,000 years ago? Xiao Jianxiong stared at Yun Tianxiong. Yun Tianxiong laughed loudly. If you don't, how can you escape from the sight of your royal family and exist as the trump card of the Yun family? The old woman had a smile on her face. Her elder brother was still alive, and she was the only one in the entire Yun family who knew. Hidden for thousands of years, it's time to come out. A group of warriors widened their eyes, and things would take such a turn. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. I have been tired and dizzy all day, and it is very painful. I will try my best to complete the 3 shifts today. Thanks to I'm Little Moth for the big reward. Amazed face, / Great sanctuary. The powerhouses who were planning to help the Xiao family all stopped, and secretly wiped away a cold sweat. The Yun family actually has the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, isn't this a scam? If they had made a move before, when the Yun family became the master of the Dashing Empire, they would definitely be troubled. Now, although they didn't help Sister Yun, they didn't help the Xiao family either. Afterwards, they probably wouldn't do anything to them. The Empire powerhouse thought uncertainly. Yun Tianxiong stood proudly in the sky. Little sister, I have also seen that kid's talent, and I will solve it quickly. Otherwise, within 200 or 300 years, our Yun family will no longer be able to subdue this kid. No. Xiao Jianxiong and the others were in a hurry. Humph, go to the old man. The fierceness in Yun Tianxiong's eyes flashed away, and the surging Saint Yuan swept out, forcing Xiao Jianxiong and others to withdraw their hands to resist. Without the checks and balances of the strong Xiao family, Yun Song quickly intercepted Han Feng in the early stage of the 6th level heaven of this great sanctuary. Boy, you're very proud of killing my Yun family's powerhouse. Now it's your turn? Yun Song punched Han Feng as soon as he finished speaking. Fusion, holy flame strikes the sky. Boom. The 2 fists collided, and the space distorted to form a maelstrom. Both of them were shaken back. Yun Song snorted coldly, I have some abilities, but don't forget, I haven't used my martial skills yet. Xianbing Quang Fengwen. Boom boom boom. The gust of wind blew out, sweeping out an icy force that would freeze the space. The explosive power of the middle-grade middle-level sacred arts that was displayed at the early stage of the Great Sanctuary 6th layer had surpassed that of the Great Sanctuary 6th layer, and was between the 6th and 7th layers of the Great Sanctuary. Aurora Tsangyan, fusion. This time, what Han Feng integrated into the Aurora Tsangyan was the Holy Flame Battle Body and the Void Immortal Body. The 5th layer of the Holy Flame Battle Body was integrated into Aurora Tsangyan, and the power it exerted was no less than the 6th layer of the Holy Flame Battle Body. The Virtual Immortal Body is integrated into the Aurora Tsangyan, and its power is also not weaker than that of the middle grade and high grade sanctuary. In an instant, Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed. The middle stage of the 4th stage, the late stage of the 4th stage, the early stage of the 5th stage, the middle stage of the 5th stage, the late stage of the 5th stage. Soon, Han Feng's cultivation level hit the 6th level realm of the Great Sanctuary. This soaring, only to see everyone stunned, gasping for breath. Fusion, holy flame strikes the sky. The cultivation base has skyrocketed to the 6th level, and Han Feng is no less weak than Yun Song. Now, when he displays the Holy Flame Raging Heaven Fist, which is comparable to the power of the high-grade sanctuary, Han Feng has already caused a crushing trend to Yun Song. Today, Han Feng's combat power is not an exaggeration to say that it is the 7th layer of the Great Sanctuary, and it is not the early stage of the 7th layer, but the middle and late stages. Bro papa! Han Feng roared. The powerful golden flame fist traversed countless mysterious ice storms and hit Yun Song, who was terrified. The flames continued to devour. Yun Song just let out a scream, and then completely disappeared. Golem. At this moment, whether it was everyone on the ground, or the strong Xiao family and the Yun family in the sky, they couldn't help but swallow. This Han Feng is too strong and too perverted, that is the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary, and it still kills it with one punch. This Han Feng, the main body cultivation base, is only the 1st layer of the Great Sanctuary, and there are too many leaps and bounds. Many warriors were shocked, and some clearly knew that the reason why Han Feng was able to create miracles repeatedly was because the opponent was careless and did not even display the domain, and it was precisely because they thought that they could easily win without exerting the power of the domain, which caused the instant kill. And if the power of the domain was used from the beginning, especially Yun Tsung, the domain power of the sixth layer of the Great Sanctuary is far from comparable to the first layer of the Great Sanctuary. After using the sixth heavenly domain of the Great Sanctuary, it is really hard to say what the ending will be. Yun Tianxiong, who was playing with Xiao Jianxiong and other Xiao family powerhouses with an overwhelming advantage, suddenly changed his face. Impossible. How can this kid? The Yun family experts are all unbelievable. Boy, I want you to die. The old woman's heart was aching. Originally, the death of a great sanctuary fourth and fifth heaven was enough for her heartache, but now she has also died a great sanctuary sixth heaven. Yun, the loss is too great. Even if he really killed the Xiao family this time and replaced the Xiao family as the master of the dashing empire, such a loss would be fundamentally hurt. Stop, little sister, leave this child to me. Yun Tianxiong suddenly stopped the old woman of the Yun family. Brother? The old woman turned her head, her face still full of anger. Yun Tianxiong's face was solemn. Little sister, you are also a sixth level heaven. Although you are the peak, if this kid has any other means, you will be in danger. Brother, Yun Tsung was just careless and didn't use the domain power. The little sister used the domain power. This kid is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of the little sister. The old woman was a little dissatisfied. Just in case. Our Yun family can't have any more losses. Yun Tianxiong couldn't help scolding. The old woman woke up suddenly, took a deep breath, and endured. Brother, this son will be handed over to you. Yun Tianxiong nodded. Don't worry, Wei Sheng is the seventh layer of the Great Sanctuary, and has already entered the late stage of the Great Sanctuary. No matter how powerful this kid is, he can't be the opponent of Wei Sheng. You can take care of these people from the Xiao family. Let them run away. When the Xiao family is replaced this time, I will set up a slave contract for my brother. As a slave, it is also good to have a few middle stages of the Great Sanctuary. In the short period of time when Han Feng eliminated Yun Tsung, Yun Tianxiong also severely injured Xiao Jianxiong and other Xiao family powerhouses, making them lose their ability to fight again. If it wasn't for Yun Tianxiong's desire to vent the anger that the Yun family had been suppressed for so many years, the slave contract might have been broken long ago. Boy, I have a last word for you, really can't join my Yun family? Yun Tianxiong said coldly. Han Feng's talent is too amazing. The two sides are already so hostile to this point that Yun Tianxiong is still reluctant to kill a super genius like this. No. Han Feng refused without thinking, not to mention the grievances between the two sides caused by Zhu Wanping's incident, but to talk about his potential. How could the Yun family really be at ease? There must be some kind of contract, such as a slave contract. Han Feng does not want to become a slave himself, not to mention that he is not without the possibility of winning. It's a pity, since you chose to fight to the end, no matter how talented you are, this seat can only kill you. At this moment, Yun Tianxiong's killing intent was extremely surging, as if it actually erupted from Yun Tianxiong's body and swept the sky. Murderous even rolled out a huge vortex in the air. The fierce murderous intent firmly locked Han Feng. Many strong men shook their heads secretly, apparently in their opinion, Han Feng was dead. Even the king of Dashing and the princes also thought so, with a sad look on their faces. Only Yi Zhu and Bai Cai looked calmer, because they both knew that Han Feng still had 3 beasts. It's just that the two of them looked at the bottleneck on their faces, but their hands were clenched and trembled slightly, which showed that the two of them were not calm. The field of fire, congeal. Staring coldly at Han Feng, Yun Tianxiong shouted in a low voice. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Great Sanctuary. The Field of Fire, congeal. Staring coldly at Han Feng, Yun Tianxiong shouted in a low voice. The huge field of fire opened and quickly enveloped Han Feng. Boy, this seat will not underestimate you. With your strength, even if you are not good, this seat will suffer a big loss. But now this seat has already exerted the power of the domain, and suppressed you with the power of the domain of the seventh heaven of the great sanctuary. You have no chance of winning. In fact, Yun Tianxiong has been secretly observing this situation of the Empire's assessment from beginning to end, and naturally knows that Han Feng's body repair is only the first layer of the great sanctuary. No matter how strong Han Feng's explosive power is, the power of the domain cannot be changed. Yun Tianxiong is confident that under the suppression of his domain of the seventh heaven of the great sanctuary, Han Feng has absolutely no chance of winning. The realm of fire? Han Feng frowned slightly, and the first layer of the great sanctuary Tian Songyan realm opened up to resist. Han Feng's cultivation has skyrocketed, but Yuanshan's power and Saint Body's power have not been able to increase as much, but there is still a small amount, and the same is true of domain power. On the surface, Han Feng's domain power is still only the first layer of the great sanctuary, but in fact it is comparable to the second layer of the great sanctuary. But even if it is the domain power of the second layer of the great sanctuary, there is still no resistance in the face of the seventh layer of the great sanctuary. Under the suppression of the Yuntiangshan great sanctuary's seventh level domain, Han Feng's cultivation base that rose to the great sanctuary's sixth level sky rapidly declined, and finally was suppressed to the level of the early stage of the great sanctuary's fourth level heaven, and it may fall at any time. Fall to the third heaven of the great sanctuary. The suppression of the domain of the seventh heaven of the great sanctuary cannot be underestimated. Unfortunately, my Aurora Tsongyan's power has already stepped into the middle-grade high-grade holy fire level. Although this domain is strong, it is not irresistible. Fortunately, this person's domain is only an ordinary fire domain. If it is a mutated fire domain, with my current Aurora Tsongyan, it is really impossible to devour the power of the domain. Aurora Tsongyan, swallow. Han Feng shouted in a low voice. Silver-white flames shot up into the sky, quickly flooding the entire field. Want to break through the realm of this seat? Dreaming. Yun Tianxiong thought that Han Feng wanted to break through the realm with arrogant power, and looked disdainful. However, Yun Tianxiong soon realized that something was wrong. Yun Tianxiong was stunned to discover that his domain power had been swallowed up unknowingly. How is that possible? Yun Tianxiong looked horrified. What happened? How could my domain power disappear without knowing it? Yun Tianxiong is worthy of being a seventh-level powerhouse in the great sanctuary. The source of the disappearance of the domain power was soon discovered. It turned out to be this silver-white flame. This flame can actually devour my domain power. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? Even the domain can be devoured. I have never heard of such a flame. This kid was born in a small seventh-rank empire, how could it be? There is such a powerful natural sacred fire. Yun Tianxiong was going crazy. Why wasn't this kind of genius born in their Yun family? Why wasn't he recruited by their Yun family? At this moment, Yun Tianxiong was extremely jealous of the Shao family, and wanted to kill Han Feng even more. Yun Tianxiong had to admit that with his contact with Han Feng, he found that Han Feng became more and more mysterious and unfathomable. This unfathomable kind of unfathomable even made him, the seventh-level powerhouse of the great sanctuary, faintly fearful. With Yantiangsheng's domain being swallowed up, Han Feng's cultivation level soared again, and he re-entered the sixth level of the great sanctuary. It's just that after the initial Korean storm rose, it was comparable to the middle and late stages of the sixth heaven. Today, at the early stage of the sixth-level heaven, Aurora Tsangyan is not enough to completely devour the seventh-level domain of the Great Sanctuary. Fortunately, my Aurora Tsangyan has already stepped into the middle-grade high-grade holy flame, and fortunately this guy should have broken through less than 50 years, and the domain of the seventh-level heaven has not reached its peak, otherwise I can recover to the fifth-level heaven. Lucky. Now, it's time to fight back. Fusion, Xingyan Bang Tianquan. Han Feng shouted and threw a punch. Boy, don't think that the power of the domain that can devour this seat has the ability to compete with this seat. This seat is the late stage of the Great Sanctuary, and it is definitely not something you can contend with. Frenzy dance. Yun Tianxiong waved his hands, and Xuanhuan condensed and spewed out, forming a pillar of fire that filled the sky, swaying in the sky like a dance, and slammed into Han Feng's punch. Boom! Terrible flame fluctuations raged out, and both Han Feng and Yun Tianxiong were shocked and kept retreating. Han Feng retreated a few thousand meters, while Yun Tianxiong only had 1,000 meters, and the judgment was made. After Han Feng's cultivation has skyrocketed, he is only in the sixth heaven, which is much worse than that of Yun Tianxiong. If it weren't for the great power of the holy flame rising heaven fist after integrating into the Aurora Tsangyan, this collision with Han Feng was not just a retreat, but a heavy blow. A single blow prevailed, and Yun Tianxiong's eyes flashed. Frenzy dance. Fusion void immortal snake dragon finger. What? Boom. The tsunami-like energy impact blasted Yun Tianxiong out fiercely. Han Feng relied on the fifth layer of holy flame armor and integrated the Aurora Tsangyan, but it was as stable as Mount Tai under the scouring of energy. Okay, I thought I valued you enough, but I didn't expect to underestimate you. The strongest move to take this seat. Furious flame fist. Fusion void immortal snake dragon finger. Feeling the horror of this punch, Han Feng looked solemn. That kind of destructive fist, Han Feng had to use all his strength to resist. At the same time, 9 amethyst flame poison needles and a small piece of golden light burst out. Humph, this poison needle has been seen before, where will you be hit? And the mere middle grade and low grade holy artifact, how could the poison contained in it cause harm to the seventh heaven of the Great Sanctuary? Yun Tianxiong continuously bombarded Han Feng's false immortal snake and dragon finger with one punch, and the other fist swiped with force, and Xuanhuan attacked in waves, knocking out the 9 amethyst flaming poison needles one by one. Several of the amethyst poison needles have begun to crack. In this regard, Han Feng does not have any pain in the flesh. With the promotion of Han Feng Shouwei to the Great Sanctuary, the comprehensive explosive power is even stronger and can compete with the later stages of the Great Sanctuary. Is not satisfied by the Korean style. Ha ha ha. Yun Tianxiong burst out laughing after knocking 9 poisonous needles of amethyst flame into the air. This is, the golden light hit. Yun Tianxiong thought it was no different from the amethyst poison needle. What could such a small golden light do? Yun Tianxiong still punched away, and the next moment Yun Tianxiong's face suddenly changed. I saw that this golden light suddenly became huge, and in a blink of an eye, the family turned into a golden giant. Where did Yun Tianxiong think that a small golden light would become such a huge thing? His fist collided with the holy brick of the sky, and only a click sounded. Yun Tianxiong's entire wrist was disconnected. Ah! Yun Tianxiong let out a shrill scream. Press me into a patty! Han Feng shouted. The Tongtian sacred brick is now only half a step away from the high-grade holy artifact, and its power is unbelievable. Yun Tianxiong was completely suppressed without any resistance, and was pressed to the ground by the Tongtian sacred brick with a bang. Boom boom boom. One after another golden whirlwind blew wildly around, and I don't know how many buildings were destroyed and collapsed like annihilation. The ground shook violently, spreading countless cracks and abyss. The first. Thanks to 8960211154 for the big reward. Oh, !__, oh. Gollum. There was silence everywhere, and the warriors who saw this scene all widened their eyes and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of spit. The dignified great sanctuary seventh layer was suddenly crushed into meat sauce. This. The eyes of many warriors looking at Han Feng are full of incredible and fearful eyes. Yan Lingua and other Eight Kingdom lords were trembling even more. Originally, they also hoped that Zhu Wanping and the Yun family would kill Han Feng, so that they could carve up the land of Dajin without any scruples. However, now, the lords of the Eight Kingdoms no longer dare to have such an idea, and the horror of Han Feng has exceeded their imagination. The lords of the Eight Kingdoms are only left to rejoice. Fortunately, they hoped that Han Feng would die, but they never said it in their mouths. Otherwise, with Han Feng's careful attention and the style of leaving no trouble, it is still unknown whether the Eight Kingdoms can continue to exist. In the sky, the strong Xiao family has been dumbfounded. Is this the elder Kuching they recruited? It's so outrageous. The Xiao family valued Han Feng, but that was because they valued the future potential of Han Feng. Who would have thought that without the future, just now would be enough to crush their Xiao family? The Xiao family is deeply fortunate that they have vigorously attracted Han Feng from the very beginning. No, their wooing is not in place. After this time, they must pay a higher price to woo them, Xiao Jianxiong thought to himself. The strong Xiao family was fortunately excited, while the Yun family was completely dumbfounded and panicked. Escape! The old woman shouted loudly. Where to escape? Han Feng's eyes flashed with sternness. Han Feng knew that the old woman's brother was mentioned by him, and the two had no chance of relief at all. In this case, this person must be killed, otherwise this person escapes and secretly kills the Han family's children, and the Han family will definitely be seriously injured. A great sanctuary, sixth layer lurking to take revenge, that is very terrifying. Under the pressure of the holy brick, the old woman was instantly crushed into meat patties. The old woman is only a sixth level heaven, and Han Feng does not need to rely on the holy brick to attack. When the old woman was killed by Han Feng, Xiao family, Xiao Jianxiong and other powerhouses also broke free from confinement and rushed to the middle of the last four Yun family great sanctuary. At this time, the Xiao family had an absolute advantage in numbers, and they quickly slaughtered these Yun family great sanctuaries. Thank you Brother Han for your help, otherwise our Xiao family really don't know what will happen this time. After Xiao Jianxiong came back, he folded his fists and sincerely thanked him. The strength shown by Han Feng made Xiao Jianxiong dare to call himself a senior. In the end, he only called Han Feng a brother because of his age. The rest of the Xiao family great sanctuary did not dare to do this, and called Han Feng an adult. The king of Dasheng is even more restrained, where is the majesty when he first saw Han Feng? Even the eighth prince, his attitude has also changed. Seeing this, Han Feng secretly sighed, this is the change brought about by strong strength. If he has the ability to hit the 7th or 8th level of the great sanctuary at will, even Xiao Jianxiong will also consider himself a junior. Brother Xiao, since I'm a guest of the Xiao family, how can I not help you? You don't need to be polite. By the way, what is Brother Xiao of the Yun family going to do? Since Xiao Jianxiong showed that he wanted to talk to his peers, Han Feng also agreed. Call Xiao Jianxiong Xiao brother. And this name, no one thinks it is wrong. Speaking of the Yun family, Xiao Jianxiong had a grim look on his face. Naturally, the Yun family will be exterminated. Brother Han, please rest in the palace for a long time. After the remnants of the Yun family are wiped out for my brother, I will hold a banquet to thank the boss. This. Han Feng originally planned to leave just like this, but after hearing the words, he hesitated for a while, and then agreed. The closer the relationship with the Xiao family is, the more the Xiao family will take care of the Han family after leaving the Beizhou continent. Afterwards, Han Feng went to rest under the leadership of King Dasheng, while Xiao Jianxiong and other Xiao family great sanctuary powerhouses went to Yun family, ready to kill. The remaining powerhouses in the empire looked at each other in dismay, regretting their hearts. Knowing that the Xiao family would be the winner in the end, they must have helped out just now. Now, the Xiao family is still the ruler of the Dasheng Empire. Being ruled by the Xiao family, this strong Xiao family will definitely remember their actions today, and the days in the future will be difficult. In particular, the lords of the three major sixth-rank empires such as the Wuhua Empire were even more bitter. After this incident, the Dasheng Empire and the Xiao family will never spare them lightly, and they are also well known in their efforts to deal with them. Who told them to betray them in advance? Originally, they wanted to help the Yun family overthrow the Xiao family's rule, so that the Yun family became the ruler of the Dasheng Empire, and their three major empires would also break away from the Dasheng Empire in accordance with the agreement with the Yun family. The powerhouses of the fourth level of the Holy Domain will be promoted to the fifth-rank empire. And now, let alone promotion, it would be a blessing to be able to guarantee not to fall back to the seventh-rank empire under the revenge of the Dasheng Empire. In the Grand Palace. After King Dasheng led Han Feng, Yi Zhu, and Bai Cai to the resting place, he did not leave, but hesitant. Why is the lord of the country? Could it be that there is something that is difficult to tell? Seeing the face of the Lord of Dasheng, Han Feng knew that the Lord of Dasheng might have something to ask. After the face of King Dasheng changed, he gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, this junior has a request, I don't know how." Han Feng thought for a while and stared at the King of Dasheng. "If you have something to say, I can only know how to decide if I say it. Let's say it first, if it is too dangerous, I may not agree." Han Feng agreed to become a guest of the Xiao family, and he did have the idea of making the relationship between the Xiao family and the Han family closer, but this did not mean that Han Feng planned to live and die for the Xiao family. All the premise of helping the Xiao family is that there is no life-threatening situation. The Lord of Dasheng said quickly, "That's it. Not long ago, our Xiao family discovered a secret realm at the junction of the Dasheng Empire and Huayun Kingdom. There are countless precious spirit fruits and spirit grasses in it, and there are even a sacred stone vein. Although most of the ores produced by these Lingguo Lingchao and holy stone or veins are of the lower mid-level, there are also a few of them have reached the upper level of the medium. As long as we get these spirit fruits, spirit grasses, and even holy stones, my Xiao family will inevitably give birth to masters in the later stages of the Great Sanctuary. In less than 100 years, our Great Qing Empire will be promoted to a Tier 4 empire. However, the people who discovered this secret realm are also strong people from Huayun Kingdom. Therefore, in order to distribute the treasures in that secret realm, our two countries decided to compete in the secret realm a month later. The battle is divided into 30%. Every time you win a game, you will get 1/3 of the treasures in the secret territory. Originally, in my Dasheng Empire, only my great-grandfather, Xiao Jianxiong, the 6th-level peak of the Great Sanctuary, was sure to win, and there was no chance of winning the other two games, but now with you, everything is different. As long as the Lord wins a game, all the treasures obtained in that game will belong to the Lord. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh? But in this case, wouldn't the Xiao family still only get 1/3? The Dasheng Empire took a deep breath. It is true, but if there is no adult, the Xiao family is still 1/3, so the Xiao family is not a loss. Furthermore, Huayunhua only gets 1/3, which is a great thing for my Dasheng Empire. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Han Feng raised his eyebrows. It seems that the Xiao family and Huayun have a conflict. The Lord of Dashing nodded his head. Yes, Huayun Kingdom was a subsidiary country of several sixth-rank empires of our Dashing Empire hundreds of years ago. Later, I don't know what happened. Come out of my Dashing Empire and be promoted to the fifth great empire. If this is the case, my Dashing Empire will not resent Huayun Kingdom. After all, such things happen from time to time in Beizhou continent. At this moment, you are the main country, and others are subordinate countries. You can't say that the next moment others are the main country, it's a vassal state. It's just that my Dashing Empire has never felt sorry for Huayun Kingdom, and has never suppressed Huayun Kingdom. When Huayun Kingdom or the seventh-rank empire was in danger more than 1,000 years ago, our Dashing Empire also sent strong people to carry out the siege. But this Huayunhua has been against our Dashing Empire many times since it was promoted to the fifth-rank empire and separated from our Dashing Empire, and even killed my Xiao family powerhouse. Since Huayunhua was promoted to the fourth-rank empire more than 100 years ago, the pressure will be even more severe. If it weren't for this, how could my Xiao family be gradually caught up by the Yun family? In fact, if it weren't for Huayun Kingdom, the Dashing Empire might be eligible to be promoted to a fourth-rank empire now. The junior invites adults, not so much to compete for the treasures in the secret territory, but to hinder the development of Huayun Kingdom. If 1/3 of the treasures are lost, the development of Huayun Kingdom's strength will inevitably be affected, but my Dashing Empire will be able to develop very well after getting 1/3 of the treasures. Once the Dashing Empire is promoted to a fourth-rank empire, it is no longer so powerless to fight against Huayun Kingdom. So it is. Han Feng understood the whole story, and then asked, what is the strength of Huayunhua's strongest? The strongest person in Huayun Kingdom is Huafeigong Saint. This person has the blood of the ghost, so he is also called the Saint of Ghosts. His strength is the seventh heaven of the Great Sanctuary. The strength of the Nether Demon Saint may be stronger than Yantiangxing, but the strength is limited, so the junior will ask the adults to take action. The Dashing Empire also knows that Han Feng has just become a guest of the Xiao family. If Han Feng is asked to do anything dangerous, the relationship between the two parties will not only fail to draw closer, but will become estranged. Is it just stronger than Yantiangxing? Well, I promise. Han Feng touched his chin. It is only the seventh heaven of the Great Sanctuary, and now Han Feng is not afraid. Perhaps it would be impossible to use the Tongtian sacred bricks to compete head-on against the seventh heaven of the Great Sanctuary, but if there was a sneak attack, the seventh heaven of the Great Sanctuary would be suppressed into patties if one was not careful. Yantiangxing was an example. The King of Dashing heard Han Feng agree. Overjoyed and grateful, and then left in a state of excitement. Han Feng looked at the Dashing Empire with some cola. It's just that I promised to fight, but I'm so happy. It seems that the Dashing Empire has been suppressed by Huayunhua. If I can get 1/3 of it, I must be able to get a lot of middle-grade spirit stones, which are relatively pure. Now I don't have many mid-grade spirit stones on my body. In addition to the compensation from the Sun family, it's still too little. The strongest person in the Sun family is only the sanctuary, Zhuzangshan. Where can there be too many middle-grade spirit stones? As long as there are more middle-grade spirit stones, the strength of the three beasts can continue to increase at an accelerated rate, and the Skylark is likely to be promoted to the 7th level of the Great Sanctuary. If there are a certain number of middle-grade spirit stones, the Skylark may be able to grow in a shorter period of time, soaring to the realm of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary within the time period. With the bloodline of Zhu Tianyunk that surpasses the holy rank, I am afraid that there will be a battle with the peak of the sanctuary. At that time I will be considered to be at the top of the Beizhou continent. Beizhou continent, in the absence of the ancient family, the peak of the sanctuary is the peak combat power, and the small perfection of the sanctuary is the peak combat power. Would be too much. I don't know if there are a large number of high-grade spirit stones in that secret territory. If there are high-grade spirit stones, the Flying Flame Lion and the Phantom Thunder Leopard can be transformed and improved again. It is not uncommon for the strength to be promoted to the later stage of the Great Sanctuary in a short period of time. Possible. And, the main purpose of going to the Central Continent this time is to let the Lin family join the spiritual clan. As a spiritual body, Sister Lin can only be better cultivated within the spiritual clan and reach a higher realm. As a member of the ancient family, the vision is too high. At least you have to transform Sister Lin's spirit body into a high-level Holy Spirit body before entering the eyes of the high-level spirit clan. If it can be transformed into a top-level Holy Spirit body, that would be even better. It's just that it requires a lot of precious spiritual fruits. According to the list of spiritual fruits listed by Xuanhuan, I have already scavenged a lot of spiritual fruits when I was in the Great Jin Kingdom, but there are still a lot of real high-grade spiritual fruits. Originally, I was planning to go to Baidu Academy to ask the Deputy Palace Master, or to look for it in the Central Continent. As the most fertile continent in the 5 continents, the Central Continent should be able to find those spiritual fruits more easily than in the Beizhou Continent. I don't know if there are any in this secret territory. If there is any spiritual fruit I need, it would be best. Even if there is not, maybe I can find some to improve my strength. The strength of the Great Sanctuary continues to decline, but the spiritual fruits I am looking for are all high-level spiritual fruits, and the power with such spiritual fruits will not be weak. In this way, the Great Sanctuary is not enough to see, it has to be promoted again. Half a day later, Xiao Jianxiong and other Xiao family strongmen returned. The Yun family did not have the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary, but some of the early stages of the Great Sanctuary had no backhand. Han Feng found out after inquiring that although the Yun family escaped some younger generations on the spot, but now that Dashing Empire has issued a warrant, it will not be long before these younger generations of the Yun family will be arrested. Han Feng sighed. Dang Tang had a family that was comparable to the power of the 5th-rank empire, and it disappeared like this, and the big reason was because of himself. In the palace hall, Xiao Jianxiong said sincerely, "My brother is willing to help the Xiao family to participate in the competition, and I am very grateful. As the Lord said, 1/3 of the treasures obtained after the competition belong to my brother." Han Feng smiled slightly. "You can call me when you go there in a month. Then ask my brother to be wronged in the palace for a month." Xiao Jianxiong laughed. A month later, Xiao Jianxiong led several mid-stage great sanctuaries and Han Feng to the location of the secret realm, which is the junction of the Great Qing Empire and Huayun Kingdom. The secret realm is located among the mountains and forests, where the peaks are majestic and the perilous peaks stand. Under the mountains and forests, there is a vast river crossing the ocean, gushing endlessly and pouring thousands of miles. "Ha ha ha, Brother Xiao is finally here. I thought you were huddled in the palace and didn't dare to come out." Before Xiao Jianxiong and the others arrived, an arrogant voice of laughter came from the mountains and forests, mixed with a little sarcasm. "Laugh at." The figure suddenly lifted into the sky, flashing in the sight of Han Feng and others. Han Feng looked at him intently, and saw that this man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and looked simple and honest. Han Feng was amazed. The face of this secluded demon saint is really far from his true personality. The third one. Today is the third watch for the time being, and I don't plan to stay up late. Otherwise, I will get up late in the afternoon tomorrow, and the update will also be very late. With this reciprocation, it is impossible to fulfill the requirements of everyone for the early update. In the future, I can do more before the early morning, and I won't stay up late. Cabbage found that the codeword efficiency not only did not increase after staying up late, but greatly decreased. No wonder it was possible to hide the power of the dashing empire to develop the empire, and finally was promoted to the 5th-rank empire in one fell swoop when the dashing empire was caught off guard, and broke away from the dashing empire. Presumably everything is because of this appearance. This appearance is too deceptive. If there are such people under my command, I might be deceived. Han Feng secretly has vigilance in his heart, and he must not be careless, because of a person's appearance in the future. But at this moment, Xiaopeng suddenly said solemnly, Han Feng, this guy is not the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary at all, but the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. What? The 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Han Feng's eyes changed slightly. Through the contest with Yan Tianxing, Han Feng already knew his limit. Without the help of the Tongtian Holy Brick, at most, there is the power to compete with the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, and it is impossible to defeat the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Even if the Holy Brick is used, it must be a sneak attack, otherwise it will be difficult to win. This is still the 7th level heaven of the Great Sanctuary, which is not too powerful. The more powerful 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, for example, has a strong bloodline, and has mastered the ability to exert a middle-grade upper bloodline level. In the 7th heaven, even if Han Feng attacked by relying on the Holy Brick, the chances of winning were extremely slim. This is the case in the face of the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, not to mention the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Even the weaker 8th layer may not be as good as the powerful 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, and it is not easy to contend against. Han Feng understands that if this nether demon saint is really the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, he has absolutely no chance of winning, so he can only pin his hopes on Zhu Tianyunk. It turned out to be the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Are the people of the Xiao family lying to me? Han Feng's eyes flashed a cold light. Han Feng believed Xiaopeng's judgment very much, so it could only be someone from the Xiao family who lied. No, I'm afraid the Xiao family doesn't know either. This nether demon saint obviously has some secret technique for cultivation, but this secret technique is too shallow, so it can't be hidden from the eyes of the young master. This nether demon saint should have just broken through, and will not exceed in 2 or 3 years. The realm of the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary has just stabilized. Although the secret method is superficial, it is enough to hide Xiao Jianxiong and others, and the rest of the people here are all from the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. This kind of secret method is only shallower than the secret method of the Ghost Saint. If the deity is good, it should be passed down by the Ghost Saint after changing the secret method of his own cultivation. Everything is the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Han Feng's expression changed drastically. Yes, all of them are in the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, and it should be less than 20 years after the breakthrough. Han Feng, it seems that Hua Yunhua has some secrets. With the qualifications of these people, they can break through to the 4th and 5th levels of the Great Sanctuary. Reluctantly, as a result, they are now rushing to the 7th layer of the Great Sanctuary. Hua Yunhua is so aimed at suppressing the Dashing Empire, and even wants to invade the Dashing Empire, will it? Xiaopeng obviously had some guesses. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng lowered his head and covered the expression on his face. In all likelihood, there is something wrong, and the people of the Xiao family don't know about it. Otherwise they wouldn't be suppressed to the point of being replaced by the Yun family in the empire. Level. As for what it is, we may be able to understand it soon. The nether demon saint himself has broken through to the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, and has led so many of the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Obviously, the purpose is not only to fight, but to kill. Xiao family. When the time comes, let the skylark kill the secluded demon saint, and naturally everything will be understood. Somewhere in the forest, Xiao Jianxiong, Han Feng, and several Xiao family great sanctuaries fell in the midterm. The nether demon saint laughed. Brother Xiao, since we're here, let's start, no need to talk nonsense. At the same time as he spoke, the nether demon saint glanced at Han Feng without a trace. For some reason, the nether demon saint still pays more attention to the Xiao family, but it is impossible to pay attention to it all the time, and it will take about several months and half a year to read information from his subordinates. Therefore, the ghost saint does not know Han Feng, and does not know the origin of Han Feng. The ghost saint is suspicious. Is it the new genius of the Xiao family? If so, nothing to notice. What kind of strength can a new rising genius have? In the eyes of the nether demon saint, this may be the Xiao family preparing to bring the younger generation out to meet the scene. Thinking of this, the nether demon saint sneered in his heart, "Since you are here, there is no need to go back. When this seat invades the dashing empire, then, it will all belong to this seat and Huayun kingdom." A fiery and greedy look suddenly flashed in the eyes of the ghost demon saint. Xiao Jianxiong and other Xiao family powerhouses did not notice this, but Han Feng, who knew there was a problem early on, noticed the gaze of the demon saint, and his heart froze. "Xiao Tianhua, it's up to you to fight in the first battle," Xiao Jianxiong said to one of the Xiao family great sanctuary powerhouses. This person is also an old man, who is also the sixth heaven of the great sanctuary. It's just that Xiao Jianhua is at the peak of the sixth heavenly layer of the great sanctuary, while the old man is at the early stage of the sixth heavenly layer of the great sanctuary. There is still a big gap between the two. Both Xiao Tianhua and Xiao Jianxiong understood that Xiao Tianhua's battle was not important at all, and he would lose in all likelihood. What really matters is the battle between Xiao Jianxiong and Han Feng. Xiao Tianhua played, and Huayunhua also came out with a sixth-level great sanctuary. On the surface, he was in the middle and late stages of the sixth-level heaven, but he knew through the little fat Han Feng that this person was the early stage of the seventh-level great sanctuary. Rao was hiding that his cultivation base could not exert most of his strength, and it didn't take long for Xiao Tianhua to fail. Next, it was Xiao Jianxiong's turn to play. King Kong Shattering Strike. Wanyi Drunk Sword Dance. The Huayunhua powerhouse on the opposite side danced like a dancer, and a large number of energy leaves quickly condensed and surrounded him, and the next moment they slammed into Xiao Jianxiong like a storm. Boom! Xiao Jianxiong's palm was full of the aura of destruction, like a diamond, like a tornado devouring leaves, to people. Xiao Jianxiong showed a slight smile, but suddenly, Xiao Jianxiong looked terrified. I saw the strong Huayunhua who had fallen into the lower wind laughing loudly, his aura soared, and in just a short moment, he soared to the early stage of the seventh heaven of the great sanctuary. For the same mid-grade sanctuary, after the opponent entered the late stage of the great sanctuary, the power of the sanctuary soared, reaching an unbelievable level. For a while, Xiao Jianxiong suddenly felt that he was in a storm of leaves, and every leaf attacked Xiao Jianxiong like a meat grinder. Ah! Xiao Jianxiong let out a scream. King Kong Shattering Strike. Break, break, break! Xiao Jianxiong roared again and again. Xiao Jianxiong was the pinnacle of the sixth heavenly layer of the great sanctuary of accumulated years. He stepped into the seventh heavenly heaven with half his foot, and the Huayun kingdom's attack was stalemate for a moment and was forcibly broken. The power of this Huayun kingdom powerhouse's sanctuary is not even as strong as Xiao Jianxiong, but it is only by virtue of his cultivation that he can overwhelm Xiao Jianxiong. Under the outbreak of Xiao Jianxiong, the strong man couldn't bear it. Puff! In one fell swoop, Xiao Jianxiong spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body was covered in scars. Xiao Jianxiong was full of confusion when he landed on the ground in embarrassment. I lost? Ha ha ha, I've given it up. The nether demon saint let out a smug laugh. Such laughter pulled Xiao Jianxiong back from his confusion. Xiao Jianxiong took a deep look at the demon saint, and he didn't know that the other party had deliberately hidden his cultivation base in order to catch him off guard. Although unwilling, losing is losing, and Xiao Jianxiong can only smile bitterly. Could it be that the dashing empire will be swallowed up by Huayongguo after all? Tisk, I'm so sorry, it seems that all the treasures in the secret territory belong to my Huayun kingdom. The ghost saint sighed. However, the nether demon saint was also quite surprised, as expected of a half-year-old great sanctuary 7th layer. If the early cultivation base of the great sanctuary 7th layer was exposed from the beginning, it is really not so easy to take this old guy. Defeat. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Demon. The powerhouse Huayongguo, who fought against Xiao Jianxiong, was far inferior to Yun Tianxiong. First of all, Yun Tianxiong has stabilized in the early stage of the 7th heavenly realm of the Great Sanctuary, and even went further, approaching the middle and late stages of the initial stage. Secondly, Yun Tianxiong has already realized his own middle grade and high grade sanctuary secrets. Although it can only be said to be ordinary among middle grade and high grade sanctuary secrets, it is also a middle grade and high grade sanctuary secret skills, far from middle grade. Comparable to medium sanctuary. And what about this Huayun Kingdom powerhouse? In the initial stage of the 7th layer of the Great Sanctuary, the realm of the sanctuary has not been fully consolidated, and the sanctuary skills that he has comprehended are still in the middle grade, and have not been promoted to the upper middle grade. If this person fought against Yun Tianxiong, he would definitely be slashed by Yun Tianxiong in a short time. It is precisely because this person's strength is at the bottom of the 7th layer of the Great Sanctuary, and some extremely powerful 6th layer of the Great Sanctuary can kill him, so the Nether Demon Saint will let him hide his cultivation first and break out unexpectedly. Even so, Xiao Jianxiong broke through the offensive and survived. Nether Demon Saint narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he survived and failed to achieve his goal, it's okay. Anyway, after getting all the treasures in the secret territory, this seat still has to kill these people in person, so let these people let the garbage live for a while longer. It is also a gift from this seat. These thoughts passed by in a flash, and the Nether Demon Saint smiled and said, Brother Xiao, I, Huayongguo, will do my part to those treasures. Immediately, the Nether Demon Saint wanted to let the powerful Huayun Kingdom enter the secret territory to grab the treasure. At this time, Xiao Jianxiong struggled to get up and shouted, Slow. Huh? Could it be that Brother Xiao intends to violate the agreement? The Nether Demon Saint's face suddenly sank. Xiao Jianxiong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said solemnly, There are 3 battles in total, and the Ghost Saint is too anxious. We still have one game to compare. The Nether Demon Saint seemed to have heard something very funny. Xiao Jianxiong, what other powerhouses are there in your Xiao family, besides the 2 great sanctuary 6th layer heaven? Do you think there is a chance of winning in the 3rd game? Anyway, it is a loss, so why bother, might as well let go. Who said that this old man will definitely lose? How do you know, Bibi? Xiao Jianxiong stared at the Nether Demon Saint. The Ghost Saint also sneered and looked back. After a long time, a playful smile appeared on the corner of the mouth of the Demon Saint. Okay, let's see what trump cards you old fellow have. Brother Han, I leave everything to you. Xiao Jianxiong turned his head and said solemnly. Han Feng nodded and stepped forward from behind. The Demon Saint's eyes narrowed, and he never expected that the final fight would be a stranger like Han Feng. Nether Demon Saint laughed, Old man, don't you have a problem with your brain, just such a little kid, you want him to win? It's probably not 100 years old, what can you do? Humph, you'll know if you try it. Xiao Jianxiong snorted coldly. In Xiao Jianxiong's memory, the nether demon saint was still in existence who had just been promoted to the seventh heaven of the great sanctuary more than 100 years ago. Just breaking through 100 years, how much stronger can it be than Yantiangxing? The nether demon saint narrowed his eyes, chuckled after a long while, and said to a middle-aged man in the great sanctuary behind, "Leng Aoyun, this kid will be handed over to you." This middle-aged man did not match the name Leng Aoyun. If you listen to the name alone, Leng Aoyun can easily make people think of a handsome and arrogant man, but in fact, this middle-aged man is 5 big and 3 thick, with huge nostrils, which looks very strange. Seeing this person's appearance, Han Feng couldn't help but scolded in his heart, "It's really stupid for the good name of Leng Aoyun." Leng Aoyun rubbed his fists and said contemptuously, "The little boy should go home to eat milk. It's not good to meddle in the affairs of adults." Leng Aoyun has lived for more than 1,000 years, and Han Feng, who is less than 100 years old, is indeed a little boy to Leng Aoyun. Leng Aoyun's great-grandchildren's great-grandchildren's great-grandsons don't even know how old they are. Stop talking nonsense, let's do it. Very well, this seat will let you, this little boy, know what the end is for meddling with adults. Leng Aoyun grinned and grabbed Han Feng with his big hands. Seeing Leng Aoyun's bursting aura, Han Feng's mouth drew a strange arc, hiding his true strength and only revealing the 6th heaven of the great sanctuary. You will regret this. Holy flame battle body, congeal. Void immortal body, congeal. Aurora Tsangyan, fusion. Fusion, holy flame strikes the sky. While Leng Aoyun looked down on him, Han Feng instantly burst out with the most powerful punch. The cultivation base has skyrocketed to the middle and late stages of the 6th heavenly layer of the great sanctuary, and then there is an increase comparable to that of the middle-grade high-grade sanctuary's secret knowledge. What? Leng Aoyun was shocked. How is it possible? How can there be such a powerful attack at such a young age? Puff. Han Feng's golden flame fist hit Leng Aoyun heavily, knocking Leng Aoyun into the air. At the same time, the golden flame had completely swallowed Leng Aoyun. Poor Leng Aoyun, the dignified 7th-level heavenly powerhouse of the great sanctuary, did not exert most of his strength, because he was despised, and was killed instantly. If Leng Aoyun broke out the strength of the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary from the very beginning, even if he was the bottom of the 7th heaven, he would never be killed by Han Feng. But Leng Aoyun hid his strength. How could he resist Han Feng's strongest punch with his 6th-level cultivation base? Leng Aoyun didn't even have the chance to react and fight back, so he was smashed into scum by the holy flames. The face of the nether demon saint changed greatly. How dare you? The nether demon saint glared at Han Feng, and the nether demon sage also did not expect that Han Feng would suddenly burst out with such a powerful force. Damn, this kid's vitality is so strong, it should be less than 100 years, how can he have such a strong strength? Where did this guy come from? The Xiao family has climbed up such a ghost, damn it. The ghost saint roared in his heart. The nether demon saint is full of regrets. If he knew this, he should not let his side hide his strength at the beginning, and prepare to catch the other side by surprise. Now where is the other party caught off guard? It is clearly the one who was caught off guard. Although Leng Aoyun's strength is also at the bottom of the great sanctuary 7th layer, but it is also in the later stage of the great sanctuary. Is a major injury. You, bastard. The murderous intent of the ghost saint Xuanhuan enveloped Han Feng. Xiao Jianxiong frowned slightly. You demon saint, we agreed when we were fighting, and we didn't care about life or death during the fight. Before this old man almost died in the hands of your subordinates. A dead body can't even be complete. Fuck you. Kill my subordinates and still want to leave alive, dreaming. The ghost saint snorted. At this point, to tell you the truth, I have no plans to spare you today. Hand over the keys to the secret realm, and I can still give you a pleasure. The demon saint looked cold. If it wasn't for the fact that the key was split in half from the secret realm, the ghost saint would have already entered the secret realm and emptied the treasure. Xiao Jianxiong's face changed greatly. So that's the case, your original plan turned out to be this. What if the old man doesn't pay? Second more. The demon saint had a grim look on his face. Don't pay? You fled quickly when you left the secret realm. If you hadn't escaped to the dashing empire long ago, this seat would have taken the key long ago. Why would you be fighting? Bring you here. If it wasn't for the fact that this seat was worried about the exposure of the secret realm to attract other warriors, this seat would have already invaded the dashing empire and arrested you. Now that all of you have arrived, the key must be in your hands. If you don't hand it in, this seat has a way to make your life worse than death. Even kill your descendants in front of you. Or all the men will be castrated and become eunuchs, and all the women will be used as soldiers and prostitutes, so that you can watch your descendants suffer in pain. You. Xiao Jianxiong never imagined that the demon sage would be so vicious, his chest heaving with anger. Pay? Still not paying? If you don't pay, everyone is here now. If he is really caught, Xiao Jianxiong doesn't think the previous words of the ghost saint are joking. But if it is handed over, the overall strength of Hua Yunguo will inevitably increase by a level in a short period of time. After that, Hua Yunguo will still invade the dashing empire. What will the Xiao family do at that time? Who knows if the nether demon saint will treat the Xiao family preferentially, and maybe he will also deal with his descendants with the results mentioned before. Inadvertently, Xiao Jianxiong saw Han Feng and suddenly woke up. No, Brother Han has the ability to kill the seventh heaven of the great sanctuary. If he kills the nether demon saint, all problems will be solved. The great sanctuary seventh layer that I fought against before was only at the bottom of the seventh layer. As long as I join forces with a few people behind me, there is a good chance of a tie. The nether demon saint saw Xiao Jianxiong's eyes and said disdainfully, "You still pin your hopes on this kid at this time? Naive. Kid, before you ask for the key, ask for the price of your arrogant behavior." Nether demon heavenly mighty slash. Han Feng had long guessed that the nether demon saint would completely destroy the Xiao family strong, and he was vigilant from beginning to end. Seeing that the ghost saint launched an attack on himself, the holy flames that had been brewing for a long time broke out. Boom! The terrifying energy overflowed, and Han Feng's whole body flew out. At this moment, although the holy demon saint did not use the power of the eighth heaven of the great sanctuary, the power of the peak of the seventh heaven was there. Obviously, the fact that Han Feng killed Leng Aoyun with a single blow made the nether demon saint dare not be careless. Don't look at the disdain of the ghost saint. In fact, Han Feng has long been regarded as the enemy. Go to hell. The ghostly demon sage threw out his own power punch by punch, and the shadow of the fist filled the sky. Boom! The endless fist shadows rumbled the entire mountain forest, and the smoke and dust filled the air. I don't know how many trees collapsed because of the shadow of the fist, and I don't know how many ground cracks and collapsed because of the shadow of the fist. In the endless boxing shadows, Han Feng was constantly dodging, and sometimes it was even more painful when he was hit. This is the power of the seventh level peak of the great sanctuary? Sure enough, I am still a lot worse. If I have a second level or even a first level peak, I will never be so embarrassed. Yantiangxing is only in the early stage of the seventh heaven of the great sanctuary. At this moment, Han Feng can really feel the power of the peak of the seventh heaven of the great sanctuary. Han Feng opened the vermilion bird flame spirit wing and tried his best to dodge the bombardment of these fist shadows. They were all bombarded by the ghost saints with one punch. It's quite fast to hide. This seat is going to see what you can hide. The ghost saint accelerated the speed of the fist shadow. Xiao Jianxiong and other Xiao family powerhouses couldn't sit still, and at this moment they really knew how powerful the ghost saint was. Want to help? It also depends on whether you have that ability. The Huayongguo seventh heavenly master who had rewarded Xiao Jianxiong before, and several Huayongguo powerhouses behind him intercepted Xiao Jianxiong. Xiao Jianxiong's face was dignified. You are only the seventh heaven of the great sanctuary at the bottom, and we may not be able to kill you when we unite. Ha ha ha, that's true, this seat is indeed the weakest great sanctuary seventh heaven, but do you really think we have only me here in the great sanctuary seventh heaven? The strong man made a joke. What? Xiao Jianxiong had a very bad feeling in his heart. The next moment, something that scared Xiao Jianxiong and other Xiao family powerhouses happened. The several Huayongguo powerhouses behind this powerhouse suddenly rolled out like a tornado, and the oppressed Xiao Jianxiong and other Xiao family powerhouses turned pale. These they think are only the existence of the fifth and sixth layers of the great sanctuary, and at this moment, one by one exudes the powerful coercion that belongs to the seventh layer of the great sanctuary. How is it possible? How can there be so many great sanctuary seventh layers? Xiao Jianxiong looked unbelievable and awkward. What happened in front of him really made Xiao Jianxiong unbelievable. How long does it take? How could Huayun Kingdom be born in the later stages of the great sanctuary? Hey, let's take action, accept your fate, the old guys of the Xiao family. The powerhouses of Huayongguo took action one after another, and the digital great sanctuary seventh layer confronted the digital great sanctuary fifth and sixth layer, and it was completely crushed for no reason. Not long after, Xiao Jianxiong and many other Xiao family powerhouses vomited blood and fell to the ground. Xiao Jianxiong looked sad and desperate. In such a situation, Xiao Jianxiong no longer had any hope of escaping. Suddenly, Xiao Jianxiong shouted, "Brother Han, run away, run away. Run as far as you can." Recognizing the power of Huayongguo, Xiao Jianxiong felt extremely guilty for involving Han Feng. Before, who would have thought that Huayongguo would be so powerful? Now Xiao Jianxiong can't do anything for Han Feng, he just hopes that Han Feng can escape safely. If the Xiao family can be notified at that time, perhaps the Xiao family will escape part of the blood. Escape? Impossible. Under the shadow of the seat, where can you escape to? The ghost saint heard Xiao Jianxiong shout, sneered, and looked at Han Feng, who was constantly dodging in embarrassment. But at this moment, the nether demon saint saw a small golden light attacking him. What is this? The nether demon saint subconsciously waved his fist to resist. But this golden light dodged a fistful of shadows at a speed and in a way that surprised the ghost saint, and actually came to him. Go away. With such a close distance, the nether demon saint confirmed that he would not miss again. Tong Tian holy brick, suppress. In the distance, Han Feng's roaring voice came out. The next moment, the small golden light turned into a giant golden brick like a giant mountain, descending from the sky with a violent force that suppressed everything, pressing down on the nether demon saint ruthlessly. Not good. This time, the face of the saint who changed the ghost changed. Boom. The entire mountain forest vibrated violently, and from the bottom of the mountain peak upwards, cracks opened, and the entire mountain peak seemed to collapse. Endless dust and cyclones blasted out. What? Nether demon saint, he. Several great sanctuaries of Huayun Kingdom were dumbfounded. Hoo. In the sky, Han Feng was also gasping for breath. Before, in order to avoid the shadow of the fist, Han Feng did his best, and the Saint Yuan in the body was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Han Feng stared at the Tong Tian holy brick, the blood-drinking 9-dragon sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed down. Blood drink 9 dragons broken. Blood drink 9 dragons to kill. Blood drinking 9 dragons exterminate. One more powerful attack bombarded away, and Xiao Jianxiong and others showed joyful faces. Could it be? The next moment, the Tong Tian holy brick trembled, and a loud shout came from under the Tong Tian holy brick. Open this seat. At this moment, the nether demon saint no longer hides his cultivation, and the powerful aura of the eighth heaven of the great sanctuary is unobstructed. With the power of the eighth heaven of the great sanctuary, the nether demon saint lifted the heaven-reaching holy brick, and then smashed it into the air with his fist. At the same time, the 3 blood dragons roared away. 3 little reptiles, die for this seat. Nether demon heavenly mighty slash. In the early days of the eighth heaven of the great sanctuary, coupled with the unique skills of the middle-grade high-level sanctuary, the power of this slash has surpassed the eighth heaven of the great sanctuary. The third one. It's really uncomfortable not to stay up all night suddenly, my head is very dizzy, but the feeling of coding is better than staying up late before. Get used to it today, and you should be able to update 4D characters tomorrow. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, slash. Of the 3 blood dragons, only the 3rd blood dragon was eliminated after a little struggle, and the other 2 were powerless. The power of the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Great sanctuary 8th heaven. Xiao Jianxiong and the others, who were still a little overjoyed, completely fell into despair. The 8th heaven of the great sanctuary is second only to the existence of the 9th heaven, the highest level of the great sanctuary. The gap is too great. After several tricks, they failed to take down the nether demon saint. Among them, the Tong Tian holy brick and the blood-drinking dragon knife still carried sneak attacks. Han Feng sighed. The demon saint's eyes were cold. Sigh? It seems that you have accepted your fate. Unfortunately, if you are a little less talented, maybe this seat will appreciate you. With such a strong combat power, this seat is not sure to control you, it is better to destroy you here. Do you regret it? But there is no regret medicine in this world, and your means are almost finished, so go to die. The nether demon saint raised his arms high, and the nether demon heavenly mighty slash was ready to go. The whole sky was enveloped by a powerful energy. Just when the demon saint thought that Han Feng had given up completely, he suddenly saw a strange smile on the other side. Give up? Are you kidding me? I just wanted to try the gap between me and the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary. Now that I know the gap, it's time to send you on your way. With a flick of his sleeves, Zhu Tianyunk was summoned by Han Feng, and the breath of the 6th heaven of the great sanctuary and a fiery flame that seemed to burn the space out gushed out. Space shock. Great sanctuary 6th heavenly demonic beast. The demon saint's eyes narrowed, and then he sneered, Warcraft is indeed stronger than human beings of the same level, but this seat is the great sanctuary 8th heaven, even if it is the great sanctuary 6th level heaven's monsters can't help this seat. Nether demon heavenly mighty slash. The nether demon saint waved his arm down, and the jet black Saint Yuan condensed into a giant sword with a strong black gas. The giant knife swayed in the sky, and the space it passed shattered, combined, and condensed. If you want to kill the boss of the young master, you are still a long way off. Zhu Tianyunk spewed out flames, taunting his words, and did not put the nether demon saint in his eyes at all. The flames that shook the space collided with the black giant knife, swallowing the black giant knife in a blink of an eye. How is that possible? The ghostly saint's eyes widened in disbelief. It's just a mere monster of the 6th level of the great sanctuary, how can it swallow its own attack so easily? Zhu Tianyunk uttered a cry in the sky, and the sound shook the world, and the mountains and forests seemed to collapse directly at this moment. Today's Zhu Tianyunk not only has a great increase in strength, but also has a far greater control over the bloodline than it used to be. If Zhu Tianyunk had broken through to the realm of the great sanctuary at first, and could only exert the power of the elementary and high-level saints in the control of its own blood, then now it has reached the formidable power of the intermediate and high-level saints. What does that mean? It means that in the absence of domain suppression, any great sanctuary under the peak of the sanctuary can't help Zhu Tianyunk. Even if it is the peak of the ninth heaven of the great sanctuary, it is impossible to be the opponent of Zhu Tianyunk. Zhu Tianyunk can even compete with the powerhouses who have just stepped into the first stage of the peak of the sanctuary, the early stage of the 19th stage of the sanctuary. Then there is the sanctuary that has already realized that it is not weaker than the middle grades. Stronger. It is too easy to swallow the attack of the Nether Demon Saint. The Demon Realm. The Nether Demon Saint was annoyed, and at the same time a little scared. Zhu Tianyunk's power far exceeded his imagination. In order to kill Zhu Tianyunk, the Nether Demon Saint can only hope to suppress it in his own domain. On the other side, Xiao Jianxiong and other Xiao family powerhouses and Huayangguo Great Sanctuary were deeply shocked. Who would have thought that Han Feng still has such a trump card? Didn't he say that the relationship between monsters and humans is not good? How can Han Feng be recognized by such a powerful monster? If it is said that this monster has followed the Korean style from birth, then it has grown too fast. The longevity of Warcraft is far beyond that of humans, which is also doomed that the cultivation speed of Warcraft is not as fast as that of human beings. Unless you reach the true god level. It is said that reaching the level of a true god, the lifespan of humans and beasts is approximately infinite. In the infinite life, the difference in the cultivation speed between humans and beasts will no longer exist. This monster is obviously not at the level of a true god. Naturally, Han Feng will not answer such doubts to them, so let these people slowly wonder. In the Nether Demon Realm, the domain suppression of Nether Demon Saints keeps coming, acting on Zhu Tianyunk. The cultivation base of Zhu Tianyunk gradually decreased. Unlike Han Feng was suppressed by Yantiangxing from the 6th level to the 3rd level. That was because Han Feng's domain level was too low, only the 1st level. Even if this first layer is comparable to the 2nd layer, it is too weak compared to the 7th layer. But Zhu Tianyunk's cultivation is a genuine 6th level heaven, or the peak of the 6th level heaven of the Great Sanctuary. The power of the domain at the peak of the 6th layer is certainly different from the domain in the early 8th layer, but it is not as big as the 2nd layer and the 7th layer. Therefore, Zhu Tianyunk's cultivation was only suppressed to the early stage of the 6th stage. Strictly speaking, it was slightly weaker than the early stage of the 6th stage, and stronger than the half-step 6th stage. This suppression has little impact on Zhu Tianyunk. Zhu Yanke Kill. The original middle grade and middle grade sanctuary secret skills have now been promoted to middle grade high grade. Terrible flame swept out, turning into bursts of terrifying flame storms. Click, click. In the unbelievable gaze of the Ghost Saint, he broke through the realm of the Ghost Saint in one fell swoop. The next moment, this flame will devour the Ghost Saint. Don't. Keep the body for me. Han Feng hurriedly shouted. Now the blood-drinking dragon knife has been raised to the limit of the middle grade. The blood essence in the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary may not have such a big effect on the blood-drinking dragon knife, but it is different in the later stage of the Great Sanctuary. Back then, in the imperial palace of the Dashing Empire, if there were not too many people, it would not be very good to use it to improve the blood-drinking dragon knife, and if there was no mercy for Yantiangxing, Han Feng would not have smashed Yantiangxing into meat pie. At that time, Han Feng didn't have much pain. As long as he absorbed this blood essence, the blood-drinking dragon knife would be 100% upgraded to the middle-grade high-grade holy artifact level. Now that the place is sparsely populated, as long as you avoid a few strong men from the Xiao family later, the blood-drinking dragon knife will not be exposed. Even the strong people who want to come to the Xiao family will not keep their eyes open. In this way, how could Han Feng be willing to give up the blood essence of these late-stage powerhouses in the Great Sanctuary? If they were burned to ashes, the blood essence would be wasted. Zhu Tianyang's body froze, and immediately restrained the flame. Rao also burned the ghost saint half to death and fainted. With a flap of Zhu Tianyang's wings, the nether demon saint was rolled over. Then, one person and one beast turned their attention to the remaining powerhouses in Huayun Kingdom. These powerhouses all changed their expressions, and one by one they turned into a streamer and fled. Zhu Tianyang was disdainful. I want to run away in front of the young master, but I am beyond my own power. The speed of Zhu Tianyang is so fast, especially after the cultivation base reaches the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary. In a few flashes, many of the Great Sanctuary were arrested in the later stage. Thank you, Brother Han, if it weren't for you, this time. Xiao Jianxiong shook his head with a wry smile. All of Huayun's arrival this time was in the late stage of the Great Sanctuary, which made Xiao Jianxiong somewhat powerless. Han Feng said indifferently, there is no need for this, I am also the elder, Kuqing of the Xiao family. Now I still have some things to do, and I will talk about it later. After that, Han Feng moved and came to another part of the mountain forest. Here, the strong Xiao family can't see anything, even if they notice the vision of the blood-drinking dragon knife rising, they will only think that it is Han Feng's breakthrough in some kind of cultivation technique. With Zhu Tianyang there, how dare Xiao Jianxiong and others say anything? Up to now, even Xiao Jianxiong's attitude towards Han Feng has changed. If it weren't for Han Feng's young age, Xiao Jianxiong would be called a senior. At this time, this brother, Xiao Jianxiong, cried out with shame. On the other side of the forest, Han Feng took the blood and drank the dragon knife and first cut it into the body of the ghost saint, absorbing the blood of the ghost saint. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Originally, this chapter should have been updated earlier. As a result, the editor had something to look for before, and I learned something from the editor's mouth. I have always been very excited, and I can't write a word, but now it gradually calms down. A stream of essence and blood was sucked into the blood-drinking dragon knife, and the charred body of the secluded demon saint was flattened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon revealed a skinny appearance, which was extremely ferocious and terrifying. If ordinary people saw this scene, they would have to be frightened and shout it out, but Han Feng was different. The first time he used the blood-drinking dragon saber to absorb the blood essence, Han Feng was indeed startled, but after a long time, Han Feng gradually became numb. The blood essence of the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary is very impressive, and soon a powerful blood-colored light formed a giant dragon soaring into the sky, straight into the sky. A huge blood-colored vortex was formed in the sky, and the surging pressure fell from the sky. Then, what is that? A genius from the Xiao family stammered while pointing at the blood-colored vortex in the sky. Xiao Jianxiong looked at it intently, it should be done by Brother Han. I'm afraid it was some kind of breakthrough. This has nothing to do with us. Don't make inquiries in the future. If it annoys Brother Han, it will be over. A few Xiao family powerhouses have sympathy on their faces, such a terrifying genius, and such a perverted great sanctuary warcraft, they are only fools to inquire about this matter. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. The blood of the previous great sanctuary 8th heavenly heaven made the blood-drinking dragon saber smoothly promoted to the middle-grade high-grade holy artifact, although the blood of the later digital great sanctuary was not as good as the ghost saint. Which is better than quantity. After all the blood essence was absorbed, the blood-drinking dragon knife had become the most powerful middle-grade holy weapon. Taking back the bloody dragon saber, Han Feng said in a low voice, there are more than a dozen or 20 great sanctuary 8th heavens, or a few great sanctuary 9 heavens, and the bloody 9 dragon saber will reach the middle-grade high-grade saint. The limit of the device is no less than the current holy brick. If you want to unblock it again, and let the blood-drinking dragon knife be promoted to the top-grade holy artifact blood-drinking flying dragon knife, you must hunt for the peak powerhouses of the sanctuary. At this time, Xiaopeng's voice sounded, Han Feng, the soul of the ghost saint who was collected before has awakened, and the young master has also asked why his cultivation base can reach the 8th heaven so quickly. Do you want to listen? Say. Han Feng said. Actually, this ghost saint found a holy stone dragon vein in Huayan Kingdom, which is still a middle-grade holy stone dragon vein. Through the middle-grade holy stone produced in this holy stone dragon vein, this ghost holy man's cultivation is only there will be a huge improvement in a short period of time. In the beginning, the ghost saint did not spread the news of the holy stone dragon veins. It was not until the ghost saint became the strongest of Huayan Kingdom and controlled the power of the entire Huayan Kingdom. The sanctuary learned about the news of the holy stone dragon vein. This is the reason why the previous Huayan Kingdom powerhouses broke through to the later stage of the Great Sanctuary. The reason why Huayan Kingdom is targeting the Dashing Empire is because the Holy Stone Dragon Vein runs through the Dashing Empire and Huayan Kingdom. Now, the Ghost Saint has dug the Holy Stone Dragon Vein close to the Dashing Empire. If you want to continue to monopolize this Holy Stone Dragon Vein, it is bound to pull the Dashing Empire into the country, otherwise it will definitely attract the attention of the majority of the strong. Moreover, the more you dig, the higher the purity of the middle-grade holy stone that appears. Not long ago, the ghostly saint even dug up a high-grade holy stone. According to the ghostly saint's guess, this holy stone is the dragon veins should be the holy stone dragon veins that are transformed from middle grades to high grades, so high-grade spirit stones appear. And some of the high grades that have been transformed should be in the Dashing Empire area, which speeds up the ghost saints wanting to transform the Dashing Empire. The ambition to incorporate into the country. There is actually a holy stone dragon vein. It's still a middle-grade holy stone dragon vein that is evolving towards the top level. Han Feng was so surprised that he couldn't keep calm at all. Spirit stones are produced in the veins of heaven and earth. As long as the spiritual power of heaven and earth is sufficient, such veins can be produced. But the Holy Stone Dragon Vein is different. The generation of the Holy Stone Dragon Vein not only requires the rich spiritual power of heaven and earth, but also requires the silent and ethereal luck of heaven and earth. The Forgotten Continent is a small piece of land separated from the continent of the gods, or the world of the gods. It has long since lost its connection with the world of the gods. In such abandoned land, the luck of heaven and earth is extremely low, so there are very few holy stone dragon veins. Perhaps only the upper third-rank empire and the extremely powerful fourth-rank empire will occupy a holy stone dragon vein. Below, it is to exchange for holy stones in various ways, and the holy stones are extremely limited. Or get the holy stone with good luck through the secret realm. Have a holy stone dragon vein, don't even think about it. Even a low-grade holy stone dragon vein will cause powerful forces to compete. The power of the peak of the sanctuary is not needed, but its descendants will always use it. A low-grade holy stone dragon vein is like this, let alone a middle-grade one. It is still the holy stone dragon vein that is evolving towards the top grade. It's no wonder that the sages of the secluded demons are hidden tightly. Once exposed, it will cause the intervention of the peak of the sanctuary. With the strength of the sages of the secluded demons, they have no resistance. High-grade holy stone. Han Feng's eyes flashed with fiery heat. Once there is a high-grade holy stone, the strength of the three beasts will soar in a short period of time. After the transformation of the Flying Flame Lion and the Phantom Thunder Leopard, the bloodline will be upgraded to a high-level holy beast. Zhu Tianyong's aptitude has long surpassed the holy grade, so no matter how it is transformed, it is impossible to have any further aptitude improvement, unless it is possible to obtain divine crystals in the future. Han Feng learned from Xiaopeng that the role of the divine crystal in the continent of the gods is like the spiritual stone and holy stone of the Forgotten Continent. However, the aptitude cannot be improved, but the strength improvement after the transformation has a great effect on Zhu Tianyang. If it is not transformed, it will take several years or more to rely on middle-grade holy stone or even high-grade holy stone source liquid alone, even if it is Zhu Tianyang, if it wants to step by step to the peak of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, and then break through to the peak of the holy domain time. But if it is transformed, it is not impossible for the cultivation base to be upgraded to the great sanctuary in an instant. This greatly reduces the time it takes to break through to the peak of the sanctuary. With Zhu Tianyang's aptitude, once it breaks through to the peak of the sanctuary, it is a relatively powerful existence in the peak of the sanctuary. Relying on Zhu Tianyang, in addition to the ancient family and hidden forces in Beizhou continent, it is enough to stand at the top. How can Han Feng not be excited? After a long while, Han Feng recovered from his excitement. Digging up holy stones is a physical task, and it's just a guess of the ghost saints. Leave all this to the Xiao family. Let Bai Cai and Yizhu return to Dajin country. I will stay here for a while. If there is really a high-grade holy stone, the Xiao family would not dare to swallow it alone. And the spiritual fruit in the secret territory, you need a place to swallow refining and retreat, and the Xiao family is a good place. Thinking of this, Han Feng made a decision on everything. Brother Han, you are finally back, let's enter the secret realm. Han Feng nodded and said, Brother Xiao, please. A month later, Han Feng sat cross-legged in the retreat room, prepared for him by the Xiao family. In Han Feng's storage space at this time, there are a lot of low-grade holy stones and middle-grade holy stones, and even a lot of spiritual fruits. These are all obtained from the secret realm. There are many treasures in the secret realm, and there are still many places that have not been explored. After sweeping around, Han Feng and Xiao Jianxiong and others left, and others took over the rest. In a month, basically everything that could be searched was found, and the rest were almost useless to Han Feng, so after a month, Han Feng collected the spiritual fruit and other treasures in his hand, and began to prepare for retreat. Han Feng has obtained a lot of holy fruit, but Han Feng is a fire attribute, so only 3 or 4 holy fruits are really useful to Han Feng. One of them is the top holy fruit among the middle grades. With these holy fruits, Han Feng is very confident in his strength. And in the planting space, Han Feng also copied and planted this top middle grade holy fruit. Since it is a medium grade, it takes 8 years to mature, and the holy fruit obtained from the previous 5 palaces to win the championship is only 3 years. This is still the breakthrough of the 9 flames and different fire art, and Xuanhuan intervenes, otherwise it will take longer. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number, 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Sanctuary. 8 years is a long time. Xiao Peng rolled his eyes, and scolded, just 8 years, be content with you. If you break through to the true God in the future, and have the opportunity to leave the forgotten continent to obtain a higher level divine fruit, it is not impossible that each maturity will take decades, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Compared to those times, this mere 8 years is nothing but a nap. Hundreds of years, tens of thousands of years? Han Feng secretly clicked his tongue, so terrifying. With the comparison, it will be very pleasing to the eye to look at these 8 years. There are still more than 10 years before the ancient race, 8 years is enough. The holy fruit was given to Xiao Peng to be refined into the source liquid, and Han Feng waited quietly. Soon, the first holy fruit was refined into source liquid by Xiao Peng. This is just a middle-grade low-grade holy fruit source liquid. Han Feng took a deep breath. I don't know how much it can improve me. Refine it. The 9 flames and different fires move quickly, digesting these source fluids with an extremely domineering attitude. Time passed, and before you knew it, the energy of the source fluid in the body was absorbed cleanly, and Han Feng's cultivation level also rose to the peak of the great sanctuary. All of this is due to the credit of the source fluid. The source liquid can make the absorption efficiency reach 100%. If it is only relying on the holy fruit, it is not bad to be able to absorb 5 or 6 achievements, and the rest will be wasted in vain. Even if the holy fruit is used to make medicinal pills, it will be 60 to 70% efficient, far less than the source liquid. Moreover, the human body is resistant. Absorbing more holy fruit, the body will become fatigued and resistant. Taking the first holy fruit may have a good effect, but after the second, third, fourth, and fifth, it may only absorb 10%, the efficiency is greatly reduced, and it is also a waste of resources. Therefore, each warrior does not swallow the holy fruit one after another, but every once in a while. Otherwise, with the background of the powerful forces of the ancient family, it will not be long before a lot of young peaks of the holy domain will appear. The level of the sanctuary peak is really nothing to the ancient family, and it is impossible to enter the high level. But the peak of the sanctuary is definitely the mainstay of these families. It has not reached the point of being as numerous as dogs, and its status is roughly equivalent to the great sanctuary of Beizhou continent. Say you are great, but there are a lot of them. It can be said that you are not very powerful. In fact, your status is far from that of ordinary warriors. Therefore, if the peak of the sanctuary can be easily reached, presumably those ancient families will work hard to make it. But the result? The most powerful ancient family is close to the peak of the 1000 sanctuary, and most of them are at the lower level of the peak of the sanctuary. Those in the peak of the sanctuary are considered the top, and there are not too many ancient families. None of these sanctuary peaks is a genius within 100 years old. Of course, the resistance of the body can be broken with a higher level of holy fruit, and in this way, it can absorb more energy. But there are 2 problems. First, to refine and absorb a spiritual fruit far beyond the cultivation base, with a low-level cultivation base, are you not afraid of exploding and dying? Second, even if a few defiantly completed the absorption, how much can be absorbed with low-level cultivation? Totally outrageous. Even the abundance of resources is not such a waste. Therefore, the power of the source fluid is obvious. This is also the trump card that Han Feng has no knowledge of the ancient family, and dares to compete with the genius of the ancient family. As long as the source liquid is sufficient, there is no limit to Han Feng's improvement. Even if it is promoted to the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, there is no problem at all. It's just that Han Feng won't do this, so his understanding of the realm of the great sanctuary will not be too deep, and there will be no problem in a short period of time, but there will be obstacles when he attacks the true God in the future. For most of the forgotten mainland warriors, the peak of the sanctuary, the small perfection, and the great perfection may be their goals. But for Han Feng, with the help of Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, the true God is not the end. Han Feng believes that with Xiaopeng's help, he will definitely be able to find the way to the continent of the gods. This can be seen from the constant mention of the continent of the gods in Xiaopeng's mouth. Without confidence, why do you always say that you hope that Han Feng will do in the god realm in the future? Furthermore, Han Feng will not only focus on improving his cultivation base, without improving his unique skills. Otherwise, what is the use of his cultivation base? Not to mention being invincible at the same level, it would be nice not to be beaten by a leapfrog. Already at the peak of the first layer of the sanctuary, continue to refine and break through. The second holy fruit has a slightly higher level, and the energy contained in the middle grade and low grade holy fruit is relatively high. This holy fruit source liquid directly made Han Feng break through to the second layer of the great sanctuary, and it was the middle stage of the second layer. The third holy fruit source liquid, Han Feng's cultivation base has been raised to the peak of the second layer of the great sanctuary. the fourth broke through to the middle stage of the great sanctuary triple heaven. At this time only the last-minute holy fruit remained, which was the top middle grade holy fruit. If it's an ordinary middle grade holy fruit, it can help me rise to the peak of the third level heaven of the great sanctuary very easily, but it will definitely not help me break the barrier of the third level and fourth level heaven. The third layer of the great sanctuary still belongs to the scope of the early days of the great sanctuary. But the fourth layer of the great sanctuary has entered the middle stage of the great sanctuary, and the bottleneck between the two is far from the first layer, the second layer, and the third layer, comparable to the four heavens. But this holy fruit is the top among the middle grade holy fruit. Maybe it can help me break through to the fourth level realm of the great sanctuary. Han Feng thought vaguely that his body had already started to refine the 9 flames and different fires. Vigorous energy surged back and forth in Han Feng's body. The source liquid of the middle grade and top-notch holy fruit refining cannot be easily suppressed by Han Feng in the middle stages of the 9 flames and different fire art. Han Feng's forehead gradually broke out with cold sweat, and his face gradually distorted. The surge of these energies brought great pain to the meridians of the body, almost breaking through the meridians. This kind of pain, along with Han Feng's reaching the peak of the 3 heavens of the great sanctuary, has reached its peak. Pa. Han Feng roared in his heart. The endurance of the meridians is limited. If you don't break through to the fourth level of the great sanctuary, you will be smashed by powerful energy and explode to death. The voice was roaring, and Han Feng's face was blue and terrifying. I don't know how much time, when Han Feng started to bleed, a powerful breath burst out. A golden flame burst out involuntarily, wrapping Han Feng's whole body in it. Han Feng's cultivation base is still growing, and it will slowly converge until it reaches a peak. At the same time, the golden flame that wraps Han Feng is gradually withdrawn into Han Feng's body. Not long after, Han Feng's eyes slowly opened, and inadvertently, it seemed that a sigh came out slowly. The moment Han Feng opened his eyes completely, 2 flames burst out, directly melting 2 large holes on the opposite wall. If Han Feng hadn't converged in time, it would not have been impossible for the entire wall to be melted. Breakthrough, and finally break through to the peak of the initial stage of the fourth level of the great sanctuary. Unfortunately, it is only 1 step away from the middle stage of the fourth heaven, and there is still no breakthrough. However, my current aptitude can be considered to have reached the intermediate level. If there is a super holy flame art, even if I rely on myself, I will be able to break through to the middle stage of the fourth heaven within half a year to a year. Han Feng clenched his fist, felt the strength of his body, and nodded with satisfaction. From the first stage of the great sanctuary to the peak of the fourth stage of the great sanctuary, the increase in power is terrifying. Only the cultivation base has entered the middle stage of the great sanctuary, and the empty-handed combat power has indeed increased too much, but the holy flame battle physique and the void immortal physique are still at the middle rank and middle grade sanctuary elite level. In terms of comprehensive strength, they have not actually increased too much. The third one. There is one more update, and there will be no shortage of 400 words today. Unexpectedly, a good news from the editor boss of 3000 made me excited for so long, and today's coding time was disrupted. Therefore, the fourth update will be postponed until after the early morning, and it will definitely be uploaded before 1 o'clock in the morning. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / The cultivation base has entered the middle stage of the great sanctuary, and the empty-handed combat power has indeed increased too much, but the Holy Flame Battle Physique and the Void Immortal Physique are still at the middle rank and middle grade Sanctuary Elite level. In terms of comprehensive strength, they have not actually increased too much. Now that I don't use the Holy Artifact, I guess I can only contend against the Great Sanctuary 8th Heaven, which is not too powerful. It's still in the early, middle, and late stages of the 8th. I am no match for the more powerful Great Sanctuary 8th Heavenly Peak. Using holy artifacts such as the blood-drinking dragon knife and Tong Tian Holy Brick can only compete with the more powerful Great Sanctuary 8th Heavenly Peak. The top figure in the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, I guess. Han Feng shook his head, not very optimistic about himself. All of this is based on the fact that these Great Sanctuary powerhouses do not use their domain power. If they use their domain power, the result will be different. The cultivation base has increased by 3 layers of heaven, and the strongest outbreak has also increased by more than 1 layer of heaven. On the one hand, it is because the gap between each subsequent layer of heaven is bigger, and on the other hand, it is also because of the unique knowledge of the sanctuary. If these sanctuary secret arts are all promoted to the upper middle level, then everything will be different. In that secret realm, in addition to handing me a lot of holy fruit, the Xiao family has other things. The Xiao family seems to know that I am a fire attribute warrior, and basically handed over to me what is useful to me, and some that are not useful to me. A lot, it seems to be taking care of the Han family. In addition to the holy fruit, I remember that there is also a Xuanhuan fire spar, which contains a lot of energy, not inferior to the middle grade holy fruit, but slightly weaker than the middle grade high grade holy fruit. I really don't know. What is the reason? Refining the fire energy in this profound flame fire crystal stone may be enough to help me make a breakthrough in the 9 flames and different fire art and be promoted to the second half of the 5th floor. By then, the power of Aurora Tsongyan will not be weaker than that of the middle grade. The best, holy fire. Think of it and do it. Han Feng took out the Xuanhuan fire spar. The source liquid of the profound flame fire spar was poured into the mouth, and the 9 flames and different fire art started frantically. This time, Han Feng wants to break through the 9 flames and different fire technique to a higher level. The 9 flames and different fire art had already reached the limit of the middle stage of the 5th floor, and the power of Aurora Tsongyan was also at the limit of the middle grade holy flame, and only half a foot had stepped into the middle grade high grade holy flame. With the help of Xuanhuan fire spar, Han Feng Jiuyan Yihuaju quickly ran for a while. In one fell swoop, he entered the latter part of the 5th floor. Han Feng did not stop practicing because of this. Profound flame fire spar with 100% efficiency is probably equivalent to an ordinary martial artist directly refining a fire crystal with a good ranking among the upper middle grades. The improvement is obviously not a star and a half. The level of progress of the 9 flames and different fire art is still increasing. It didn't stop until it reached the mid-level, the second half of the 5th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art. Han Feng slowly stopped work, showing a satisfied smile. In the future, we will gradually increase the mid-late stage of the 5th floor to the limit, and then break through to the later stage of the 5th floor. The power of the Aurora Tsongyan in the later stage of the 5th floor will be further improved, and it is not inferior to the high-grade holy fire. If I can raise the Aurora Tsongyan to such a level before reaching the peak of the sanctuary, it will have an indescribable benefit to my strength. Perhaps it's not an exaggeration for me to be able to combine this with the unique skills and use the power of the great sanctuary to compete against the peak of the sanctuary. Moreover, Aurora Tsongyan has broken through to the middle grade and high grade holy fire, and the progress is not low. It can be regarded as reaching the middle grade. In the future, even if it is the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary, as long as it is not a special field, it will not be able to suppress me. My current strength can really be considered to be able to compete with the powerful 8th heaven of the great sanctuary. No, the power of Aurora Tsongyan will increase, and the power will be stronger when it is integrated into the holy flame battle body, the void immortal body, and the unique knowledge of the sanctuary. Perhaps my current strength is no less than the eighth heaven of the great sanctuary, or even surpasses it. The increase in the power of Aurora Xuanhuan has brought about all-round changes. Integrate holy flame battle body and void immortal body to improve cultivation. Incorporating the sacred knowledge, such as the holy flame war body, the explosive power is increased. When the two are combined, the growth is even more astonishing. Aurora Xuanhuan has been upgraded, and the next step is the holy flame battle body. I still have a demon core left by a great sanctuary fire-type beast in my hand. Powerhouse, with the passage of time, the energy in the demon core is now comparable to the early stage of the seventh heaven of the great sanctuary, which should be enough for the holy flame battle body to break through. Han Feng did not get up, and instead practiced the holy flame battle body. The holy flame battle body has reached the peak of the fifth level, and once it has entered the sixth level, it will be no less than a middle grade and high grade holy domain. With the help of the magic core, a breakthrough is a matter of course. The sixth level of the holy flame battle body, integrating into the just promoted Aurora Xuanhuan, is not bad compared to the top middle grade high grade holy domain secret skills, and even surpasses it. If you wait for the holy flame battle body to reach the sixth level peak, and Aurora Xuanhuan also reaches the limit of the middle grade high grade holy fire, once it is merged, I believe its level will not be worse than the ordinary high-grade holy domain secret knowledge. The holy flame combat body has been upgraded to the sixth level, and Han Feng has nothing to improve. The mastery of absolute learning is more advanced. When Han Feng left the time room, the three middle grade and high grade sanctuary techniques were closer to the 10th floor. Perhaps after Han Feng's cultivation level is upgraded to the 5th or 6th level of the Great Sanctuary, the three major middle grade and high grade sacred arts will be completely controlled. It's time to go out. I don't know how the middle grade holy stone dragon veins were dug by the Xiao family. I hope these guys don't get distracted by greed. After leaving the customs, Han Feng learned that he had been cultivating for half a year, which made Han Feng sigh. I am immersed in the cultivation, and the time really passed quickly. For me, it only feels like half a day, and it has been half a year outside. Thanks to my 9 flames and different fire art, I can absorb and refine quickly. It is also thanks to the source liquid. Otherwise, even if I could continue to absorb it, I would not have reached this point in so much time. Concentrating on the momentum, under the cover of Xuanhuan, the cultivation base will not be easily seen. Therefore, when Xiao Jianxiong arrived, he did not find that Han Feng had risen from the first layer of the great sanctuary to the 4th layer. This speed was too terrifying. Brother Han, the holy stones dug up during this time are both middle grade and high grade. Xiao Jianxiong said with a slightly respectful expression. Don't look at Xiao Jianxiong talking about his brother now, but he actually treats Han Feng as an adult. Han Feng had nothing to say in the face of this situation, so he had to take over the middle grade and high grade holy stones. The power of Han Feng's Yuanshan was swept away, and he was more satisfied. This Xiao family is really not an ordinary person, and he was not attracted by the desire for profit. The number of middle grade holy stones was within Han Feng's expectations, and the high-grade holy stones were more than Han Feng expected. Xiao Jianxiong continued, 1/10 of the sacred stone dragon veins have evolved to high grade, and it is conservatively estimated that the high-grade holy stone should be more than 20,000 to 30,000. Only nearly 10,000 have been dug up now, and they are all here. Han Feng frowned, it's too much, anyway, the Xiao family has also paid brute force, and the rest belongs to your Xiao family. It's not that Han Feng is generous, but Han Feng can't wait to leave, and there is no time to wait here. Xiao Jianxiong was taken aback, so many high-grade holy stones are too. No. No. Xiao Jianxiong didn't accept it. Seeing this, Han Feng said, then it is divided into half, and you keep the remaining half, and I will come back to get it when I have time in the future. Only then did Xiao Jianxiong know that Han Feng was going to travel to other places, so he responded. Immediately, Xiao Jianxiong showed hesitation. Han Feng said, "Is there any problem?" Xiao Jianxiong's face became solemn. "Brother Han, do you still remember the sea of fire we saw when we first entered that secret realm?" Han Feng raised his eyebrows. "Remember, what's wrong?" In that sea of fire, a high-grade holy fruit suddenly floated. I think it should be useful to Brother Han, but that holy fruit was guarded by a flaming diamond beast, and the Xiao family lost a lot of people. Xiao Jianxiong, with self-knowledge, such a holy fruit is not something that his Xiao family can have. It is better to give it to Han Feng in exchange for more favor. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Let me say here that tomorrow's first is more likely to be a little later. My mother left home to take care of my grandmother, my father went to work, and my sister's parent-teacher meeting had to go to cabbage. High-grade holy fruit. Han Feng's eyes changed slightly. High-grade holy fruit, if the attributes are opposite, it will definitely attract the coveted power of the peak of the sanctuary. Even if the attribute is wrong, it does not mean that it is not attractive to the peak powerhouse of the sanctuary. If you have obtained the high-grade holy fruit, if the attributes are wrong, you can go to the top 3-grade empire to trade the high-grade holy fruit that is opposite to your own attributes through the auction. Then refining the high-grade holy fruit that is opposite to his own attributes, the strength is greatly increased. Han Feng was not surprised. Although there were a lot of good things in this secret realm, most of them were of the low grade or even low grade. The middle grade was extremely rare, let alone the high grade. But in such a secret realm, a high-grade holy fruit suddenly appeared. Han Feng hurriedly asked, "What is the strength of the flaming diamond beast?" Han Feng's face was solemn. How could the strength of the monster guarding the high-grade holy fruit be ordinary? If it is equivalent to the strength of the monster at the peak of the sanctuary, it is completely impossible for him now. Its opponent. It's the same with the 3 beasts, including Zhu Tianyunk and so on. Speaking of the flaming King Kong beast, Xiao Jianxiong said, "Brother Han, this flaming King Kong beast is only equivalent to the strength of the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary. This flaming King Kong beast may have been caught by the original owner of the secret realm. Not only does it limit the cultivation base, but it also captures the mind of the flaming diamond beast, and there is no difference between it and the beast. It's actually like this." Han Feng's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. A magical beast whose cultivation base is limited and whose sanity has also been taken away has greatly reduced the threat. It just so happens that my current cultivation base and strength have greatly increased. Maybe I can test my strength through this flaming diamond beast. Han Feng thought to himself, then raised his head, "Brother Xiao, take me there." Secret realm. Yes. In the dashing imperial palace, several rays of light rose into the sky. Before reaching the secret realm, Han Feng took back a large number of holy stones sent by Xiao Jianxiong into the Xuanhuan Tower. "Little fatty, these high-grade holy stones are enough for Xiaoyan and their bloodline to be promoted, right?" "Well, it's barely enough, you'll have to take care of it all by yourself." This deity uses the means to improve the bloodline and strength of these 3 guys, which is not something that can be done in a short time. After all, this time the bloodline has been improved, but the bloodlines of the 2 Xiaoyan will reach the high-level holy level, and the strength of the skylark will also soar. The improvement doesn't end in a while. Hearing this, Han Feng nodded to show his understanding. "Don't worry, with my current strength in the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary, I can already handle that flaming diamond beast. By the way, how much do you estimate the 3 beasts will increase this time?" Xiaoping thought about it for a while, and said, "The skylark should be at least at the early stage of the Great Sanctuary 9 heavens, and the 2 Xiaoyan should be at least at the 7th heaven level of the Great Sanctuary." Hearing this, Han Feng smiled. If the skylark reaches the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, with its powerful bloodline power, it is appropriate to compete with the weaker existence at the peak of the sanctuary. Flying Flame Lion and Phantom Thunder Leopard Xiaoyan Xiaolei both reached the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary, and with their bloodline power, they were enough to compete with the 9th heaven of the great sanctuary. In this way, with the protection of the 3 beasts, as long as you don't go to the ancient family, any place on the 5 continents is enough to make a foray. Secret place. Han Feng and Xiao Jianxiong both broke into it. Not long after, the two came to a large sea of fire, which was a sea of fire, burning with an alarming temperature. The two landed, and a 7th-level sanctuary expert from the Xiao family immediately came to report the situation of the sea of fire with a respectful expression. After receiving the report, Xiao Jianxiong said, "Brother Han, it seems that the flaming diamond beast has sunk into the sea of fire again. But as long as someone wants to snatch the high-grade holy fruit, the flaming diamond beast will inevitably emerge from the sea of fire and attack. Killing dare, to snatch the existence of the high-grade holy fruit." Han Feng stared at the center of the sea of fire. There was a green flame floating there, and in the flame a purple ginseng, like holy fruit, lay there quietly. The surging energy spread out, Han Feng's pupils shrank, and his expression was unconcealed excitement. It's actually blue-violet ginseng. The green-violet ginseng is an important sacred fruit that transforms Lin Qingshan's holy spirit. Han Feng had already obtained a lot of holy fruit before, but that was only to transform Lin Qingshan's heavenly spirit body into a low-grade, or primary holy spirit body. Grade is the realm of reaching the intermediate level of the Holy Spirit. As an ancient family, the spiritual race is a mere intermediate-level Holy Spirit body, but it is absolutely impossible to get the attention of the spiritual race high level. At least, it must be a high-level Holy Spirit body. And the blue-flamed violet ginseng is an important sacred fruit that is needed to transform into a high-level Holy Spirit body. In addition to Qingyan violet ginseng, there are also 3 holy fruits, holy flowers and holy grasses, namely purple spirit crystal fruit, 8 treasures yellow heart flower, and golden silk aggregate grass. There is only 1 green violet ginseng, and according to Xiaopeng, the success rate is less than 50%. If there is any one of the purple spirit crystal fruit, the 8 treasures yellow heart flower, and the golden silk aggregate grass, the success rate is as high as 10%, but it is the high-level Holy Spirit body at the bottom. However, if you have 2 of them, you can become a relatively medium high-level Holy Spirit body. If all 3 are combined with Qingyan violet ginseng, they will be transformed into the top-level high-level Holy Spirit body, which is only half a step away from the top-level Holy Spirit body. These holy-level fruits, spirit flowers, and spirit grasses are all extremely precious and hard to find. Or it is very likely that it is a precious collection of major forces, and it takes a lot of effort to get any of them. Unexpectedly, I was lucky enough to meet one of them here, Qingyan violet ginseng. It really didn't take much effort to get here. I'm so lucky to have encountered the green violet ginseng here. Then only the purple spirit crystal fruit, the 8 treasure yellow heart flower and the golden silk aggregation grass are left. Seeing Han Feng's joy, Xiao Jianxiong knew that this high-grade holy fruit level ginseng would satisfy Han Feng more than he expected. Xiao Jianxiong was excited, so he must have a closer relationship with Han Feng. Han Feng's toes abruptly flew towards Qingyan violet ginseng. Han Feng just flew nearly 1/3 of the distance, and the sea of fire suddenly shook, as if someone had smashed some explosives into the sea of fire, and a pillar of fire rose into the sky. A huge fiery red giant roared out. The hair of this giant body was blood red, and its eyes were red, and it was shaped like an orangutan. Every hair is as hard as iron. It is the flaming diamond beast. Feeling the breath of the flaming diamond beast swept out at the moment, Han Feng must be sure that it is only the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary. Although it is the peak of the 8th heaven, Han Feng is also very confident in himself. This is a great sanctuary eightfold heavenly beast that has lost its mind. Compared with the real great sanctuary eightfold heavenly peak warcraft, it is far inferior. If this can't be solved, then Han Feng can be killed on the tofu. The blazing Vajra beast opened its fangs directly, and the surging terrifyingly hot flames turned into a cross and slammed towards Han Feng. Void immortal body, congeal. The sixth layer of the holy flame battle body, condensate. Aurora Songyan, fusion. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Void immortal body, congeal. The sixth layer of the holy flame battle body, condensate. Aurora Songyan, fusion. Han Feng drank one after another, and his cultivation soared in an instant. In a blink of an eye, Han Feng's cultivation level broke through to the 7th heaven level and was approaching the peak of the 7th heavenly heaven. Big. 7th heaven of the great sanctuary. Xiao Jianxiong outside the sea of fire took a deep breath. Xiao Jianxiong knew that this was the cultivation base that Han Feng had increased after he performed powerful exercises, but the problem was that it was only the 6th heaven after 6 months of growth. Still close to the peak of the 7th heaven. This improvement is also amazing. Only half a year. Thinking that Han Feng was less than 50 years old, Xiao Jianxiong took a deep breath. Don't be surprised, it's just a huge improvement in half a year. What can't you do with such a change? Staring at Han Feng, Xiao Jianxiong seemed to see a sanctuary of great perfection rising up. Xiao Jianxiong even thought in his heart that if he could witness the birth of a sanctuary great perfectionist in his lifetime, he would have no regrets in his death. It's just a pity that, until his death, Xiao Jianxiong did not witness the scene where Han Feng broke through the realm of great perfection. Fusion, holy flame strikes the sky. Facing the attack of the flaming King Kong beast, Han Feng punched out. Incorporating the more powerful Aurora Songyan, the power of the holy flame rising heaven fist burst out at this moment, and it is enough to rank among the top, middle and bottom of the middle grade and high grade sanctuary. Compared to the previous bottom, it is much stronger. At this time, the outbreak of Han Feng was completely around the middle stage of the ordinary great sanctuary. Boom! The flame fist collided with the cross flame, and a sea of fire like a tsunami rose into the sky. Han Feng stepped back. It's so strong. It's worthy of being the pinnacle of the great sanctuary 8th heavenly beast. Han Feng looked excited. The flaming King Kong beast has no sanity, and naturally it is impossible to exert any domain power, but only the subconscious burst of unique skills is enough to allow the flaming King Kong beast to burst out with the power comparable to the ordinary great sanctuary Jizongshan. Fusion, holy flame emperor fist. Han Feng punched again. This time, it was a middle grade, high grade sanctuary. The shadow of the emperor appeared behind Han Feng, despising everything with the attitude of an overlord. The emperor punched, shaking the world, and the situation was surging. The flaming diamond beast roared again and again, and the fist with explosive power at first glance smashed into the air and slammed into Han Feng. Boom! The violent vibration made the space faintly shattered. This time, the flaming diamond beast was directly sent flying. The Holy Flame Emperor Fist is a top-notch unique skill among the upper middle grades. Even now, Han Feng can only exert about 70 to 80% of his power. After integrating into Aurora Songyan, its power surpasses that of the middle grade sanctuary. The limit of absolute learning. With such a powerful power, the explosion of Han Feng's punch surpassed the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary, and it was no exaggeration to be comparable to the 9 heavens. Taking advantage of the moment when the flaming diamond beast was smashed into the air, Han Feng did not stop there, and threw the holy brick to the sky in one fell swoop. The holy brick of Tong Tian expanded rapidly, and the holy brick, like a golden mountain, was crushed with a bang. Boom, boom, boom. The sea of fire was turbulent, and the holy brick of the sky directly pressed the flaming diamond beast at the bottom of the sea of fire, and the flaming diamond beast did not float out for a long time. Not long after, golden rays of light shot out from the sea of fire and fell into Han Feng's hands. Xiao Jianxiong and other powerhouses looked solemn, which means they are very clear, indicating that the powerful flaming diamond beast has fallen. Xiao Jianxiong opened his mouth, but finally closed it. Such a neat and tidy killing of a great sanctuary 8th heavenly peak warcraft. This strength is much stronger than half a year ago. Xiao Jianxiong originally thought that Han Feng needed the powerful Great Sanctuary Warcraft to defeat the flaming King Kong beast. Who would have thought? At the moment, Han Feng ignored the shock of Xiao Jianxiong and others, and just closed his eyes and recalled the previous battle. This flaming King Kong beast is limited by a great loss of sanity, and its strength is not an opponent in its heyday. Otherwise, I will definitely have a hard fight at this moment. It is impossible to kill a great sanctuary 8-fold heaven peak warcraft so easily. Fortunately, the bloodline of this flaming diamond beast is not at the high-level holy level. Otherwise, even if I don't have sanity, it will not be easy for me to win. Now, it's time to collect the fruits of victory. Thinking of this, Han Feng moved and flew towards Qingyan Violet Ginseng. With a raised hand, Qingyan Violet Ginseng automatically flew towards Han Feng and fell into Han Feng's hands. Feeling the green violet ginseng in his hand, Han Feng gasped, "What a strong energy! It's a pity, if I didn't plant the middle-grade holy fruit before, I must copy this green violet ginseng now. Right now, it's only after 8 years that we can replicate the planting." Han Feng was a little regretful. If he planted this violet ginseng first, and then refined it and absorbed it after maturity, what level of cultivation would he have to improve? You must know that this is a high-grade holy fruit. For the mere great sanctuary, there is only one. As long as it can really absorb and refine, the improvement must be incredible. When Xiaopeng learned about Han Feng's thoughts, he couldn't help sneering. "Forget it. With your current level of 9 flames and different fire art, you won't be able to refine the green violet ginseng at all, and it will be useless when it matures. Unless after the Qingyan purple ginseng matures, your 9 flames different fire technique enters the late stage, and then you can refine the Qingyan purple ginseng as the source liquid. Furthermore, even if you can refine Qingyan violet ginseng as the source liquid, and Qingyan violet ginseng is a high-grade holy fruit, it will probably take 30 or 40 years to mature. Do you have that time to wait? Only the ancient race is left. It's been more than 10 years. Planting green violet ginseng means that in the past 10 years, unless you have had a great adventure and obtained a lot of high-level fire-type spirit fruits, your strength will increase slowly. On the contrary, planting that middle-level medium-level holy fruit is just right. As for the green violet ginseng, it's not too late to plant the middle-grade holy fruit when it matures. At that time, your cultivation must have reached a relatively advanced level." Han Feng sighed, "I just complained a little, there's no need to do that. I know what you said, but I just complained when I looked at the green violet ginseng with red eyes." But at this moment, Han Feng's expression changed, and the sea of fire reduced and disappeared at an alarming speed. "This?" Han Feng was stunned. Little Fatty said, "It seems that there are some secrets at the bottom of this sea of fire, let's go and see." Han Feng flew to the bottom of the sea of fire instantly. Xiao Jianxiong did not follow, but just waited quietly above. The sea of fire quickly bottomed out, revealing the true content inside. Except for a flaming diamond beast that was crushed and could no longer be flattened, on the other side of the mountain wall, a cave with a height of more than 10 feet was exposed. Han Feng flew into it and soon came to the end. Here stood a huge boulder with a faint red glow on it. These red lights are constantly surging and connecting, forming a lotus pattern from time to time. These lotus flowers are surrounded by fiery red flames. They do not have the kind of cleanliness and steadfastness. Instead, they give Han Feng a devastating, explosive power. Suddenly, the lotus flower danced vividly, and a red light burst into Han Feng's eyebrows and entered it instantly. Han Feng's body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes slowly closed. After a long while, Han Feng opened his eyes, and the light and joy flashed away. This red light turned out to be the inheritance of a sacred art. Lotus burst fist. Second more. Slightly stuck, 2 updates today, 10,000 characters tomorrow. This secret realm should be called the Lotus Secret Realm, but it was a different space that a saint named Lotus obtained by chance more than 100,000 years ago. Because it is a different space that has never been discovered, the Lotus Saint directly named the different space as the Lotus Secret Realm after his own name. The Lotus Saint at that time was already at the pinnacle of the sanctuary, the Nine Heavens realm. After obtaining this secret realm, he wanted to use the rich spiritual power here to attack the sanctuary's small perfection, but unfortunately he failed in the end. Therefore, the Lotus Saint left behind such a huge stone and sat and melted. Because not long after he got the secret realm, the Lotus Saint put all his attention on the small perfection of the Impact Sanctuary, so there are no great treasures such as holy fruit in the secret realm. Lianhua smashing fist, I really dozed off and gave me a pillow. Although I have a lot of sanctuary skills, most of them are low grade, middle grade and low grade, and there are almost no higher grades, very few. Now that I have the Lotus smashing fist, everything is not a problem. In the future, I will break through to the peak of the sanctuary. In addition to the Holy Flame Battle Physique and the Void Immortal Physique, I also have many other countermeasures. Han Feng was very satisfied. This time, in addition to obtaining Qingyan Purple Ginseng, he also obtained the inheritance of a sacred art, which was a great benefit. Before coming to the Empire for the assessment, Han Feng never thought that he would have such a harvest. The Lotus Smashing Fist has a total of 5 layers, which are condensed into a lotus-shaped flame through the ordinary holy fire in the body. The instant a punch is thrown, the lotus-shaped flame will hit the enemy as quickly as a cannonball, and then explode. The terrifying holy flame that burst out during the explosion will burn the enemy to ashes. The ordinary holy fire here refers to the evolution of the true fire in the body of the heaven-ranked warrior after advancing to the sanctuary. This kind of ordinary holy fire is the lowest level existence among holy fires. Generally speaking, the holy fire refers to the holy fire of the evolution of the different fire. After all, it is not ordinary people who can become a sanctuary, and at least they are geniuses before the sanctuary. As a genius, there are only very few who are really hot in the body. With real fire, it means that the talent and physique are average. How can such an existence break through the sanctuary? Unless it has the power of blood. With the power of the bloodline, there will naturally be other means of attack after advancing to the sanctuary, and where will the ordinary holy flame after the promotion of the real fire be used? The power of this ordinary flame is at least 1 level lower than the flame of the same level of different flames. When you arrive at the sanctuary, those who use the holy fire to fight against the enemy basically have different fires before the sanctuary. Before the sanctuary, there was no different fire, and after breaking through to the sanctuary, other means of attack were used. In short, there are very few opponents who use ordinary torches, and they are basically the bottom of the same level. And this lotus bursting fist, but it uses ordinary holy fire to condense and refine the flame attack. The power is not weak, it can be said that it is not strong. This means that ordinary torches are no longer waste materials. However, although ordinary holy fire can be used to condense the lotus flame, if the holy fire evolved with different fire is used, it is obviously more powerful. There are 5 layers of lotus blasting fist. The first layer condenses a lotus flower of fire, which is equivalent to the middle grade and middle grade sacred arts, but it is only at the bottom. If it can be condensed by Aurora Tsangyan, it may not be as good as the middle grade, but definitely more than the mid-grade medium. The second layer condenses 3 lotus flowers of fire, which is equivalent to a middle grade and high grade sanctuary. The third layer condenses 5 lotus flowers of fire, which is equivalent to a high grade and low grade sanctuary. The fourth layer condenses 7 lotus flowers of fire, which is equivalent to a high-grade middle-grade sanctuary. The fifth layer condenses 9 lotus flowers of fire, which is equivalent to a top-grade and high-grade sacred knowledge. Now, I can practice the first and second stages of lotus smashing fist. Thinking of this, Han Feng turned his attention to the boulder. Able to bear the inheritance of a sacred art, this boulder is naturally not an ordinary stone, but an enlightenment stone. The enlightenment stone, as the name implies, connects the enlightenment stone with the power of the primordial spirit, and will enlighten the Tao. Comprehend the mysterious way of heaven and earth, and then enter a deeper comprehension of your own sanctuary. It is said that the enlightenment stone is extremely precious and extremely rare in the continent of the gods. Han Feng really doesn't know how to describe his luck. However, Han Feng looked at the mysterious aura on the enlightenment stone, which was already extremely thin, thinking that this enlightenment stone had already consumed a lot of energy. Perhaps, this is the enlightenment stone that will be discarded by some powerhouses in the continent of the gods, which will be useless to them after they realize it, and then this stone of enlightenment will follow the forgotten continent. We're stunned. Since realizing the creation of the virtual immortal body, he has finally reached the peak state, and Han Feng is relieved. And because of the Tao Enlightenment Stone, Han Feng already has thoughts on the next stage of the void immortal body. The peak of the virtual immortal body is already equivalent to the middle grade high grade sanctuary. In the next stage, I am afraid it is equivalent to the high grade sanctuary. The next stage is called human immortal body. Only. Han Feng sighed slightly. The void immortal physique was indeed promoted, but the void immortal 100 dragon palm, void immortal snake dragon finger and other sanctuary unique skills still stayed in the original position. Forget it, the void immortal physique has reached its peak anyway. Using the void immortal physique as the principle, you just need to continue to comprehend it. Sooner or later, these unique skills will be promoted to the upper level of the middle grade. The principle of the peak of the virtual immortal body is that the promotion of these sacred skills will not be more difficult than the promotion of the virtual immortal body from Desheng to the peak. Also, it's time to practice lotus smashing fist. In the time room, under the effect of heaven and man, Han Feng quickly became the first and second level of lotus smashing fist. The reason why it is so fast, in addition to the time room and the effects of heaven and man, there are also some experiences left by the Lotus Saints during the inheritance. It's time to go to the central continent, Sister Lin. As long as you wait for a while, you can walk in the outside world with integrity. In the soul search space, Lin Qingshan smiled and said, I believe in you. Lin Qingshan's uninterrupted cultivation in the soul search space has already reached the limit of the sky. As a spirit body, it is still a heavenly spirit body. With Lin Qingshan's current cultivation level, he can also walk outside. But the spirit body is divided into the acquired spirit body and the congenital spirit body. The congenital spirits occupy the majority of the spirit race, and they are the descendants of the combination of spirits and spirits. Generally speaking, the level of such innate spiritual bodies is not too low, so the development of innate spiritual bodies is generally stronger than that of acquired spiritual bodies. Moreover, the innate spiritual body is a race that is truly different from the human race, just like the monster race. But the acquired spirit body is different. The acquired spirit body is the forcibly transformed spirit body like Lin Qingshan. On the surface, Acquired spirits are no different from congenital spirits, but in fact there are subtle differences. For example, living in the outside world, innate spiritual bodies are completely unaffected like ordinary races, but acquired spiritual bodies are not. The acquired spiritual body, the lower the cultivation level, the greater the impact, and it will even turn into fly ash forever in a short time. A sky-level limit like Lin Qingshan will not have much impact on the outside, but it will eventually cause some discomfort, so in the end Han Feng still chooses to let Lin Qingshan stay in the soul search space until he breaks through the sanctuary. After the acquired spirit body breaks through to the sanctuary, it will no longer be affected in any way, and it is no different from the congenital spirit body. No, there are still some differences. The aptitude of the congenital spirit body is very high, and there are almost no people under the spirit body. As a congenital spiritual body, if the aptitude is only under the Holy Spirit body, it is no different from the waste. The reason for this, on the one hand, is related to the innate spiritual body, and on the other hand, it is also related to the combination of the spiritual body and the spiritual body, at least the cultivation of the sanctuary. The spirits of the two sanctuary cultivated to give birth to the descendants of the innate spirits are naturally extraordinary. The acquired spiritual body is different. What kind of aptitude was before death, and if there is no opportunity after changing to a spiritual body, the general aptitude will be lowered by one rank. Most of the acquired spirit bodies are at the level of the heavenly spirit body, and only a few can reach the level of the primary spirit body. Naturally fewer reach the intermediate level, and very few advanced spirit bodies. Innate spiritual bodies are mostly intermediate-level Holy Spirit bodies, and there are also many high-level Holy Spirit bodies. Only top-level Holy Spirit bodies are extremely rare. The spiritual clan of the Central Continent is also ranked the highest among the many ancient families in the Central Continent, and the same is true among all the ancient families on the 5 continents. If it weren't for the scarcity of the spiritual clan, they were far inferior to the ancient clans such as the Yen clan, otherwise the status of the spirit clan in the ancient clan would not be inferior to the Yen clan. Spiritual bodies and spiritual bodies can combine to produce offspring after reaching the sanctuary, but the odds are equally slim. Many spirit bodies have been combined for hundreds of years and thousands of years, and it is difficult to give birth to innate spirit bodies. Otherwise, the mainland would have long been dominated by the spirit race. The aptitude of innate spirit bodies is too heaven-defying. If the number of spirit clans is not less than that of the Yen clan, then in the realm of the great perfection of the sanctuary, or even in the realm of the true gods, the number will be several times or even nearly 10 times that of the Yen clan. No doubt a scary number. Sister Lin, do you feel more and more powerful now that you are about to break through? Han Feng asked, suddenly. Lin Qingshan said softly, yes, when you were in seclusion and refining the middle-grade holy fruit, I felt that I would have to make a breakthrough if I continued to practice, so I stopped, and I won't practice again in the future. Han Feng's face was solemn. Sister Lin, then you have a good rest, I will seize the time to collect those strange fruits for you. For Lin Qingshan, breaking through the sanctuary will have a transformation. As long as the preparations are sufficient, and there is a small fat shot, it will inevitably become a Holy Spirit body with high aptitude. If it breaks through without doing anything, there is a great possibility that it is still a heavenly spirit body. In this way, after Lin Qingshan is promoted to sanctuary in the future, her future will be extremely limited. This kind of transformation can only be done once, so Lin Qingshan can't break through until the collection of different fruits from heaven and earth is finished. A few days later, Han Feng returned to Dajin from the Dashing Empire. Knowing that Xiao Jianxiong had retreated, Han Feng left after saying goodbye to the familiar Dashing Empire and the 8th prince. In the Great Jin Kingdom, Han Feng didn't stay for long. After a few days with his relatives, he started a new journey. Baidu University. Deputy Palace Master Zhang Wulin stared at Han Feng. Boy, I haven't seen you for nearly 3 years. You must be promoted to the sanctuary. Han Feng smiled slightly. Even so, it's still far from the predecessors. Zhang Wulin, but a small perfection in the sanctuary. Zhang Wulin laughed and scolded, "Stinky boy, how many years has this manner been cultivating? How many years have you been cultivating? Even this manner is not even a fraction of this. If this manner is so easy for you to catch up with, this manner has been practicing for so many years. Has the Lord lived in vain? Hey, you actually practiced a secret technique so that the palace master couldn't see through it. It seems that your kid has another adventure. Since that's the case, look at the trick." Zhang Wulin suddenly shot. If Han Feng was still an ordinary sanctuary, Zhang Wulin would be able to see a clue even if a chubby tried to cover it up. But now that Han Feng has been promoted to the Great Sanctuary, it is still the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary. At this time, if the fat man tries to cover up, let alone Zhang Wulin, the sanctuary small perfection, it is the slightly weaker sanctuary great perfection. Don't try to easily see Han Feng's cultivation realm. Where did Han Feng think that Zhang Wulin would suddenly attack? But Han Feng, as the 4th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, was far less responsive than before. The speed of this sneak attack is not unpleasant, but Han Feng jumped and avoided. "Haha, that's not bad boy, you have escaped the sneak attack of this mansion master. What about this trick?" Zhang Wulin attacked Han Feng again. "Second more. Originally I was going to update the 4D update today, but I didn't expect that something in the afternoon would delay a lot of time. Let's work hard today. By the way, Cabbage will need to go out to do some errands tomorrow and the day after, and will return at 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon every day, and the update will not be early for the next 2 days." Stunned. "Huh? You escaped again?" Zhang Wulin was really surprised this time. Han Feng smiled proudly, "Senior, it's better to use more power." Han Feng was able to easily escape Zhang Wulin's sneak attack, naturally because Zhang Wulin didn't use much power at all, only about 1/10,000. After all, Zhang Wulin is a super master of the sanctuary small perfection, the 28th level of the sanctuary, and if he is a little serious, Han Feng can only bow his head and admit defeat. Seeing Han Feng's smug and flat appearance, Zhang Wulin almost couldn't help stepping on Han Feng's face. Of course, Zhang Wulin also knew that Han Feng was deliberately showing such a look. This is also because the two are familiar with each other, and their relationship is not bad. "Okay, I'm a little surprised by your kid's promotion. It's hard for ordinary sanctuaries to escape from that move just now. Since your kid is so powerful, this palace master has to be serious. You don't want to be beaten down by this old man with one move." Zhang Wulin used 1,000th of his strength this time. How terrifying the power of 1,000th of the small perfection realm in the sanctuary is, it is difficult for ordinary big sanctuaries to resist. Zhang Wulin originally thought that Han Feng was going to be beaten down. How could he think? Facing Zhang Wulin's hand, Han Feng's heart moved. "Senior Zhang is a master of the sanctuary small perfection. Even if I burst out with all my strength, it is impossible to hurt Senior Zhang at all. Isn't this a good opportunity to test the Lotus Smashing Fist?" When he thought of it, he did it. Han Feng swayed and kept avoiding Zhang Wulin's hand. At the same time, Jiguang Xuanhuan had gathered. Lotus Bursting Fist. Han Feng suddenly shouted. The first realm of Lotus Smashing Fist is activated. A coquettish silver-white fire lotus wrapped around Han Feng's fist, blooming in full bloom. What? Zhang Wulin's face instantly moved. With his eyesight, he couldn't see it. This was a powerful move that surpassed the middle rank and middle grade sanctuary secret skills. Impossible. This kid was a mere half-sage more than 2 years ago, and now he can display such a powerful sacred art. Because he was too surprised. It was only when the fire lotus arrived in front of Zhang Wulin that Zhang Wulin fully reacted. Boom. The fire lotus exploded, and the terrifying flame power rose into the sky. Zhang Wulin instantly burst out with an aura that made Han Feng feel terrified, and grabbed the terrifying flame with one hand. The flame seemed to be imprisoned in some space, and was finally caught in Zhang Wulin's hand. When Zhang Wulin exerted force on his palm, the flame disappeared completely. Zhang Wulin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glared at Han Feng. Little bastard, such a terrible outbreak. If it wasn't for the extraordinary ability of the old man, wouldn't he have been hit hard all at once? Han Feng hurriedly smiled, just knowing that the adults are powerful, the younger generation dares to use this trick and scrupulously to test. Zhang Wulin's eyes widened. What? Experiment. Wouldn't it be the first time for you to use this trick? Han Feng's face was stagnant, and his face was embarrassed. Seeing Han Feng's expression like this, Zhang Wulin was furious. Well, you stinky boy, you even took the old man as a test subject and wanted to beat him. Zhang Wulin made a move with all his strength, and Han Feng, who was in the 4th level realm of the Great Sanctuary, had no resistance, and was immediately caught. You bastard should be spanked. Zhang Wulin said angrily. Han Feng was shocked. Senior, don't. It's too embarrassing to spank. Humph. In response, Zhang Wulin just snorted coldly. He was shocked by Han Feng just now. Zhang Wulin felt a little embarrassed, and he naturally wanted to get it back at this moment. After a few slaps, Han Feng was distraught. If he knew this, he would not use Zhang Wulin as the subject of the experiment. After a long while, the two sat down again, and Han Feng looked resentful. This time, Zhang Wulin was a little embarrassed. In order to relieve the embarrassment, Zhang Wulin said, "You kid actually mastered the secret art of the middle grade sanctuary, you won't." When asked about this, Han Feng didn't care about his resentment, and said with a little pride, "The younger generation is naturally a great sanctuary." Hiss. Row is that Zhang Wulin had guessed for a long time, but when he heard all this, he still felt extremely horrified, and felt that he was sleeping and was in a dream. Nearly 3 years ago, it was still a semi-sanctuary, but nearly 3 years later, it has become a great sanctuary. The speed of this improvement tells them where to put the faces of these sanctuary peaks and sanctuary small perfections. Thinking about the time it took him to cultivate from the sanctuary to the great sanctuary, it was Zhang Wulin, and his eyes turned red when he looked at Han Feng. This was pure, naked jealousy. However, the shock brought by Han Feng is destined to not end. Just listen to Han Feng continue. Not only the great sanctuary, the junior is also the great sanctuary 4th heaven realm. Zhang Wulin was stunned, and even his friends were stunned. Entering the great sanctuary and the 4th layer of the great sanctuary are two completely different things. The 4th level of the great sanctuary, that is the middle stage of the great sanctuary, in less than 3 years, is this promotion still human? You animal. Zhang Wulin was heartbroken. No, let me take it easy. Zhang Wulin looked like his heart couldn't bear the blow. Han Feng. After a long time, when Zhang Wulin reacted, his gaze towards Han Feng had changed. Your mother, you have reached such a state before you are 100 years old. No, you are not even 50, and you are less than 1/20th of my age. It won't take long for you to catch up with this old man. The shock Han Feng brought to Zhang Wulin was too great. The big Zhang Wulin, who has lived for nearly 6,000 years, is also a small perfection in the sanctuary. I couldn't help but say a dirty word. Okay, don't say anything. You will use the teleportation array when you come back this time. The palace master will let someone prepare it for you. During this period, we will also talk about other things. Zhang Wulin really thought to know how Han Feng has improved in this way. Han Feng naturally won't say that he has the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, but some experiences in the past 2 or 3 years can be said. Zhang Wulin listened with relish, but he still hadn't heard how Han Feng had improved so much. To talk about these experiences, not only Han Feng has, but other geniuses will meet more or less, but they have not improved so much. In the end, Zhang Wulin could only attribute it to Han Feng himself. Zhang Wulin learned some of Han Feng's experience from Han Feng, and Han Feng also knew the changes of Baidu Academy in recent years from Zhang Wulin's mouth. Since the event of the 5 palaces competing for hegemony nearly 3 years ago, the Baidu Academy has received more and more talents in the past 3 years, and the quality has become stronger and stronger. Many of them rushed from the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard in just 1 year. Some geniuses even rushed into the inner courtyard in just half a year, which is not bad. Only then did Han Feng know that there are still many geniuses out there, and it is not that the geniuses of the Northern Capital Academy occupy more than 90% of the mainland. Especially in the upper third-rank empire, many geniuses were secretly cultivated by the family and did not come to Baidu Academy. Han Feng also knew that like Sword Emperor Yang Yanheng, Zhang Fuyu, and other semi-sanctuary powerhouses, they all overcame the thunder and became the sanctuary powerhouse. Some have left the academy to return to their families. Some of them were still identified as elders of Kuqing at Baidu Academy when they left. There are very few individuals who live directly in Baidu University, become a true Dharma protector, integrate into Baidu University, and become the high-level bloodline of Baidu University. The third one. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. It was the Purple Poison Emperor and the Saint Star Emperor who stayed in the Baidu Academy to become the Dharma protectors. Now, they should be called Purple Poison Guardians, Saint Star Guardians, or Purple Poison Saints and Saint Star Saints. Want to meet them? Zhang Wulin asked. Han Feng slowly shook his head. They are not familiar with each other, and there is nothing to talk about when they meet, full of embarrassment. It's not Yang Yanheng and Zhang Fuyu. If it was the two of them, Han Feng would not be able to have a good chat. Seeing this, Zhang Wulin didn't care and continued to chat about other things. Later, Han Feng knew that on the current semi-sacred list, his original partner was on the list. For example, the fat master Shi Tai, the thin master Shi Jun, Wang Qingsong, and so on. Lu Yuer and the brothers Hu Shaodai, Jiang De, and Jiang Feng are all powerful people on the list. Lu Yuer and Jiang Feng's qualifications are weaker than those of Shi Tai, Shi Jun, Wang Qingsong, etc., and it is normal to rank on the manifesto list. Hu Shaodia's aptitude is actually far more than Lu Yuer and Jiang Feng, but Hu Shaodia's body is Tianhu. As a magical beast, even if he swallowed the transformation pill before the sanctuary and turned into a human, his speed would still not be comparable to that of a human. Therefore, Hu Shaodai was still ranked below Lu Kan and Jiang Feng. However, this lag is only temporary. With Hu Shaodia's aptitude and potential, she is expected to be at the peak of the sanctuary in the future, and even step into the peak of the sanctuary is very likely. It is not impossible to impact the sanctuary's small perfection. As for Lu Yuer and Jiang Feng's performance, the great sanctuary is already the limit, unless there is another adventure. As for Jiang De, the ranking is similar to Lu Yuer's and Jiang Feng's, or even surpassed. Jiang Da's aptitude also surpassed that of Lu Yuer and Jiang Feng, and was no worse than fat and thin, and even better than him. But Jiang Da's age is too young, which is a big limitation. It is conceivable that with the passage of time, it is inevitable that Jiang Da will surpass others. As for Xian Shintong and Lin Huixian, they were still struggling on the 5-star level. Compared with Shi Tai, Shi Jun and others, this cultivation base is not worth mentioning, but if such a speed is placed in the Great Jin Kingdom, it is absolutely rare. This is still under the circumstance that the Great Jin Kingdom is now assisted by the source liquid, otherwise. At the end, Han Feng suddenly remembered his second purpose for coming this time. Purple spirit crystal fruit, 8 treasures yellow heart flower, golden silk aggregate grass? Zhang Wulin frowned slightly. These heaven and earth exotic fruits or exotic grasses are not very precious, and their grades are not high, but the problem is that they are indeed rare, at least not in Baidu University. Zhang Wulin is a small perfection in the sanctuary. For Zhang Wulin, only the top-grade holy-level heaven and earth fruit is precious, and the high-grade holy-level heaven and earth fruit is really nothing. But this does not mean that Zhang Wulin has it. The purple spirit crystal fruit, the 8 treasures yellow heart flower, and the golden thread aggregate grass are only top-grade, but their rarity is no less than that of the ordinary top-grade heaven and earth fruit. This is also the reason why Han Feng was so surprised when he discovered Qingyan violet ginseng in the secret realm. Hearing this, Han Feng was greatly disappointed. Although I knew for a long time that 10% might not be, but I really heard it, that kind of disappointment is unavoidable. However, at this moment, Zhang Wulin suddenly said, I remembered that, although the Baidu Academy does not have these 3 different fruits of heaven and earth, but one of them may exist, I know it. Where? Han Feng's eyes lit up. Even if you can't get it now, it's good to know where it may exist. At least you have an accurate target to find, so you won't be looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhenshenzong. Zhang Wulin's tone became solemn. Xintian sect? Han Feng's face flashed with doubts, he really had never heard of such a force. Seeing Han Feng's doubts, Zhang Wulin smiled, haha, this earthquake sect is a major force in the central continent, it's normal for you not to know. Actually, the Xintian sect is the top force in the central continent. It is a little stronger than the first-rank empire. There are no less than 20 strong people at the peak of the sanctuary, and many of them are at the peak of the sanctuary. An old monster in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary. Hearing this, Han Feng secretly complained, these 3,000-year-old monsters are old monsters. What is your 6,000-year-old old man? Millennium old man 8? Of course, spit is spit, Han Feng is something you must never say. Zhang Wulin didn't know that Han Feng was complaining in his heart that he was a 1,000-year-old turtle, otherwise he would definitely give Han Feng a few more slaps on his ass. I just heard Zhang Wulin continue, except for some hidden forces in the central continent, the Central Capital Academy, and the unborn ancient family, the Xintian sect is one of the most powerful forces in the central continent. As far as I know, that the Xintian sect seems to have collected the golden thread aggregate grass more than 1,000 years ago, and there may be leftovers now. If you go to Xintian sect, you may be able to get the golden thread aggregation grass. Han Feng smiled bitterly, how can such a force easily let go? Zhang Wulin spread his hands, it depends on your own ability. By the way, do you know the origin of the dopa shake fist in your hand? What? Han Feng looked surprised, isn't this what Elder Tianxing practiced himself? Zhang Wulin laughed, of course, you are right. But do you know how Elder Tianxing realized this unique skill? Han Feng's face condensed, could it be? That's right, it's just what you think, it's what Elder Tianxing learned when he was studying in Xintian sect when he was young. The reason why the Xintian sect is called the Xintian sect is that there is a kind of existence called the Xintian monument in the Xintian sect. It is said that this earth-shattering monument fell from the sky tens of thousands of years ago, landed on the central continent, and shattered into countless pieces. Later, many strong people realized that these shattered Tian-shattering monuments realized the power of vibration, creating countless and shocking the sanctuary skills related to power are extremely powerful. In the end, these powerhouses unite together and become the current Xintian sect. The Xintian sect at that time was no worse than the Central Capital Academy. There were several small perfection realms in the sanctuary, and the peak of the sanctuary was more than 100. Unfortunately, with the gradual weakening of the vibration force in the Xintian monument, it is impossible for a warrior to easily understand the unique knowledge of vibration through the Xintian monument, which has led to the gradual decline of the strong in the Xintian sect. Now the peak of the sanctuary of Earthquake sect has added up to less than 20. That's the case, Xintian sect is still more powerful than the first-rank empire. In terms of quantity, Xintian sect may not be as good as the first-rank empire, but in terms of the quality of the peak powerhouses in the sanctuary, the first-rank empire is far inferior. Earthquake sect has 4 sanctuary peak Jizongshan, and the most powerful first-rank empire. It is very great to have one. Han Feng was stunned. He didn't expect Dopa's shaking fist to have such a relationship with Xintian sect and Elder Tianxing. Zhang Wulin said with a smile, since you are going to Xintian sect to find the golden thread aggregation grass, you can also comprehend the Xintian monument there by the way. It is also very beneficial for you to understand the unique art of the Holy Land. Han Feng frowned. According to the seniors, the vibration force on the Xintian monument is not as strong as before. How could the Xintian sect let me, an outsider, realize it? Regarding Han Feng's question, Zhang Wulin kept a mysterious smile. Han Feng reluctantly gave up on this question and continued, do you still know the news about the purple spirit crystal fruit and the 8 treasures yellow heart flower? The first. Thank you for the big reward from South of Colorful Clouds 0413. Zhang Wulin shook his head, I don't know, you can go to the Central Capital Academy and ask. The concentration of spiritual power and the abundance of resources in the Central Continent surpass that of the North Continent. Purple spirit crystal fruit and 8 treasures yellow heart flower are rare in Beizhou Continent, but not necessarily in Central Continent. Han Feng nodded, that's the only way. Zhang Wulin suddenly said, the holy stone of the teleportation formation is ready, let's go. Central Continent, Zhongdu University. On this day, the light on the Holy Light platform lit up again. The Shengguangtai of the 5 universities is rarely used, so the warriors guarding the Shengguangtai all look bored. However, when the light of the Xingguang platform was bright, these warriors were instantly refreshed. My lord, you. As soon as one of the warriors showed flattery, he saw that it was an extremely young boy who came out. Looking at his face, he was not even 20. For a time, the martial artist's interest greatly diminished. However, a warrior beside the warrior showed a respectful look. This lord, are you the Emperor of Fire of Baidu Academy? You know me? Han Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the warrior. The martial artist who recognized Han Feng immediately put on a smile. Lord Skyfire Emperor is the first among the 5 palaces to fight for hegemony, so shall naturally keep it in mind. What? The previous warrior was greatly shocked, and his eyes turned to Han Feng, which had turned into a deep fear. The Purple Elephant Emperor of their Zhongdu Academy, after the battle for hegemony in the 5 palaces, crossed the sky and became the peak powerhouse of the 4th-level sanctuary. You know, this Purple Elephant Emperor is not yet 50 years old. What kind of realm will a Saint Domain 5-layer heaven be less than 50 years old reach within 100 years of age? After 100 years? After that? No one could have predicted. But in the past, the top 5 contenders for hegemony, except for a few who fell in the middle. Most of them have achieved the pinnacle of the sanctuary. And the quality of this session of the 5 houses hegemony is far superior to that of every previous session. The top 3, no, each of the top 5 has the strength to compete for the first place in the previous 5 palaces. To be able to take the 3rd place in such a 5 government hegemony is even more honorable and promising than ever before. This can be seen from the fact that the Purple Elephant Emperor achieved the 5th level of the sanctuary in less than 50 years. What kind of power the Purple Elephant Emperor can become in the end, no one dares to say absolutely, but the last time is the peak of the sanctuary and even the small perfection. Realm of God. This purple elephant emperor is already perverted enough. This one in front of him is actually more powerful than the purple elephant emperor, the fire emperor on the first day of the 5 palaces fighting for hegemony. Back then, the heavenly fire emperor Baidu Academy. This warrior shuddered. They are also holy domains, but they are holy domains with little development prospects, and they also rose from the body of slaves. Compared with these promising sanctuaries, 100 of them together can't compare to each other's little finger. If his previous attitude made this Lord Han Feng dissatisfied, then the martial artist was extremely anxious. Fortunately, Han Feng didn't care about the changes in the warrior's face before, which made the warrior greatly relieved. The warrior who recognized Han Feng respectfully said, "The little one has already passed the information to the purple elephant saint, please wait a moment." Having said that, the warrior also took a deep look at Han Feng. The original purple elephant emperor is now the purple elephant saint of the 5th heaven of the sanctuary. What is the realm of the heavenly fire emperor now? Purple elephant saint? It's the purple elephant emperor. Okay, I'll wait here. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then he understood who the purple elephant saint was, and stayed where he was with a smile. This is the Zhongdu Academy, it is not good to rush around. Not long after, a loud laugh suddenly came from afar. The Emperor of Fire of Baidu Academy, let's fight again. The visitor is the purple elephant emperor. And as soon as it comes, the purple elephant emperor will fight. The Emperor of Fire, I have made great strides in the past few years. I am not what I was a few years ago. You have to be careful. Purple gold giant elephant bloodline, congeal. Suddenly, the purple elephant emperor turned into a purple gold giant elephant, like a small mountain pressing toward the Korean wind. Elephant bombing. This move is impressively a low-grade, high-grade sanctuary unique skill. As expected of the super genius of the Central Capital Academy, his cultivation is only the 5th level of the sanctuary. Moreover, the purple gold giant elephant bloodline of the purple elephant emperor has also exerted great power, and the power that can be exerted now is equivalent to the primary high-level holy product. In this way, the eruption of this blow from the purple elephant emperor is completely equivalent to the 7th heaven of sanctuary. In addition to the increase in strength brought about by the huge body of the Zijin giant elephant, the peak powerhouses of the 7th level sanctuary would not dare to fight against the purple elephant emperor's attack in terms of strength. Unfortunately, the purple elephant emperor is facing Han Feng. Facing the terrifying blow of the purple elephant emperor, Han Feng just raised his fist lightly with a smile and swung it out suddenly. Holy Flame King's Fist. The power of the middle grade and lower level holy domains unique skills erupted, and the warriors, guarding around the Xuanhuan widened their eyes. Ask yourself, facing the attack of the purple elephant emperor, they are absolutely powerless to resist, and it can even be said that they can only stand there powerless, waiting to be bombarded by a huge force. But with such a powerful blow, not only did it fail to win the Emperor of Fire, but it was easily defeated by the opponent, and the Emperor Zishang flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. This is too perverted. On the ground, the purple elephant emperor stood up in embarrassment. Your sister, what you performed just now was definitely a mid-grade sanctuary, a monster, you are a monster. The surrounding warriors took a deep breath. Han Feng clasped his fist and said, are you alright? Sorry, the shot was a bit heavy. Zixiang Wang's face froze, and he gave Han Feng a deep look. You are going to choke me to death. Okay, let's get down to business. What are you doing at Zhongdu Academy? While asking, the purple elephant emperor made an invitation. Obviously, the purple elephant emperor also knows that the transmission of Han Feng from the Beizhou continent to the central continent will inevitably consume a lot of money, and it will not be the case without major events. The other warriors of Xuanhuan turned around with interest. Only one person's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. On the way, Purple Elephant Emperor and Han Feng have been affectionately matched by their names. After the battle for hegemony in the 5 palaces ended, the top-ranked ones had also communicated with each other, and they knew each other's names clearly. Brother Han, it turns out that the purpose of your visit is to find the purple spirit crystal fruit, the 8 treasures yellow heart flower, and the golden silk aggregate grass. It's a coincidence, the 8 treasures yellow heart flower, my Jin family happens to have it. The surname of Emperor Zixiang was Jin, and his full name was Jin Jianfeng. Han Feng opened his mouth wide. What, the 8 treasures Huang Xinhua is in Brother Jin's family. It's not that Han Feng is not calm enough, it's just that this incident is too unexpected. Originally, Han Feng had already made plans that Jin Jianfeng didn't know, and he was also prepared to search hard. As a result, as soon as he opened his mouth, he got the whereabouts of one of the different fruits from heaven and earth. At home. Brother Jin, I don't know if your palace's 8 treasures yellow heart flower is willing to seed, and I am willing to pay any price. Han Feng's face became solemn. Jin Jianxiong laughed and patted Han Feng's shoulder. Brother Han is too outrageous, don't say anything about the price and not the price, I will make the decision, and I will give you the 8 treasures yellow heart flower to Brother Han. Second more. Give it to me? How can this work? Han Feng's face changed slightly. Jin Jianxiong smiled and said, actually. Jin is willing to give the 8 treasures yellow heart flower to Brother Han, and he also has a request. Only then did Han Feng relieve his face. What is the request? Please also ask Brother Jin to say it. Jin Jianxiong said with a smile, before that, I would like to ask, since Brother Han is able to display the unique skills of the middle grade sanctuary, whether. Han Feng nodded, yes, I am now at the level of the great sanctuary. Hiss. Jin Jianxiong took a deep breath. Others don't know the exact age of Han Feng, but Jin Jianxiong learned from his master, that is, the vice president of Zhongdu Academy, that Han Feng had not yet reached his 20s nearly 3 years ago. Nearly 3 years have passed now, and he is only 21 or 2 years old. At such an age, it is not bad for most warriors to be promoted to the heavenly rank. But Han Feng not only broke through the heavenly rank, but also broke through the sanctuary, and even reached the great sanctuary level. Breaking through the heavenly rank and breaking through the great sanctuary, the gap between them is not an exaggeration to say that it is the difference between clouds and mud. Breaking through the sky in his 20s is nothing to many old guys who have seen geniuses like stars. But more than 20 great sanctuary, this is simply unheard of. Jin Jianxiong looked at Han Feng's eyes changed, and finally sighed, it seems that I will never be able to surpass you. But because of this, I am even more determined to give you the 8 treasures yellow heart flower. With your talent, I am afraid that you will be able to advance to the peak of the sanctuary or even a stronger level soon. I only hope that one day in the future, I will become a gold you can help when your family is in crisis. Of course, it's within the scope of your ability, Brother Han. Jin Jianxiong emphasized the last sentence, which invisibly greatly increased Han Feng's favor. After thinking about it, Han Feng's face became solemn. I promise, as long as the Jin family falls into a crisis in the future, if I have the ability, I will do my best to fight. Han Feng did not ask about the possible crisis of the Jin family. This is the secret of the Jin family. If the Jin family wants to talk, he will listen. If he doesn't want to say it, he won't make inquiries. With Han Feng's assurance, Jin Jianxiong smiled with satisfaction. Although this is on the premise of Han Feng's ability, Jin Jianxiong believes that when his Jin family is in danger, Han Feng must be able to help. It took less than 3 years to step into the great sanctuary, so how long can it take to step into the peak of the sanctuary? And ask yourself, if he is in Han Feng's position, it is impossible to shoot unconditionally. Otherwise, if the forces provoked by the other party are too powerful, wouldn't it be asking for a dead end? It might be better to lurch to improve his strength. In the future, there is still some possibility of fulfilling his promise and taking revenge on that great force. By the way, Brother Han, although my Jin family doesn't have the purple spirit crystal fruit, I know some news about the purple spirit crystal fruit. Jin Jianxiong slapped his forehead as if he had thought of something. Really? There was a hint of confusion on Han Feng's face. Purple crystal fruit, 8 treasure yellow heart flower, golden thread aggregation grass, green flame violet, ginseng. 4 kinds of heaven and earth exotic fruits and exotic grasses are all extremely rare existences, some of them are very rare. The degree of rarity is not weaker than the best vitality or even the super holy level. Especially in this forgotten continent. Even rarer. But it is such a rare heaven and earth fruit, that 2 kinds of fruits have been collected in a short period of time, and the remaining 2 have also received specific whereabouts, which is not bad luck. Dare to ask Brother Jin, I don't know the whereabouts of this purple spirit crystal fruit. Han Fengqiang restrained his excitement. Jin Jianxiong did not delay, and said directly, it is said that there was news of the ripening and birth of the purple spirit crystal fruit in the Donglai Mountains decades ago, and it also caused a battle among the powerhouses in the great sanctuary, including some half-hearted. Only step into the existence of the peak of the sanctuary and the real peak of the sanctuary. According to reliable information, this purple spirit crystal fruit was finally acquired by the large-scale robber force Yahoo around the Donglai Mountains. Yahoo? The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched. What kind of shabby name was it? It reminded him of a night pot. Jin Jianxiong didn't know that Han Feng remembered some kind of excretory device for lazy people in the middle of the night because of the night fox, and he was still explaining to Han Feng, Yahoo, it is named after the blood of the leader of the bandit regiment. The head of this night fox bandit group has the bloodline of the eternal night ice fox, and possesses both the dark and the ice. Because this is the characteristic of the eternal night ice fox, the 2 attributes can be perfectly combined and burst out. An extremely powerful attack. Not only that, this person has been promoted to the peak of the sanctuary 100 years ago, and is a genuine first-level powerhouse of the peak of the sanctuary. Brother Han, if you want to get the purple spirit crystal fruit, you must not directly conflict with it, it's better to exchange it with any precious heaven and earth different fruit. At the end, Jin Jianxiong's face was solemn. Although Han Feng's talent is shocking, after all, the training time is too short. If there is a conflict with the leader of the Yahoo bandit group, then the result. Han Feng also knew that Jin Jianxiong was doing it for his own good, so he nodded immediately. Brother Han, you should be in a hurry, based on your appearance. It just so happens that I have something to return to the family. Let's go together. Thank you, Brother Jin. Another luxurious residence in Zhongdu University. The original Emperor Dragon Emperor, the current Emperor Dragon Sage squinted his eyes, and the killing intent flashed in his eyes. Han Feng. That damn person dares to come to the Central Capital Academy. This person disrupted my holy dragon family's plan to obtain the blood of the ancestors, and even made me stay in the 5th heaven of the sanctuary. Since you dare to come, then just stay in the central continent. It's time to send a message to the family. Half a month later. Han Feng left the Jin mansion and turned into a streamer. At this time, Han Feng has a precious golden flower in his hand, which exudes a strong energy. It is the 8 treasures yellow heart flower. In the Golden Palace. A middle-aged man with a solemn face sighed to the young man beside him, Lanner, are you sure this son will help our Jin family? Lanner is Jin Jianxiong's nickname and an existence that Jin Jianxiong has always wanted to erase. A big man named Lanner or something, it's really annoying. It's a pity that this nickname was given by the elders, and it was not something Jin Jianxiong could erase if he wanted to. At this time, when Jin Jianxiong heard his father calling his nickname, he could only muffled. Han Feng is only in his 20s, but he is already at the level of the great sanctuary. What does this mean? Children know better. The middle-aged man was silent for a long time before he said, "It's natural for my father to understand. Even if you are an existence that is expected to impact the true God, then Han Feng is naturally more hopeful. If you say that you are only 20% or 30%, then Han Feng, I'm afraid there is a 70% to 80% possibility. No, 100% is not impossible. I don't know how the true gods of the ancient family behaved when they were young, but I don't expect them to be much better than that child of Han Feng, and it may be far worse. But the problem is that growing also takes time. The first one is complete. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / It's shocking to admit that a mere 20-year-old is already the great sanctuary, but the gap between the great sanctuary and the peak of the sanctuary is far greater than the gap between the ordinary sanctuary and the great sanctuary. The kid Han Feng can step from the ordinary sanctuary to the great sanctuary in a short period of time, but he may not be able to step from the great sanctuary to the peak of the sanctuary in a short period of time. And our Jin family is in a time of lack of time. Speaking of which, the middle-aged man's face was full of sorrow. Jin Jianxiong pursed his lips, full of guilt. It would be great if the boy could step into the peak of the sanctuary in a short period of time. The middle-aged man slowly shook his head. I should be the one who should feel guilty and blame myself. After practicing for so many years, I'm still only in the first level of the peak of the sanctuary. If I can further step into the fourth level of the peak of the sanctuary, the family will definitely be restrained. Lanner, you've done a good job. If you hadn't joined the Vice President Yun of the Central Capital Academy, the Duan family would have invaded our Jin family long ago. Unfortunately, our Jin family climbed up to a deputy head of Zhongdu Academy, and that Duan family also climbed to another deputy head of Zhongdu Academy. With Vice President Yun here, the Duan family didn't dare to take action against us in a short period of time. But my son, your excellence makes them feel jealous. My father's guess is that the Duan family will not be able to bear it for decades at most. At that time, our Jin family will have to fight. The two deputy palace masters cannot directly intervene because of the relationship between the Central Capital University, which means that our Jin family must rely on our own strength to compete with the Duan family. I hope, the Han Feng, who you value, can grow up in a few decades. In this way, the 8 treasures yellow heart flower has not been wasted. Jin Jianxiong pursed his lips, his eyes flashed with coldness. It is not so easy for the Duan family to annex my Jin family. On the other hand, shortly after Han Feng flew out of the Jin family's rule, he felt that more than a dozen powerful breaths were approaching at an extremely fast speed. Every breath was full of killing intent towards him. And these breaths can be perceived by Han Feng, not because of how strong Han Feng is, but because these breaths are not concealed. As if telling Han Feng again, you can't escape. What a strong killing intent. Who is going to attack me? I just came to the central continent, and I didn't provoke any strong enemies? Han Feng froze in his heart. Xiaopeng hummed at this time. Have you forgotten, Han Feng, the matter of the 5 palaces fighting for hegemony? Han Feng's eyes narrowed. You mean Emperor Dragon Emperor? Holy Dragon family. Han Feng said these 4 words with certainty. Yes, it's that family. From such a distance, the deity can smell the disgusting rotten bloodline. Little Fatty looked contemptuous. Han Feng's face also sank. Hey, the 5 palaces fight for hegemony is that you win and I lose. If you lose, you can only blame yourself for not being as strong as others. I didn't expect this Emperor Dragon Emperor to be. But since I'm here, I want to see, what is the difference between the powerhouses of the ancient family and the powerhouses outside? This time, the attack from the ancient family of Xuanhuan was the first time that Han Feng had directly faced the powerhouse of the ancient family. Little fatty, how are these people's breath? 1 great sanctuary 6th heaven, 3 great sanctuary 4th heavens, and 8 great sanctuary 3 heavens. It seems that the other party already knows that you are the great sanctuary. I didn't expect that the Emperor Dragon Emperor also has people in the Zhongdu Academy. The Holy Dragon family is not as declining as we thought. But in addition to knowing that you are the great sanctuary, you should not know that you are the 4th level heaven of the great sanctuary, let alone your specific strength, otherwise this time, it will not only be the 6th level heaven of the great sanctuary. Perhaps in the eyes of the Holy Dragon family, you are only a great sanctuary, and considering your super powerful combat power over the Emperor Dragon Emperor, you sent so many powerhouses at one time to avoid future troubles. Responded after sensing. Han Feng pondered, the 6th heaven of the great sanctuary, if it is outside the 6th heaven of the great sanctuary, I will use all my strength to kill it in seconds. But this is the 6th level of the great sanctuary of the ancient family, and it should not be underestimated. For the sanctuary, especially in the realm of the great sanctuary and the pinnacle of the sanctuary, the powerhouses outside are almost all of the same level of ordinary level, or powerful level. It is already great to be able to go beyond the sky. The top of the same level are basically from ancient families. Han Feng can't predict what the true combat power of a great sanctuary 6th layer will be. Just like the Yen clan, there should be not a few people who can crush the ordinary late stage of the great sanctuary in the 4th level heaven of the great sanctuary like him. One can imagine how strong the 6th heaven of the great sanctuary will be. However, considering that the other party is already the great sanctuary of the Sacred Dragon clan, which has begun to decline, and is not the top genius level of the Sacred Dragon clan, it may not change like the Yen clan's great sanctuary 6th layer. Huh? Stop? The Saint Dragon family great sanctuary who chased Han Feng saw that Han Feng did not flee in a hurry, and his face immediately dropped. For the fallen Sacred Dragon family powerhouses, perhaps this is the only way to prove their power. Even if you dare to face me, I really don't know whether to live or die. A strong man from the Holy Dragon clan of the Great Sanctuary said coldly. For a time, the Great Sanctuary of the Holy Dragon family had more killing intent on Han Feng. Hey, everyone, why don't you just let the kid go and play first? Suddenly, a young man at the peak of the 3rd level of the Great Sanctuary joked. Of course, this joke is aimed at Han Feng. From the young man's point of view, the Great Sanctuary 1st layer outside was not something that could be easily crushed by him. Haha, Xing Tianxin, your heart is itching again, I'll leave it to you. Xing Tianxin, you are also an outstanding figure within 500 years old of our Xuanhuan family, but don't lose face of our Xuanhuan family. But don't play it to death for a while, we finally came out, and remember to let us vent after playing. Xing Tianxin heard the words and said, don't worry, the 1st layer of the Great Sanctuary will naturally be captured. The younger brother will also be careful, and he will not kill him in a single encounter. After saying that, Xingtian's body moved, and the speed soared several times at this moment, directly surpassing the large army, and slammed into Han Feng. Xing Tianxin is a genius who can be ranked in the top 10 within 500 years of our Xuanhuan family. How many tricks do you think that kid named Han Feng can survive? How many tricks? I think 1 trick is enough. Yes, such a young great sanctuary must focus on the speed of cultivation, and other unique skills must not be comparable to the real great sanctuary. And our Holy Dragon family are elites in the same level, how can we lose to such a kid? This time, it was one of the 3 great sanctuary's 4-layered powerhouses. This time, the middle-aged leader of the 6th heaven of the great sanctuary did not say anything. Because in the middle-aged leader's mind, they have similar thoughts. With so many great sanctuary elites, can't they help a mere boy who was less than 100 years old? The reason why the middle-aged leader came up with the word careful was also because of Han Feng's performance in the battle for hegemony among the 5 palaces. Just listen to the middle-aged leader muttering to himself, "It's a dragon or a worm, it depends on how to deal with Shengtiangson. Boy, dare to disrupt the plans of my holy dragon family, and fall here today." Before Shengtiangson flew to Han Feng, a giant palm condensed by Xuanhuan had already been photographed. Although Shengtiangson is only the 3rd layer of the Great Sanctuary, the concentration of this holy essence has surpassed the 3rd layer of heaven and is infinitely close to the realm of the 4th layer of heaven. Even if you don't need any martial skills, the outbreak of the holy heaven's heart will surpass that of the ordinary Great Sanctuary. Seeing this, Han Feng secretly sighed in his heart. He is indeed a genius of the ancient family. But Han Feng's eyes were cold, without a trace of fluctuation. There are 9 flames and different fire tactics in cultivation, and now it is the limit of the late midterm and late stage, and Xuanhuan is also extremely strong. Now that the cultivation base is in the early stage of the Great Sanctuary 4th layer, the degree of solidification of the Saint Yuan is no less than the peak of the Great Sanctuary 4th layer. In other words, even if he was empty-handed, Han Feng could still compete with the ordinary Great Sanctuary in the middle and late stages of the 4th layer heaven without falling behind. This palm of Shengtiangson may be a threat to the ordinary Great Sanctuary triple heaven, and he has to use a powerful sanctuary to fight it. But for Han Feng, broken. With a cold drink, Han Feng pointed a finger at the giant palm in the air. Whether it is a giant palm or a finger, it causes violent fluctuations in the space in the air, and a terrifying coercion erupts. A layer of coercion oppresses the whole world. Fortunately, this place has been separated from the Jin family's rule. There are not many creatures here, otherwise it will inevitably cause an uproar. The battle between the powerhouses in the Great Sanctuary is enough to attract the attention of many powerhouses anywhere. I don't even use the sanctuary's unique skills, and I want to defeat the young master's attack. But the next moment, Shengtianxin's face stiffened. When the palm and the finger collided, Shengtianxin originally thought that the finger would be crushed and defeated by his own energy palm in one fell swoop, but at the moment of the collision, the finger of Xuanhuan burst out with unparalleled power. This power, even Shengtiangson felt a burst of fear. Boom! It didn't take long for Xuanhuan's fingers to break the Xuanhuan palm of Shengtianxin. Shengtiangson's eyes widened. Impossible! The 4th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Even the genius of the ancient family, every step in the Great Sanctuary is difficult and difficult. This Han Feng is obviously less than 100 years old, how can his cultivation be so powerful? Behind him, the strong men of the Holy Dragon family were also shocked. This is incredible. The middle-aged leader's eyes flashed with Morihan's killing intent, such a person. No one knows how far it will grow in the future. Since we have already formed a feud, we cannot let this kid grow up. Otherwise my holy dragon family will never have a peaceful life, or even, exterminate the family. The last 2 words, the killing intent of the middle-aged leader, is about to condense into substance. The rest of the Great Sanctuary all looked cold. Damn, how could you be the Great Sanctuary? Shengtianxin roared in shame. Thinking that he had threatened to defeat Han Feng with one move, compared to the current situation, a humiliating emotion rose in Shengtianxin's heart. When this emotion is amplified, it is the ultimate anger. Shengtianxin did not dare to anger his companions, so he had to vent his anger on Han Feng. What about the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary? With such a rapid promotion, I don't believe that you can also have a strong understanding of the sacred arts. Holy Dragon Light Divine Slash. Shengtianxin put his hands together and raised it high, and then suddenly swept toward the Korean wind. With a bang, the world shook. An extremely bright white brilliance shot towards Han Feng, and on the way it turned into a huge holy dragon. Let's die. At this moment, Xing Tianqin still has the intention to play with Han Feng, and he is full of intentions to kill this humiliating boy. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. Middle grade and middle grade sanctuary secrets. Although it is ranked at the bottom of the middle grade sanctuary's secrets, it is undoubtedly the middle grade sanctuary's secrets. It is worthy of being a genius of the ancient family, and he realized it in the early days of the great sanctuary. Such a unique skill. If it is outside the great sanctuary triple heaven, it would be good to be able to comprehend the relatively advanced middle grade and lower grade sanctuary skills. Most of them are middle class or even lower level existences among the middle grade and lower grade sanctuary skills. There are some people with poor comprehension, who may not necessarily comprehend their own middle grade and lower level sacred arts. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng swelled with Saint Yuan, so, I can't be careless. Demonstrating the middle grade and middle grade sanctuary secret skills, and with its own condensed holy essence, the blow of the holy day's heart is enough to pose a threat to the ordinary great sanctuary's fourth level heaven. Even a negligence in the ordinary great sanctuary fourth layer heaven will be beheaded by Sheng Tiangxin on the spot. In the face of such a blow, Han Feng did not dare to be careless, but it was not worth his effort. Yanlong, tearing hands. Han Feng shouted in a low voice, since the opponent's attack turned into a holy dragon, he would tear the holy dragon apart. The holy dragon attacked Han Feng, his body suddenly condensed, and the two dragon claws tightly grabbed the holy dragon. Yanlong's tearing hand is only a mid-level inferior sanctuary secret, but under the blessing of Han Feng's current fourth-level cultivation in the great sanctuary, it may not be worse than Xingtian's heart. Xinglong was caught tightly. No matter how much he resisted, he couldn't break free. With the struggle of the holy dragon and the deadly grasp of the dragon's claws, the endless huge pressure bombarded all around like a tidal wave, and the space shook like an ocean wave. The attack failed, and Xing Tianqin's face became more and more hideous. The blood of the Emperor Sacred Dragon, congeal. Xing Tianqin roared, and his body instantly turned into a huge sacred dragon, even bigger than the energy sacred dragon it cast. This is the real holy dragon. Using the blood vessels, Xing Tianqin's cultivation base skyrocketed. This time, Sheng Tiangxin's main body was dispatched, and the dragon claws had to grasp Sheng Tiangxin, but it was blocked by the energy around the holy dragon that Sheng Tiangxin had transformed into. And with the explosion of these energies, the dragon claw was forcibly defeated. Xing Tianqin roared loudly, "Boy, I want to swallow you." The huge holy dragon opened its ferocious fangs and bit Han Feng in one bite. Han Feng's eyes also flashed fiercely. "Swallow me?" Dreaming. Emperor Burning Heaven refers to the fifth level. Give me penetration. Boom. The terrifying flames descended like hell, quickly condensed into giant flame fingers that seemed to pierce the sky, and poked the dragon's mouth towards Sheng Tiangxin. Emperor Burning Heaven's esteemed fifth level, it is already a middle grade sanctuary, and it is an extremely top middle grade. From this moment, Han Feng broke out, and the power was enough to kill the powerhouses in the early and middle stages of the fifth stage of the ordinary great sanctuary. Even in the late stage of the fifth stage of the ordinary great sanctuary, it would also be severely damaged by a single blow. Sheng Tiangxin's attack after using the bloodline is indeed extremely powerful, but now the Xinglong family has declined. Sheng Tiangxin's bloodline is indeed powerful outside, but it is not the top. With the cultivation base of the third layer of the great sanctuary, it is enough to crush the fourth layer of the great sanctuary, and it can also pose a threat to the fifth layer of the great sanctuary, but it is absolutely impossible to kill the fifth layer of the great sanctuary of. Han Feng's finger instantly penetrated into Sheng Tiangxin's dragon mouth in Sheng Tiangxin's panicked expression. This finger, in Sheng Tiangxin's body was constantly destroyed everywhere. Sheng Tiangxin let out a shrill scream, blood poured down, but was directly turned into ashes by the high temperature. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. I have slept all night, my arms are more sore than yesterday, and it is difficult to lift. I have been coding for 3 years, and my body is really bad. I did a little thing, and it became like this. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number, 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / No one can see the situation of Xingtiangxin now. No matter how strong the body is fragile. Of course, this fragility is also the physical strength of the relative surface. If the person entering Xingtiangxin's body at this moment is only under the sanctuary, or just the ordinary sanctuary, then naturally it cannot cause any damage to Xingtiangxin's body. Even if the full force of the Holy Land Zhuzangshan erupted, it would not necessarily hurt the Holy Heaven's heart in the slightest. But at this moment, what rushed into Xingtiangxin's body was the giant flame finger, whose power was comparable to the 5th level of the Great Sanctuary. How can Xingtiangxin not be afraid, how not to scream? The entire body of the holy dragon was rushed out of endless golden flames. The more flames rushed out, the more mournful Xingtiangxin's screams became. Stop. A group of Saint Dragon family Great Sanctuary who came quickly behind couldn't help it. Now that the Holy Dragon family has declined, and no genius can be lost, how can these great sanctuaries not be in a hurry? Han Feng smiled coldly and came to hunt him down. Still want to be merciful? Just dreaming. Break. This flaming finger penetrated the entire body of Xingtiangxin, and pierced from the end, that is, the chrysanthemum. While making the great sanctuary angry, it is also a tight chrysanthemum. Han Feng's expression was cold, and no one noticed that the corners of Han Feng's eyes twitched slightly. Well, haha, Han Feng, you are so serious, you actually exploded this person's chrysanthemum. Xiaopeng rolled around with laughter in the Jiantianhuo Tower. Han Feng gritted his teeth and shouted, I didn't do it on purpose. I never thought that a flaming finger would come out of that place. It's a pity that no matter how Han Feng justified, the chubby shook his head in disbelief. Looking at the perverted expression on the face of the rest of the great sanctuary, Han Feng simply ignored it. You are so cruel. The body of the holy dragon was broken, and the heart of the holy day returned to a human form, and you could vaguely see the burning traces of the flames on the buttocks and the horrible blood traces. Xingtiangxin spit out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Until this moment, Xingtiangxin's eyes have not been closed, he can't rest his eyes. Xingtiangxin had thought about various ways to die. Die in a failed retreat, die defending the honor of the family, get killed by a more powerful being, etc. But Xingtiangxin never thought that he would die because the chrysanthemum was exploded. This humiliating way of dying made Xingtiangxin reluctant to close his eyes, as if he had to watch Han Feng be beheaded by other strong family members before closing his eyes. At this time, the rest of the great sanctuary was approaching. The middle-aged leader took a deep breath. Tianxin, since you can't rest in peace, then I will kill this kid to avenge you. Don't worry, how did you die? This kid will die too. And it will only get worse. The middle-aged leader gritted his teeth. Sacred Dragon Domain, congeal. Boom. The middle-aged leader shot with hatred, and the domain came crashing down. The domain of the 6th heavenly layer of the Great Sanctuary, or the mutated Sacred Dragon Domain, is so powerful, it is no less than the ordinary 7th heavenly domain of the Great Sanctuary, even better. Leader, let me take revenge for Tianxin. No, this child is really mysterious. Just in case, I'll do it this time. Under my realm, this child has no chance of escape. The middle-aged leader Xuanhuan said. It's, well. Thinking that the leader is already the 6th level cultivation base of the Great Sanctuary, the rest of the great sanctuary took a step back and handed Han Feng to the middle-aged leader. A very individual great sanctuary has already stood with his arms around his chest, looking like he is watching a good show. In their eyes, Han Feng could not defeat the leader of the sixth heaven of the great sanctuary no matter what. The middle-aged leader stared at Han Feng, who was struggling to support the oppression of the domain. His eyes were full of anger. Boy, I admit that I have underestimated you. For this reason, my Xuanhuan family has lost Tianqin. But now that this seat has taken action, you can accept your fate. Under the suppression of the Holy Dragon domain, Han Feng reluctantly exerted the power of the great sanctuary first layer. Songyan domain, condense. Suddenly, Han Feng released a silver-white flame domain to resist the suppression of the middle-aged leader's domain, and Han Feng's cultivation level returned to the second-level realm of the great sanctuary. The field of mutation? As expected of an existence that can defeat that one in the semi-holy realm. It's a pity that a promising genius like you will perish here today. Die. Holy Dragon, Broken Star. This move is a very top-notch sanctuary in the middle grade. Perhaps it was because Han Feng was already struggling to support it, so he did not exert his full strength. But at this moment, the silver-white domain suddenly swept out a terrible silver-white flame like a storm. The originally sturdy, sacred dragon domain actually shook violently at this moment, shattering to pieces. What? The strong men were shocked. The sixth layer of the Holy Flame Battle Body, Condensate. Void Immortal Body, Congeal. Holy Flame, strikes the sky. Han Feng shouted one after another. The 9 flames and different fire art has entered the mid-late stage of the 5th floor, and it is still close to the limit of the latter stage. Aurorat Songyan has been able to devour the domain power of the great sanctuary eightfold heaven. The mere Holy Dragon domain will be swallowed and shattered in a blink of an eye. At the moment when the Holy Dragon domain was about to be broken, Han Feng's cultivation base had recovered to the 4th level of the great sanctuary, and under the dual effects of the Holy Flame Battle Body and the Void Immortal Body, he climbed steadily and directly broke through to the 7th level of the great sanctuary, or around the middle and late stages of the 7th layer. Boom! The Golden Fist, under the full force of the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary, already has the formidable power beyond the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary. Such power, not good. The middle-aged leader was horrified. Boom! The sacred dragon, Broken Star, was easily broken, and the middle-aged leader was hit by Han Feng with a punch. With the shaking of the ground and the loud noise, the middle-aged leader was smashed into the ground. Centered on the middle-aged leader, the earth is torn apart. Leader! How is this possible? Go out and avenge the leader. At this moment, these great sanctuaries were completely terrified. They never imagined that Han Feng would have such a powerful outbreak force. Immediately, these great sanctuaries no longer had any reservations, and they turned into powerful Emperor Sacred Dragons, one by one, and their cultivation levels soared. But no matter how soaring, even the most powerful 3 great sanctuary 4 heavens, after exerting the blood of the Emperor Sacred Dragon, it is impossible to soar to the realm of Han Feng. The one with the largest increase is the pinnacle of the 5th heaven of the great sanctuary. Displaying a powerful sanctuary technique, the power to die is beyond the 6th level of the great sanctuary, and it is absolutely impossible to reach the 7th level of the great sanctuary. Holy Dragon is angry. Sacred Dragon, Broken Kongpa. Saint Dragon Reincarnation. Sacred Dragon's Gate. The Holy Dragon spins and screams. The Holy Dragon is flickering. Each powerful trick seems to be swallowing Han Feng. Lotus Smashing Fist. A blooming coquettish flame lotus appeared and exploded. The terrifying power directly swept all the great sanctuaries, not only swallowing the attacks of these great sanctuaries, but also spitting blood from the bombardment of the great sanctuaries. The body was full of burnt scars, dripping with blood. Holy Dragon, split claws. A figure suddenly appeared on the ground, and it was the middle-aged leader who had been blasted into the ground before. At this time, the middle-aged leader broke out with all his strength, and his power also reached the 7th level realm of the Great Sanctuary. Lotus Smashing Fist. Another flaming lotus floated out and exploded, and the middle-aged leader was blasted into the ground again, but Han Feng's face, which was also bombarded, surged with blood and retreated in the sky. Roar roar. The roar of the dragon that shook the world rushed towards the sky. A huge holy dragon rose into the sky, and it was the Emperor Holy Dragon transformed by the middle-aged leader. At this moment, the aura emanating from the huge Emperor Sacred Dragon undisputedly reached the 7th level realm of the Great Sanctuary, or the peak of the 7th level heaven. Saint Dragon Fury. The huge Emperor Sacred Dragon opened the dragon's mouth, and a beam of golden energy that was condensed to the extreme blasted out, and the space burst into pieces. This blow, the power is even a bit beyond the ordinary Great Sanctuary 8th heaven. This made Han Feng fully realize the power of the ancient family. The Great Sanctuary's 6th level realm has such power before it is at its peak. If it reaches the 6th level peak, its power will definitely surpass that of the ordinary Great Sanctuary 8th level. Moreover, this is the fallen Sacred Dragon family, and how powerful is the Yen clan powerhouse who is still at a powerful level. Han Feng's eyes flashed. Is it a high-grade sanctuary of the middle grade? I can too. Lianhua Smashing Fist's second weight blast. Second more. Looks like I'm going to stay up late again today. The arm is sore, it is really uncomfortable. The second level of the Lotus Smashing Fist can condense 3 flaming lotus flowers. The 3 flaming lotuses bloomed bewitchingly, and then exploded completely. At this moment, the world lost its color. If it is a flaming lotus condensed with ordinary holy fire, perhaps Han Feng will be defeated at this moment. The same as the growth of cultivation, Han Feng has only grown from the early stage of the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary to the middle and late stages of the 7th level of the Great Sanctuary. The middle-aged leader has grown to the peak of the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. In terms of cultivation, the middle-aged leader is even better. When it comes to the solidification of Saint Yuan, because Han Feng has increased too much, in terms of Saint Yuan's solidity, Han Feng at this time is not as good as the middle-aged leader. But what Han Feng used to condense the flame lotus was a roar at Xuanhuan. In this way, the second level of Lotus Smashing Fist is not only the top of the middle-grade high-level sacred arts, but even surpasses it. And the middle-aged leader's Saint Dragon Fury may rank quite high among the middle-grade and high-grade sanctuary secret arts, but it is definitely not as good as the second-level ordinary Lotus Bursting Fist, not to mention the use of Aurora Xuanhuan to cast it. Lotus Smashing Fist is the second heavy. That gap is enough to smooth out the gap in cultivation, and it may even surpass it. Therefore, when the flame lotus exploded, the terrifying power seemed to destroy the sky and destroy the earth, involving all the Emperor's Sacred Dragon transformed by the middle-aged leader. Han Feng is also not much better. The terrifying flames dissipated, and the surrounding space was not completely stable, and there were still spaces breaking from time to time, revealing the frightening spatial turbulence. The middle-aged leader and Han Feng were both in a state of embarrassment. The middle-aged leader stared at Han Feng with unprecedented solemnity in his eyes. In the world, there really is such a genius as you, maybe the Xuanhuan family, and you have done wrong to the enemy. Speaking of this, the middle-aged leader was a little lonely, and he sighed and worried about the Xuanhuan family. Immediately, the middle-aged leader's face turned cold. Because of this, no matter what the price is, I must kill you today, even if it is my life. Everyone, let's play the field together. Maybe the final result may be death, but for the family, everything is worth it. For the family. The other disgraced great sanctuaries also shouted violently. Sacred Dragon Domain. Sacred Dragon Domain. Sacred Dragon Domain. A total of 11 holy dragon domains are superimposed on each other, reaching an incredible level. In order to kill Han Feng, these great sanctuaries did their best, and their veins jumped. All the great sanctuaries are in the blood of the holy dragon, and the degree of fit between the holy dragon domains is far stronger than the union of the other sanctuary domains. If the other sanctuary powerhouses are only a temporary alliance with each other, they may not be able to improve much. After all, one is the 6th layer of the great sanctuary, and the rest are only the 4th and 3rd layers of the great sanctuary. The gap is too big. But after the Holy Dragon family great sanctuaries domains are united, they have grown to a level comparable to the ordinary great sanctuary's 9 heavens domain. This level is enough to suppress the current Han style. Han Feng's cultivation level instantly fell from the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary and stayed between the 6th heaven and the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary. Seeing that Han Feng was only lowered so much, the middle-aged leader and others were not disappointed. However, these results were also long in their expectations, and such results already seemed promising to them. This hope is to die with Han Feng. After seeing the power of Han Feng, none of them thought about leaving alive. In order to eradicate the threat to the family, such a genius must die. In the superimposed Holy Dragon realm, Han Feng also admired the eyes of the middle-aged leader and others. No matter what other aspects, but in terms of protecting the family, the middle-aged leader and others are no longer comparable to ordinary people. How many people said that they would be loyal to the family, but the crisis was really coming, and they ran faster than anyone. Not everyone has this lofty spirit of devotion to the family. Exhaling a breath, Han Feng's face condensed. You have already gained my admiration, so I should go all out. Humph, could it be that you kept your hands before? You are too arrogant. Yes, die with us. Saint Dragon Fury. Holy Dragon is angry. Sacred Dragon Broken Kongpa. Saint Dragon Reincarnation. Sacred Dragon's Gate. The Holy Dragon spins and screams. The Holy Dragon is flickering. The frightening energy attack came with a heavy bombardment. Aurora Tsongyan, fusion. Lianhua smashing fist's second weight, burst. It is also 3 flaming lotus flowers. The terrifying temperature contained in the 3 flaming lotus flowers at this moment is far from comparable before. Aurora Tsongyan was promoted to the middle-grade high-grade different fire level, and was close to its limit. He was integrated into the Holy Flame Battle Body and the Peak Virtual Immortal Body that had been promoted to the 6th level. Han Feng's cultivation level soared again. The early stage of the 7th stage, the middle stage of the 7th stage, the late stage of the 7th stage, the peak of the 7th stage. Boom. The early stage of the 8th heaven, the middle stage of the 8th stage, the late stage of the 8th stage, the peak of the 8th stage. Boom boom boom. In the end, Han Feng's cultivation level still did not climb to the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, and stayed at a level beyond the 8th heaven. Although this transcendence is only a little, it is still far from the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, but it is enough to defeat the middle-aged leader and others. Under such cultivation, the explosion of the 3 flaming lotuses is completely comparable to that of the great sanctuary 9 heavens. As for the middle-aged leader, even if he increased himself in the Holy Dragon domain, its final outbreak was only comparable to the peak of the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary. If the middle-aged leader and the rest of the great sanctuary hadn't been injured before, they might not be worse than the current Han Feng if they displayed the alliance of the Holy Dragon domain with a complete victory. But the current middle-aged leader and the rest of the great sanctuary could not exert their full strength, because of their injuries. Facing the outbreak of Han Feng, the middle-aged leader and others could only watch the silver-white flame that erupted and wiped them all out. Devour. At the last moment when his consciousness disappeared, the middle-aged leader was full of worries about the Xinglong family and hatred for himself. Worrying about the future of the Xinglong family. Hate your own weakness. The holy dragon domain collapsed. Han Feng looked at the flame still burning in the sky, and sighed secretly. Although these people are hateful, they are indeed respectable opponents. Now that I'm completely hostile to the Xuanhuan family, let's leave as soon as possible. As for revenge, my current ability is not enough, wait for another day. Han Feng spread the vermilion bird flame wings and left quickly. No matter how the holy dragon family fell, there are now several small perfection powerhouses in the sanctuary, and there are also many powerhouses at the peak of the sanctuary. Han Feng has no plans to take revenge on the Xuanhuan family now. This is not a coward, but a wise decision. Zhongdu University. Emperor Dragon Emperor got the news from the family, and his face brightened. Did you really solve that kid? However, when Emperor Dragon Emperor saw the content of the news, his face was instantly blue, and his eyes burst into anger. Impossible. How could it be possible to die? That is the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary, and it is fully capable of resisting the ordinary outside world. Sanctuary 8th layer. Even if everyone unites to display the Holy Dragon Domain, even the ordinary Great Sanctuary 9th layer can be severely damaged. How could it be solved by that kid? The Emperor Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed with anger at the same time, but also flashed with deep fear. What kind of character did he provoke? Suddenly, a deep chill rose behind Emperor Dragon Emperor. No, this kid doesn't make me feel uneasy. We must let the real powerhouses of the family be dispatched. I don't believe that when the powerhouses of the peak of the sanctuary or even the powerhouses of the small perfection of the sanctuary are shot, that kid can still escape alive. The Emperor Dragon said viciously. However, since the central continent is so big, looking for someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. If Emperor Dragon Emperor tries to kill Han Feng, he is doomed to fail. Before being able to hunt down Han Feng, he knew that Han Feng had gone to the Jin family. As long as he stayed around the Jin family, he would naturally be able to chase and kill Han Feng. And now, the third one. There is also a 4th update. 10,000 words will definitely not be less. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Before being able to hunt down Han Feng, he knew that Han Feng had gone to the Jin family. As long as he stayed around the Jin family, he would naturally be able to chase and kill Han Feng. But now the Emperor Dragon Emperor and the Holy Dragon family don't even know the purpose of Han Feng's coming to the central continent, so how can they guess where Han Feng is going? Even in the heyday of the Holy Dragon family, it was extremely difficult to find someone in the entire central continent, unless a bounty was issued, and those who completed the task could get a lot of wealth and resources. But now the Xuanhuan family has declined, and the resources are not enough for their own people to practice. Where is there a bounty to issue a bounty order? If resources and wealth are not enough, it is impossible to arouse the interest of the strong. The matter of chasing and killing Han Feng was ultimately over. The death of the middle-aged leader, in the eyes of the Xuanhuan family, could not be the hand of Han Feng, perhaps a strong man behind Han Feng. If the Xuanhuan family learns the specific situation of the battle, perhaps even if they have exhausted the resources of the whole family, they will still offer a reward to Han Feng to kill him. Otherwise, the one who will be destroyed in the future must be the Holy Dragon family. Golden House. Jin Jianxiong and the head of the Jin family soon learned of the great battle that took place outside the rule of the Jin family. Although it is no longer within the Jin family's rule, the difference is not too far. What's more, it was a battle of a group of powerful people in the Great Sanctuary. It was so powerful that it would naturally attract the attention of some people. And when these people go to the location of the battle afterwards, they will naturally find everything. And from the residual breath, they can also feel the level of the powerhouse fighting here. In the Jin family's rule, the great sanctuary is not too small, but not too many. Almost everyone in the Jin family's dominion is a one-sided overlord, and it is extremely remarkable that one force can have 2 or 3 great sanctuaries. Even the Jin family, the great sanctuary is only 20 or 30 people. There are at least 10 people in the battle that is taking place here now. In addition to the Jin family, which force within the Jin family's rule has so many great sanctuaries. Naturally, the news here was passed on to the Jin family. And after that, there is also the matter that Jin Jianxiong came here to investigate. Now, it is Jin Jianxiong and his father, the head of the Jin family, who are discussing the battle. Father, the boy has already checked its residual aura, it should be the Xinglong family. Jin Jianxiong said solemnly. What? Xinglong family? How could such a family come to us? The Jin family leader's expression changed drastically. Even if the Xinglong family falls, it is not something the Jin family can compete with. Not to mention the small perfection of the sanctuary, even if the Holy Dragon family sent a few members of the sanctuary peak middle stage, it is enough to kill the Jin family. Wasn't that Duan family just because there was a strong man in the 4th level of the sanctuary peak, the Jin family who was oppressed couldn't breathe? How can the Jin family master not be surprised when the strong members of the Holy Dragon family appear here? Jin Jianxiong said solemnly, if the boy guessed correctly, the people of the Xinglong family should be for Han Feng. It's him? But isn't it the first time that Han Feng has come to the central continent? How could he be with the Xinglong family? Jin family leader looked surprised. Jin Jianxiong had to tell the relationship between the Xinglong family and the Zhongdu Academy and Han Feng. It turns out that this Han Feng accidentally disrupted the plan of the Xinglong family, no wonder. Since it was the Xinglong family who took action, then Han Feng. Jin family leader showed a hint of concern. Speaking of which, Jin Jianxiong had a strange look on his face and was a little unbelievable. Judging from the situation at the scene and the remaining breath, it was Han Feng who won. And if the boy's perception is correct, those great sanctuaries, and the middle stage of the great sanctuary. Jin Patriarch suddenly stood up. Are you sure you didn't perceive it wrong? How is it possible? How could the newly promoted great sanctuary? The Jin family's face was full of disbelief. You know, the head of the Jin family learned from Jin Jianxiong that Han Feng was not yet 30. Killing the middle stage of the Saint Dragon family digital great sanctuary before reaching 30, this kind of strength is too much for such an age. Patriarch Jin inadvertently thought of when he was 30 years old, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's a huge difference. But it is precisely because of this that the Jin family is full of expectations for Han Feng. I originally thought that Han Feng's growth would take time, but from the current situation, it is not far from complete growth. Only Jin Jianxiong was happy, but also a little disappointed. Unconsciously, is the gap between them already so big? East Sun City. A business group of more than 20 people stopped here and entered Dongri City after handing over some spirit stones. Entering East Sun City, one of the young men clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for leading the way, let's part." In the business group, an old man smiled indifferently, "It's just a drop-in, it's not worth mentioning." When will the little brother leave? Maybe we can continue to walk along the way for a while. Beside the old man, the energetic girl in a green dress also said, "Brother Han Feng, how long are you going to stay in Dongri City?" Han Feng smiled and said, "The junior needs to do something in Dongri City, I want to stay back and forth for a while, I'm afraid." Hearing this, the girl in the green skirt looked disappointed. The old man said, "If that's the case, let's go first, goodbye little brother." "Goodbye brother Han Feng." The girl in the green skirt was reluctant to part. Han Feng smiled and watched more than 20 people in the group leave before turning around and leaving. Among the more than 20 people in the group, only one young man was indifferent to Han Feng's departure, or was happy to do so. Lure, what's so good about that man? At first glance, he's not a good person. The young man smeared Han Feng. The girl rolled her eyes. Everyone I've met, as long as it's a man, you say that. I think that brother Han Feng is very good. He doesn't have a disgusting look in his eyes like the previous ones. That's why he pretended to be deep. The young man was unwilling to be compared, and then said triumphantly, and I have advanced to the ground at the age of 17, and in the future I will also be able to become a high-level sanctuary. What kind of? Hearing this, the old man on the side smiled. Xiaojia, don't underestimate that little brother. The young man known as Xiaojia, whose full name is Sun Jia, puzzled. Old Ji, is that person better than me? I think he's only 1 or 2 years older than me. Ji Lao sighed and sighed. Don't look at that little brother, so young, no one knows how old he is. Anyway, the old man can't see through his realm, and every time he touches it, he can feel an unfathomable feeling. The feeling. If the old man is not mistaken, that little brother, no, that adult, must be a strong man in the sanctuary. Hiss. Both the girl and the boy took a deep breath. Sanctuary. Don't look at the sanctuary that Han Feng is now in contact with, and it is the great sanctuary as soon as he comes out. That is because Han Feng's own level has reached, so he is more exposed to the sanctuary and even the great sanctuary. In fact, even in the central continent, the sanctuary is an aloof existence. Take Dongri City as an example. There are more than 100 sanctuaries in the entire city, and there are 3 or 4 in the great sanctuary, who are the rulers of Dongri City. These rulers are rarely seen, and they are naturally mysterious and powerful under the sanctuary. The girl swallowed and spit. Grandpa, you are right, that kind brother will be as powerful as the sanctuary? In the girl's impression, the sanctuary is all domineering and arrogant. How could she treat her small? The Xuanjia talked and laughed along the way. Sun Jia shuddered when he thought of his attitude along the way. Ji Lao is not only the most qualified in the business group, but also a peak powerhouse of the heavenly rank. Sun Jia has no doubt that what Ji Lao said will be wrong. Ji Lao stroked his beard and said, of course there is nothing wrong. Such a kind sanctuary is really rare. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask your grandfather to call him a little brother. Knowing that Han Feng is likely to be a sanctuary, the 2 little guys looked at Ji Lao with admiration. Dare to call Lord Sanctuary a little brother, how courageous. Not to mention the old man, Han Feng first strolled around Dongri City and pondered, it is indeed a city with a strong man in the great sanctuary, and its scope is more than 10 times larger than that of the Holy Phosphorus City. It's a sanctuary, and I won't go around in a short period of time. I heard that the most favored son of the head of the Yahoo bandit will come to East Sun City every few months and half a year. This may be my chance. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Although Han Feng knew about Yahoo from Jin Jianxiong's mouth, Jin Jianxiong only knew that the power of Yahoo was huge, and the specific situation was not very clear. Therefore, Han Feng needs to conduct more careful inquiries by himself. The target of the inquiries was the business groups that traveled to and from the Donglai Mountains. Some of these business groups are powerful and some are weak, but as business groups, if you want to come and go safely, you must have some understanding of some major forces. Otherwise, if one accidentally provokes a big power, the entire business group will be over. Therefore, Han Feng pretended to meet by chance and met the business group of Ji Lao and others. From Ji Lao's mouth, Han Feng knew that the strongest of the Yahoo robbers, the Yahoo Saint, has dozens of sons and daughters. Among them, Yahoo's most favored concubine is Yahoo's concubine for more than 100 years. Son born before 100 years ago, when Yahoo was promoted to the peak of the sanctuary, it was only a few years later than the birth of this little son, so this little son was his lucky star in the eyes of the Yahoo Saint. This is just one of the reasons. The most important thing is the talent of this young son. The Yehu sage has more than 40 children in total, but none of these 40 children inherits the Yehu sage's bloodline Yongye Bingu. Only this youngest son, who inherited the blood of the Yehu sage, was called the little night fox sage. And this little son did not disappoint the Yehu saint. From the moment of literacy, this young son has shown unparalleled talent. Now he is over 100 years old, he is already a powerhouse of the 8th heaven of the sanctuary, and he is only one step away from the 9th heaven of the sanctuary. Although the bottleneck of the Holy Land Jizangshan and the Great Sanctuary is not so easy to break through, but based on the talent shown by this young son, the Yehu saint threatened that his son will definitely be promoted to the Great Sanctuary within 300 years old. The Great Sanctuary has a lifespan of 2,000 years. If the little night fox saint can break through to the Great Sanctuary within 300 years of age, it will take more than 1,700 years to reach the peak of the sanctuary. With the talent shown by the little night fox saint, it may not take 1,000 years to break through to the peak of the sanctuary. If this is the case, the time for the little night fox saint to break through to the peak of the sanctuary will be shorter than that of the night fox saint. The Yehu saint, it took more than 1,700 years and nearly 1,800 years to reach the peak of the sanctuary, and it was only 200 or 300 years before he died. However, after breaking through to the peak of the sanctuary, there will be 4,000 years of life. In other words, the night fox saint still has more than 2,000 years to live. For more than 2,000 years, I thought it would become a handful of less in another 200 or 300 years, but it turned out to be able to live for more than 2,000 years. This joy, after the Yehu sage thought that the little night fox sage was his lucky star, he naturally spoiled his young son without any bottom line. The Yehu sage even threatened in public that his life is likely to be around the 4th or 5th level of the peak of the sanctuary, but his youngest son has the hope of stepping into the 7th level of the peak of the sanctuary. What is the concept of the 7th heaven at the peak of the sanctuary? That is already the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary, and in any one-rank empire, it is a top super existence. Even among the super first-rank forces, such as Jintian sect, their status is extremely high. According to Ji Lao, this little night fox saint has often come to this East Sun City recently. Either in the Winter Casino, or in the in-laws building. I'm just alone, and the distance between the Winter Casino and the in-laws building is not close. Monitoring one is bound to miss the other. What should I do? What if I spy on the Winter Casino, but this little night fox saint went to the in-laws building, then? Han Feng thought hard. But at this moment, Han Feng looked up and saw a scene inadvertently, and his eyes lit up. No city, no matter how prosperous, could be without the poor. East Sun City slum. There are many warriors with low status in East Sun City living here. Most of the warriors here are not high level, and there are even many ordinary people. In a city like Dongri City, ordinary people are just like trash, unable to do anything, and can only sit and eat in the slums and wait to die. However, in the slums, not only the poor, but some gangsters also live here. These gangsters did not dare to provoke the big men in East Sun City, but they were not afraid of the outsiders. Some warriors who first arrived in East Sun City will be blackmailed by these gangsters. Don't look at these as just hooligans. In fact, there are quite a few human-level warriors, and even Xian-level warriors. Otherwise, they would not have the ability to extort. However, foreign warriors rarely have weak ones, so it is not good for these gangsters to live well. It is not bad to be able to successfully rob once every 10 days and a half. If you kick the iron plate, you will lose your life. In the alleys of the slums, two 17 or 18-year-old thugs tossed their wallets with joy on their faces. Hey, I finally succeeded in the robbery once. It has been a month since the last time, and we have been hungry for half a month. Yeah, it sucks to be hungry. This time we have to save a bit. God knows when the next blackmail will be successful? Suddenly, the two gangsters only felt a figure flash in front of them, and the next moment, a figure appeared not far from them. The hairs on the two bastards all exploded. Who are you? One of the thugs swallowed and said with difficulty. As thugs, they naturally knew that they were almost at the bottom in East Sun City, and anyone with a little background could kill them. This suddenly appeared figure was elusive, suddenly appeared like a ghost. How can the gangster not be shocked? This method must be a powerhouse whose cultivation base far exceeds them, and it is easy to kill them. The figure said, "Look at your appearance, you are very satisfied with the money you have received. There is a deal here. As long as you complete this deal, we will give you more wealth, so that you don't have to worry about food and clothing for a few years." Worry. The two bastards looked stunned, never expecting things to be like this. Immediately, the two bastards looked solemn. A deal? To put it simply, who knows if he will be killed afterward? But since the other party has already found them, it is no longer possible for them to refuse to agree if they say no. The two bastards smiled bitterly at each other. They knew that this kind of thing would happen when they came out to blackmail them, and they would never come out. It's good now. I don't know if there is still the life to enjoy the money that I just got. My lord, I don't know what the deal is, a gangster said respectfully. The figure threw out a bag of money first, and the eyes of the two gangsters showed a touch of greed. It turned out to be a top-quality spirit stone. They have never even seen a top-quality spirit stone. A top-quality spirit stone is enough to keep them from worrying about food and clothing for a long time. Perhaps seeing the top-quality spirit stone, the two gangsters looked more respectful. The figure said, "During this time, the two of you are monitoring the winter casino and the in-laws building. Once the little night fox saint appears, you will immediately come and let us know. This is my contact information, don't think about running away, otherwise." The figure's last sentence was cold, and the two thugs trembled violently. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. This trembling is not only the aura of the two gangsters terrifying Han Feng, but also the task of terrifying them. Little Night Fox Saint, that is a powerful existence in the 8th heaven of the sanctuary, and for them, it is an invincible powerhouse. Watching such a strong man, the two gangsters only felt that the top-grade spirit stone in their hands was extremely heavy. Seeing the horror of the two gangsters, Han Feng said lightly, "It's just for you to monitor the appearance of the Little Night Fox Saint, and then even if you complete the task, you will not have any contact with the Little Night Fox Saint." It happened. So, don't you dare? Since this is the case, it seems that this seat is going to find someone else. A trace of killing intent was released from Han Feng's eyes. The two thugs swallowed and said quickly, "Don't worry, my lord, once the little Yahoo sage shows up, the little one will report back to the lord immediately." The two bastards can see that there must be something wrong with this adult looking for Saint Xiaowaihu. If they don't agree at this moment, in order to prevent the news from leaking their lives. Anyway, I just report back when I see the Little Night Fox Saint. Be careful, it's not a dangerous task. At this point, Han Feng nodded in satisfaction. After that, Han Feng didn't dislike the filth of the slum, and lived directly in the place where the two gangsters lived, waiting quietly. This wait is half a month. East Sun City. Ji Lao's business group was finally ready to go. Ji Lao urged, "Let's go when you're ready." According to the usual time, the Little Night Fox Saint will come to Dongri City to hang out in a few days. If you tell him to see lure, he will suffer. Hearing this, the expressions of the entire business group changed. Not to mention that Xiaowai Hussein's father, Yehu Saint, is a powerful existence at the peak of the sanctuary, but it is said that Xiaowai Hussage is also a super strong man in the eighth heaven of the sanctuary, not a small business group that does not even have a sanctuary. Able to provoke. It is said that this little night fox saint is lustful by nature, and I do not know how many innocent girls have been abused by this person. The people in the business group also know how attractive Lure's appearance is to men. If they are encountered by this little night fox saint, how can it be so good? Sun Jia originally planned to hang out with Lure. After all, it was their first time to go out, and Dongri City was full of strangeness and curiosity to them. But now that he heard the little night fox saint, how could Sun Jia still have such thoughts, and wished he could hide Lure in his crotch? The business group of Ji Lao and his party hurried to the gate of Dongri City, but found that the warriors in front of them all moved away in a panic. Ji Lao's face changed greatly. Not good. It's the little night fox saint. How is it possible? It came early. What? The people in the business group were a little panicked, and Lure was even more frightened. After hearing the deeds of the little night fox saint, Lure was full of disgust and fear for the little night fox saint. Lure, get on the carriage. Ji Lao said quickly. At this time, Sun Jia also stuffed Lure into the carriage, and he didn't care whether it was rude or not. On Dongriching Street, many warriors avoided the dozen or so people who were coming. The man at the head is extremely young, and his appearance is also extremely handsome. He smiled slightly, and the woman who did not know the background of this man must have read hearts in her eyes. But the woman who knew the details of this man. But all terrified. Even the fat girl, who weighed no less than 200 pounds, couldn't help but worry about her innocence. Suddenly, the man's nose moved, revealing a touch of evil, which broke his handsome appearance. It's so fragrant. Based on my experience of reading all over the flowers, those with this kind of body fragrance can definitely rank in the top 10 among so many women I've been to. This direction is. As soon as the man's eyes rolled, he focused on the business group on the side of the street. When Ji Lao and others saw this, they all panicked. With such a distance apart, this little night fox saint should not have seen Lure. Thinking of this, the tension in Ji Lao and others eased a little. How did Ji Lao and others know that this little night fox saint relies on his own nose to smell it? The little night fox saint was riding on a golden giant tiger. The golden giant tiger roared and jumped suddenly, and the huge body had already landed on the left side of the business group. The huge body fell to the ground, and the ground trembled faintly. That huge body made a group of warriors in the business group all terrified. This is a sanctuary of Warcraft, Especially when the golden giant tiger released a little bit of its suffocating energy, the weaker members of the business group slumped to the ground, and a smell of urine gradually filled the air. Sun Jia's pupils shrank, his eyes were full of fear, and his legs were so soft that he almost fell to the ground. However, thinking of the girl in the carriage, Sun Jia clenched his teeth and straightened his body, resisting. Big. Sir. I don't know you. Ji Lao's face was ugly, and his mouth stuttered. Ha ha ha, I smelled the scent of a girl from you here. I have smelled so many women in public for so many years. This scent is enough to rank in the top 10. Call that little girl out and let me take a good look at it. Xiao Yahu, the saints are very interested. Ji Lao and Sun Jia couldn't believe it, just relying on the scent. And it's so far away that you can smell it. Next to the Saint Little Yahu, there are all members of the Yahu in public, and none of them are weak. These are all the playboys at the top of the Yahu, and if they were an ordinary power, the sky rank would be their limit. However, in a huge power like Yahu, the rich and precious resources are enough to make them rush to a higher level and become a high-ranking sanctuary powerhouse. After the words of Saint Little Night Fox, these playboys all started to make a commotion. Old man, call it out and let me wait and have a good time, and it will benefit you later. Haha, yeah, let's see if the boss nose is as good as it used to be. Ji Lao looked terrified and bent down. My lord is joking, my girl is also fragrant. In fact, she is so ugly that she doesn't even dare to get off the carriage, for fear of disturbing everyone. The little night fox saint's face was pulled down immediately. It's ugly or beautiful, call it out and look at this young master to know, don't be too long-winded. The golden giant roared in response to the situation, and Ji Lao's face was pale. Many warriors around saw this, and they all mourned in silence, but did not mean to help. The backing of Xuanhuan saint is too strong, and the peak of the sanctuary is also a guest of any power in the first-rank empire. After provoking little night fox saint, if the real Yahoo saint behind him takes action, the result is self-evident. Ji Lao pleadingly glanced around for a week, and after seeing the eyes of these people, he couldn't help but despair. If I had known that the little night fox saint had come to Dongri City so quickly this time, even if they got less goods, they would have to leave early. The little night fox saint saw that Ji Lao did not move at all, and his expression turned cold. You don't eat a toast or a penalty drink, get out. The little night fox saint flicked his sleeves, and a huge force slammed into Ji Lao. One is the 8th heaven of the sanctuary, the other is the little heaven rank. Ji Lao was blasted away without the slightest resistance, and fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood, seeing the breath wilting and about to disappear. Grandpa! The girl suddenly jumped out of the carriage and rushed towards Elder Ji with a sad face. The first. Thanks to 8960211154 for the big reward. Amazed face, /. The moment the girl lure rushed out, the eyes of Saint Xuanhuan and the others lit up. Useless novel net, no pop-up window. Such a pure girl has more charm than those in the in-laws building. Elder Ji. Everyone in the business group roared in anger when they saw that Ji Lao was hit and died, and all kinds of tricks spewed out. Humph, trash. Without the need for Saint Xuanhuan to take action, the dog legs, beside Xuanhuan saint, blasted all these people with one punch. Most of these warriors are of the earth rank, and only a few of them have reached the celestial rank, which is only the early and middle rank of the celestial rank. In the face of the strong sanctuary, the difference is too great, and there is no resistance. In a blink of an eye, only Sun Jia and the girl were left in the business group. It was Ji Lao, who lost his voice after a while. Sun Jia's eyes were red, and his whole body was shaking with anger. The little night fox saint looked disdainful, did not take Sun Jia in his eyes at all, jumped off the golden giant tiger and walked towards the girl. Don't touch lure. Sun Jia couldn't help it, and punched Saint Little Night Fox. The little night fox saint didn't even fight back. The subconscious resistance of his own Saint Yuan alone sent Sun Jia flying, spraying blood mist in his mouth. Sun Jia. The girl's eyes were red as well, and she glared fiercely at Saint Little Night Fox. Little Night Fox Sage laughed loudly. I like this look, come here, arrest this woman. Lure's cultivation base is not as good as Sun Jia's. Where are these half-holy and Holy Land dog-legged opponents? They are immediately caught, and there is no way to break free. Let's go to the in-laws building. Saint Little Night Fox said excitedly. Passing by Sun Jia, Saint Little Night Fox pointed out, looking at this kid's expression, it is obvious that he is also interested in that girl, so he tied him up. TSK, I wonder what kind of expression this kid will show when he sees the woman he loves being given to us. A group of dog legs showed malicious smiles. Not long after, except for a corpse, the little night fox saint has disappeared in the street. Many warriors looked at the corpses on the ground and sighed. East Sun City slum. Han Feng suddenly got up. It's been half a month, and the Saint Little Night Fox finally appeared. In-laws building? In a flash, Han Feng disappeared into the wooden house in the slum. In-law house. One of the two thugs left immediately after telling Han Feng the room where the little night fox saint was, and no longer interfered with the affairs between Han Feng and the little night fox saint. Knowing the specific house where Xuanhuan saint is located, Han Feng walked straight away. Who is coming? Stop. Because of the high status of the saint of Xuanhuan, the in-laws building had to send guards to guard in front of the door. The in-law building can stand out among the many forces in Dongri City, and there is naturally a strong backer in the sanctuary behind it, and it is also a master at the level of the Great Sanctuary. But the Great Sanctuary and the Sanctuary Peak are definitely two levels, so this is the Great Sanctuary, and it has to show a smile and flatter in the face of the little night fox saint. Humph! Han Feng snorted softly, and the two guards slumped to the ground as if they were hit hard. Boom! Breaking into the door, Han Feng's face condensed, and then he was furious. I saw that in the house. Sun Jia, who had been separated from Han Feng for half a month, was tied to the ground. His red eyes seemed to be staring out, glaring at the group of people on the bed with despair and deep hatred. On the bed, her daughter's clothes were messy, her eyes were closed, and she was crying in despair. Han Feng never thought that he would encounter such a thing when he came to kidnap Saint Xuanhuan. Thinking of the girl who was regarded as her sister along the way, she was almost. Han Feng's original intention to kidnap changed immediately. Who? Xuanhuan saint and others were also furious. Seeing that they were about to pick up their guns, they fell short at the last moment. Even a few people shrank because of Han Feng's sudden break-in, and they didn't know if they could continue to work in the future. One can imagine how angry these people were at Han Feng, who broke into the door. Sun Jia's attention was also diverted at this time. The moment he saw that Han Feng was breaking into the door, Sun Jia was instantly excited, because his mouth was sealed, and he could only make a woo-woo sound. Although Han Feng didn't know what Sun Jia wanted to say, but looking at Sun Jia's emotions, he also knew that Sun Jia was excited at the moment. The arrival of Han Feng, in the eyes of the Sun family, was an unconscious light in the middle of the night, bringing the only hope. Sun Jia knew that this man he once disliked was very likely to be a strong man in the sanctuary. Sun Jia didn't ask himself to be rescued, but only hoped that Luer could be rescued by this person. Thinking of this, Sun Jia kept making a woo-woo sound, his eyes turning back and forth on Han Feng and Luer from time to time. His eyes showed a hint of pleading, and the meaning was self-evident. Boy looking for death. Little Yahoo Sage understood Sun Jia's behavior at a glance. This sudden intrusion was obviously an accomplice of Sun Jia's. For a while, Saint Little Night Fox and others misunderstood. Want to save people? It also depends on whether you are qualified or not. Saint Little Night Fox sneered. The several sanctuary dogs around him took action without seeing that he was wearing nothing on his body. In their opinion, Han Feng is so young, and he is a group of accomplices of heaven and earth. How powerful can he be? Even if I don't wear anything now, I'm embarrassed to move too much, but it's easy to kill Han Feng. A bunch of scumbags. Han Feng's eyes were cold, and he suddenly punched. Suddenly, the eyes of the few attacking Han Feng and others changed instantly, and they were extremely frightened. In their senses, the young man who didn't care about them at all suddenly turned into a ferocious beast, exuding an aura that terrified them. At the same time, the shadows of fists filled the whole room and fell on these people mercilessly. Ah ah ah. A series of screams followed. This punch, Han Feng angered, except for a peach-eyed man who stayed behind. All the others were killed by Han Feng with one punch. Little Night Fox Saint's face suddenly froze. You dared to kill them. Saint Xuanhuan was extremely shocked. Because of the big backer behind him, Saint Xuanhuan has always been complimented and flattered in Dongri City, and no one dared to provoke even the doglegs around him. And now someone dares to provoke them, but they even kill the killer in one fell swoop. Okay, you are the first one who dares to offend this young master like this. Don't think that if you kill a few trash, you can compete with this young master. Yongya Binga bloodline, congeal. Frost Shadow Claw. The little night fox saint instantly turned into a black ice fox, and a cold chill swept out. The ice fox formed after images, and flew straight towards Han Feng, grabbed it with a pair of sharp claws, and the tip flashed a cold light. The bloodline is strong, but unfortunately the cultivation base is too weak. If your father is here, maybe you can let me go all out, and you. Facing the claw of the little night fox saint, Han Feng sneered, full of disdain. It was also a punch, and a punch that was flat in the eyes of several people, unexpectedly defeated the fox claws of Saint Little Night Fox and bombarded Saint Little Night Fox's body. Wow! Puff! Xiaohuaihe sage first screamed in pain, then turned into a human shape and shot backwards, vomiting blood, and fell heavily to the ground. Sun Jia was stunned, and the two guards who finally recovered from the door also opened their mouths wide. Second more. It got stuck so badly that I couldn't code anything while staring at the computer. Novel source, useless novel network, no pop-up window, end of this chapter. The moment the girl lure rushed out, the eyes of Saint Xiaohuaihe and the others lit up. Such a pure girl has more charm than those in the in-laws building. Elder Ji. Everyone in the business group roared in anger when they saw that Ji Lao was hit and died, and all kinds of tricks spewed out. Humph, trash. Without the need for Saint Xiaohuaihe to take action, the dog legs, beside Xiaohuaihe Saint, blasted all these people with one punch. Most of these warriors are of the earth rank, and only a few of them have reached the celestial rank, which is only the early and middle rank of the celestial rank. In the face of the strong sanctuary, the difference is too great, and there is no resistance. In a blink of an eye, only Sun Jia and the girl were left in the business group. It was Ji Lao, who lost his voice after a while. Sun Jia's eyes were red, and his whole body was shaking with anger. The little night fox saint looked disdainful, did not take Sun Jia in his eyes at all, jumped off the golden giant tiger and walked towards the girl. Don't touch lure. Sun Jia couldn't help it, and punched Saint Little Night Fox. The little night fox saint didn't even fight back. The subconscious resistance of his own Saint Yuan alone sent Sun Jia flying, spraying blood mist in his mouth. Sun Jia. The girl's eyes were red as well, and she glared fiercely at Saint Little Night Fox. Little Night Fox Sage laughed loudly. I like this look, come here, arrest this woman. Lure's cultivation base is not as good as Sun Jia's. Where are these half-holy and Holy Land dog-legged opponents? They are immediately caught, and there is no way to break free. Let's go to the in-laws building. Saint Little Night Fox said excitedly. Passing by Sun Jia, Saint Little Night Fox pointed out, looking at this kid's expression, it is obvious that he is also interested in that girl, so he tied him up. TSK, I wonder what kind of expression this kid will show when he sees the woman he loves being given to us. A group of dog legs showed malicious smiles. Not long after, except for a corpse, the little night fox saint has disappeared in the street. Many warriors looked at the corpses on the ground and sighed. East Sun City slum. Han Feng suddenly got up. It's been half a month, and the Saint Little Night Fox finally appeared. In-laws building? In a flash, Han Feng disappeared into the wooden house in the slum. In-law house. One of the two thugs left immediately after telling Han Feng the room where the little night fox saint was, and no longer interfered with the affairs between Han Feng and the little night fox saint. Knowing the specific house where Xiaohuaihe saint is located, Han Feng walked straight away. Who is coming? Stop. Because of the high status of the saint of Xiaohuaihe, the in-laws building had to send guards to guard in front of the door. The in-law building can stand out among the many forces in Dongri City, and there is naturally a strong backer in the sanctuary behind it, and it is also a master at the level of the great sanctuary. But the Great Sanctuary and the Sanctuary Peak are definitely two levels, so this is the Great Sanctuary, and it has to show a smile and flatter in the face of the little night fox saint. Humph! Han Feng snorted softly, and the two guards slumped to the ground as if they were hit hard. Boom! Breaking into the door, Han Feng's face condensed, and then he was furious. I saw that in the house. Sun Jia, who had been separated from Han Feng for half a month, was tied to the ground. His red eyes seemed to be staring out, glaring at the group of people on the bed with despair and deep hatred. On the bed, her daughter's clothes were messy, her eyes were closed, and she was crying in despair. Han Feng never thought that he would encounter such a thing when he came to kidnap Saint Xiaohuaihu. Thinking of the girl who was regarded as her sister along the way, she was almost. Han Feng's original intention to kidnap changed immediately. Who? Xiaohuaihu Saint and others were also furious. Seeing that they were about to pick up their guns, they fell short at the last moment. Even a few people shrank because of Han Feng's sudden break-in, and they didn't know if they could continue to work in the future. One can imagine how angry these people were at Han Feng, who broke into the door. Sun Jia's attention was also diverted at this time. The moment he saw that Han Feng was breaking into the door, Sun Jia was instantly excited, because his mouth was sealed, and he could only make a woo-woo sound. Although Han Feng didn't know what Sun Jia wanted to say, but looking at Sun Jia's emotions, he also knew that Sun Jia was excited at the moment. The arrival of Han Feng, in the eyes of the Sun family, was an unconscious light in the middle of the night, bringing the only hope. Sun Jia knew that this man he once disliked was very likely to be a strong man in the sanctuary. Sun Jia didn't ask himself to be rescued, but only hoped that Luer could be rescued by this person. Thinking of this, Sun Jia kept making a woo-woo sound, his eyes turning back and forth on Han Feng and Luer from time to time. His eyes showed a hint of pleading, and the meaning was self-evident. Boy looking for death. Little Yahoo Sage understood Sun Jia's behavior at a glance. This sudden intrusion was obviously an accomplice of Sun Jia's. For a while, Saint Little Night Fox and others misunderstood. Want to save people? It also depends on whether you are qualified or not. Saint Little Night Fox sneered. The several sanctuary dogs around him took action without seeing that he was wearing nothing on his body. In their opinion, Han Feng is so young, and he is a group of accomplices of heaven and earth. How powerful can he be? Even if I don't wear anything now, I'm embarrassed to move too much, but it's easy to kill Han Feng. A bunch of scumbags. Han Feng's eyes were cold, and he suddenly punched. Suddenly, the eyes of the few attacking Han Feng and others changed instantly, and they were extremely frightened. In their senses, the young man who didn't care about them at all suddenly turned into a ferocious beast, exuding an aura that terrified them. At the same time, the shadows of fists filled the whole room and fell on these people mercilessly. Ah ah ah. A series of screams followed. This punch, Han Feng angered, except for a peach-eyed man who stayed behind. All the others were killed by Han Feng with one punch. Little Night Fox Saint's face suddenly froze. You dare to kill them. Saint Xiaohuaihu was extremely shocked. Because of the big backer behind him, Saint Xiaohuaihu has always been complimented and flattered in Dongri City, and no one dared to provoke even the dog legs around him. And now someone dares to provoke them, but they even kill the killer in one fell swoop. Okay, you are the first one who dares to offend this young master like this. Don't think that if you kill a few trash, you can compete with this young master. Yongya Binga bloodline, congeal. Frost Shadow Claw. The Little Night Fox Saint instantly turned into a black ice fox, and a cold chill swept out. The ice fox formed after images, swooped straight towards Han Feng, grabbed it with a pair of sharp claws, and the tip flashed a cold light. The bloodline is strong, but unfortunately, the cultivation base is too weak. If your father is here, maybe you can let me go all out, and you. Facing the claw of the little night fox saint, Han Feng sneered, full of disdain. It was also a punch, and a punch that was flat in the eyes of several people, unexpectedly defeated the fox claws of Saint Little Night Fox and bombarded Saint Little Night Fox's body. Wow! Puff! Xuanhuan sage first screamed in pain, then turned into a human shape and shot backwards, vomiting blood and fell heavily to the ground. Sun Jia was stunned, and the two guards who finally recovered from the door also opened their mouths wide. Second more. It got stuck so badly that I couldn't code anything while staring at the computer. It is also the fourth level of the Great Sanctuary, and it is also the early stage of the fourth level. Han Feng's realm is extremely stable. Because of the 9 flames and different fire art, Han Feng's Saint Yuan's solidity is even comparable to the peak of the fourth heaven. As for Changjiaji, he was only able to reach the early stage of the fourth level of the Great Sanctuary, and it seemed that he had paid a terrifying price to reach this realm. It can be said that if there is no great opportunity and resources, the fourth level of the Great Sanctuary is the limit of Changjiaji's life. Even if he doesn't use the unique sanctuary skills, Han Feng can still crush this fragile big sanctuary quadruple heaven. Although Changjiaji has used the middle grade and inferior sanctuary secret skills, the Great Sanctuary Quadruple Heaven is already in the middle stage. If you want to burst into a higher level of power with the cultivation of the Great Sanctuary fourth layer, you must at least be in the middle level. The middle grade sanctuary skills, let alone the middle grade low grade sanctuary skills that Changjiaji displayed, were not considered advanced among their peers. Changjiaji's blow broke out, and his death was comparable to the fourth stage of the ordinary Great Sanctuary, close to the peak. However, what Han Feng is using is the most top-notch sanctuary in the middle grade, the fifth layer of the Burning Heaven Emperor's Respect Finger. This move broke out in the hands of Han Feng, and the ordinary Great Sanctuary fifth layer will also be hit hard, not to mention the mere Changjiaji. With just one punch, Changjiaji was beaten by Han Feng until he vomited blood and flew out. Even the flame power of this punch roared out like a storm, involving the in-laws building. Countless warriors and customers of the in-laws building screamed and ran out. Seeing that his hard work was almost scrapped by Han Feng's punch, Changjiaji's seriously injured body became aggravated again, and a mouthful of blood spewed out and fell to the ground unconscious, with a sluggish breath. If there is no timely help, this Changjiaji will be completely silent soon. Seeing this scene, Sun Jia and Lure Girl all showed sadness in their eyes. How similar is this scene to Ji Lao, grandfather's original situation? Gig, cluck. The peach blossom-eyed man made a clucking sound as his teeth chattered. The man with peach blossom eyes could never have imagined that Changjiaji was also killed by a punch. This is the fourth-level powerhouse of the Great Sanctuary. Who is this young man in front of him? How strong is it? It's just forcibly robbing a young girl. Why would such an evil star be provoked, and has never encountered such a situation in the past? I knew so. For a while, the peach blossom-eyed man was full of regret, and even had a trace of hatred for Saint Little Night Fox. If it wasn't for the Little Night Fox Saint, how could he face such a powerful character now? Peach Blossom's eyes are clear. This person can kill Changjiaji with one punch, then he will definitely be in the forefront among the many powerhouses in Yahoo. My own father and others are just like that. The peach blossom-eyed man regretted it, and the Little Night Fox Saint was terrified. There is no one who can help them now. It's difficult. Is he really going to die here today? Do not. No. Can't die here. Lao Tzu is the pinnacle of the future sanctuary. Saint Xuanhuan roared in his heart, his eyes fixed on Han Feng, and there was a hint of pleading. However, among the pleas, there was a trace of unforgettable hatred. Han Feng ignored Little Night Fox Sage, but said to the peach-eyed man, "Go tell Yahoo Sage. If you want to exchange for your own son, the purple spirit crystal fruit will be exchanged." What? The peach blossom-eyed man was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. It's great to be able to go back alive. At this moment, the man with peach blossom eyes actually felt a little grateful to Han Feng. Hurry up. Seeing the man with peach blossom eyes couldn't help staying where he was, Han Feng snorted coldly, and the man with peach blossom eyes was suddenly awakened and ran outside. Do you want the purple spirit crystal fruit? Little Night Fox Sage said with difficulty. Han Feng nodded and admitted, not bad. Little Night Fox Sage smiled sadly, it seems that there is no such thing as today, you will find me too. Han Feng didn't say anything, it was the default. Sun Jia and Luer looked at each other, and only then did they understand what Han Feng was going to do when he stayed in Dongri City. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but feel fortunate. If it weren't for this, the two of them. However, thinking of Ji Lao, the two felt sad again. Even if the two of them survived, Ji Lao died after all, and even the companions of other business groups. Luer, that kid can't move now. If you want to take revenge, take revenge. But for the time being, it's useful to keep this kid's life. As long as it doesn't hurt his life, the rest is up to you. Han Feng said lightly. As soon as these words came out, Sun Jia and Luer suddenly raised their heads, and their eyes were ruthlessly staring at Sage Xiaowaihu, and Sage Xiaowaihu felt a chill in his heart. The next moment, a shrill scream came out. Night Fox Bandit. The middle-aged man with a dark face almost cried out in excitement when he learned that Saint Xiaowaihu had been arrested. That's great, this kid is relying on his father to make a fortune in the Night Fox, and he doesn't care about my brother at all. At this moment, he finally kicked the iron plate. Want the purple spirit crystal fruit? Go dreaming. The purple spirit crystal fruit is the key to attaining the peak of the sanctuary. Originally, the purple spirit crystal fruit was prepared by the father for the kid in advance. At the peak of the sky, you can take the purple spirit crystal fruit to refine it to achieve the peak of the sanctuary. If this kid loses his life, I have the possibility of getting this purple spirit crystal fruit. For a moment, the middle-aged man's heart pounded, and he swallowed a mouthful of spit with difficulty. The middle-aged man is the eldest son of Saint Yehu, named Yixingtian. Yixingtian was the first son born to Saint Yehu when he was several hundred years old, and now he is almost 1,000 years old. Speaking of which, Yixingtian's talent is not too bad. Now that he is a mid-stage powerhouse of the Great Sanctuary, it is impossible to achieve the peak of the sanctuary, but it is not too difficult to cultivate to the 7th or 8th level of the Great Sanctuary. However, Yixingtian did not awaken the Yongya Bingu bloodline, so as the eldest son, he was not valued by the Yehu Saint. This time, the Yehu Saint retreated and hit the middle stage of the sanctuary peak first layer, but Yixingtian had accumulated enough prestige in Yehu before he was ordered by Yehu Saint to take care of Yehu. Yixingtian clenched his fists. Among the brothers, apart from the little bastard, there are only 3 or 4 talents that can compare with me. But I have practiced longer than them and my strength is also the strongest. As long as the little bastard dies, it is very likely that a lot of the training resources that originally belonged to the little bastard will belong to me. Originally, it was already the limit for me to cultivate to the 7th or 8th level of the Great Sanctuary in my life. But with these extra resources, the more impossible it is to hit the 9th level of the Great Sanctuary. At the peak of the sanctuary, it is impossible for me to succeed in breaking through with my qualifications, but if I have the purple spirit crystal fruit, then everything will be very different. Yixingtian's eyes flickered, and the greed in his heart grew uncontrollably. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. The content of the previous chapter was wrong and has now been corrected. Those who have subscribed can refresh it and watch it, no need to resubscribe. In addition, I have to go out in the afternoon, and I may be late when I come back. The cabbage will be updated according to the specific situation. If you can come back before 10 o'clock, there will be a second and third watch, and if you come back before the early morning, it may only be the second watch. Greed is greed, but Yi Xingtian was not completely blinded. It's not a day or two that my father is partial to the little bastard. If the little bastard gets torn up because of me, my ending is really hard to say. How can I get rid of all the responsibility myself? Yi Xingtian thought hard. Just as Yi Xingtian was trying his best, the space beside Yi Xingtian was distorted, and with the majestic breath filled, an old man with a sullen face suddenly condensed out. Old Yi. Yi Xingtian's expression froze, but he didn't expect to lead this old guy out. Yi Lao's surname is Yi, but he does not have the blood of the Yi family. But Yi Lao himself has extraordinary aptitude, and now he is a peak powerhouse of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, and he is extremely trusted by the Yahoo saints. It is precisely because of this that Yi Lao's position among the Yihis is unusual. Of course, this is also due to Yi Lao's own powerful strength. Yi Lao is someone saved by Saint Yahoo when he was young, and he is loyal to Saint Yahoo. The Yahoo sage valued the little Yahoo sage, and Yi Lao naturally valued it even more. He would even give his life for the little Yahoo sage. Seeing Yi Lao appearing, Yi Xingtian secretly said that it was not good. Yi Lao said coldly, "Eldest young master, can the purple spirit crystal fruit be arranged?" In Yi Xingtian's heart, since Yi Lao appeared, all his plans died before they could be implemented. With Yi Lao, he would never let him do anything out of the ordinary. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xingtian put on a smile on his face. "It's ready soon, why are you here, old man?" Yi Lao snorted coldly, "If the old man doesn't come, the young master may be delayed by some people with bad intentions." Yi Xingtian and Yi Lao knew who this wicked person was referring to. Yi Xingtian's face was very ugly. It took a long time for Yi Xingcai to endure the anger in his heart, and he was even more jealous of Saint Little Night Fox. They all inherit the blood of their father, so why is there such a big difference? Holding back his anger, Yi Xingtian had no choice but to order someone to find the purple spirit crystal fruit under the supervision of Yi Lao. "Lao Yi, the purple spirit crystal fruit has been obtained, let's go." Yi Xingtian accepted his fate in his heart. "Wait." Yi Lao's eyes flashed, and he quickly grabbed the purple spirit crystal fruit. "Yi Lao, you are..." Yi Xingtian looked at Yi Lao in surprise. Yi Lao's tone was cold. "Dare to kidnap the young master, and still want to get the purple spirit crystal fruit and escape?" Saying that, Yi Lao's hands formed seals and performed an extremely complicated secret technique, and a ray of light entered the purple crystal fruit. This is the ice fox seal given to the old man by the head of the regiment. With this seal, no matter where the kid escapes, he will not be able to escape the old man's pursuit. After the young master is exchanged with the purple spirit crystal fruit, it will be the death of this person. Yi Xingtian felt a moment of silence for the kidnapped person, and was stared at by a strong man in the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, and he knew it without thinking. East Sun City. A group of warriors gathered at the location of the original marriage girl building. Today's in-laws building is almost completely destroyed, and only a few rooms remain. "I heard that someone kidnapped Saint Xiaowaihu, is it true?" "Of course it's true." "Sky. Someone dared to kidnap Saint Xiaowaihu, isn't this courting death? Once Yahoo sends out a real powerhouse, this person will be dead." "Hey, that's not what I said. I heard that this person killed the boss behind the in-law building with one punch." "What kind of cultivation is the behind-the-scenes boss of the in-law building?" "That is the 4th-level powerhouse of the great sanctuary, our East Sun City. The 2 giants." "What about the Yahoo Strong? How many of the Yihis can kill the 2 hegemons of our East Sun City with one punch?" Regarding Han Feng's kidnapping of the Xiaowaihu saint, many warriors maintain 2 different views. One thinks that Han Feng dares to do so because he has the ability to compete with the Yahoo. The other is that Han Feng does not know how high the sky is, and it will not be long before he will be killed by the Night Fox powerhouse. Amid the discussions among the powerhouses, the Yahoo powerhouse finally arrived. Look, then, isn't that the old Yahoo of Yahoo? That's right, it's him. I didn't expect that such a character would be disturbed. This Yi Lao has not shot for 200 or 300 years. I don't know what kind of cultivation is now. Hey, 200 or 300 years old, Yi has reached the peak of the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary, now? I'm afraid he is already a master of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. The kidnapper is bad now. People who had confidence in Han Feng could not help but be shaken the moment they saw Yi Lao appeared. Chang Jiaji and Yi Lao, they are completely 2 grades. Being able to kill Chang Jiaji with 1 punch, facing Yi Lao, maybe he will be punched by Yi Lao instead. The terrifying power of the Great Sanctuary 9 Heavens is comparable to the Great Sanctuary 4 Heavens. Your Excellency, the old man has already brought the purple spirit crystal fruit, please release the young master. Holding back his anger and killing intent, Yi Lao said in a hoarse voice. One-handed man and one-handed fruit. Han Feng's voice came from the room. Behind Han Feng, Sun Jia and Luer looked terrified. They never imagined that they would eventually lead this old guy out. It is said that hundreds of years ago, when Yi Lao was still in the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary, he single-handedly killed a top family of the 6th-rank empire. Among this family, there is also a 7th heavenly powerhouse of the great sanctuary. Little Yahoo sage gritted his teeth and said with a smile, Okay, Yi Lao is here, you are all dead. This young master will definitely return the humiliation you gave to this young master, to you. Xiaowaihu Sage's malicious eyes were placed on Han Feng and the 3 of them. Han Feng snorted coldly, and when veteran Yi threw the purple spirit crystal fruit over, Han Feng also threw Saint Little Night Fox out. Snapped. The purple spirit crystal fruit was steadily taken over by Han Feng, who stared at the purple spirit crystal fruit with light. Amethyst crystal fruit looks like a pear, but it is amethyst color, emitting a dreamy color. Looking at the purple spirit crystal fruit, this is not like a fruit that can be taken, but more like a beautiful handicraft. With a flip of his palm, Han Feng put the purple spirit crystal fruit into the storage space on the 7th floor of the Xuanhuan Tower. But at this moment, Yi Lao's angry, murderous roar sounded outside. Boy! You're courting death. Yi Lao's heart was bleeding, but Yi Xingtian was rather gloating. I saw that the little Yahoo saint who was taken over by Yi Lao was full of scars and a big bag. If it wasn't for the familiar breath, Yi Lao couldn't believe that this pig-headed person turned out to be his young master. That's all, but between the legs of Saint Little Night Fox, unexpectedly. After careful inspection, even if it is not scrapped, it will definitely be affected in the future. This scar was caused by Luer. Luer was almost defiled and resented the Little Night Fox saint very much. After receiving Han Feng's order to rectify it at will, Luer first abolished the evil root of the Little Night Fox saint. It's just that Luer's cultivation base was limited, and in the end Luer still had a hint of soft-heartedness, so the Little Night Fox saint was not completely scrapped. The other scars were caused by Sun Jia's kicks. Dare to hurt the young master like this, go to death. Evil fire burning flames. The powerful aura of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary swept out like a storm, and the terrifying flame was even more flaming, forming a flame beast in the sky, and its eyes swept towards Han Feng coldly. Second more. The headache is uncomfortable, so I went to sleep, and I will fight for the 4th watch tomorrow. The flame full of evil turned into a ferocious beast in the air, and the terrifying coercion continued to oppress Han Feng like a tidal wave. In the senses of Han Feng at this moment, he seems to be in a sea of fire, or a sea of turbulent fire. A wave of flames came oncoming, like swallowing giant monsters. What a strong coercion! Is this the true strength of the great sanctuary Jizangshan? Han Feng's face was completely solemn. Void immortal body, congeal. Holy flame battle body, congeal. Aurora Songyan, fusion. Facing the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, even if it was just an ordinary 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, Han Feng had to go all out. The combination of void immortal body and holy flame battle body, coupled with the fusion of Aurora Songyan, Han Feng's cultivation level surpassed Bazongshan at this moment. An aura that was a little weaker than that of Yi Lao, but was equally terrifying to everyone rose up. The world is changing at this moment. The entire sky above East Sun City was filled with golden flames and evil flames. What? Yi Xingtian and Yi Lao widened their eyes. From the 4th level to this in an instant? This. Old Ye's attitude that he didn't care about Han Feng changed instantly. To be able to improve so much at once, the origin is by no means ordinary. However, the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. If you retire at this time, Yehu's reputation will definitely suffer a huge blow. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Yi Lao's face sternly said, no matter where this kid came from, now he has reached this point, he must be killed. The big deal is that when the East Sun City is slaughtered, the news of this sun will not leak out. Go. The evil fire around Yi Lao's body engulfed Han Feng in a state of enveloping. It's just a medium-grade holy fire, and you want to devour me? Han Feng did not change his face. Evil fire Fengyan and Aurora Songyan are sacred fires at the same time, but Aurora Songyan has already reached the upper level of the middle grade. And in terms of quality, Aurora Songyan is also stronger than evil fire Fengyan. To sum up, Jiguang Songyan threw the evil fire away several streets. The evil fire Fengyan swallowed Han Feng into it. Before Yi Lao smiled, he saw that Han Feng, who was swallowed by his evil fire Fengyan, was leisurely in it, without the slightest problem. Yi Lao's cultivation base is strong, but if he just wants to kill Han Feng with the evil fire and burning flames, it is absolutely unqualified. Sun Jia and Luer behind Han Feng took a breath, and their gazes towards Han Feng changed. From the initial gratitude and intimacy, there is now a bit of awe. This kind of cultivation is too far from the level they live in, and now they feel as if they are in a dream. Yi Lao's face sank, and his hand suddenly opened. Mid-grade high-grade holy flame, very good, this is the first time this old man has seen such a genius as your excellency. It's a pity that your excellency is too arrogant, and you dare to blackmail me Yehu bandit, you are destined today to fall here. Realizing the difficulty of Han Feng, Yi Lao finally stopped letting go. Flying flames. Saint Yuan rushed out, and the terrifying evil flame in the void quickly condensed into a huge flame palm, and slapped it fiercely at Han Feng. Many warriors were all stunned and quickly fled around. If such a terrifying blow hits the ground, I am afraid that the East Sun City will be suppressed by the enchantment, and the radius of tens of thousands of meters will be destroyed. At this time all they could think about was escape. As for the young man who was attacked, they had already forgotten about it, and there was no time for gossip to think about whether Han Feng could withstand this blow. Sun Jia and Luer's faces turned pale, they had never seen such a terrifying attack before. Now, the two of them only feel that a destructive energy is coming. However, the two did not escape. Their lives were saved by Han Feng. Even if they couldn't do anything now, they couldn't make the move to abandon Han Feng and escape. If you really want to die, then die with your benefactor. Holy Flame Emperor Fist. The golden and silver-white flames behind Han Feng echoed each other, condensing a huge phantom of the Emperor. The aura of the Emperor surged out, and the space was distorted. The punch of the middle-grade high-grade sanctuary's unique skills, the vast coercion, frantically rushed out. Boom! A palm and a fist collided, and a deafening roar resounded through the world. A circle of fire waves raged around. At this time, those warriors who had fled far away suffered. These fire waves spread quickly, and they caught up with them and swallowed them. The level of these warriors is too low, almost all of them are earth level and heaven level, there are very few sanctuaries, and there is no resistance at all. The waves of fire blasted past, and these people instantly turned to ashes. As for Yi Xingtian, little Yehu sage, Sun Jia, and Luer, under the deliberate protection of Yi Lao and Han Feng, there was no big problem. Yi Lao's face was moved, his palm was actually blocked. You actually blocked the old man's attack? Yi Lao looked incredulous. Han Feng floated in the air, what's surprising? Even though you are in the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, your sanctuary skills are too low level, not even middle grade and high grade, just average middle grade. It's not even top-notch among the middle grade and middle grade sanctuary secret arts. Is it impossible for me to resist it? It's just middle grade, and it's not as powerful as it is at the same level. With the strength of Yi Lao de Sanjiu's peak, the power that burst out is only a trace of the limit of the de Sanjius. Although Han Feng's cultivation base is low, the Holy Flame Emperor Fist is an extremely high-level existence among the middle grade and high-grade sacred arts, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the top. Even if he didn't fully grasp it now, the power that erupted was astounding, comparable to that of Yi Lao, who had used his unique skills. Yi Lao's face was grim and he felt a little tricky. The middle grade and middle grade sanctuary secret skills are indeed somewhat unsuitable for his great sanctuary Zhuzangshan cultivation. However, how difficult it is to comprehend the unique skills of the sanctuary. Like him, he is in the 9th heaven of the great sanctuary. Elder Yi is angry. This man is finished. How terrifying the breath of the great sanctuary Zhuzangshan was, it enveloped the entire East Sun City in an instant, and it was even moving further afield. Enveloped by such a breath, all the powerhouses felt a deep fear in their hearts. Yi Xingtian beside Yi Lao, the 4th level peak of the great sanctuary, couldn't bear it at the moment, so he couldn't help but take a few steps back. On the contrary, the little night fox saint, who was carefully placed on the ground by Yi Lao, did not have the slightest influence. Obviously, Yi Lao deliberately avoided the little night fox saint when he released his momentum and attack. This made Yi Xingtian's jealousy even stronger. Isn't it just awakening the bloodline of Yongyi Bingu? Even if the Yehu saint has been promoted to the peak of the sanctuary for more than 100 years, he has not promoted his comprehension to the top grade. It was the first time for Han Feng to fight against a strong man in the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, but at this moment, Han Feng was full of pride and confidence. Through the fight with Yi Lao, Han Feng has discovered most of his abilities. The ordinary great sanctuary Zhuzangshan has no choice but to get himself. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Han Feng stood confidently in the air, staring at Yi Lao. If you have any tricks, you can use it? If it's just this level, you can't kill me. Yi Lao's expression became more and more gloomy. Okay, good, this old man has a deeper understanding of your arrogance. What if there is no middle grade and high grade sanctuary? The old man is still no better than a great sage who has a middle grade and high grade sanctuary. Territorial late stage is poor. Evil fire burning flame, fusion. Flying flames. Just as Han Feng incorporated Aurora Tsangyan into his unique skills, Yi Lao also incorporated his holy fire into his attacks. Evil fire burning flames and flying flames are both at the middle level of the middle grade. However, when the two are combined, it is no worse than the middle grade high grade sanctuary. With the cultivation base of Yi Lao de Sanctuary Zhuzangshan, the outbreak at this moment has far surpassed that of de Sanctuary Zhuzangshan. If the peak of the sanctuary and the great sanctuary 9th layer were only the difference between the ordinary 18th layer and the 19th layer, perhaps the explosive power of this move would be close to the 19th layer. Too bad, that's only if. Although the gap between the great sanctuary and the peak of the sanctuary is only a heavy sky, it is comparable to the gap between every level of the heaven and earth Xuanhuan. Therefore, the outbreak of this blow far exceeded that of the great sanctuary Zhuzangshan, but it was still far from the peak of the sanctuary. Go to hell. Incorporated into his own holy fire, Yi Lao was full of confidence in his blow. However, Han Feng suddenly said at this moment, "Your Excellency can integrate the holy fire into the sacred art, can't you do it?" What? Yi Lao's pupils shrank. Fusion, burning heaven Emperor's esteemed finger. Han Feng shouted loudly, and the flaming fingers seemed to be a high emperor, slamming down with great power. Emperor Fan Tian respects the 6th level, which is itself a very top level, middle grade, high grade sanctuary. Even if the integration with Jiguang Songyan is not as good as the traditional martial arts such as the Holy Flame Battle Body, after the fusion, its formidable power is still beyond a mid-grade sanctuary peculiar knowledge level. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a half-step high-grade sanctuary. Under such a powerful sanctuary, Han Feng's explosive power is still higher than Yi Lao. Boom boom boom. The giant finger landed on the giant palm, and a roar erupted, and then in the unbelievable gaze of Yi Lao, the giant palm was almost crushed. Even the aftermath of the flames burned all the surrounding buildings. Not good. Burning flame domain. Yi Lao's face changed greatly, and he suddenly shouted. The domain belonging to the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary opened instantly. This domain turned out to be a mutated flame domain. The mutated flame field is 1 level stronger than the same level of the great sanctuary Zhuzangshan flame field. The power of the domain was suppressed, and Han Feng obviously sensed that his cultivation base had fallen violently. At the same time, Yi Lao once again slapped his palm, but this time, the flaming giant finger was suppressed. Ha ha ha, kid. After all, your cultivation base is too poor. This old man's mutated great sanctuary 9 heavenly domain is enough to crush your mere 4th heavenly domain. Yi Lao seemed to have found a way to deal with Han Feng. Laugh out loud. Humph, it's too early for your excellency to be happy. Han Feng snorted coldly, and the aurora Songyan spewed out, swallowing up the power of the domain that was suppressing him. How is that possible? Yi Lao saw this scene, and only felt that his outlook on life had been subverted. The realm. It can still be swallowed. What kind of monster is this? What kind of flame is this holy fire? The mutated great sanctuary 9 heavens domain, with the current situation of Han Feng, cannot completely offset it. Therefore, Han Feng's cultivation was quickly suppressed and dropped to the 7th heaven level. If it weren't for Aurora Songyan, the mutated great sanctuary 9th heavenly fire realm would be enough to crush Han Feng to around the great sanctuary's 5th heavenly heaven, or even lower. Ha ha ha, even if you have the ability to devour the realm, you are still suppressed only at the 7th level of the great sanctuary. The old man wants to see how you can resist the old man's ultimate move at such a level. Fusion, flying flames. Although Yi Lao was surprised, he was excited again after sensing that Han Feng only had the strength of the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary at this moment. The giant palm hit, Han Feng took a deep breath, and the blood-drinking dragon knife was held in his hand. This is the first time I've used it since the blood-drinking dragon knife was upgraded to the upper middle grade level. The 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, it's just the not-so-powerful great sanctuary 9 heavens has forced me to such a point. I'm still far from being invincible in the great sanctuary. Han Feng's current position of strength flashed in his heart, and the flaming palm staring at the sky flashed with excitement. This person is the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, absorbing this person's blood and blood, drinking the dragon's blood. the knife will definitely be upgraded to the limit of the middle grade. After that, it is to kill the blood essence that devours the peak of the sanctuary. At that time, the blood-drinking dragon knife will be unsealed again, and it will be promoted to a blood-drinking flying dragon knife that is comparable to the high-grade holy artifact. In the eyes of Han Feng at this time, Yi Lao has become the fertilizer for cultivating the blood-drinking dragon knife. Blood-drinking rising dragon destroys. The strongest one of the three most powerful ultimate moves of the blood-drinking dragon knife was slashed out fiercely. In the face of today's Yi Lao, Han Feng did not dare to hold back at all. At the moment when the blood-drinking dragon knife slashed fiercely, Han Feng also threw out the holy brick. The Tongtian holy brick turned into a small golden light and shot out at an extremely strange angle. Boom! Yi Lao never expected that Han Feng would be able to break out such a powerful move at this point, and he was very stunned. The earth-shattering aftermath swept across thousands of miles. Yi Lao was swallowed by the blood-colored blade. At the same time, Han Feng's hands were almost unable to hold the blood-drinking dragon knife, and the bombardment of the huge palm also brought great pressure to Han Feng. Han Feng's face turned pale, just a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he slid back in the sky for 1,000 meters before it stopped. Raising his head, Han Feng stared ahead. In the blood-colored blade storm, the violent Saint Yuan rose into the sky, and Yi Lao broke through the blade storm covered in blood. As expected of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, Han Feng narrowed his eyes. In the past, once this destroy move was fired, almost all of them were killed. Only the old knight survived. However, although he broke through the blood blade storm, Yi Lao was also the first to create it, and the majestic vitality in his breath plummeted. Okay. It turned out to be a high-grade holy artifact. God bless the old man. Although Yi Lao was injured, he stared at the holy artifact in Han Feng's hands excitedly. The holy artifact is so rare, even the Night Fox Saint, there is no holy artifact in hand. In the entire Yahoo, there is only a middle-grade holy sword. Seeing the greed in Yi Lao's eyes, Han Feng's eyes flashed fierce murderous intent. Want to drink the Kowloon sword with blood? You don't have that life anymore. The holy brick of heaven, smash it for me. As soon as the words were smashed, a golden light suddenly turned into a giant golden brick in the sky that Yi Lao didn't pay attention to, pressing down like a giant mountain crazily. What? If it is the heyday, Yi Lao is not impossible to avoid. But at this moment, Yi Lao himself has been severely injured, and he can only watch the golden giant mountain above his head press down. Boom! The holy brick of the sky smashed into the ground, and an endless gust of wind swept out. Second more. So helpless, I don't know why, a lot of things have accumulated in these days. Tomorrow, Cabbage has something to help out early in the morning. I don't know how many shifts there will be tomorrow. Today, Cabbage will try to have 4 shifts. Under this gust of wind, the already messy ground crumbled even more. The ground was torn apart layer by layer. These strong winds, with their terrifying tearing power, were immediately torn to shreds by these strong winds without the protection of the strong. On the other hand, Yixingtian himself was a peak powerhouse of the 4th level heaven of the great sanctuary. With this cultivation, Yixingtian dashed wildly. In the end, when Yixingtian escaped from the raging wind, he was also covered in blood. Devil, that's a demon. Yixingtian trembled. In Yixingtian's memory, except for his father, Yi Lao has always been the most powerful existence. And now, this powerful existence has been killed, except for the father, who else can fight against that demon? No, I must escape, otherwise. Yixingtian worked hard, until he really escaped from Dongri City. Yixingtian was completely relieved. Strange. This guy let me go so easily, so you're not afraid that I'll go to my father to avenge my father? Without the threat of life, Yixingtian finally flashed such doubts in his heart. But doubt is doubt, Yixingtian is more inclined to escape quickly. It can't be this guy who did it on purpose. How is this possible? His father is the peak of the sanctuary, and he is definitely not comparable to this guy. He really provoked his father. Thinking of this, a complicated look flashed in Yi Xingtian's eyes. It stands to reason that he should be angry that his younger brother was killed, but forget it, I can't hide this matter, otherwise in the future, when my father leaves the country, the first person who will not forgive me will be me. Although it may disturb my father now, as long as my father really kills that person, my responsibility will be great. Lower. Even Yi Lao is dead, can my father blame me for not doing my best? When the figure flickered, Yi Xingtian quickly ran to the base of the Yahoo bandit. East Sun City. The endless gust of wind raged, and Han Feng instantly came to Sun Jia and Luer, blocking the gust of wind. Sun Jia hurriedly said, "Sir, another person from Yahoo escaped? Lord, don't worry about us, it's just right to chase and kill that person, otherwise the Saint Yahoo will be disturbed, even the adults." Han Feng waved his hand to interrupt Sun Jia. "Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it." Sun Jia opened his mouth, thinking of the power and mystery of Han Feng, maybe really has the ability to compete with the Yahoo Saint. Thinking of this, Sun Jia kept silent. What if he angered the other party? The stronger Han Feng showed, the more humble Sun Jia also showed. This is the change brought about by strength, and cannot be changed. Strength is respected, and it has been deeply imprinted in the hearts of these people. Seeing Luer and Sun Jia's restrained expressions, Han Feng sighed secretly in his heart. In the future, I am afraid that the two sides will not be friends. Han Feng, why don't you chase that person? If you chase him down, it will take a long time for the Yahoo Saint to react. We would have already left here by then. Could it be? Guess. Yes, that's it. Han Feng nodded and admitted. Xiaopeng suddenly said, "No wonder I told you that the purple spirit crystal fruit has been manipulated and you are not in a hurry, so it is. Hee, without the head, I am afraid that Yahoo will be completely destroyed in a short time, no matter how bad it is. It will fall apart." While the chubby said, Han Feng has already taken back the Tong Tian holy brick and walked towards the massive meat sauce. The blood-drinking rising dragon saber pierced into it, and a stream of essence and blood poured into the blood-drinking rising dragon saber along the blood-drinking rising dragon saber. A burst of blood-colored light flickered. It's just that this kind of flickering is not bright, after all, this is just a step further in the middle grade and high-grade holy artifact level, reaching the top. It is not a grade breakthrough of the holy artifact, nor is it an equal level breakthrough in the same grade. Not long after, outside Dongri City, Sun Jia and Luer left with a lot of ashes. These ashes are Ji Lao and other strong men in the same business group. Before leaving, both of them bowed to Han Feng. These storage rings are some spiritual stones. I hope you will work hard to cultivate. After going through today's incident, you must have a better understanding of the importance of cultivation. Especially Sun Jia, I think your aptitude is likely to break through. Sanctuary. If there are adventures in the middle, your future will be even broader. Yahoo won't be finished all at once. In the future, when your cultivation base is strong, you can take revenge yourself for today's affairs. Han Feng handed over the storage ring for two people. For today's Han Feng, Lingshur is completely useless, so Han Feng has nothing to feel distressed. Both of them knew the strength of Han Feng, and also knew that this gift was nothing to Han Feng. After receiving it, they bowed again, and the two left with the ashes of Ji Lao and others. Decades later, Sun Jia really became a sanctuary powerhouse, and even got the inheritance of a powerful sanctuary powerhouse, which caused a lot of trouble for the split Yahoo. In the Night Fox base, the blue-gray stonehouse door slowly opened, and a thin middle-aged man stepped out. His aura was fierce, and he was full of endless anger. Tian, you didn't lie to be a father? Xiao is really. The middle-aged man couldn't believe it, his tone was full of pain. What are you doing to eat? Why didn't you die? The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xingtian with gloomy eyes, and Yi Xingtian's body rose with a deep chill. Father, yes. Yi Xingtian hurriedly told the ins and outs of the matter. The middle-aged man, Yehu Sage's expression changed wildly. Yi brother is also dead? How is it possible? Yi brother is a great sage domain 9 heavens. Taking a deep breath, Saint Yehu said bitterly, Tian, where is that person? Knowing the strength of Han Feng, Saint Yehu's anger towards Yi Xingtian was relieved a lot. Hearing this, Yi Xingtian quickly told the story of Binguin. Binga Mark? As expected of Yi brother. Tian, you stay here to take care of Yehu temporarily, and go to avenge your younger brother for your father. After speaking, Yehu Saint rose into the sky and disappeared in Yi Xingtian in a blink of an eye. In sight. Yi Xingtian was paralyzed to the ground, with a sense of happiness for the rest of his life, and then he was filled with sadness. The same son, he actually said the words, why didn't you die? Isn't he the son of his father? In the sky, a ray of light streaked across the sky like a star, and disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. It didn't take long for a figure full of darkness and icy aura to violently pursue along the same route. Wherever this breath passed, many creatures were all terrified. This is the peak level of the sanctuary. In the absence of ancient clans and hidden powers, the peak of the sanctuary is the peak of the continent. What a powerful aura and killing intent, I feel my whole body tremble at such a distance. Is this the peak of the sanctuary? It seems that the Yehu sage is finally here. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and he stopped directly in place. Kid to die. As the peak of the sanctuary, Saint Yehu's speed is much stronger than that of Han Feng, especially when Han Feng is not very concentrated in flying. The time for Saint Yehu to catch up is shorter. Soon, the Night Fox Saint discovered Han Feng. Sensing the breath left by the Ice Fox print, the eyes of the Night Fox Saint burst into a strong killing intent. When Saint Yehu grabbed the palm of his hand in the air, Han Feng felt the surrounding space squeezing towards him, as if to completely crush him. The third one. Thanks to I'm Little Moth for the big reward. Amazed face, slash. Knife. The death of little Yehu Sage and Yi Lao's death made Yehu Sage kill him immediately. Void Immortal Body, congeal. Holy Flame Battle Body, congeal. The second weight of the Lotus Smashing Fist. Han Feng immediately merged Aurora Xuanhuan into the sanctuary, and two flaming lotuses erupted. Boom. Boom. The flame lotus exploded, sweeping out a terrifying flame storm. Humph. However, Saint Yehu just snorted coldly and suppressed the flame storm with his backhand. However, with such a move by the Yehu sage, the space that had been oppressing Han Feng was also shattered, and Han Feng escaped easily. The Yehu saint glanced coldly at Han Feng, as expected of someone who can kill this night brother. He really has some ability. Unfortunately, the Great Sanctuary is the Great Sanctuary after all, and it cannot compete with the peak of the sanctuary like me. Eternal Night Ice Fox Claw. Fusion Holy Flame Emperor Fist. Han Feng shouted loudly, and the shadow of the Emperor's flame appeared behind him. However, the punch from this phantom was broken without any resistance under the claws of Saint Yehu. Puff. Han Feng spit out a mouthful of blood and flew away in embarrassment. Dark Ice Domain, suppress. The Yehu sage did not care about Han Feng's injury, but instantly displayed the domain's cultivation base to suppress Han Feng. Yehu sage has learned from Yi Xingtian's mouth that Han Feng killed Yi Lao. In the absence of strength restrictions, its outbreak can definitely threaten the peak of the sanctuary. The Yehu saint doesn't want any accident. As long as his cultivation is restricted, the opponent's sanctuary is useless. The Night Fox Saint is not Yi Lao. The domain of the peak of the sanctuary, even if it is only the domain of the peak of the sanctuary, has absolute suppression on Han Feng now. Han Feng tried his best to use the Aurora Tsangyan to devour the domain power of the Dark Ice domain, but his cultivation was still suppressed to the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary, or the early and middle stage of the 6th level. The cultivation base has been suppressed to this point. I want to see how you deal with this seat. Eternal Night Ice Fox Claw. It was as if a huge ice fox roared down with one paw. Han Feng immediately took out the blood to drink the dragon sword. Drinking the blood and destroying the dragon. The same as the time when Yi Lao was killed, a golden light burst out. The Night Fox Saint showed a mocking look. This seat has already learned about your sneak attack method from the mouth of that unsatisfactory son. Do you think the same thing can work on this seat? The cultivation base is limited to Han Feng, who is only the 6th level heaven of the Great Sanctuary. After using blood to drink the rising dragon, the explosive power is between the 7th and 8th level of the Great Sanctuary. Heaven is comparable. This power is not worth mentioning to the Night Fox Saint. If you are in your own domain, you will suppress the enemy, and you will also improve yourself accordingly. With the current level of the Yehu Sage, this improvement is of course insignificant. If the current cultivation of the Yehu Sage is about the middle of the early stage of the first stage of the peak of the sanctuary, after the increase in the field, it is just reaching the peak of the initial stage. It's easy to get rid of Han Feng's ultimate move. Saint Yehu flicked his sleeve robe, and the huge force bombarded Han Feng again, causing Han Feng to vomit blood and fly away. At this time, the Tong Tian sacred brick had already reached the top of the Yehu Sage's head, and it quickly became bigger and pressed down. The Night Fox Saint turned around and punched, being a roaring fist. Dong dong. The holy brick of heaven was smashed into the air with one punch. Facing the Night Fox Saint, Han Feng was like a childish child who was at a disadvantage from beginning to end and had no resistance. Is this the pinnacle of the sanctuary? It's only more than 100 years since the breakthrough, and the Yehu Saints are also ordinary at the same level. As expected of the pinnacle of the sanctuary, they are so powerful. The difference between me and the pinnacle of the sanctuary is too great. Far. I have personally felt the power of the peak of the sanctuary, and it will be helpful to my future practice. Maybe it won't be long before I understand today's battle, and I will be able to advance to the middle stage of the 4th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. But the premise of everything is to want to live. It's time to summon. The Night Fox Saint has already begun to use the next ultimate move. Boy, pay for my son's life. A large number of powerful flames suddenly filled Han Feng's body, and these flames made even the Yehu Sage's heart palpitate. This is... Yehu Sage's expression froze, and he looked at Han Feng in disbelief. With a shocking cry, a huge firebird spread its wings beside Han Feng. The flames rushed out and hit the wall of the domain, and the domain shook for a while, as if it would collapse in the next moment. This flamingo is the vermilion skylark. After further improvement, Zhu Tianyunk's strength has been raised to the peak level of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary, and only half a foot is left from the peak of the sanctuary. And with Zhu Tianyunk's powerful bloodline and the level he has mastered now, the explosive power is incredible, and the killing of the peak of the sanctuary is relatively weak, without the slightest difficulty. At the moment when Zhu Tianyunk appeared, the Yehu Saint felt the threat of his life. Death. The first strike is stronger, and the Yehu Saint turned his original attack on Han Feng to attack Zhu Tianyunk. Hey, Sanctuary Peak First Layer? I'll just use you to verify the current strength of the young master. Zhu Tianyunk suddenly spit out a large group of flames. Feeling the horror of the flames, the Yehu Saint couldn't help but retreat quickly. Impossible, this seat's domain suppression is useless? Feeling that Zhu Tianyunk was still the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary, the Yehu Saint looked gloomy. Zhu Tianyang pouted, "It doesn't matter what bloodline I am, the rank of the domain is definitely stronger than yours. Even if the rank is weak, the overall strength of the young master's domain will not be much weaker than yours. However, your domain power is not useless, at least it suppressed me from the peak of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary to the initial stage. What's the use of just lowering from the peak of the 9 heavens to the early stage?" The night fox saint roared in anger. Although there is a gap between the early, middle, late and peak stages of each Chong Tian, the gap is too small. Only the gap between the heavy sky will be relatively large. The peak of the 8th heaven and the early stage of the 9th heaven are completely different. Soon, the night fox saint calmed down. "It's this seat that has lost his temper. It's just that you feel the threat from this beast, and it's not enough to make this seat jealous. Over the years, this seat has felt more threats, but in the end, this seat broke through to the peak of the sanctuary, and they have long since fallen. This time you are no exception. Beast, no matter what is hidden in you that makes this seat feel threatened, the great sanctuary is the great sanctuary after all. The gap between Juzongshan and this seat is like the difference between clouds and mud. If you quit now and give up this sun to follow this seat can spare your life." A monster from the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary made the Yehu saint become greedy. If Yehu can have such a magical beast, the deterrence will definitely be raised a notch again. The lifespan of monsters is much stronger than that of humans. Humans in the great sanctuary can only live for more than 2,000 years, while Warcraft can live for at least 10,000 or even 20,000 years, which is longer than that of the sanctuary small and great perfection. Fourth more complete. Ask for flowers. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Flying Dragon Knife. The Yehu sage knew that within this area, a great sanctuary, Juzongshan, would be enough to become an overlord. At the peak of the sanctuary, no one dared to provoke it. The Yehu sage, the peak powerhouse of the sanctuary, was a great contributor to Yehu's current status. The 9 heavenly overlords of the great sanctuary of other forces did not have the courage to be hostile to the Yehu saint. It is precisely because they have reached the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary that they can feel the huge gap between the peak of the sanctuary and the great sanctuary more clearly. Such a gap even made them despair of breaking through. However, even at the peak of the sanctuary, it is only 4,000 years of life, and he has lived for more than 1,000 years and nearly 2,000 years, and there are only 2,000 years left to live. This also means that if the Yehu bandit group has not been promoted to the peak of the sanctuary or the peak of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary within the past 2,000 years, then the current dominance of the Yehu will be overthrown immediately. There are very few Yehu bandits in the 7th heaven of the great sanctuary, and they have exhausted their potential, and there is almost no possibility to go further. With Yi Lao dead, there is already a vacancy for Yehu's overlord-level powerhouse. If that's the case, that's fine. As long as the Yehu bandit has a top sanctuary in charge, even if there is no 9 heavenly overlord of the great sanctuary, the Yehu bandit will still have no one to provoke. It's a pity that the little night fox saint, who had hoped to be at the peak of the advanced sanctuary, has died, which makes the night fox saint deeply worry about the future of the Yehu bandit. This worry disappeared without a trace after seeing Zhu Tianyang, especially after discovering the great potential of Zhu Tianyang. What level is his night fox saint? That is the pinnacle of the sanctuary. All these cultivations felt threatened by this firebird. How could the strength of this firebird be comparable to that of an ordinary great sanctuary? I'm afraid that it can easily crush the rest of the great sanctuary 9 heaven overlords in this area. The life of beast is far higher than that of human beings. With the Warcraft Guardian Night Fox Bandit group, it means that at least 10,000 years in the Night Fox bandit group, there will be strong people who crush the ordinary Great Sanctuary Juzongshan overlord. If the beast is lucky enough to break through, then... Night Fox Saint's eyes lit up. Bah! I don't even care what kind of virtue you are, and I want the young master to surrender? Zhu Tianyunk looked disdainful. Yehu Sage pointed at Han Feng. This kid is just a great sanctuary. This seat is the peak of the sanctuary. Anyone who is smarter knows how to choose? Zhu Tianyunk sneered for a while. It took so many years to reach the peak of the sanctuary, but also want to compare with the boss of the young master? It's not self-sufficient. If you want to fight, you can fight, don't talk so much. The Yehu sage's face suddenly sank. Okay, I wanted to give you back your sanity. Since this is the case, this seat can only forcefully capture you and erase all your wisdom, and become my Yehu bandit in the future. Puppet. Ice Fox angry fist. Don't think that the young master's cultivation is suppressed, so he can't do this punch. Zhu Tianyunk sneered, and the majestic flame turned into a giant bird that covered the sky, swallowing the punch instantly. The terrifying flame power quickly retracted the punch thrown by Saint Yehu. Rao is so, this punch is also full of flames. If it wasn't for the quick retraction, the entire fist would have been melted away. The cultivation base has been suppressed to the early stage of Juzongshan, but it still has such power? Yehu Saint was shocked. Han Feng smiled slightly at the back. With the improvement of strength, Zhu Tianyunk's control of his own bloodline has become more and more profound, and the bloodline power that can be exerted now is not an exaggeration to say that it is close to the high-level holy product, which is completely comparable to the top-level high-level holy product bloodline. Under such a bloodline, just relying on the cultivation base is enough to compete with the ordinary sanctuary peak second-level powerhouse. Zhu Tianyunk sneered, if you can comprehend your own high-grade sacred art, maybe I will really be captured by you in the end. Unfortunately, your promotion time is too short and your understanding is too poor. I haven't raised my unique skills to the top level in years. The Yehu Saint was furious and insulted. Since he was promoted to the peak of the sanctuary, how could anyone dare to mention it in front of him? The cultivation base has been promoted to the peak of the sanctuary, but the sanctuary secret knowledge that he has learned is still at the middle grade level, which has always been the pain in the heart of the Night Fox Saint. Is the comprehension of the Night Fox Saint weak? It is not weak at all, otherwise it will not be promoted to the peak of the sanctuary. However, among the peak powerhouses in the sanctuary, the comprehension of the Night Fox Saint is indeed not very high. The super geniuses under the sanctuary may be just ordinary geniuses in the ordinary sanctuary, and even more ordinary in the great sanctuary. And promoted to the peak of the sanctuary, then became the bottom. Cultivation is like a pyramid, the higher you go, the fewer people there are. Only those super geniuses may be able to dominate at all levels. Damn. Yongye Binga bloodline, congeal. The Night Fox Saint instantly turned into a huge ice fox. Compared with the original little Night Fox Saint, this ice fox was extremely huge. At this moment, the cultivation of the Yehu Saint also reached the limit of the first stage of the peak of the sanctuary. Eternal Night Ice Fox Claw. The huge ice fox pounced on Zhu Tianyunk, and with the increase in the power of the domain, the strength of the Night Fox Saint at this moment has already broken through to the middle stage of the peak of the holy domain. However, Zhu Tianyunk just waved its wings, the flame giant bird behind it chirped, and the flames rushed forward. The combat power of the peak of the sanctuary peak first layer versus the peak of the sanctuary peak second layer, the result is understandable. The flame fanned by the giant flame bird devoured the Night Fox Saint in a moment. Don't want. After finally being promoted to the peak of the sanctuary, it was not easy to gain another 2,000 years of life. If you want to blame it, it's your bloodline, that is too bad. Zhu Tianyunk pouted. Han Feng came and said, if this person's bloodline is strong, comparable to a high-level saint, he will not break through to the peak of the sanctuary because of an opportunity and an epiphany in 17,800 years. Well, don't burn this person to ashes, I will also use it to unblock the blood-drinking 9 dragon knife. Hey, the boss is ready. Not long after, Zhu Tianyang threw the dying Yehu saint to Han Feng. Han Feng quickly took out the blood and drank the dragon knife, and cut into it in an instant. A large amount of blood essence poured into the blood-drinking dragon knife. The blood essence of the peak powerhouse of the sanctuary is simply a great supplement to the blood-drinking rising dragon saber, and the blood-drinking rising dragon saber is thirsty to absorb the blood essence of the night fox saint. A stream of blood essence was absorbed, and the breath of the blood-drinking Tang Long Dao gradually fluctuated. Soon, a terrifying breath rose into the sky, sweeping out a majestic vortex of blood in the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. The first. After a busy day with my classmates, I was so sleepy that I finished this chapter in more than 3 hours, and I really wanted to sleep. The cabbage worked hard and tried to code again. If there is nothing tomorrow, I will still strive for the 4th watch. Zhu Tianyang looked solemn. What a terrible breath. Is this the vision of heaven and earth to be promoted to the top-grade holy artifact? Boss, this blood makes me feel very uncomfortable. I will return to the space first. Well, come back. With a wave of his hand, Han Feng took Zhu Tianyang into the animal breeding space, and then, Han Feng tightly held the blood-drinking 9 dragon knife, and the huge blood chi vortex swept out a blood chi storm. Han Feng's clothes rustled. Boom! A blood-colored storm condensed out and raged in the air. The blood-drinking 9 dragon sword in Han Feng's hand is getting stronger and stronger. It didn't take long for this breath to break through the bottleneck of a certain zing, first stagnant, and then suddenly erupted. The momentum that erupted this time has risen much faster than before. Even Han Feng, now the owner of the blood-drinking 9 dragon knife, has a feeling of being oppressed and out of breath. However, Han Feng looked excited, staring at the blood-drinking 9 dragon's sword in his hands with fiery eyes. Today's blood-drinking 9 dragon sword has undergone more obvious changes compared to before, the most obvious being that it is much larger. The current blood-drinking 9 dragon knife, with the handle and the blade standing there, is a head higher than Han Feng. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction. Unblock it again. Now you can't call it the blood-drinking dragon knife, but the blood-drinking flying dragon knife. The blood-drinking dragon knife is a high-grade holy weapon. It has just been promoted, and it is still at the bottom of the high-grade and low-grade holy weapons. But I am only a 4th-level cultivation base of the Great Sanctuary, which is enough for me. Blood-drinking the flying dragon knife can now exist as a trump card. Unfortunately, my 9 flames and different fire art is still at the mid-level of the 5th layer. Otherwise, the Tongtian sacred brick will be repaired to the Shantian sacred brick. With 2 high-grade sacred artifacts, my strength will be greatly increased. Putting away the blood-drinking dragon knife, Han Feng looked in a certain direction and shot away. The Xintian sect is located in the Xintian Mountains. The entire Xintian mountain range was transformed by the Xintian sect powerhouses to create a series of buildings of the Xintian sect. Outside the Xintian sect, there are 4 cities, namely Xintian East City, Xintian South City, Xintian West City, and Xintian North City. These 4 cities were created by the Xintian sect. Anyone who wants to go to the Xintian sect will inevitably pass through these 4 cities. Not only that, each of these 4 cities has a peak of the sanctuary, which is the first line of defense of the Xintian sect. Since the establishment of Xintian sect has also faced the attack and killing of many powerful people. However, most of these powerhouses were killed by the peak sanctuary powerhouses in the 4 cities, and very few were able to pass through the peak sanctuary powerhouses. Even if they break through, they will be obliterated by the real masters of Xintian sect. At this moment, in Xintian East City, in a restaurant, A young man ordered a cup of tea and 2 dishes. While drinking tea and tasting dishes slowly, he cautiously spread out the power of his primordial spirit. This restaurant is not a famous restaurant, it is still the first floor, and there are no powerful warriors. The man looked around for a week, somewhat satisfied. This young man is Han Feng. Although Jin Jianxiong learned some superficial news of Xintian sect, the specific news Han Feng is not very clear. This Xintian East City is so close to Xintian sect, some vague news outside is likely to be clearer here. The warriors living here may know the Xintian sect better than the strong outsiders. The reason why high-end restaurants are not chosen is because high-end restaurants usually have super strong people sitting behind them. These strong people will also leave enchantments to suppress the power of warriors, which greatly reduces the destructive power caused by warriors. At the same time, these enchantments are also designed to hinder the exploration of the primordial spirits of some strong people. Otherwise, no one would dare to say things in the restaurant. Han Feng knew that his Yuantian strength was not strong, and he was only at the level of the 4th and 5th layers of the Great Sanctuary. Such power of the primordial spirit is easy to discover. After all, the strong backers behind the high-end restaurants are most likely to be the Great Sanctuary, or even the 8th-9th level powerhouses of the Great Sanctuary. If it is found that he is using the power of the primordial spirit to investigate something, it is easy to cause unnecessary conflicts. This restaurant can only be regarded as ordinary, and the powerhouse behind it is estimated to be at the level of ordinary sanctuary. It is the early stage of the Great Sanctuary to die. With the power of my primordial spirit, the enchantment here will not be able to find me, which is just right for me to eavesdrop on news. This place is so close to the real Xintian sect, even a warrior with a low level should know a lot of information. So even the first floor should be enough. Han Feng felt his chin and thought. Even if it is an ordinary restaurant, in order to prevent accidents, Han Feng still chooses to eat on the first floor. Generally speaking, the higher the number of floors in the restaurant, the stronger and more luxurious the enchantment will be. Because these are for the service of the stronger at a higher level. On the first floor, almost only low-level warriors come, and the enchantment is naturally not strong. Suddenly, Han Feng's face condensed slightly, and then he picked up the teacup and drank it as if he didn't care. A wine table on the first floor of the restaurant. Several young men and women were talking excitedly. The green-haired youth said with admiration, "I went to Xintian sect with the elders of the family before, it was simply too shocking. The concentration of spiritual power in Xintian mountains is far from comparable to our Xintian East City. If you can join Xintian sect, I may be able to advance to the heavenly rank before the age of 25, and I will also hope to be in the sanctuary in the future. And the various buildings of the Xintian sect are also extremely luxurious, almost like a palace. It's a pity that I have never seen the world-famous Xintian monument of the Xintian sect." At the end, the green-haired youth looked regretful. Haha, the Xintian monument is the root of the Xintian sect, and it has infinite power itself. How can you see it? The young men and women on the table laughed. Yes, one of my elders is also working in the Xintian sect. It is said that the Xintian stele is only open to the high-level, core disciples and Kuching elders of the Xintian sect. The disciples of the Aftershock Tianzong are not qualified to see the Xintian stele, let alone comprehend. The vibration inside the monument is mysterious. Another man said. One of the girls suddenly sighed and said, "With our aptitude, it is impossible to join Xintian sect. Perhaps in the future, we can only choose the path of Elder Kuching, become Elder Kuching, and we can also understand the mystery of shaking. It is too difficult to comprehend the unique sanctuary. Through this shocking mystery, perhaps we can comprehend the shocking mystery of our own characteristics. It is not impossible that even the comprehension of the sanctuary is far beyond our cultivation level." The green-haired young man at the beginning pouted, "Elder Kuching? Now the assessment of the elders of Kiching in Jintian sect is getting more and more strict. When I went with the elders before, I found that the elders who participated in the assessment of elders of Kiching were basically the great sanctuary level. Although our qualifications are good, who dares to say that they are confident that they can be promoted to the great sanctuary? Everyone was silent. Even if there is a big power like Jintian sect, if it is not counting the elders of Kiching, the great sanctuary will only be more than 100. The great sanctuary is still an unattainable barrier for many warriors. Oh, don't we hope to comprehend that shocking mystery in our lifetime? A young woman sighed. The first. I'm sorry everyone, I was so sleepy yesterday. I was going to write for a while, but I fell asleep like this, and I didn't even turn off the computer. Fight for the 5th shift today. Several young men and women did not know at all. All their words were detected by Han Feng with the power of Yuanshan. Han Feng pondered. Senior Zhang Wulin had a mysterious look at the time, saying that Zhenshenzong would take the initiative to let me understand the mystery of shaking. Is it because of the relationship with the elder Kiching? But I don't plan to become the elder Kiching, just want to get gold threads, gather grass. As soon as I get the golden silk aggregate grass, I will leave immediately. Furthermore, Senior Zhang Wulin said that the shocking mystery contained in the fragments of the earth-shattering monument that descended at the beginning was getting weaker and weaker, and it was because of this that the earth-shattering sect would gradually decline. The present-day earth-shattering sect is still a behemoth, but compared to the Jintian sect in the most prosperous period, it is far inferior. The mystery of the vibrations on the fragments of the Jintian monument has become thinner and thinner. The Jintian sect has to recruit the elders of Kiching. Isn't this pushing the resources out? The disciples that Tianzong personally cultivated are strong. Instead of letting Elder Kiching understand, why not give it to his own disciples? Is there any secret I don't know about it? Thinking of this, Han Feng's Yuanshan power surrounds these young men and women. At this time, one of them also mentioned a similar doubt to Han Feng. Everyone, the mystery of vibration is so precious, why didn't the top leaders of Jintian sect leave it to their own disciples? Aren't there inner disciples under the core disciples of Earthquake sect? These inner disciples are all leaders of the same age, and their comprehension is not bad. The young man who asked the question was only about 18 or 19 years old. With a youthful look on his face, he was the youngest among many young men and women. Haha, Qing exciting, your family has just risen, and no strong person has joined the Jintian sect, so it is inevitable that you don't know it. In fact, this is related to a big secret of the Jintian monument, as well as the infighting within the Jintian sect. The green-haired man laughed and then whispered. The other companion was taken aback. Gu Dai, this is the secret of Jintian sect, we can't talk about it here. The green-haired man, Gu Dai, waved his hands indifferently. Hey, what's this? We know a lot about the secrets of the Jintian monument and the infighting of the Jintian sect, but now it's just one more person. The companion frowned. That's not what I said. This is a restaurant, and there are strong people outside. We only know the secrets of the Jintian monument and the infighting of the Jintian sect. The original warriors of the Jintian sect were descended from the Jintian sect. If they were found out by outsiders, it would be a joke. The so-called family shame cannot be made public. The 4 cities of Jintian consider themselves as their own people of the Jintian sect. They know that the infighting of the Jintian sect and the secret of the Jintian monument are one thing, but it is another thing for outsiders to know. Gu Dai was taken aback. This is also. When Han Feng heard the critical moment, Wen Yan almost couldn't hold back and yelled at the companion for being nosy. Brother, do your best. Han Feng cheered Gu Dai secretly. Gu Dai did not disappoint Han Feng after all, and said in secretly joy in Han Feng, we are only the first floor here, there are no strong people, and we should not have the ability to detect what we said. And what if you know it? In recent years, the elders of Kuching in the Xintian sect have suffered heavy casualties, and the level they need is getting higher and higher. At least the level of the Great Sanctuary is required to pass the assessment. Our warriors near the Xintian sect, although the level is generally much higher than other regions, the Great Sanctuary is still in the minority. So in recent years, the Great Sanctuary in other regions has also begun to join the ranks of the assessment. I estimate that it will not be long. The secrets of the Xintian monument and the infighting of the Xintian sect will be understood by the high-level outside forces. It is useless for us to hide it. Heavy casualties. Qing Siding was taken aback. Didn't those Kuching elders join Xintian sect for comprehension? How can there still be casualties? Han Feng was also puzzled by this, waiting for Gu Dai's explanation. Gu Dai saw Qing Siding's doubts and sneered, "How can there be such a cheap thing in this world?" The Xintian sect is willing to let the strong people outside the Xintian sect understand the mystery of the shock, and these strong people outside will naturally have to pay the price. Everyone knows that the founder of Xintian sect found the Xintian steel and the fragments of the Xintian steel that fell from the sky in this Xintian mountain range. Actually, the earth-shattering steel was completely shattered at that time, and the largest piece remaining was the core of the earth-shattering steel. The core stone of the earth-shattering steel contains a small world. The mystery of the vibrations in those fragments is indeed about to be exhausted, but the core stone of the sky-shocking monument is different. Of course, the top officials of the sky-shocking sect would not be so generous to give the fragments out to the elders of Kuching to comprehend. Is the core stone of the earth-shattering monument. What? Qing Siding was stunned. Qing Siding only knew that the sky-shocking monument that fell from the sky was broken into many pieces, but he didn't know that one of them was the core stone of the sky-shocking monument. And what this elder Kuching realized was not the fragments of the aftershock monument, but the core stone of the monument. What is even more shocking is that there is a small world inside the core stone of this monument. Han Feng was also surprised when he heard this. No, if the vibrational power of the core stone of the Xintian monument has always existed and is not consumed, it should not be known to outsiders, Elder Kuching. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. From the outside, Han Feng looks like he is intoxicated by the aroma of tea. Gu Dai then explained, of course, this small world was created by the earth-shattering monument. It is a hypocritical world and cannot be compared with the different spaces created by the small perfectionists or even the great perfectionists in the holy domain. But it's a fake world, but you can't feel it in it, it's completely like a real world. There is a reason why the core stone of the earth-shattering monument is open to outsiders. As we all know, the mysteries of the vibrations on the fragments of the sky-shocking monument are getting thinner and thinner, and sooner or later they will be reduced to ordinary stones, unable to be understood by people. Another kind of shocking stone exists. These shocking stones exist in the bodies of some giant beasts in the small world. If you kill these giant beasts, you can get the shocking stone, and you can comprehend the vibration power through the shocking stone. But these giant beasts are extremely dangerous, and many children of Xintian sect once fell into them. In order to avoid losses, the Xintian sect chose Elder Kuching. Elder Kuching entered the small world in the core stone of Xintian steel to hunt, and got the earthquake stone, and earthquake sect get 37%. Elder Kuching gets 30%, earthquake sect gets 70%. In this way, the Xintian sect not only avoided the loss of the disciples, but also obtained the Xintian stone. Why not do it for the best of both worlds? Such an explanation made Qing Siding and Han Feng suddenly realize. Han Feng secretly said in his heart, no wonder Zhang Wulin said that. Indeed, such a case is completely beneficial to Xintian sect. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / After I figured out the reason, Han Feng was really hot. Why is it difficult to comprehend the sanctuary? It's because there is no direction, and I don't know how to comprehend and improve my own sanctuary. It is good to say that you have bloodline. The direction of comprehension is nothing more than matching your bloodline and making it stronger. It can be said that it has a huge heritage, and there must be a lot of sanctuary secret arts inheritance within its power. Through the inheritance of these sacred arts, a lot of lessons can be obtained. But if you don't have both, it's really difficult to comprehend. How many strong people have a strong cultivation base, but the sanctuary secret skills they comprehend still haven't improved? This shocking stone is different. At the beginning, the shocking stone guided by the vibration force, which is equivalent to having a direction from the beginning, and this vibration force will also assist you. In this way, after a long time, it is really possible to create a super powerful sanctuary that is powerful and fits with him. So attractive, it is not surprising that there will be countless strong people who want to join Xintian sect and become the elders of Xintian sect. Am I going to try to become an elder Kaching? If I can comprehend and create a top-grade sanctuary, it will be of great benefit to the improvement of my strength. Even breaking through the bottleneck of the peak of the sanctuary, it will also be weakened by comprehending and controlling the top-grade sanctuary in advance, making the breakthrough faster. If you can comprehend and control a high-grade sanctuary secret in advance, then the essence of the peak power of the sanctuary will gradually be recognized invisibly, and it will naturally be easier to break through. Han Feng's current top-grade sanctuary skills, respectively, have 3 disciplines that can be cultivated. They are Xingyan Tai Wangquan, the 7th, 8th, and 9th tiers of the Burning Heaven Emperor's Respect Finger, and the 3rd, 4th, and 5th tiers of Lotus Smashing Fist. However, these 3 sanctuary secrets are inherited, not Han Feng's own comprehension. Han Feng can exert the powerful power of the 3 sanctuary techniques, but it does not mean that Han Feng can understand the essence of the peak of the sanctuary through the 3 high-grade sanctuary techniques. Because the sanctuary level no longer belongs to mortals, the power at his disposal is also extraordinary. So every sanctuary is special, and so is the peak of the sanctuary. Even if Han Feng has completely mastered the 3 sacred arts of the Holy Flame Tai Wangquan, the essence of power he feels is somewhat different from the essence of power he wants to promote. Therefore, it is not very helpful to break through the peak of the sanctuary and master these 3 sacred arts. It is precisely because of this difference that Han Feng wants to master these 3 sanctuary secret arts, at least to reach the 7th level of the Great Sanctuary. This is still Han Feng's own super strength. If the other sanctuaries are strong, at least they are at the peak of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary. Only half a foot in the sanctuary peak is qualified to practice. It is even possible to cultivate and master it only by breaking through to the peak of the sanctuary. If Han Feng comprehends and created the top-grade sanctuary secret skills, even if he can't exert full power, he can at least exert a part of his power in advance, even if Han Feng's own cultivation base is only the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary. Once it is really comprehended and created, it will undoubtedly be a powerful trump card for Han Feng. It's just. Han Feng frowned slightly. My goal is to gather the golden silk grass after all. After obtaining the golden silk gathering grass, I can combine with other heaven and earth spirits to transform Sister Lin into a high-level ultimate Holy Spirit body. To the top-level Holy Spirit body, more precious heaven and earth spirits are needed. Such heaven and earth spirits also take time to find, and I have no time to waste on Xintian sect. But how do I negotiate with the top officials of Xintian sect to get the golden silk aggregate grass? It is impossible for the Xintian sect to take out the golden thread aggregation grass casually. I have nothing to do with Zhenshenzong? And even if Zhenshenzong takes it out, what should I exchange for it? At this time, Gu Dai, who had been paying attention to Xuanhuan, said again, I don't know the specifics. It seems that after a certain number of Xintian stones are completed, Elder Kuching can decide whether to stay or stay. Stay in Xintian sect and continue to comprehend, or leave. Han Feng immediately restrained his thoughts, first overhearing all these news, before thinking about other things. Qing Siding suddenly realized, it turns out that the Xintian sect did not want its core disciples to suffer any more casualties, so they chose Elder Kuching. No wonder those elders, Kuching, suffered casualties. They should have been injured or even killed by this giant beast. Gu Dai smiled strangely, this is indeed a reason, but it is not the biggest reason. The biggest reason is internal fighting. Xintian sect is currently divided into two factions, one is the sect master faction, and the other is the great elder faction. Thousands of years ago, the sect master's faction had the upper hand, but more than 1,000 years ago, the old sect master failed to be promoted to small perfection, went into trouble and died, and even killed many strong sect masters before he died. As a result, the strength of the suzerain's faction has plummeted. The current suzerain, that is, the son of the old suzerain, has also fought hotly with the great elder faction after he inherited the position of suzerain. It is a pity that the old suzerain is the peak of the sanctuary, the peak of the 9 heavens, the fall of the half-step sanctuary's peak powerhouse, and the reason why the old sect master went into trouble and killed many strong people. The sect master faction is in a weak position. To be honest, I don't want the great elder faction to get the ultimate dominion of Xintian sect. I heard from my elders that the warriors of the great elder faction are extremely domineering and cruel, and there are many servant girls who serve the core disciples of the great elder faction. They were all brutally poisoned because of all kinds of things the size of sesame seeds. Although they were only servant girls, they were nothing to those core disciples of Xintian sect, who called them noble. But for them, servant girls with low status, in our 4 cities of the sky, it is very likely that they are the eldest and young ladies of certain families. The elders clearly did not regard our families in the 4 cities of the sky as their own. There are many descendants of the older generation of the Xintian sect in the 4 cities of Xintian. Some of these descendants are not qualified to become core disciples or inner disciples, but they can become the servants and female servants of these core and inner disciples. Although they were only servants and maids, they were the servants and maids of Xintian sect, and their identities were not ordinary outside. Even the adults who follow are strong, and if they are lucky, they can become strong in the sanctuary, and their lifespan is greatly extended. In the history of these female servants or servants, there are also very few who eventually became the powerhouses of the great sanctuary. These families have long regarded themselves as a part of the earthquake sect, and they did not regard themselves as slaves in their bones. Anyway, the ancestors were once the high-level powerhouses of the earthquake sect. But the behavior of the great elder faction really treated them as lowly subordinates, which completely angered these families. If it weren't for the strength of the great elder faction, these families might have done something long ago. Now that the sect master faction can compete with the great elder faction, it is these families who secretly unite to support the sect master faction. Gu Dai's family is one of these families, so Gu Dai's words are full of resentment towards the great elder faction. The third one. The third shift is completed, and there are still 2 shifts away from the 5th shift to be fought for. Cabbage continues to code words. Yesterday was a busy day, so I was so sleepy at night that I fell asleep as soon as I narrowed my eyes. Today, because I was sleepy yesterday, I got up very late. In addition, I have nothing to do today, so I have always been very energetic, and staying up late is not a problem. Originally, with Gu Dai's family and Gu Dai's status in the family, even if Gu Dai's aptitude and demonstrated strength were not enough to become an inner disciple, let alone a core disciple, it is appropriate to be a servant and a follower who can become a core disciple. As long as the followers are strong, it is not impossible to achieve the great sanctuary in the future, and again, it must be relatively powerful among the ordinary sanctuaries. If you gain the deep trust of your followers and are rewarded with the heaven-shattering stone, then it is not impossible to comprehend a good sanctuary and become a relatively powerful existence in the same level. In this way, it can be regarded as a glorious ancestor. It can even lead the family to develop. The family is stronger and has more resources, and perhaps there will be an inner disciple or core disciple among the younger generation. In that way, it will not only be honoring the ancestors, but the status of the family will undergo earth-shaking changes in the entire Xintian 4 cities and even the Xintian sect. However, because of the behavior of the Great Elder faction, how could the Gu family dare to let Gu Dai go to Xintian sect, for fear that Gu Dai would accidentally offend the core disciples of the Great Elder faction? His family knew about his own affairs, and Gu Dai grew up as the eldest young master in the Gu family. How could he immediately adapt to the hugely contrasting attitude of curling his tail as soon as he went to Xintian sect? Go, something will happen. Gu Dai also knew that his elders were for himself, so he had to vent all his dissatisfaction to the elders. Now that he is 23 or 4, Gu Dai has only been able to cultivate to the peak of the earth rank. It takes at least a few years to become a heavenly rank, and I don't know how long it will take to wait until the semi-saint. Even if you become a sanctuary in this lifetime, it is still a sanctuary with a low level. The rest of the people are similar to Gu Dai's situation. The family behind them also gave birth to super strong people a long time ago, as the high-level existence of Xintian sect. If not, Gu Dai and others would not be so familiar with Xintian sect. Just like Qingciding, the family has just grown stronger, and it is also a family in the 4 cities of Xintian, and their understanding of the Xintian sect is far less than that of Gu Dai and others. After a long while, Qingciding couldn't hold back and said, after the elders of Keqing realized the powerful sanctuary and left, Xintian sect didn't let these elders of Keqing leave their engraved copies of the sanctuary? Gu Dai said, yes. But it is voluntary. After all, there are a lot of unique skills in the sanctuary, and the disciples of the Xintian sect can also learn from it. When the time comes, cooperate with the Xintian stone and get twice the result with half the effort. If you are willing to keep the unique skills that you have learned, you will have different points according to the strength of the unique skills. You can exchange for holy artifacts or spiritual items or medicinal pills in the Tian sect storage warehouse. If you don't want to stay, you will naturally leave with your unique skills. The top officials of Xintian sect will not say anything. You also know that if the foundation of your unique skills is known to others, it is very likely that you will develop a way to defeat the enemy based on this. This trick is not good for the enemy to obtain. After so many years, there are only a few people who are willing to leave behind the unique sanctuary skills that they have realized. On this point, the sect master faction and the Great Elder faction also have differences. The sect master faction believes that it should be voluntary, while the Great Elder faction is forced, so I hope that the sect master faction will become stronger. If not, under the tough attitude of the Great Elder faction. Sooner or later, Xintian sect will cause public anger, and there will be serious trouble at that time. Everyone looked solemn, with a look of disappointment in their eyes. Not long after, one of them changed the subject in order to ease the atmosphere and stopped talking about things related to Xintian sect. At this time, Han Feng also recovered the power of Yuanshan. Han Feng smiled slightly. Can I get points to exchange for items after leaving the sanctuary? It seems that I must go to the Elder Keqing assessment. Sister Lin, I have to trouble you for a while. In the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, Lin Qingshan smoothed her hair and smiled slightly. Do it with your own ideas. In the Xintian Mountains, a winding step spreads from the bottom of the mountain to the depths of the mountain. Han Feng exerted force under his feet and disappeared into the steps in a few flashes. In the Xintian Mountains, there is a special enchantment left by the Xintian sect who used to be in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary. Especially on this step, there is some kind of special power. Any strong person who came to Earthquake sect would not be able to fly through the steps unless the cultivation level was above the peak of the sanctuary or even the peak of the sanctuary. Han Feng, as a strong man in the great sanctuary, can't fly, but he has not been suppressed and has to step by step. On the steps, some ordinary sanctuaries who participated in other aspects of the assessment are envious of this. Great sanctuary, even if they are strong in the sanctuary, they are not sure that they can really be promoted to the great sanctuary in this lifetime. In the assessment of Elder Kaching, Xintian sect has already explained to the outside world that it requires at least the cultivation of the great sanctuary. Thinking of the first assessment of Elder Kaching, only the ordinary sanctuary is required, which shows the huge change now. Han Feng also understands this. If it is true as Gu Dai said, the sect master faction and the great elder faction are fighting fiercely, then in the small world of the core stone of the Xintian monument, the elders of the two factions will inevitably conflict and even fight with each other. If there is conflict, there will naturally be casualties. In order to allow one's own faction to gain the upper hand, it is inevitable that the powerhouses recruited are getting higher and higher. Han Feng murmured in his heart, if the two factions continue to fight like this, it may not be long before the basic conditions of the Elder Kaching assessment will be promoted to the peak level of the sanctuary. Outside the gate of Zhenchenzong Mountain, more than a dozen disciples of Xintian sect waited respectfully. As the disciples of Xintian sect, they naturally have their own arrogance. However, this arrogance can only be suppressed in front of the sanctuary or the great sanctuary. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in the open space in front of the mountain gate and behind the steps. Seeing the way and speed of the appearance, the disciples of Xintian sect froze. There is no doubt that this is a sanctuary powerhouse, or a sanctuary powerhouse with a high level. Sir, you are. A disciple said cautiously. Han came to participate in the assessment of the elders of Kuching. Han Feng said lightly. The faces of the disciples of the Earthquake sect once again became solemn. This year's assessment of the elders of Kuching, but it has already stated that the cultivation of the great sanctuary is required, that is to say. Immediately, a disciple of Xintian sect led Han Feng to the assessment site of Xintian sect. Inside the Xintian sect, outside a main hall, the disciples of the Xintian sect who led Han Feng here stopped. Sir, this is called the Showa Hall, and it is the place for the assessment this time. Sir, please enter it for a while. Wait a moment. In the afternoon, there will be a peak elder of the sanctuary within the sect coming to conduct the assessment, and if the assessment is passed, the Lord will be the Elder Kaching of the sect. Oh? You're not going in? Han Feng glanced over. The disciple sneered, the younger generation is only an outer disciple, who is qualified to enter this Showa Hall. The people who entertain the adults in the Showa Hall are all inner disciples. Han Feng nodded. In this case, Han Feng did not force the disciple to bring him in. As soon as he lifted his foot, Han Feng stepped into the Showa Hall. Fourth more complete. Ask for flowers. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number, 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. On the way to Xintian sect, Han Feng inquired through Yuanshan and gained a deeper understanding of Xintian sect. Xintian sect disciples are divided into 4 levels. One is named disciples. These types of disciples are basically not recognized by Xintian sect, and all they do in Xintian sect are chores. Generally speaking, it is not a big problem for this type of disciple to become a heavenly rank, and the possibility of being promoted to the sanctuary is extremely small. This kind of disciple's aptitude, if there is no good resources to cultivate outside, may be the achievement of the rank in one's life. The second position is slightly higher, that is, the outer sect disciple. Such disciples are not doing chores, but they are not important things. For example, the disciples of Zhenshenzong outside the Zhenshenzong mountain gate this time are the outer disciples. As an outer sect disciple, one must not only have a celestial rank cultivation base, but also show the potential to advance to the sanctuary. At present, many of the outer sect disciples of Xintian sect are all sanctuary practitioners. The third type is the inner disciple. The status of this type of disciple is relatively high, and they only need to concentrate on their cultivation on weekdays. If it weren't for the fact that the bottom line of recruiting Elder Kaching this time was the great sanctuary, Xintian sect would not use such a talented person to entertain the examiners. It can be seen from this that even a major force like Xintian sect cannot ignore the great sanctuary. Inner disciples like this are at least in the semi-holy realm, or even the lower level of ordinary sanctuaries. At the same time, it must also show the potential to be promoted to the great sanctuary. For example, if someone at a certain age must be promoted to the sanctuary level, if he fails to do so, he will be demoted to the outer sect disciple. It's not that the outer sect disciples are not as good as the inner sect disciples, because of their cultivation. Among the outer disciples, there are still some experts from the 7th and 8th levels of the sanctuary. If such a warrior is promoted to the great sanctuary because of an adventure, even if his aptitude is not high, he will immediately be promoted to an inner disciple. The fourth type is the last type, and it is also the core disciple with the highest status. As a core disciple, at least the sanctuary is cultivated, and he himself has to show the potential to be promoted to the peak of the sanctuary. Once promoted to the peak of the sanctuary, the core disciples will get rid of the disciples and become the real high-level people of Xintian sect, holding the power. If you concentrate on your cultivation, you can also serve as an elder. Such disciples are extremely rare. The Xintian sect regards it as a treasure, even if the elders of Kaching are all at the level of the great sanctuary, the Xintian sect is not willing to entertain them. The Hall of Showa used to entertain the examiners turned out to be inner disciples. Apart from the status of the great sanctuary itself, it also shows the importance that the Xintian sect attaches to this assessment. I don't know what the assessment is about. Is it just cultivation? Thinking like this, Han Feng had already entered the Hall of Showa. Inside the Showa Hall, there are strange dark red wooden chairs in the left and right rows. There were 5 men sitting on the wooden chairs. These men were either old or young, all of them exuding tyrannical cultivation, all of them at the level of the great sanctuary. Beside these people, the inner disciples of the sanctuary level are pouring tea and water. Han Feng glanced at these inner disciples, and found that these inner disciples had some reluctance on their faces. Also, although the status of inner disciples in Xintian sect is not comparable to that of core disciples, there are too few core disciples, and inner disciples are already the favored sons of heaven. As the arrogant son of the Tian sect, he is usually served and flattered by others. How can he serve tea and pour water to others like today? Even if the object is the great sanctuary, this unwillingness cannot be erased. However, Han Feng found a very interesting thing, that is, among the 5 people, beside a man wearing a purple gold robe, a few inner disciples were not unwilling, and they glanced at the man in purple gold robe from time to time. Worship. This purple gold-robed man looked only in his 20s, extremely young and handsome, with a pair of peach blossom eyes showing infinite charm. If there is a woman here, I'm afraid it will show the look of a nympho. And this person also has a noble arrogance. Even the 4 great sanctuaries around him looked at this person with a hint of fear. Han Feng did not rashly observe these people with the power of Yuanshan, but sent a voice transmission to Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng, can you see the cultivation of these people? With Xiaopeng's ability, as long as he is not at the peak of the sanctuary or the small perfection in the sanctuary, he should not be able to observe his investigation. It didn't take long for Xiaopeng to reply, the old man in red robe is the fifth layer of the great sanctuary. The preliminary guess is that he is over 1,500 years old, and there are only about 300 or 400 years left to live. The bald middle-aged man is the second layer of the great sanctuary, and he should be in his early 1000s. The middle-aged man with the big nose is the third level heaven of the great sanctuary, and he is also in his early 1000 years. The pock-faced middle-aged man is the first layer of the great sanctuary, and he should be less than 1,000 years old. The last young man in purple gold robe has the same cultivation base as you in the fourth heaven of the great sanctuary. After a pause, Xiaopeng continued, if I read it correctly, this person should be less than 500 years old. Less than 500 is the fourth level of the great sanctuary. Han Feng's face froze. At this age, he is naturally unable to compete with him, but in other places, he is definitely a super genius. Such a genius is definitely expected to exist at the peak of the sanctuary, and in the peak of the sanctuary, he can probably reach a relatively high position. If there is a great adventure, or even the cultivation of resources from a great power, there is a possibility of impacting the sanctuary's small perfection in the future. Han Feng's voice transmission said, this person is definitely not a nameless person, otherwise, the proud inner disciple of the earthquake sect will not be worshipped, and other great sanctuaries will be afraid. It won't be easy. Unfortunately, when I first came to Central Continent, I didn't know the identity of this person at all. Forget it, anyway, you should know this person's name during the assessment later. Thinking of this, Han Feng slowly walked to the wooden chair and sat down. At this time, Han Feng discovered that this wooden chair looks ordinary, but it is actually made of some kind of precious wood-type spirit. Han Feng tapped lightly, and there was a spectrum in his heart. This wooden chair can definitely withstand a blow from a strong man in the great sanctuary without breaking. While Han Feng was observing other people without a trace, the inner disciple of the Showa Hall and the man in the purple robe were also observing Han Feng. All of the great sanctuaries here are all competitors. When Han Feng entered the Showa Hall, everyone was stunned. It's really that Han Feng is too young. With such a young appearance, he will be a great sanctuary? There were strange thoughts in everyone's mind. You must know that the most famous geniuses in the Tian sect area and the surrounding area have maintained their appearance after being promoted to the sanctuary, and such geniuses are by their side. Involuntarily, everyone glanced at the man in the purple gold robe without a trace. The man snorted softly and closed his eyes. When everyone saw this, it was quite boring. When their eyes swept to Han Feng again, they happened to see that Han Feng was knocking on the wooden chair, curiously. Everyone was astonished, even the famous Zhu Hongxingmu didn't know, could it be some out-of-the-way bumpkin? What kind of expert could such a bumpkin be? For a while, everyone's interest in Han Feng greatly diminished. Fifth. Tomorrow, no, it should be today. Today, Cabbage has to go out to do some errands. Some people may wonder whether Cabbage is looking for an excuse to be lazy. In this regard, Cabbage is really helpless. I don't know why in the middle of this month, there are always things busy, and they are piled up together, and I don't understand why the Cabbage family is so unlucky and always has accidents. Of course, the Cabbage should also be thankful, at least the car was hit by the mother and it was not a big problem. In short, how much more can be done tomorrow depends on the physical strength and state after returning home. A young bumpkin, in the eyes of everyone, is an ordinary sanctuary. It is estimated that he did not know what method he used to deceive the outer disciples of Xintian sect outside and broke in. I really don't know whether to live or die. If the truth is discovered by the strong people of Xintian sect after the assessment, this bum is dead. Everyone secretly said in their hearts. The man in the purple golden robe didn't even take Han Feng into his eyes, as if nothing was there. In the eyes of this man, none of these people are qualified to be compared with him. The same as the great sanctuary, his future far exceeds these people. It stands to reason that everyone who comes to participate in the assessment will be well received by these inner disciples, but at this time, no one has come forward. They are the favored sons of heaven, and they are a little unwilling to entertain those ordinary great sanctuaries, let alone a bum. Even if this bumpkin is entertained, what good things can a bumpkin have? Get nothing. It would be better to entertain the man in the purple gold robe. When the time comes, the other party will be happy, and maybe he will reward him with something, and then it is not impossible to make a breakthrough. Haha, Han Feng, it seems that you were despised by them for your previous appearance. I guess you are a bum in their eyes now. Little Fatty gloated at the Jianshan fire tower. Han Feng felt wronged in his heart. I'm not from the central continent. It is normal for some spiritual things in the central continent to be unclear. They actually thought I was a bum? Then Han Feng shook his head slightly disapprovingly. Forget it, they think so. It doesn't affect the subsequent assessment anyway. As for the hospitality? I really don't need these talented entertainers with high self-esteem. In the face of many gazes, Han Feng calmly closed his eyes. This made everyone stunned once again. The psychological quality of this bumpkin is really not that strong. On a more serious level, it's thick-skinned. Among the inner disciples of the Xintian sect, one of them sighed silently and looked melancholy. Looking at Han Feng, it was like seeing the original self. At the beginning, I came to this Xintian sect to be a teacher and successfully joined the Xintian sect. What was the result? In the region where he was born. He is one of the most remarkable geniuses, but in this earthquake sect, it is not without them that he is stronger than others. Because I didn't know how to keep a low profile when I first arrived, I ended up provoking an outstanding person among the core disciples. In the end, they could become core disciples, but they could only be reduced to the same status as inner disciples. Even, because of the hardship of the core disciple, even among the many inner disciples, they were also bullied. Today, the original ambitions have long since dissipated. This young powerhouse is likely to come from a long distance. I don't know that this assessment requires at least the cultivation of the great sanctuary. I need to remind me, otherwise the powerhouses of Xintian sect will probably think that this person is here to make trouble. If it is a strong man from the sect master's faction, that's all, but if it is a strong man from the great elder's faction, he will brutally kill this young strong man. Thinking of this, the decadent inner disciple gritted his teeth and stepped out. Go to the Korean style. Huh? The behavior of the decadent inner sect disciple surprised many inner sect disciples. And when they saw the appearance of the decadent inner disciple, they laughed out loud. It was him. TSK, isn't this you Haochi feeling pity for each other and wanting to mention that bumpkin? Haha, when you say that, it seems like this is really the case. Isn't this bastard the same as you Haochi back then? When he came, he couldn't pull it off. He looked like I was a super genius, and it was very high profile. What happened? It wasn't that the senior brother who provoked the core disciple was demoted to an inner disciple. Even because of that senior brother's suppression, his status was not as good as that of most ordinary inner disciples. Han Feng closed his eyes without saying a few words since entering. In fact, he was just waiting for the assessment. But in the eyes of the inner sect disciples, you are a bum who came to Xintian sect and didn't show fear, but was extremely calm. This is just pretending. These inner disciples were usually very arrogant, but now they have to do the same lowly things as the second in the hotel. The dissatisfaction in their hearts has accumulated to the peak, and they urgently need a breakthrough to vent. Han Feng, who they thought was a bumpkin, became the target of venting. Senior. Yu Haochi brought a cup of tea, the corners of his mouth moved, and finally the sound was transmitted. You are. Han Feng opened his eyes and looked at Yu Haochi curiously. He was shocked, this person was so decadent. At this time, Xiaopeng also voiced his surprise. This person's talent is good, and he has awakened a bloodline with a high level. This person is already over 200 years old. According to normal development, now he must be the 6th or 7th level of the sanctuary, 7th and 8th heaven, and now it is only the 4th heaven of the sanctuary. Looking at this decadent look, could it be that he has provoked someone to be suppressed? Han Feng doesn't care who this person provokes, just curious about what this person wants to say. Yu Haoqi gritted his teeth and transmitted a voice, "Sir, you don't know, this assessment also requires the cultivation of the great sanctuary at the most basic level. I'm afraid I'm coming from afar, I don't know the news of this announcement, it's too late to leave now. Otherwise, if it is discovered by the strong people of Xintian sect and mistakenly thinks that the adults are here to make trouble, it will not be good." Han Feng couldn't help laughing, and these people not only thought they were bumpkins, but also an ordinary sanctuary. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Han Feng is still very grateful for Yu Haoqi's behavior. If he is really the ordinary sanctuary of a bumpkin, leaving at this moment is equivalent to taking a life. Trouble in a behemoth like Xintian sect, the consequences can be imagined. What's your name? The cultivation base far surpassed that of Yu Haoqi, so Han Feng naturally placed himself above his predecessors. Junior Yu Haoqi, senior still. Yu Haoqi was about to continue to persuade, but was stopped by Han Feng. He, I understand what you want to say, but why do you think I'm not the great sanctuary? Yu Haoqi was stunned, and stammered through his voice transmission, former senior, could it be true? Han Feng smiled and nodded slowly. Yu Haoqi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, as long as the senior is in the great sanctuary, even if he fails the assessment in the end, the Xintian sect master will treat the senior with courtesy. Knowing that Han Feng is the real great sanctuary, Yu Haoqi also I was really relieved. No wonder he looked indifferent from the beginning to the end, so he had a lot of confidence. Yu Haoqi felt a little disappointed when he thought of his self-confidence back then. If he wasn't so arrogant back then, or his aptitude was strong enough to be arrogant, would he be different now? A group of inner disciples couldn't help sneering when they saw that Han Feng was still boldly staying here and didn't leave. What a bold bastard, I really thought that the temper of the top of our Xintian sect was gentle. Look, this kid will suffer later. TSK, what a waste of Yu Haoqi's good intentions. I wonder if the high-level powerhouses of Earthquake sect will take their anger on Yu Haoqi later. The first 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. The communication between Han Feng and Yu Haoqi was through sound transmission. The cold words of these inner disciples were not concealed, and Yu Haoqi and Han Feng naturally heard them clearly. Han Feng is too lazy to pay attention to these people, anyway. When the time comes, when he reveals his great sanctuary cultivation base, these people will keep their mouths shut. If it wasn't for the fear that teaching these inner disciples would offend the top of the Xintian sect, and thus affect the exchange of golden threads to gather grass, Han Feng would have released the aura of the great sanctuary to oppress these self-regarding heavenly favored sons. Yu Haoqi stood beside Han Feng with a genuine respect. Hearing the sneer of these inner disciples, I felt schadenfreude in my heart, and secretly said, if these people know later that they really mocked and sneered at a great sanctuary, I don't know what expressions they will show. The great sanctuary is also a noble existence in the Xintian sect, and it has not been flooded to the point of disaster. Don't look at the number of inner disciples, but the inner disciples only showed the potential to be promoted to the great sanctuary. Potential does not mean real achievement. In the past, a large number of inner sect disciples were also in the 9th heaven of the Holy Realm until they died, and they did not enter the level of the great holy realm. Although these disciples are all equally powerful beings, no breakthrough means no breakthrough, and the essence of life has not been improved. The red-robed old man, the bald middle-aged man, the big-nosed middle-aged man, and the pock-faced middle-aged man were not the self-esteemed sons of the Xintian sect. Han Feng's various performances made them tremble. Could it be that this bastard is really a master of the great sanctuary? This kind of calm is really not something that can be shown by self-esteem. The man in the purple gold robe was still sitting as firmly as Mount Tai. For a time, in the Showa Hall, apart from the laughter of the inner disciples of the Xintian sect, the powerhouses of the great sanctuary were silent and filled with a strange silence. Perhaps it was because the atmosphere was too weird. After a while, these inner disciples couldn't laugh anymore, and the hall of Showa returned to calm. Yu Haoqi, who is this purple gold-robed man? No one had explained it before. Now that someone is willing to explain, Han Feng couldn't wait to know the identity of the purple gold-robed man. Senior, this person is the current crown prince of the second-rank empire and the Yun Empire, Yun Songqiong, who has been famous since childhood, and is the best among his peers in terms of strength and talent. His talent is unmatched by any of the core disciples of the Xintian sect. Your lord. Although this person is strong, there is not only one elder Keqing to recruit, so adults don't need to worry too much about Prince Yun. Yu Haoqi explained. Han Feng nodded slightly. Sure enough, he was born in a big power, but he was the crown prince of the second-rank empire. Second-rank empire, there must be strong people above the fourth level of the sanctuary peak in its empire. However, these second-rank empire and Yun empire should not be strong among empires of the same level, otherwise why would you come to this earth-shattering sect? After asking Yu Haoqi, it really confirmed Han Feng's conjecture. The Haiyun Empire is a second-rank empire that has just been promoted in the last few hundred years. Among all the second-rank empires, it is relatively weak. Somewhere in the main hall of Zhenshenzong, a middle-aged man said to the old man beside him, "Seventh elder, this time the assessment is handed over to you." Sect master, don't worry, this old man will definitely grab that Prince Yun this time. The old man looked solemn. The middle-aged man, the sect master of Xintian sect, sighed, "I hope so. We are more and more disadvantaged in the competition with the Great Elder faction. If a genius like Prince Yun also falls into the Great Elder faction, our sect master faction is true. It's coming to an end." The seventh elder shouted, "Sect master, why do you say something depressing? No one knows what will happen until the last one." The sect master of Xintian sect was shocked, and his eyes were no longer confused. "Yes, we can't admit defeat until the last moment. Seventh elder, Prince Yun, you must try your best to grab it." "Yes." In response, the old man's figure distorted and disappeared. The sect master of Xintian sect stretched out his hand and swiped in the void, and a light curtain appeared in the air. The scene flashed in the light curtain was the situation in the Showa Hall. The sect master muttered to himself, "Apart from Prince Yun, let this sect master see what other geniuses there are." Xintian sect is also in a large and brilliant hall. An old man with white hair laughed, and the wrinkles became deeper because of this. The elders next to him smiled and said, "Congratulations to the first elder, Prince Yun will soon be under the command of the first elder." Presumably the suzerain and those people don't know that the Prince Yun has already reached an agreement with the first elder. Maybe it is still there now. Try to win Prince Yun. Unfortunately, everything they do is useless. The white-haired old man stroked his beard proudly and said, "If it weren't for this, how could the old man hand over the assessment to that little brat of the sect master?" The so-called, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The old man really wants to know that the little bastard can't impress Yun with all the promises. Prince's expression. However, apart from Prince Yun, we can't guarantee that there will be no other geniuses with outstanding understanding. Let's take a look. If there are good ones, we must win over to our side, and we must not give the sect master any possibility of rising. After speaking, the white-haired old man waved his hand, and a curtain of light also appeared in front of him. Show a hall. In addition to Han Feng, there was another female powerhouse in the great sanctuary dressed as a palace maid. At this moment, there are 7 people in the great sanctuary gathered here. This is just today's assessment. Yesterday, the great sanctuary also participated in the assessment. Suddenly, the space of the Showa hall was distorted, and along with a figure flashed, a huge, suffocating aura swept out. Being shrouded in such a momentum, it is like a wooden boat swaying in the ocean, and it may be swallowed by the sea at any time. Han Feng's expression condensed. The peak of the sanctuary. Only the peak of the sanctuary can put such pressure on him, making him feel like a tiny ant, without the slightest resistance. The Night Fox Saint is also the pinnacle of the sanctuary, and the pressure it can bring is nothing compared to the moment. Young children and adults, the gap is like a cloud of mud. This person is definitely an extremely powerful existence in the peak of the sanctuary. At least in the middle of the peak of the sanctuary, or even above. For a moment, Han Feng had a vague judgment in his heart. The old man appeared in front of everyone, and the inner disciples all knelt down. Disciple, sees 7th elder. Prince Yun suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the 7th elder with solemn eyes. Prince Yun slowly got up, clasped his fists and said, Junior Yun Songqiong, I have seen the 7th elder. No matter how arrogant, in the face of such a strong man as the 7th elder, Prince Yun had to restrain himself. As the Crown Prince of the Heian Empire, Crown Prince Yun had already learned from the ancestors of the royal family that the 7th elder of the earthquake sect was at the peak level of the 7th heaven of the holy domain. In the peak of the sanctuary, all belonged to the high-level powerhouse. The 7th elder looked mild. Prince Yun is willing to come to participate in the assessment of the elders of our heaven-shattering sect. It is really a blessing for my sect. Your aptitude, Prince, may not be long before we exist. There will be another fellow. This passage naturally refers to the powerful level of sanctuary peak. Second more. Today, it's probably just these 2 updates, and I will strive for the 4D update tomorrow. In the last 12 days of this month, there should be only 2 or 3 days to go out, and the rest of the time, Cabbage will stay at home and work hard to update. Being praised by a sanctuary peak 7th heaven powerhouse makes many inner disciples envious, jealous, and jealous. There are very few core disciples in the entire Zhentian sect who can be so praised by the 7th elders. As the person being praised, Prince Yun slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Of course, because of the strength of the 7th elder, Prince Yun showed humility. But from the bottom of his heart, Prince Yun did not take the 7th elder too seriously. Prince Yun is confident that his future is a small perfection in the sanctuary, not a peak of the sanctuary. If the peak of the sanctuary is the peak powerhouse of the mainland, then the sanctuary small perfection is the peerless powerhouse of the central continent. Although the peak of the sanctuary is strong, it cannot reach the well-known level, but once a sanctuary small perfection is born, it will be completely different. Even the powerhouses in the ancient clan would turn their attention to this sanctuary, Xiaocheng. Sanctuary peak and sanctuary small perfection are 2 completely different classes. The 7th elder is serious. How can the younger generation be compared with the 7th elder? No matter what Prince Yun thought in his heart, on the surface he was respectful, which made the 7th elder extremely satisfied. Immediately, the 7th elder turned his gaze to Han Feng and the others, who immediately said respectfully, Junior Han Feng, Meng Qin, Gong Yan, Mo Shan, Chong Xiang, Han Xingfan, see the 7th elder. At this time, Han Feng finally understood the names of these 5 people. The woman in the palace dress is Meng Qin. The red-robed old man is called Gong Yan. The bald man is Mo Shan. The middle-aged man with big nose is Chong Xiang. In the end, the pockmarked middle-aged man was Han Feng, who made Han Feng a little surprised that their surnames were the same. But this kind of surprise is just that. Not to mention the two continents of Central Continent and Bay Continent, are they on the same continent and have the same surname? There are even a lot of people with one surname in an empire. The same last name is nothing. The seventh elder's tone was indifferent, not as gentle as he was with Prince Yun. This test. Executed by the old man. The first round of the assessment is all about your cultivation. You should already know the news that I have released from Xintian sect. This time the minimum assessment is the cultivation of the Great Sanctuary. But it's not enough just to cultivate in the Great Sanctuary. I also need to check your bone age. Depending on your level in the Great Sanctuary, the qualified bone age is also different. Who will come up first? The seventh elder looked around for a week, and the complexion of the red-robed old man changed slightly. There is even an age requirement. Even the bald man and the others looked at each other in dismay. Although they are the Great Sanctuary, their age is indeed not young. If such an age is the Great Sanctuary's heavy heaven, that's all, but in the early days of the Great Sanctuary, the cultivation base to kill the fourth heavenly heaven is a bit ordinary. Before, they had full confidence in passing the assessment, but now they have become extremely uneasy. Only Prince Yun, the woman in palace dress, and Han Feng did not change their expressions. Prince Yun stepped forward. Seventh elder, let the younger generation be the first person. Prince Yun looked confident. The seventh elder smiled and said, Prince Yun still needs any assessment. Who doesn't know that Prince Yun is not yet 400 years old now? For the fourth level heaven of the Great Sanctuary, who is less than 400 years old, perhaps in 1 or 200 years, Prince Yun will be able to promoted to the pinnacle of the sanctuary. The peak of the sanctuary has 4,000 years of life. If Prince Yun can break through to the peak of the sanctuary within 1,000 years, he will have more than 3,000 years to hit the minor perfection in the sanctuary, which is why Prince Yun has confidence in himself to reach the minor perfection in the sanctuary. Seeing this, Prince Yun smiled slightly and said nothing. Many people are envious, especially a few great sanctuaries. What kind of cultivation are they at this age? Really can't compare. The red-robed old man sighed and stepped forward. It looks like this junior can't get through. The seventh elder frowned and glanced at the red-robed old man. Two beams of light entered the red-robed old man's body. The next moment, the seventh elder shook his head. Your Excellency is indeed unable to pass. Although it is the fifth layer of the Great Sanctuary, the cultivation base is stronger than that of Prince Yun, but the age is more than 1,500 years old. It is conceivable that the combat power is not very strong in the same level, and the understanding is not very high. The red-robed old man had expected it for a long time, and sat back in disappointment. At this time, the inner disciple next to him didn't even entertain him. It's not Elder Kuching, why should they waste their feelings? In this regard, the red-robed old man did not dare to be angry, and the seventh elder of Xintian sect was still here. Before long, the bald man, the man with the big nose, and the man with the pockmarked face were all detected, and in the end, only the bald man and the man with the big nose barely passed. Soon, it was the woman's turn. The Great Sanctuary, Triple Heaven. Less than 1,000 years. Seven elders' eyes lit up. Bone age can be measured very accurately in the early days, but later, that is, when the age is getting older, the measurement is only approximate. For example, the first 50 or even the first 30 years old may be measured more accurately. Directly measured to be 18, 28, or even 38. But if it is more than 50 or hundreds, it is more blurry. Generally speaking, it can only be measured within 100 years old, between 100 years old and 500 years old, between 500 years old and 1,000 years old, and between 1,000 years old and 2,000 years old. And between this, according to the fuzzy induction, it is possible to sense which side is biased. Now, the seventh elder could sense that the woman in the palace dress in front of her was between 500 and 1,000 years old, and she was inclined to be 500 years old. In other words, the specific age of the women in the palace dress is probably 5 or 600, 6 or 700. 5 or 600, 6 or 700 Great Sanctuary Three Heavens may not be as perverted as Prince Yun, but he is definitely a great genius. In the future, there is also great hope to be promoted to the peak of the sanctuary. Okay. The seventh elder laughed, very satisfied, and made up his mind that he must win this woman after the assessment. Prince Yun also set his sights on Meng Qin, raised his eyebrows, obviously taking Meng Qin to heart. At this time it was finally Han Feng's turn. Little fatty, can you influence this seventh elder? The great sanctuary fourth layer, which is less than 100 years old or even less than 50 years old, will definitely cause a sensation. I am here just to get the sky-shocking stone in a safe and secure way. Comprehend the power of vibration. On the one hand, exchange the golden thread to gather grass. If there is too much a sensation, maybe something unexpected will happen. Han Feng knows what the 100-year-old great sanctuary will be like. Sensation. The sect master of the earthquake sect and the great elders were fighting fiercely. This kind of sensation spread to their ears. No matter which party they joined, they would make the other party want to get rid of them quickly, and that would be too dangerous. Without this sensation, although joining one faction will cause the other faction to target, the risk is not as high as the former. Xiaopeng replied, yes, but your bone age is too young, and the cultivation base of the seven elders is indeed powerful. With my ability, at most, the seven elders will mistake you for being less than 500 years old. It is more than 500 years old, and it can't be done anymore. That's it. Han Feng was satisfied with the sound transmission. When the two beams did not enter Han Feng's body subconsciously wanted to resist. This kind of beam entered the body, as if he had stripped his clothes. Everything was clearly seen by the other party, which made Han Feng uncomfortable. This feeling comes and goes quickly. The light beam disappeared, and the seventh elder looked excited. No, less than 500 years old, the fourth level of the great sanctuary. Boom. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone looking at Han Feng changed instantly. Big, the fourth level of the great sanctuary. How is it possible? It's actually the great sanctuary. It's less than 500 years old. A group of inner disciples were shocked. How is this possible? It's incredible. Isn't he an alien bumpkin? How could he? After the shock, the inner disciples regretted it. If they had known this, they should have flattered. Less than 500 years old, the fourth level of the great sanctuary is not much worse than Prince Yun, and the future is boundless. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /